The impoverished youth, Lu Qi, a handsome lad standing at 1 meter 87, possessed remarkable medical skills from a young age. Yet, fate dealt him a cruel hand. Upon reaching adulthood, he lost all his family. His life took a fateful turn when he stumbled upon an exorbitantly priced cruise ticket, propelling him into an extraordinary journey. Stranded on a deserted island, he was compelled to confront the treachery of human nature and the perils of his environment. Fortunately, endowed with an indomitable spirit, he consistently found ways to survive and transform danger into opportunity. Ultimately, after 7 years of rigorous trials on the island, he emerged triumphant, fueled by his relentless will to survive, and returned as a transformed man. Chapter 1. The Impoverished Youth. On a moonless, windy night, a medium-sized luxury cruise ship glided across the vast, dark sea. The vessel sparkled with lights, offering a plethora of entertainment and exquisite cuisine, while passengers, dressed in fashionable and vibrant attire, reveled in a cacophony of laughter and joy. Each individual was savoring the exquisite moments of the present. Though grand in size, the ship appeared diminutive and fragile against the expansive ocean, akin to a flickering firefly in the night sky. The previous day's journeys had been under a canopy of stars, yet tonight, the heavens were shrouded in darkness, devoid of any celestial light. Perhaps it was this profound obscurity that heightened the revelry on deck, enveloping everyone in an atmosphere of exuberance. At the foremost edge of the ship's upper deck stood a strikingly handsome young man, his hands resting on the windbreak railing as he gazed into the distance. Yet, his expression was somber, and his demeanor starkly contrasted with the surrounding merriment. His name was Lu Qi. Lu Qi, naturally astute, was a victim of misfortune. At the tender age of 6, he lost his parents in a tragic car accident and was left to live with his only remaining relative, his grandfather. A revered traditional Chinese medicine practitioner in their village, his grandfather was well known in the surrounding areas. From that early age, Lu Qi diligently studied under his grandfather's guidance, who imparted knowledge with great care and strictness, recognizing that this ancestral skill could be vital for his grandson's future. Lu Qi, ever obedient and hardworking, began to show promise by the age of 13, capable of assisting his grandfather with simple medical cases. This diligent youth garnered the affection of patients and elders alike in the village. At 19, shortly after graduating high school, he chose to forego university to care for his ailing grandfather, who, despite Lu Qi's devotion, passed away a year later. On his deathbed, the grandfather summoned Lu Qi to retrieve a small wooden box. Trembling, he produced a yellowed piece of paper bearing 2 tiny red footprints, beneath which were inscribed a name and a birth date. He entrusted this paper to Lu Qi, revealing it to be a marriage contract arranged when Lu Qi was merely 3 months old, sanctioned by both families. He instructed Lu Qi to safeguard the box and informed him that, 25 years hence, he could seek out the girl named Lin Yao, as agreed upon in their childhood betrothal. Stricken with sorrow upon realizing his grandfather's impending departure, Lu Qi wept and promised to honor his grandfather's wishes. "Very well, grandfather. I shall promise you," he said, only to find his grandfather had slipped into eternal slumber, leaving Lu Qi utterly alone in the world. With the assistance of a compassionate village chief and his friend Peng Dun, Lu Qi managed to arrange a modest funeral for his grandfather. To ease Lu Qi's grief and facilitate his future, the village chief proposed a collective fundraising effort to provide him with some funds to explore the provincial capital for work. As he prepared to leave, Peng Dun gifted him a box of cigarettes, encouraging him to take care of himself and reminding him that he could always return home. Upon boarding the bus to the provincial city, Lu Qi opened the box to discover it contained not only cigarettes, but also several hundred yuan saved by Peng Dun, along with a heartfelt note. "Lu Qi, take good care of yourself when you venture out. With your talent and capability, I know Lu Jia village cannot hold you. Remember, no matter when you return, I will always be here for you." Tears welled in Lu Qi's eyes as he read the note. Upon arriving in the provincial capital, he found himself amidst towering skyscrapers and luxury vehicles, feeling as though he had stepped into another realm. After a light meal at a local restaurant, he sought accommodation but was deterred by exorbitant hotel prices. While walking past a row of parked luxury cars, he serendipitously discovered a beautifully crafted ticket on the ground. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a ticket for a luxurious cruise, specifically for an outdoor sea view room. The moment he saw the price, a flicker of hope ignited within him. 66,800. Could this be real? He looked around cautiously, ensuring no suspicious individuals were nearby. A bold thought crossed his mind, perhaps he could find work on the cruise ship. Embracing this twist of fate, Lu Qi tidied himself and made his way to the deep-sea harbor the following day. Armed with the serendipitous ticket, he miraculously boarded the luxurious cruise ship. After a day of sailing, Lucci learned that the cruise had been chartered by a wealthy businessman for half a month, and the guests invited were of extraordinary caliber, primarily young elites from affluent families and rising stars in various fields. Feeling like a frog in a swan lake, Lucci was acutely aware of the disparity between himself and the glamorous crowd around him. Consequently, he spent his days in solitude, retreating to his sea view room except for mealtimes, where he could still appreciate the magnificent ocean view from within. Only at night would he venture to the upper deck, savoring the ocean breeze and starry sky, while the vibrant laughter of the beautiful guests echoed around him. To heal the recent sorrow and solitude within, I stand at the forefront of the deck, gazing ahead. The sea breeze caresses my face. Amidst the melancholy and grief, the dark night sky reveals the warm smiles of my deceased parents and my grandfather, who passed away not long ago, appearing like scenes from a film. Though tears blur my vision, I see them vividly in my heart. A sense of grievance, longing, and hot tears silently trace my cheeks. Indeed, I am merely a child who has just come of age. Hello? Excuse me, may I ask what you are looking at? Could I join you at this scenic spot and have a chat? Suddenly, my reverie is interrupted by a woman's gentle voice from behind. Upon hearing this soothing sound, I do not turn immediately. Instead, I hastily wipe away the warm tears from my cheeks before slowly turning around. How beautiful she is! Upon catching my first glimpse of her, I am struck with awe. Noticing her smile, I quickly retract my gaze, which had been greedily admiring her, and respond, "Hi. Of course, I'm just here to enjoy the sea breeze." She is clad in a sexy red dress, minimalist yet stylish, holding a half bottle of red wine and 2 empty glasses, clearly well prepared. Her long black hair cascades down, her face akin to a peach blossom, and her bosom rises and falls alluringly. She is barefoot, and as she takes a few light steps, a fragrant breeze envelopes me. I take a deep breath, my gaze brightening once more. Standing before me, she is slightly shorter than my height of 1.87 meters. "My name is Xiaorong. Let's get acquainted." Approaching me, she extends one of the empty wine glasses and introduces herself. Without hesitation, I accept the glass with a polite smile gracing my sun-kissed face. "Thank you. I'm Lucci, pleased to meet you." Seeing my sunny and handsome demeanor, particularly my gentle smile, brings her joy. She pours a small measure of red wine into my glass and fills her own as well. Before I can fully absorb the moment, she clinks her glass against mine, saying, "Lucci, cheers to this beautiful evening." After taking a delicate sip from her glass, she turns and stands at the windbreak of the viewing platform, raising her arms, one holding the wine bottle and the other the glass, while delicately lifting her toes to gaze upon the pitch-black sea ahead. In that moment, as I watch her hair dance in the wind and inhale the fragrant aroma she exudes, the only words that come to mind to describe this mysterious woman are goddess. Murmuring a quiet cheers, I slowly take a sip of the wine in my hand. Though it is my first experience with this drink, its flavor is surprisingly delightful. Thus, we engage in a conversation, with her leading the inquiries and me responding passively. During our exchange, I learn that she is the owner of a beauty chain. Although I have never heard of her establishment, it does not diminish my admiration for her. Observing that she seems to be around my age, I can't help but reflect, I never anticipated that someone of seemingly my age would already be a successful person. As the lively music and laughter from the deck filter in, I suddenly feel out of place, as if I do not belong to their world. "Lucci, what business are you in?" Xiaorong's sudden question jolts me back to reality, yet I find myself at a loss for an answer. Noticing my expression, she wisely refrains from pressing further, aware that many in our circle and aboard this vessel prefer to keep their professions private. Perhaps I am one of them. At that moment, a group of striking young men and women approaches from behind. One among them, dressed in high-end branded attire with impeccably styled yellow hair and adorned with flashy earrings, exudes an air of arrogance. Surrounded by beautiful companions, he appears to revel in the attention. As they near, one of his entourage commands rudely, "Hey kid, move aside, young Master Wang is coming through. You need to clear out." Taken aback, I glance around, realizing I am alone. I look at them and ask, "Are you speaking to me?" The leader, seemingly amused, sneers, "Huh? What a joke. Who else would I be addressing? A ghost?" "Exactly, kid, vacate that spot. Young Master Wang is in a good mood today and just wants to enjoy the view. You're lucky we're not holding it against you. If you annoy him, you'll regret it. Look at how shabby he is dressed. It's obvious he's just a servant on this cruise." Others chime in mockingly. Young Master Wang appears to bask in their flattery and admiration, casually embracing his companions while silently waiting for them to oust me from my spot. I am incensed by their rudeness and arrogance, and I calmly retort, I apologize, but since I possess a ticket for this vessel, I have the right to enjoy its amenities, including this view. If you wish to admire the scenery here, you may wait until I'm finished. Otherwise, kindly refrain from bothering me. Although they outnumber me, I came here to soothe my soul. Having a naturally just disposition, my blood begins to boil at their bullying. I feel a strong urge to confront someone, having long wished to release the pent-up frustration and anger within me. Thus, I stand my ground. At that moment, Nie Xiaorong gently pulls my hand and whispers, Lu Qi, the one leading this group, is likely the son of the chairman of Wang Group. Their family is immensely wealthy, the richest in Huaqing. Perhaps you should yield, and we can find another spot. It wouldn't be wise to offend him. Grateful for her warning, I reply, thank you for the advice, but you should leave now. It's been a pleasure meeting you. The barefoot have no fear of the shod-eye, Lu Qi, do not fear such faces. Seeing that I have no intention of leaving, young Master Wang's demeanor begins to sour. This prompts his companion to grow increasingly irate. He strides up to me, seizing my collar, and threatens, Kid, it seems you're asking for trouble. If you don't clear out, don't blame me for being rude. With that, he attempts to shove me away, but I remain steadfast, not budging an inch. Instead, with a powerful push, I send him stumbling back, landing on the ground with a thud. This guy has extraordinary strength. After falling to the ground, the man felt an overwhelming sense of displeasure, never anticipating that Lu Qi would suddenly deliver such a blow. Just as he attempted to rise, he was met with another kick from Lu Qi, which left the remaining crowd in stunned silence. This was precisely the effect Lu Qi sought with their numbers. He had to act decisively. However, just as Lu Qi expected the others to rush in, the leader of the group, a young man with dyed hair, unexpectedly collapsed, unable to rise, his movements appearing painful. What the hell? Does he intend to feign injury? A fleeting thought crossed Lu Qi's mind, but he quickly discerned the truth: this young man was unwell. From a distance on the deck, a middle-aged man accompanied by 2 bodyguards suddenly navigated through the throng towards them. Although the music continued to play, the onlookers no longer exhibited the same joviality as before. Just as Lu Qi prepared to investigate, he heard someone in the crowd urgently shouting, Is there a doctor? Quick, get a doctor. At that moment, the middle-aged man and his bodyguards arrived. Without waiting for Lu Qi to assess the situation, the man rushed over and cradled the unconscious young man in his arms, calling out his name. Chinyu, what's wrong? Wake up, Chinyu. Witnessing the man kneeling beside the unconscious youth, his anxiety palpable, stirred Lu Qi's compassion. Recognizing the young man's resemblance to himself, he hurried through the crowd to their side. Grasping the young man's wrist, Lu Qi carefully observed him for a few seconds before addressing the middle-aged man. Do not move him, his condition is critical. The middle-aged man's expression soured, filled with skepticism towards Lu Qi. He continued to shout for the ship's doctor, gesturing towards those nearby to assist in lifting his son. This infuriated Lu Qi, who, realizing the man's distrust, urged once more, I am a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. His pulse is chaotic, he is sweating profusely, and he is clutching his chest in pain. These are symptoms of acute myocardial infarction. Moving him now could precipitate arrhythmia or heart failure, wasting precious time for rescue. At Lu Qi's words, the middle-aged man paused, hesitating to act further. Doctor, what should I do? Will my son be okay? If you can save him, I will be eternally grateful. Understanding the man's desperation, Lu Qi realized that this was indeed his son. Any lingering irritation he felt dissipated immediately. Let him lie still, do not move him. My room is nearby. I will fetch something and return immediately. With that, Lu Qi dashed towards his quarters, fully aware of the urgency of the situation. Time was of the essence, or it could cost a life. Chapter 2, Luxury Cruise Ship. The middle-aged man heeded Lu Qi's advice, gently laying his son down. Still anxious, he pulled out his phone and dialed a number. The surrounding crowd buzzed with speculation, several people standing near the man wanting to speak, but seeing him on the phone, they could only wait impatiently. He is the chairman of the Wang Group. Nie Xiaorong, having arrived amidst the crowd, gasped upon recognizing the middle-aged man. Clearly, she was much more familiar with him than Lu Qi. Indeed, he was Wang Biao, the renowned real estate magnate from the southeastern coast, and the young man lying beside him was his only son, Wang Chinyu. To think they are both aboard this cruise. Nie Xiaorong marveled at Wang Biao, wishing to approach him for contact information, yet the current situation felt wholly inappropriate. Many onlookers seemed to recognize the father and son duo, sharing the same impulse as Nie Xiaorong, yet the gravity of the situation rendered them cautious. No one dared to provoke trouble at such a moment. Make way, the doctor is coming. A shout from the crowd alerted them, revealing Lu Qi rushing forward, clutching a simple leather bag. Though his attire was unremarkable, his tall stature and handsome demeanor drew many gazes, particularly from the ladies, as if they had discovered a new treasure. Lu Qi, what are you doing? Nie Xiaorong exclaimed as he approached Wang Biao, crouching down and deftly opening the bag. Upon realizing its contents, she gasped, silver needles. Seeing Nie Xiaorong beside him, Lu Qi quickly instructed, Miss Nie, please help clear the crowd. Have them step back 5 or 6 meters. The patient is hypoxic and requires fresh air. Oh, Lu Qi, he is the chairman of the Wang group. Are you confident in treating his condition? Nie Xiaorong whispered urgently in Lu Qi's ear, her concern grounded in good intentions. After all, if anything were to happen to Wang Biao's only son aboard the ship, Lu Qi would likely bear the brunt of the repercussions. However, Lu Qi seemed unperturbed by her words, swiftly extracting several silver needles before Wang Biao could voice his concerns. With precision, he punctured the young man's left middle finger, causing blood to flow, and then expertly inserted needles at the ear and acupuncture points on both wrists. As Wang Chunyu's expression relaxed and his breathing and heartbeat stabilized, Lu Qi continued with a set of emergency techniques. Once Wang Chunyu appeared calm and his vital signs returned to normal, Lu Qi gently wiped the sweat from his brow and sat down beside the two men. He is no longer in immediate danger. However, he will not be able to enjoy the festivities on this cruise and will need to rest and be monitored for some time. Upon hearing this, Wang Biao's anxious heart finally found solace. At that moment, a group of burly men escorted a doctor in a white coat and glasses, who arrived at their side. Chairman Wang, we have brought the doctor, one of the bodyguards announced, but upon noticing Wang Biao's indifference, he discreetly stepped aside. The doctor, upon a quick glance, exclaimed, Heart 3 needles. This is a life-saving acupuncture technique for heart attacks. After conducting a brief examination of Wang Chunyu and confirming that he was no longer in danger, he turned to Wang Biao, saying, Chairman Wang, your son is still quite weak and needs to be taken to the infirmary for further examination and rest. The occurrence of acute myocardial infarction is very serious. Your son was fortunate to have survived, largely due to the Heart 3 needles. May I inquire who performed this remarkable treatment? Wang Biao, having heard this, glanced at the doctor with appreciation, simultaneously deepening his respect for Lu Qi. Rising quickly, he clasped his hands towards Lu Qi, saying, Esteemed healer, I, Wang Biao, am at a loss for words to express my gratitude for your timely intervention in saving my son. This is a token of my gratitude, please accept it. Should you need anything in the future, do not hesitate to reach out to me. As he spoke, Wang Biao reached into his waist and produced a black card that shimmered with golden light, handing it to Lu Qi. The moment the card was revealed, the crowd around them, including Nie Xiaorong, gasped in astonishment. A black gold card. A symbol reserved for the true masters of Fortune 500 companies. Even for those present, striving their entire lives, obtaining such a card, a mark of esteemed status, seemed nearly impossible. Wang Biao was actually gifting it away? This was utterly unbelievable, almost insane. Hearing the murmurs of the crowd, Lu Qi understood that such a valuable item was beyond what he could accept. He promptly declined Wang Biao's gesture. Mr. Wang, you may call me Lu Qi. As a healer, it is my duty to witness suffering and not act would be a physician's greatest shame. Thus, there is no need for such formality. I merely did what little I could. After refusing Wang Biao's token of thanks, Lu Qi proceeded to retrieve the silver needles from Wang Chunyu and began to tidy up, preparing to return to his quarters. He actually rejected the black gold card. Don't give it to me. What a show of false modesty. This fellow truly lacks insight. How dare he refuse Chairman Wang's goodwill? You all are so blinded by wealth. I think this brother possesses a remarkable self-awareness. Indeed, this brother's actions are commendable, saving lives without the allure of riches. Such virtue is worth emulating. As Lu Qi remained unfazed by the lure of money, various opinions surfaced from the crowd. Wang Biao, witnessing this, felt a growing admiration and curiosity towards the young doctor. He then handed Lu Qi one of his business cards. Dr. Lu, this is my card. I have chartered this cruise ship entirely, and the entertainment and gatherings aboard are organized by my Wang group, aiming to forge new friendships and seek business opportunities. With your exceptional medical skills, would you consider becoming my personal physician? Noticing Lu Qi's hesitation, he added, Dr. Lu, there is no rush to respond. Take your time to consider. We can discuss it further when we meet again. With that, Wang Biao instructed several burly bodyguards to lift Wang Chunyu onto a stretcher. As they departed, he advised the accompanying doctor. Dr. Zhang, the cardiac acupuncture you mentioned was performed by Dr. Liu. Make sure to get acquainted. I will be waiting for you in the medical room. Following Wang Biao and his entourage out of the crowd, the gathering gradually dispersed. At that moment, Dr. Zhang approached Lu Qi with great courtesy. Truly impressive for one so young. I had not expected you to master such acupuncture techniques at your age. May I ask which prestigious institution you graduated from, and where you currently practice? Lu Qi had intended to retreat to his room directly, but was intercepted by Dr. Zhang. Sensing the other's politeness, he paused. My medical knowledge is inherited. I do not currently have a fixed position. Oh, inherited? Taken aback by Lu Qi's revelation, Dr. Zhang had initially presumed him to be a student from a renowned traditional Chinese medicine academy, but was surprised to learn of his ancestral skills. However, considering that anyone aboard this cruise must have some wealth, he speculated that Lu Qi might be a hidden heir of affluence. Nevertheless, Dr. Zhang expressed a keen interest in Lu Qi's acupuncture skills. After exchanging contact information, he refrained from further disturbance and hurriedly departed with his medical kit. As Dr. Zhang left, Lu Qi was about to rise and return to his room when he heard Nie Xiaorong call out, Lu Qi. Turning around, he found Nie Xiaorong standing before him, her gaze now infused with greater curiosity and admiration. I should address you as Dr. Liu. I never anticipated your medical prowess would garner such admiration from Chairman Wang and the ship's doctor. With your remarkable talent, it seems I must strive harder to become your first friend aboard this cruise. As she spoke, Nie Xiaorong adopted a charming demeanor, pouting her lips and widening her eyes, tilting her upper body slightly towards Lu Qi, eagerly awaiting his response. You may still call me Lu Qi. A girl as beautiful as you surely has no shortage of friends. Lu Qi's gaze shifted, and he noticed that Nie Xiaorong's cheeks had flushed a rosy hue, akin to blooming peach blossoms. Her exposed skin was fair and captivating. Just a glance left him feeling parched, unable to suppress a gulp. Seeing Lu Qi neither refuse her nor shy away from complimenting her beauty, Nie Xiaorong seized the opportunity to inquire further. Indeed, I lack friends like you, unmoved by vanity or greed. Lu Qi, I, Nie Xiaorong, will rely on you for care in the future. With that, she once again reached out to grasp Lu Qi's hand, gently shaking it. The warmth of her touch and her slightly inebriated expression made Lu Qi feel quite uneasy. He quickly addressed Nie Xiaorong, saying, Miss Nie, I am a bit weary and shall return to my room to rest. We can converse more tomorrow. With that, he hastily made his way toward the first-class cabin. Dr. Liu, my room is also a first-class cabin. Hearing Nie Xiaorong's voice behind him, Lu Qi did not turn back, but simply gestured an OK sign and quickened his pace to his room. On the deck, Nie Xiaorong wore a delighted expression, watching Lu Qi's retreating figure while murmuring to herself. Sunshine, handsome, composed, indifferent to fame, exceptional medical skills, and a height of 1.87 meters. I wonder if he has abs. With that, she took another sip of her red wine and strolled back to her room. That night, most guests aboard the cruise ship were peacefully asleep. Yet at that moment, Lu Qi lay alone in his room, tossing and turning. Even now, he found it hard to believe his circumstances, feeling it was all too surreal. It seemed as if fate had orchestrated his ascent onto such a luxurious cruise, his lodgings in an exquisite sea-view suite, mingling among so many affluent and influential individuals. Not only had he encountered a beauty like Nie Xiaorong, but he had also made the acquaintance of a wealthy businessman like Wang Biao. Everything felt like a dream, yet it was undeniably real. As he wrestled with insomnia, a sudden flash of light streaked across the sky, illuminating his room through the expansive window, making it bright as day. In a flash, Lu Qi sprang from his bed and rushed to the window, only to hear a tremendous roar of thunder from outside. The thunder rolled incessantly. Just as Lu Qi leaned closer to the window to observe the sea, suddenly, another bolt of lightning illuminated the sky, revealing the thick darkness of the clouds. From afar, the heavy clouds pressed down upon the ocean, instilling an unsettling sense of dread. Accompanied by flashes of lightning and the earth-shattering thunder, the wind howled fiercely, and rain began to pour. Raindrops streaked across the glass, and Lu Qi, standing by the window, could hardly make out anything on the deck. Soon, the ship's intercom crackled with an urgent announcement. A woman's gentle voice initially advised passengers to refrain from going to the deck, to stay away from the railings, and to remain in their rooms to avoid unnecessary movement that might lead to falls. However, as the cruise ship began to sway gently, and the thunder and lightning intensified, the woman's voice became markedly more urgent. while all passengers complied with the broadcast instructions. In a conference room adjacent to the ship's control room, the captain and chief engineer were abruptly awakened by the first officer's frantic shouts. Upon his arrival at the cockpit, the deputy chief engineer, the equipment manager, and another senior officer were urgently convening a small meeting. The expressions on their faces were ashen. Noticing the captain and the chief engineer's presence, the equipment manager hastily recounted the dire situation. "Captain, we are in trouble. The navigation telegram and satellite communication devices have suddenly malfunctioned, rendering us unable to display precise maritime weather conditions or utilize navigational communication equipment. Here is a printout of the most recent weather report." As he spoke, the senior officer handed the captain a sheet of printed paper. After the captain perused the weather report with utmost seriousness, he furrowed his brow slightly. "Considering the time, how far are we from the territorial waters of Country A?" In response to the captain's inquiry, the equipment manager replied, "Approximately over 4,000 nautical miles." Upon hearing this, the captain decisively commanded, "Immediately initiate unilateral radio communication to ascertain whether there are any other vessels in the vicinity." However, before he could finish his sentence, the deputy chief engineer interjected, "Captain, the international radio channel has been continuously open, yet we have not received any signals from other vessels. Our transmissions have elicited no response from maritime authorities. Moreover, the weather conditions in this area are exhibiting unusual fluctuations, with a notable increase in wave intensity. Activate the cruise ship's stabilization system and ensure that the radio transmits continuously without interruption." Upon hearing the deputy chief engineer's words, the captain issued his orders with unwavering resolve, his demeanor becoming exceedingly serious as he urgently reminded everyone to safeguard their respective positions. Chapter 3. The oncoming storm, navigating under such meteorological conditions, had clearly surpassed the safety parameters established for this cruise ship. Moreover, nearly 2,000 lives aboard were entrusted to the hands of a select few. At this moment, the sudden interruption of internet and communication signals caused a wave of complaints among the passengers. Many began to venture out of their cabins, seeking activities to alleviate their boredom and anxiety. Lu Chi lay in bed, having put aside his phone, pulling the blanket over his head. He had envisioned a blissful escape from reality, hoping to sleep soundly until dawn. However, the relentless thunder and rain outside penetrated his sanctuary. No matter how he adjusted the blanket, the cacophony of the tempestuous weather remained audible. Alas, why must this wretched weather torment one's slumber? Resigned to his fate, Lu Chi decided to stop fidgeting. Just as he was about to retrieve the business card given by Wang Biao, a soft knock resounded at his door. Perplexed, he wondered who could be knocking at such an hour. Nevertheless, he rose to adjust his thin pajamas and opened the door. To his surprise, it was none other than Ye Xiaorong, a friend he had recently met. She stood before him, clad in a refreshing and comfortable outfit that, despite its loose fit, could not entirely conceal her alluring figure. "Huh, you're still awake. May I come in for a moment?" she asked cheerfully. Noticing Lu Chi's hesitation, she continued, "The thunder is too loud outside, and without any internet signal, I feel a bit frightened. I merely wished to check if you were resting. I mean no harm, just thought we could chat." Seeing Lu Chi still pondering, Ye Xiaorong feigned disappointment, saying, "If you wish to rest, I shall not disturb you." Just as she turned to leave, Lu Chi, unable to resist, finally spoke, "Come in." In truth, the moment he opened the door and saw Ye Xiaorong, his heart raced uncontrollably. He was momentarily lost for words, almost allowing her to misinterpret his silence. "Thank you," she beamed as she entered. And upon noticing the neatness of his room, she pulled out a chair and sat down. Lu Chi, amidst the gentle swaying of the ship, calmly retrieved a bottle of beverage from the fridge and handed it to her. "Thank you," she replied, accepting the drink with another grateful smile. As they settled into the space, an unexpected silence enveloped them, as if the thunder and rain outside had suddenly quieted. Both were at a loss for words, unsure of how to initiate their conversation. Lu Chi dared not gaze at Ye Xiaorong for too long, for when she took her seat, her alluring figure directly captivated his gaze. As a spirited young man, how could he withstand such a radiant display? Helpless, he resorted to retrieving a bottle of cold beverage, attempting to quell the fire within and temper his tumultuous emotions. Observing Lu Chi's reaction brought a smile to Ye Xiaorong's face. She boldly locked her gaze onto his eyes, asking, "Are you feeling hot?" The implication of her words seemed to suggest that, given the dreadful weather outside, the room should not feel warm at all. Although she had taken the initiative to break the silence, Lu Chi felt as if he had been thrust from a furnace into an ice pit. An awkwardness so profound it was unbearable. Huh? Oh no, not at all. I'm merely a bit thirsty. Lu Chi stammered, wiping the sweat from his brow, his nerves rendering him incapable of coherent thought. Satisfied after validating her charm, Nie Xiaorong adjusted her attire to shield some of the light and deftly shifted the topic. I wonder when this weather will improve tonight? With such thunderous roars and torrential rain, I can't fathom how Captain and Chairman Wang managed to plan this journey. In response, Lu Chi took another sip of his cold drink. Fear not. Since we are here, we must make the best of it. Though the storm rages and the thunder booms, it is indeed a unique experience on this journey. Upon hearing this, Nie Xiaorong's eyes sparkled with delight as she regarded Lu Chi. To her surprise, this fellow possessed a cultured side. Just that one sentence had the potential to awaken countless beautiful souls from their negative reveries. You are quite talented. After hearing you say that, I suddenly find a hint of poetic charm in this tempest outside. As she uttered these words, she rose and moved toward the window, seemingly eager to admire the night sky anew. Lu Chi breathed a sigh of relief. He was merely an ordinary high school graduate, while she was a bona fide academic achiever, having ascended to such luxurious heights through her own merit. In terms of talent, education, and qualifications, he felt utterly insignificant. Yet, the joy of being complimented was undeniable. At that moment, both noticed that the cruise ship was swaying more vigorously. Nie Xiaorong turned to Lu Chi, attempting to stabilize her balance before bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha! Lu Chi, you truly are remarkable. I'm no longer afraid at all. This trip is surprisingly extraordinary. Not only have I met you, but I have also encountered such a magnificent storm. It's truly exhilarating. After her exclamation, she turned back to gaze out the window. Lu Chi, however, felt a sudden jolt of alarm, instinctively clutching the bedside cabinet. Following a flash of lightning, a myriad of cinematic scenes flooded his mind. Titanic, Poseidon, 2012. And the perfect storm. Just as an ominous premonition took root in his heart, Nie Xiaorong, standing by the window, suddenly exclaimed, "Ah, Dr. Lu, come quickly. What is that?" Hearing the shock in Nie Xiaorong's voice, Lu Chi hurriedly approached her, but the scene before him instantly rendered him speechless. A bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, and a towering wall of water surged from the sea, rising high before the cruise ship, rolling and crashing towards them. The height of this aquatic wall was nearly a third of the vessel's, and as it drew nearer under the ominous flash, a wave of terror surged within both their hearts. How could a simple outing turn into such a dire situation? At that moment, a torrent of expletives flooded Lu Chi's mind, akin to the distant waves of the ocean, impossible to contain. "Dr. Lu, what should we do? Are we going to die?" Nie Xiaorong's face had drained of color, her expression one of sheer panic. Just a moment ago, she had been indulging in leisure, but now her heart plummeted to the depths, far more exhilarating than a roller coaster ride. This thrill was undoubtedly something she would never forget. As she remained in shock, Lu Chi forced himself to regain composure. He swiftly made his way to the entrance, opening a cabinet containing safety equipment. Spotting 2 life jackets, he promptly donned one and handed the other to the still-dazed Nie Xiaorong, assisting her in putting it on. Observing her extreme anxiety and fear, he spoke gently, "Miss Nie, this natural disaster is beyond our control. You must remain calm and suppress your fear. We need to prepare for the potential risks ahead." He then embraced her, and it was only then that Nie Xiaorong snapped back to reality. She rushed towards the door, seemingly intent on retrieving her phone and laptop from her room. But Lu Chi caught her arm. "What do you think you're doing? It's dangerous out there. I need to grab my phone and my laptop," she exclaimed. Hearing this, Lu Chi rolled his eyes. "Are you out of your mind? If the cruise ship can't withstand the oncoming wave, it will sink in an instant. Besides, there is no signal right now. What good would that do? What do we do then?" Nie Xiaorong was clearly at her wit's end, overwhelmed with anxiety. At that moment, the ship's intercom blared urgently once more. This time, a man's voice emerged, sounding both hurried and serious. "A massive wave is approaching. Please put on your life jackets and stay indoors. Hold on tight and do not move around carelessly." The same message repeated 3 times, steeped in tension and unease. As the announcement ceased, the 2 in the cabin could hear the chaotic sounds from outside. Collisions, complaints, and curses clearly indicating rising panic among the passengers. Lu Qi's mind raced as he contemplated what further actions were necessary. They had life jackets, but what if the ship capsized? With that thought, he quickly scanned the room again. His cabin was on the lowest level nearest to the top deck, making it the most convenient escape route. However, before he could take action, a thunderous crash resonated through the air. Ah, Dr. Lu! With a piercing scream, Nie Xiaorong lunged towards the door, colliding with Lu Qi. As he turned, he was startled and instinctively embraced her. Though she was a vision of beauty, her fair skin and delicate form did not stir his heart amidst the tempest of chaos. After steadied her, he urged her to grasp the wall-mounted cabinet, the sturdiest object in his room. Just as they secured themselves, the room began to tilt violently. Ah! Nie Xiaorong cried out in fright, nearly thrown off balance. In a swift motion, Lu Qi enveloped her completely in his arms, just as other items in the room clattered to the ground, sliding toward the doorway. In a moment of desperation, Lu Qi flung open the cabinet door, sheltering them inside while bracing himself against the inner side. Nie Xiaorong remained tightly held in his embrace. With Lu Qi's protection, her fear quelled, and she refrained from further cries. Following the intense upheaval, the items that had slid to the entrance now careened toward the windows, clearly indicating that the cruise ship had encountered a formidable wave. However, before they could rise, Lu Qi, illuminated by a flash of lightning, spotted yet another colossal wave approaching from the distance, seemingly more ferocious than the last. He hastily shut the cabinet door again and held Nie Xiaorong tightly, murmuring, "It appears we are in grave danger tonight. Can you swim?" "Yes, I can, but this is the open sea. How far do we need to swim? Where do we go? I don't want to die here." Noticing her alarm, Lu Qi feigned calmness to comfort her. "Well, you are better off than I am. Knowing how to swim is certainly better than not knowing at all. If we do end up in the ocean, you must take care of me, for I cannot swim a lick." As he spoke, he studied Nie Xiaorong, curious to see how this delicate woman would respond. Would she protect him as he had done for her? However, her response took him by surprise. "Ah, I don't want to die either, but if I must drown, at least I'll have you with me. But I still don't want to die." For a moment, Lu Qi was unsure whether her fear was genuine or feigned. With a thunderous roar, their conversation was abruptly interrupted as the room tilted once more, this time at a steeper angle. Bang! Bang! The items that had fallen crashed back toward them, mercilessly striking the cabinet and the door. Outside in the corridor, a man's voice echoed, rising and falling as he seemingly lost his balance and tumbled past. The other passengers aboard the cruise ship were already in turmoil, filled with panic. Cries and pleas for help reverberating throughout the vessel. In the cockpit, the captain, the chief engineer, and several others were intensely focused on maneuvering the cruise ship. The chief engineer bellowed, "Look again. Is there any signal? Is there a response from the radio?" The assistant engineer quickly replied, "Still no signal. We are completely cut off." His voice was loud and urgent. Damn it. The planned route and weather information were in place. Yet how did this bizarre weather materialize? Oh no. Everyone, brace for impact. The captain's urgent shouts echoed through the bridge, and there was no time for announcements, as the third, towering wave loomed ominously before them. Amidst the thunder and lightning, it resembled a primordial beast, drawing ever closer and eroding the crew's courage and resolve. On board the cruise ship, many guests peered out of their windows, witnessing the terrifying scene. And panic ensued. A few daring passengers and crew members rushed to the top deck, but upon seeing the monstrous wave illuminated by lightning, they were paralyzed with fear. "Ah, it's over. Run." In their desperation to retreat, they found it was too late, clinging desperately to nearby railings and pillars. With a deafening roar, the ship was violently lifted and then slammed back down onto the ocean surface. The lower decks suffered damage, and the engine room was filled with anguished cries. Inside the bridge, the chief engineer received news of the damage below, and cold sweat broke out on his brow. He swiftly issued orders to repair the compromised compartments with all available resources. Yet, amidst such tumultuous waves, the ship swayed precariously, presenting a harrowing test of life and death for the engineers following the captain's commands. In the first-class cabin, Lu Qi held Nie Xiaorong tightly, too frightened to emerge. The earlier crash and commotion had been utterly terrifying. They remained huddled in the wardrobe, breathing anxiously as they awaited the next onslaught of waves. After a minute, 2 minutes. Nearly 10 minutes passed, and Lu Qi began to sense that the immediate danger had subsided. He gently patted Nie Xiaorong's shoulder, signaling her to rise and check the situation. However, she was reluctant, shaking her head in worry. Miss Nie, the ship's movements seemed to have calmed down. We need to go out and assess the situation. We can't stay in this wardrobe forever. After hearing Lu Qi's words, Nie Xiaorong reluctantly stood up. When they opened the wardrobe door, they were met with a scene of utter chaos in their cabin. Outside the window, although the torrential rain persisted, the thunder and lightning had passed. The tumultuous waves of the sea began to subside, yet they still exhibited a diminishing intensity. On board the cruise ship, the passengers, still shaken, commenced to assess the overall condition of the vessel, each one relishing the joy of having survived a near catastrophe. However, within the cockpit, upon receiving alarming news from a mechanic stationed on the lower deck, the captain and the chief engineer were taken aback. In a fleeting exchange of glances, they seemed to apprehend the direst of outcomes. Quickly, mobilize all engine room personnel for fire suppression. Upon hearing the captain's command, the chief engineer was the first to dash out of the cockpit, heading straight for the lower deck. As others were about to follow suit, the captain extended his arm to halt their movements. At this critical moment, do not abandon your posts. Should the lower deck fail, we must be prepared to evacuate the ship. Once the captain's words were uttered, the crew grasped the gravity of the situation. Though they engaged in hushed discussions, they remained steadfast in their positions. At that moment, a resounding explosion erupted from the lower deck. The entire ship quaked violently, and the captain immediately recognized the severity of the crisis. "Is there any response on the radio?" he inquired urgently. "Captain, none," replied the assistant chief engineer. With no time for hesitation, the captain addressed everyone in the cockpit. "Initiate a full announcement, organize an orderly evacuation, and sound the alarm. The lifeboats and inflatable rafts can easily accommodate all passengers. We must ensure that every single passenger can safely depart the cruise ship." With a heavy sigh, the captain concluded, "Prepare to abandon ship." In Lu Qi's cabin, the sudden announcement rekindled a sense of dread that had just begun to dissipate. Realizing the gravity of the situation following the earlier tremor, Lu Qi hurried to the window and peered outside, confirming his fears as thick. Dark smoke billowed from the lower deck. Without a moment's pause, he grabbed a small backpack from the floor and, taking Nie Xiaorong by the hand, made for the door. "We must hurry. The ship is unlikely to hold." "What?" Nie Xiaorong could scarcely believe Lu Qi's words. Yet the blaring horn of the cruise ship and the incessant announcements compelled her to accept the reality. She promptly followed Lu Qi outside, and upon passing a room, she swiftly entered to retrieve a backpack before hastily joining him on the deck. Meanwhile, chaos ensued among the passengers. Fortunately, the crew and leadership remained composed and organized. As further explosions resonated from the lower deck, the captain had already instructed the crew to activate the hydraulic winches, safely lowering lifeboats filled with passengers into the tumultuous sea. On board the cruise ship, amidst the throngs of panicked individuals, Lu Qi and Nie Xiaorong, after enduring a prolonged period of anxious anticipation, finally boarded a lifeboat. However, as the winch began to lower their lifeboat, a fierce blaze erupted in the cabins below, fueled by the spreading flames. The fire was formidable within mere minutes. The glass of the cabin shattered under the intense heat, and a wave of scorching air surged toward the lifeboat. In a state of urgency, the captain overseeing the evacuation of the lifeboat swiftly commanded his crew to lower it expeditiously, maneuvering through the flames with remarkable speed. Inside the lifeboat, Lu Qi and Nie Xiaorong were engulfed in tension, acutely aware of the rising temperature that infiltrated their vessel. Fortunately, the captain's decisive actions bore fruit. As the lifeboat reached the surface of the sea, a collective sigh of relief escaped the lips of those aboard. This lifeboat, capable of accommodating nearly 100 individuals, was more than sufficient to evacuate half of the passengers aboard the cruise ship. Under the captain's adept coordination, all passengers and crew members were safely and efficiently transferred to the lifeboats within the span of less than an hour. At that moment, the cruise ship succumbed to the relentless advance of water, with half of its hull submerged, while the remaining structure was mercilessly consumed by flames. Those who had successfully escaped to the lifeboats gazed at the sinking vessel, engulfed in fire and smoke, feeling a profound gratitude for their survival. Among the lifeboats closest to the ship, the captain and the entire crew occupied their seats, being the last group to board the lifeboat. steadfastly fulfilling their duties and earning the respect of all passengers. The courageous chief engineer lay in the center of the lifeboat, his forehead and arms wrapped in white bandages, having sustained injuries from the explosion while attempting to reach the lower levels of the ship. Approximately an hour later, amidst the cacophony of fire and explosions, the luxurious mid-sized cruise ship finally succumbed to the depths of the sea. Those who had escaped witnessed the tragic moment of the ship's final descent through the windows of the lifeboat, their hearts filled with relief at their narrow escape from disaster. As the waves began to subside, the captain took charge once more, orchestrating the gathering of 12 lifeboats and 2 life rafts, after considerable effort, uniting them in a cohesive formation. Given the tumultuous sea conditions, individual lifeboats faced the peril of capsizing. Only by consolidating their positions could they achieve greater stability and enhance their chances of being spotted and rescued. Thus, the 12 lifeboats and 2 life rafts drifted with the currents, awaiting the arrival of rescue teams. Within Lu Chi's lifeboat, the survivors, united in their harrowing experience, maintained a solemn silence. As a physician, Lu Chi proactively sought out the emergency medical supplies on board, displaying his unwavering dedication by assisting injured passengers with disinfection and bandaging their wounds. His enthusiastic actions instantly won the favor of everyone aboard the lifeboat. Upon returning to his seat, he discreetly extracted a few essential medicines and small tools from the medical kit, while others were distracted, quietly stowing them in his backpack. He felt uncertain about the risks he might face ahead, considering it a means of safeguarding his own future. Why was there still no signal? At that moment, a man seated to Lu Chi's right was raising his phone high, desperately seeking a spot with reception to contact the outside world. Despite his efforts, the phone remained inoperable, devoid of any signal. Meanwhile, Nie Xiaorong beside Lu Chi was also fixated on her phone. Put away. Conserve your battery for now. Surviving this escape from the cruise ship is already a stroke of luck. There's no signal here. Perhaps you could try again once we drift to another area of the sea. Lu Chi raised his voice slightly so that the man beside him could hear his words clearly. Hearing Lu Chi's gentle reminder, Nie Xiaorong finally tucked her phone away. The man, having understood Lu Chi's hint and impressed by his previous demeanor, glanced at the dwindling battery on his phone and also decided to put it away. As it was nighttime, and after the harrowing escape, the exhausted passengers quickly succumbed to sleep. Most passengers on the other lifeboats, too, had succumbed to fatigue. A scarce few, including the captain, continued to attempt communication with the outside world, but to no avail. As the rain gradually diminished and eventually ceased, the surface of the sea became increasingly tranquil, and as dawn approached, a thick fog began to envelop all the lifeboats, reducing visibility. In his slumber, Lu Chi felt someone shaking him vigorously. Upon opening his eyes, he found it was Nie Xiaorong. "What is the matter?" he asked, rubbing his eyes. "Dr. Lu, look. What's going on?" she replied, her expression one of distress as she handed him her phone. Lu Chi took it and saw that the screen displayed the built-in compass app, with the needle spinning counterclockwise incessantly. How could this be? Was the phone malfunctioning? To confirm his suspicion, he quickly retrieved his own phone, a standard model. Despite the circumstances, he noticed Nie Xiaorong's gaze. His phone paled in comparison to hers. However, when he activated the compass on his own device, the same unsettling display appeared, prompting an immediate sense of unease. He stood up and hurriedly peered outside the lifeboat. Although shrouded in fog, the currents of the sea became increasingly apparent. Moreover, the surrounding lifeboats were inexplicably drifting in an orderly fashion toward a singular direction. What could be happening? At this moment, Nie Xiaorong approached the window, her expression filled with confusion as she inquired about the peculiar scene before her. Meanwhile, Lu Chi felt a rising sense of trepidation within. Could it be that danger was once again looming? Just as the two were immersed in their bewilderment, the captain and his colleagues aboard another lifeboat also discerned this strange phenomenon. Equipped with precision instruments of superior reliability, they found those devices malfunctioning, their indicators in disarray and incapable of providing the necessary data. Regardless of their attempts, all efforts proved futile. Furthermore, the unusual currents on the surface of the sea stirred feelings of uncertainty and unease among the captain and his seasoned colleagues, who had never encountered such uniformly flowing currents in their extensive careers, especially not one visible to the naked eye. Amidst their collective pondering, both Lu Chi and the captain, situated in their respective lifeboats, simultaneously uttered the word vortex. Upon hearing this term, Nie Xiaorong's eyes widened in disbelief. How could that be? If it truly is a vortex, how vast must it be? How can such a colossal whirlpool exist in the ocean? Yet Lu Qi, hailing from a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners and a fan of science fiction, clung to his hypothesis with conviction, believing it to be quite plausible. Similarly, aboard the captain's lifeboat, the others were skeptical of the captain's intuitive conjecture. Unknown to them, however, if one were to gaze down from 1,000 meters above the fog, they would indeed observe their lifeboat drifting within a vast, gentle vortex. With this conjecture in mind, Lu Qi remained stationed by the porthole, observing the surface of the sea. An hour passed, and he became increasingly certain that the lifeboat shrouded in fog was not only maintaining its speed, but was accelerating. Another hour slipped by, and the majority of those aboard began to recognize this anomaly. Yet, panic did not ensue, though they sensed the direction and speed of their drift. They felt no turbulence or discomfort. Only the unyielding fog outside, showing no signs of dissipating, lent an air of the uncanny to their situation. By the clock, dawn should have broken, and the mist should have lifted long ago, yet the dense fog remained unchanged. Half an hour later, anxiety mounted among the passengers. Unable to suppress their growing unease, they became acutely aware that they were accelerating in a singular direction, seemingly caught in a continuous loop. At this juncture, the assistant engineer and his colleagues deliberated over the possibility of activating the lifeboat as propulsion system to escape the relentless current. However, they could not secure the captain's approval, as he remained convinced that the vortex held an enigmatic quality, compounded by the fact that 2 inflatable rafts in their group were devoid of propulsion. Yet, he too grappled with uncertainty regarding the validity of his instincts and reasoning. Ultimately, when the voting concluded, the captain was left to accept the collective decision made by the remaining 4, including himself. Chapter 5. The Deep-Sea Vortex. Others eagerly raised their hands in agreement with the suggestion put forth by the deputy chief engineer. When this proposal was communicated to all the crew members aboard the lifeboats, they swiftly activated their vessels. Among them, the 2 least populated lifeboats securely tethered 2 inflatable rafts with towing lines, and all the crew at the helm began to accelerate in reverse, following the direction of the captain's vessel, in a desperate attempt to escape the tumultuous waters. However, after more than an hour of implementing this plan, reality dawned upon them. The thrust provided by the lifeboats, in comparison to the current number of passengers aboard each boat, rendered their escape from the increasingly turbulent waters utterly fanciful. It was only when the power of all the lifeboats was nearly depleted that the captain ordered an end to this reckless struggle. Another hour passed, and despair enveloped the group. Some individuals began to exhibit emotional fluctuations, even resorting to extreme behaviors. These were affluent, influential members of society, who valued their lives even more than the average person. Meanwhile, some men and women wept openly, revealing their inner vulnerabilities. The most pressing issue, however, was the lack of restroom facilities. None had been designed for the lifeboats. The timid resorted to a portable plastic bucket within the boat to attend to their needs. While urination was manageable, defecation became a torment for all aboard. The odor was inescapable, and even with all the ventilated windows open, it provided no relief. The bolder individuals, on the other hand, displayed a more carefree attitude and were occasionally seen gripping the railing, letting their backsides hang over the edge of the lifeboat. As time crept toward noon, the occupants of the cramped lifeboats had been confined for an extended period, with a small space causing sweat to pour from their bodies. Some, feeling increasingly uncomfortable, disregarded the crew's warnings and stubbornly climbed atop the lifeboat, seeking a bit more space to breathe and stretch their taut muscles. The emergency rations aboard the lifeboats were distributed by the steadfast crew, who remained committed to their professional responsibilities. However, within the lifeboat occupied by Lu Qi, the stationed crew member suddenly fell ill. Before anyone could rush to assist, he collapsed onto the deck. As a doctor, Lu Qi hurried over to assess the crew member's condition, and upon confirming that there was no immediate threat to his life, he exhaled in relief. Noticing that no one else was willing to take the helm, Lu Qi, driven by curiosity, settled into the operator's seat. Before him, through the thick fog, 3 or 4 lifeboats floated in an orderly manner, drifting freely in the flowing sea. The center of the current, obscured by the mist, remained an enigma. Nie Xiaorong observed Lu Qi, who was staring blankly at the window, and fearing he might engage in some reckless act, approached him within the narrow confines of the lifeboat. "Dr. Liu, what are you thinking?" she inquired gently, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder, which roused him from his stupor. "Miss Nye, I feel as though we have become ensnared in some cyclical current." As he spoke, he turned his gaze towards the dense fog to the left of the lifeboat, and a myriad of cinematic scenes flashed through his mind like lightning. Once again, he was confronted with images from the films he had previously watched, depicting crises aboard luxury liners: Titanic, Poseidon, 2012, and The Perfect Storm. The terrifying sequences rushed by him, accompanied by an imperceptible thought that perhaps that elusive notion should be termed a miracle. He glanced at Nye Xiaorong beside him. Her exquisite face was drenched in perspiration, her upper garment thoroughly soaked. It was evident that if they continued to wait idly, not only would Nye Xiaorong suffer, but he and everyone aboard the lifeboat might also succumb to various dire circumstances, just like the crew member who had fainted moments ago. Facing death with a resolve to survive, how could they hope to escape their current plight without a courageous gamble? "Dr. Liu, what are you doing?" Upon seeing Lu Qi's expression, Nye Xiaorong initially thought he had lost his mind, consumed by despair. Yet, to her astonishment, Lu Qi began attempting to start the lifeboat's engine. In an instant, all eyes within the lifeboat turned towards him. This vessel was their sole means of survival, and they could not allow Lu Qi to act recklessly. Despite Lu Qi's prior commendable performance, many aboard the lifeboat shouted at him, "Dr. Liu, what are you doing? Didn't you hear the captain's orders? The remaining power cannot be wasted." "Yes, Dr. Liu, what is your intention in starting the lifeboat? If you wish to perish, do not drag us down with you. What madness is this?" The lifeboat erupted in a chorus of accusations directed at Lu Qi. Yet, undeterred by the barrage of criticism, Lu Qi persisted in his actions. Suddenly, the lifeboat roared to life, emitting a thunderous sound as he deftly steered it towards the dense fog on the left. "Hey, what are you doing?" someone shouted. "Lu, what the hell are you up to? This lunatic is disregarding our lives." Witnessing Lu Qi's reckless behavior, Nye Xiaorong instinctively took a few steps back, uncertain of his intentions, and a sense of fear began to envelop her, fearing that she might truly meet her end that day. "Dr. Liu, please stop." Before Nye Xiaorong could finish her sentence, Lu Qi bellowed, "At this juncture, do you not perceive the anomaly? We have been adrift in this expanse of water from morning until noon. Do you not find that peculiar? Or are we merely circling in place?" "Circling in place?" Lu Qi's words instantly ignited contemplation among those aboard the lifeboat. Suddenly, a burly middle-aged man stormed towards Lu Qi, stomping angrily on the floor, cursing as he approached. "Shut your mouth. Stop this at once. By acting this way, you are straying from the group. If the rescue team cannot locate our lifeboat, we will all perish." Fortunately, there stood Nye Xiaorong in the corridor, acting as a barrier between Lu Qi and the impending confrontation. As he rushed to her side, he found her unexpectedly standing tall, her expression fierce as she declared, "Do not approach. The lifeboat cannot accommodate your quarrel. One misstep could capsize us, and we would all perish." Remarkably, her bold interjection caused the middle-aged man to halt, his expression one of displeasure as he glared at her. "Miss, this is none of your concern. Step aside. I intend to teach this man a lesson." "However," Nye Xiaorong retorted, "how can it not concern me? If the two of you were to fight over this operational position, it would not only affect me, but also others." Moreover, her earlier words seemed to carry a hint of validity. "We have been adrift in this current for quite some time. If danger were imminent, would it not have manifested by now? Although I am uncertain of what you mean by being stuck in circles, I firmly believe we are indeed ensnared. The captain's previous actions have failed, and his prolonged inaction indicates he is out of strategies. Therefore, I support Dr. Liu's attempt." With that, she tremulously raised her fair right hand. She herself was unsure of why, but after Lu Qi's fervent declaration, her trepidation had dissipated considerably, and she felt an inexplicable trust in his words. With the enchanting Nye Xiaorong as an ally, the others, save for the middle-aged man, refrained from voicing opposition, seemingly aligning themselves silently with Lu Qi. Observing the unanimous choice of the group, the burly man, in a fit of anger, shot Lu Qi a scornful glare before turning away and returning to his seat. Outside, as the lifeboat that Lu Qi occupied commenced its journey, it was soon spotted by the captain and other crew members of the lifeboats. However, their actions were limited to merely shouting warnings over the radio. which soon faded into disconnected echoes as the distance between them increased. Dr. Liu, if our lifeboat continues to circle in this ocean, could your actions lead us all into a deep-sea vortex? Nie Xiaorong, suppressing a flicker of fear, approached Lu Qi once more to inquire. In response to her question, Lu Qi cast a curious glance at her composed demeanor, noting her lack of fear, which surprised and impressed him. Perhaps, or perhaps not. Ultimately, we have a 50-50 chance. But have you ever heard of or witnessed a deep-sea vortex that went on for 5 or 6 hours without resolution? His explanation prompted Nie Xiaorong to reflect deeply, though her thoughts were not on the vortex itself, but rather on the man before her. She had not anticipated that he possessed not only medical prowess and admirable character, but also a meticulous mind. Moreover, Lu Qi's reasoning resonated with her, appearing quite sound. Their dialogue unfolded openly, allowing those behind them to hear every word, prompting even those who had previously criticized Lu Qi to fall in a thoughtful silence. In that moment, they perhaps realized that Lu Qi's decision was indeed worth a try. Thus, under Lu Qi's command, the lifeboat ventured forth, courageously plunging into the dense fog. 5 minutes passed, then 10, and the occupants of the lifeboat felt no tremors within the cabin. Instead, it grew increasingly stable. Meanwhile, Lu Qi's gaze remained fixated on the fuel gauge, his heart pounding with anxiety. After another 20 minutes had elapsed, just as the fuel was nearly depleted, the lifeboat unexpectedly broke through the fog, emerging into a serene and sunlit sea. Almost simultaneously, cheers erupted from within the lifeboat upon witnessing the vessel's emergence into the tranquil waters. Nie Xiaorong was instantly moved to tears, her hands excitedly grasping Lu Qi's arm and holding it to her chest, bouncing with sheer joy. Ha! Dr. Lu, look! We finally made it out, ha! We succeeded! We succeeded! Boo-hoo! Initially filled with elation, Nie Xiaorong soon found herself weeping. Lu Qi understood, of course, that her tears were those of overwhelming joy. However, her exuberant actions ignited a flame of embarrassment within him. Unintentionally, her expression had caused Lu Qi's arm to be firmly pressed between her ample bosom, resulting in quite a jolt. Dr. Lu, what are you thinking? Nie Xiaorong looked up, finding Lu Qi gazing at her in a daze, momentarily assuming he was simply fatigued. But as her beautiful eyes caught sight of Lu Qi's unwavering gaze fixed on her, she soon comprehended the situation. With a swift motion, perhaps driven by a woman's instinctive defense, Nie Xiaorong raised her delicate hand and delivered a resounding slap to Lu Qi's face. In the same motion, she released her grip on his arm, the source of the earlier commotion. Several seconds passed before both regained their senses. You, hitting where it hurts the most. How could you be so cruel? As she spoke, she touched her stinging cheek, only then noticing the blood trickling from her nose. Upon wiping it, she confirmed her suspicion. Nie Xiaorong, you are far too ruthless. If you hadn't held onto my arm so tightly and rubbed against me, I could have maintained my composure. Lu Qi retorted loudly, his displeasure evident. He mistakenly believed that the blood from his nose was a result of her slap. Meanwhile, Nie Xiaorong stood there, restless and anxious, having not anticipated her own reaction. With a tearful expression, she gazed at Lu Qi and explained, I'm sorry. Dr. Lu, I didn't mean to. It was your nosebleed that made me misunderstand. Just as she articulated this explanation, she suddenly sensed something amiss. Perhaps she hadn't truly erred. Thus, in the face of Lu Qi's bewildered gaze and lingering anger, Nie Xiaorong turned on her heel and stormed back to her seat in the lifeboat, leaving Lu Qi in the driver's seat, utterly bewildered. Amidst the jubilant cheers of the crew, their fleeting altercation went largely unnoticed. Even those who had previously exhibited hostility towards Lu Qi rose to offer their apologies. Naturally, Lu Qi took none of this to heart. Look, land, is that land? Suddenly, one of the individuals behind Lu Qi shouted, pointing towards the glass window at the front of the vessel. Lu Qi quickly lifted his gaze. An verdant expanse gradually came into view, becoming increasingly distinct. It was land, no wait. It was an island, a magnificent island. In the distance, a land mass emerged from the ocean, gradually revealing itself to Lu Qi's sight. Splendid. Finally, salvation was at hand, ha. Inside the lifeboat, the news ignited a wave of excitement among the passengers. Having endured the confines of the cramped lifeboat for so long, their spirits soared at the prospect of reaching solid ground. Lu Qi, equally exhilarated, hurriedly steered the lifeboat towards the island. As they departed, the thick fog behind and on either side receded like a colossal wall. Chapter 6. Landing on the mysterious island after traversing 100 meters, Lu Qi, who had been scanning the surroundings, noticed that the once dense fog seemed to dissipate significantly at this distance. It was as if the horizon blurred. Yet, such a transformation at this range was perplexing. Observing that the others were fixated on the front, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Perhaps this fog was connected to the island. It appeared that this land was indeed extraordinary. Finally, as the last vestiges of energy from the lifeboat waned, they drifted within 100 meters of the island's shore. Recognizing their proximity, Lu Qi quickly organized the men on the lifeboat to disembark. Together, they exerted their strength to push the lifeboat towards the beach. The gentlemen aboard, invigorated by Lu Qi's leadership, leaped into the waist-deep waters, straining to propel the lifeboat ashore. However, the sheer number of individuals rendered the vessel exceedingly heavy, swiftly exhausting their collective strength. At this juncture, several women were compelled to join the effort, plunging into the water to assist. Through their concerted efforts, after approximately 10 minutes, the lifeboat was finally nudged onto the sandy beach. Once everyone disembarked to celebrate their arrival, Lu Qi retrieved a rope from the lifeboat and secured it to a sizable rock at the water's edge before collapsing onto the sand. Nearly 100 individuals sprawled across the beach, which stretched an estimated 100 meters. Some lay flat, others rushed into the ocean to wash away the sweat, while a few hurried towards the nearby dense underbrush, clearly in urgent need of relief after a prolonged ordeal. After a brief respite, Lu Qi surveyed his surroundings with keen interest. A complete circle of observation revealed that the most disconcerting sight remained the dense fog and currents that had previously ensnared them. Yet now, the island's periphery was devoid of any trace of that fog. The sea lay tranquil, with only a gentle breeze caressing the surface. This was unlike any beach he had ever encountered before. Soon, Lu Qi observed that there were no traces left by humans or animals on this beach, and not even a shadow of a seabird could be seen. It was exceedingly tranquil and serene. The lush, densely wooded island bore some resemblance to the islands he had encountered before. Once more, he took out his phone, only to find it devoid of any signal. Opening the compass app, Lu Qi still did not see the desired display. The needle on his phone continued to spin erratically. To verify this further, he examined the electronic devices and magnetic compass aboard the lifeboat, and, unsurprisingly, they exhibited the same chaotic behavior. He then searched the lifeboat for a helmet, filled it with seawater, and retrieved a spare magnet along with a piece of iron wire. Finally, he picked up a dry leaf from the grass along the beach. After magnetizing the iron wire in one direction using the magnet, he placed it atop the leaf floating in the helmet's water. He intended to employ this primitive method for experimentation. However, after a hopeful wait, Lu Qi concluded the trial with an exclamation of disbelief. Observing the leaf being dragged around in the water by the iron wire, he realized the island was indeed peculiar. There was not only an absence of signal, but also a disrupted magnetic field. In simpler terms, the electronic devices they possessed were likely mere ornaments in this place. "Hello, Dr. Lu." At that moment, two young women approached him, greeting Lu Qi. They noticed he was not relaxing like others, but was instead engrossed in tinkering with something. Driven by curiosity, they stepped closer to inquire. Out of courtesy, Lu Qi returned to reality and greeted the two. However, upon seeing one of them, he felt a sense of familiarity and couldn't help but glance at her a few more times. The woman was named Shen Bing, accompanied by her close friend. "Leah, Dr. Lu, what are you doing?" Leah asked, pointing at the makeshift compass that was spinning in the water, puzzled. Shen Bing, observing this, offered a succinct response that caused Lu Qi to regard her with newfound respect. "The magnetic field is disturbed. Could this island be near the equator? Or is it just here that the magnetic field is chaotic?" Indeed, Shen Bing's words reflected Lu Qi's own musings. However, surveying the island before him, he estimated its expanse to stretch several kilometers from left to right. Moreover, the peak of the island rose several hundred meters above sea level, suggesting that even from the beach, reaching that complex summit would require at least a day or more. Given the scale of the island, Lu Qi surmised that its area must be considerable. "What is your name?" he asked earnestly. "I am Shen Bing," she quickly replied, noting the seriousness in his inquiry. "You might be correct. According to the route our cruise ship was taking, We were indeed heading towards the equator. However, considering the duration of our voyage, we should not yet be near the equator. Thus, I'm inclined to believe that the issue lies with this island, perhaps harboring secrets unknown to us. It is precisely due to the existence of such enigmatic phenomena that disturbances in the magnetic field occur here. Dr. Liu, based on your analysis, if indeed the island is experiencing magnetic anomalies, could the previous sea fog and ocean currents be related to this magnetic field? As Shun Bing concluded her thoughts, Lu Qi's expression transformed almost instantaneously. Impossible, he exclaimed. If what you assert is true, the island's magnetic field is exceedingly formidable. Gazing across the tranquil sea, he was acutely aware that the dense wall of fog still loomed, hidden from his view as he stood upon the beach. In an effort to validate his suspicions, he longed to navigate the lifeboat once more, to venture out and personally ascertain the distance they had traversed through the fog. However, the lifeboat's energy had been depleted. Attempting to row it manually would likely yield no assistance from others, and he would soon exhaust his own strength. Should the remaining occupants of the lifeboat remain oblivious to this predicament, lacking the courage to confront death, they would find themselves ensnared within that colossal magnetic current indefinitely. While Lu Qi was apprehensive about his current predicament, thoughts of the others on the lifeboat compelled him to voice his concerns. Upon hearing Lu Qi's worries, the expressions of the two women shifted dramatically. "Oh no, what shall we do, Bing Bing? My boyfriend is still on another lifeboat. He promised me that once this trip concludes, we would wed." As she spoke, Leah clutched Shin Bing's arm in distress, tears streaming down her face. Observing her sorrowful demeanor, one could easily conclude that she shared a profound bond with her boyfriend, or that he was indeed the epitome of the ideal partner she cherished. In response, Shin Bing offered her a comforting embrace, softly reassuring her, "Leah, do not despair. Perhaps they have already escaped, merely landing on another shore of which we are unaware." "Oh, is that truly possible, Bing Bing? If so, that would be splendid," Leah exclaimed, wiping away her tears and returning the embrace with gratitude. Meanwhile, Lu Qi watched the remarkable transformation of Leah from despair to hope. Reflecting on how fleeting her tears were, "I sincerely wish for the others to navigate their perilous situation and escape soon," he thought. Beside Leah, however, Shin Bing's countenance revealed no joy. She appeared troubled, though she masked her emotions. In contrast to Leah, Shun Bing exhibited a greater degree of composure and wisdom, even surpassing some men in her steadiness. Consequently, Lu Qi held a favorable impression of her, despite their brief interaction. His intuition suggested that if any challenges arose on the island, Shun Bing might prove to be a vital ally. Unbeknownst to him, his thoughts resonated deeply with Shun Bing's own sentiments. As the crowd approached the beach, she took the initiative to draw closer to Lu Qi, believing that he would prove to be a formidable ally. It was not merely his medical knowledge that impressed her, but also his meticulous insight and the courageous decisiveness he exhibited. Her esteem for Lu Qi stemmed not only from his previous performance, but also from her acute ability to recognize talent. Throughout her career, others had merely served as ladders and tools for her ascent. Since returning from her studies abroad, she had not only secured a position in a renowned domestic electronics firm, but had also swiftly risen to become a senior executive in a branch office. However, her ambitions extended beyond this. She aspired to ascend to the corporate headquarters. Even her close friend, Leah, was one of the instruments she intended to leverage to achieve her goals. To gain favor with the upper echelons of the company, she needed to demonstrate both performance and capability. The boyfriend Leah spoke of was, in fact, the key target for her mission. If she could win him over, it would significantly enhance her chances of securing a lucrative contract and promising project financing for the company. Yet, seducing someone who lacked neither wealth nor women proved to be a daunting task. Moreover, she was unwilling to play the role of seducer. However, upon learning of the special affection that the man had for Leah, she eagerly assumed the role of a supportive friend. She intended to utilize this cruise opportunity to facilitate their union while simultaneously achieving her own objectives. Little did she anticipate the unforeseen complications that would arise. Coughing lightly, Lu Qi observed that Shun Bing was comforting Leah and deemed there to be no further matters at hand. He spoke up, "Ladies, the afternoon is drawing near. I shall go gather some dry wood. It may become quite chilly here tonight. Additionally, should a rescue plane pass overhead, it would be prudent to prepare a signal fire to attract attention. With that, he walked away, absorbed in his task. Shen Bing regarded Lu Qi with satisfaction, appreciating the thoroughness with which he approached each endeavor. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Qi was oblivious to her thoughts, nor would he have been particularly concerned had he known. Despite their current predicament, the individuals on the beach harbored little respect for someone they perceived as an inexperienced youth fresh out of high school. Lu Qi, tall and robust, with a rural background and a physique honed by hard labor, appeared more like a naive newcomer to the world. Although he had displayed commendable medical skills, altruism, and impulsive decisiveness during the crisis, his actions were likely taken for granted by those around him. They viewed him as the quintessential Good Samaritan, the very sort of person they needed. After all, they were astute individuals. It was no coincidence that they found themselves aboard such a luxurious cruise, attending a grand event. As Lu Qi departed, Shen Bing contemplated offering assistance, only to notice a graceful figure hastening to Lu Qi's side. Lu Qi, are you heading to the woods to gather wood? The master of the voice was none other than Ye Xiaorong, who had been attentively listening to the conversation among the three. Observing the two women laughing and crying in front of Lu Qi, she felt an inexplicable discomfort. In that moment, she seemed to transform, speaking softly and addressing Lu Qi as Lu Qi instead of Dr. Lu. Upon hearing Lu Qi respond, Ye Xiaorong quickly added, I will accompany you. Lu Qi sensed something amiss when Ye Xiaorong proactively approached him at that moment. Just moments ago, she had been angry. How could she suddenly wish to reconcile? Nevertheless, after a brief hesitation, he nodded in agreement. Seeing that Lu Qi had not rejected her, Ye Xiaorong was delighted and cast a glance at Shen Bing and the other woman before following Lu Qi. Lu Qi first boarded a lifeboat, searching inside before emerging with an axe and his personal backpack. Noticing this, Ye Xiaorong hurriedly followed suit with her own small backpack. Lu Qi, is that all you found after all this time? Is there no other useful tool? She questioned, eyeing the heavy red axe in his hand, which she found cumbersome to wield. However, Lu Qi extended his hand to offer her a sailor's knife, sheathed and measuring less than 20 centimeters. Presumably part of the lifeboat's emergency supplies. Take this, be sure not to lose it, he instructed loudly as she accepted it. He then proceeded into the woods in front of everyone. Ye Xiaorong, feeling slighted that he did not wait for her, stamped her foot in frustration and muttered stingy before steeling herself to follow. She was convinced that Lu Qi was still angry with her, which was why he spoke to her so loudly in front of others. Just then, in the distance, Leah, who had been watching Ye Xiaorong, couldn't help but chuckle. This made Ye Xiaorong's expression darken, yet she did not turn back, enduringly trailing after Lu Qi. What she did not realize was that Lu Qi's earlier behavior was intentional. He was not upset with her, but rather performing for the benefit of others. His act was so convincing that even Shen Bing, who was nearby, believed the earlier awkwardness to be genuine. Chapter 7. A Night of Terror, as the two distanced themselves from a beach and ventured into the dense underbrush. Ye Xiaorong remained sullen, wearing an expression of vexation as she followed Lu Qi closely. Observing her discontent, Lu Qi chose not to engage her, instead concocting a scheme. With a charming smile, he swiftly vanished into the thicket. Upon realizing Lu Qi's sudden absence, Ye Xiaorong became alarmed and hurried a few steps to search for him. Calling softly, Dr. Lu Qi, where are you? Lu Qi. Meanwhile, Lu Qi, hidden not far away, wore a mischievous grin, feigning ignorance. No matter how loudly she called, he remained silent. It was only when he heard her sobbing in despair that he cleared his throat and made a theatrical entrance from behind a nearby bush. Upon the appearance of Lu Qi, Ye Xiaorong's already fragile heart shattered in an instant, and she rushed to his side, her small fists playfully pounding against his chest before she collapsed into his embrace, weeping like a child. This unexpected display left Lu Qi momentarily at a loss. He hurriedly feigned an explanation, saying, I merely went to relieve myself. Please do not cry, or others might think I. Yet, his words were met with another barrage of her small fists. Between sobs, she rebuked him, You didn't even inform me. This desolate place, with no signs of civilization. And you had the audacity to leave me alone. How cruel of you to bully a woman. It's simply outrageous. After a few minutes of heartfelt tears, she finally ceased her weeping. To Lu Qi's astonishment, she retrieved a small mirror from her backpack and deftly touched up her tear-streaked face right in front of him. Observing Nie Xiaorong at that moment, Lu Qi could not fathom how such a seemingly delicate woman had forged her way to become a leader in the beauty industry at such a youthful age. "Forgive me, Miss Nie. I shall walk more slowly," Lu Qi stammered, his tone softened and his demeanor transformed by a full 180 degrees. Nie Xiaorong, feeling a sense of vindication, nodded in acceptance of his apology. As Lu Qi continued to lead the way, a triumphant smile graced her lips, and she pouted slightly, thinking to herself, "Tears truly are effective." As they traversed further, they entered a grove where no discernible path existed, only an intricate web of verdant branches and fallen timber, all cloaked in a layer of moss, suggesting a significant disparity in moisture throughout the forest. Glancing upward, they could see dry twigs and leaves atop the trees, contrasting starkly with the damp ground below. This sight ignited a spark of frustration within Lu Qi. Fortunately, they soon stumbled upon a dead tree, as thick as a thigh. With a renewed sense of purpose, he warned Nie Xiaorong to keep her distance and swung his axe with vigor. Having grown up in the countryside, chopping wood posed no challenge for him. Meanwhile, Nie Xiaorong watched with admiration as each swing of his axe evoked images of Michelangelo's David and the Discobolus of Myron. He truly possesses abs. After considerable effort, Lu Qi felled the dead tree and skillfully chopped it into 6 smaller segments. However, due to its weight, he could only manage to carry one section, while Nie Xiaorong, eager to assist, was hindered by her own lack of strength. Instead, she gathered smaller branches and some bark from the trunk to take back for kindling. As they walked, passing a particularly robust tree, Lu Qi suddenly halted, his gaze fixed on a hollow in the tree's fork. Without hesitation, he began to climb towards the opening. Nie Xiaorong, perplexed by his actions, could only watch in confusion. Upon reaching the base of the grand tree, he called out, "Lu Qi, have you made any discoveries?" However, before receiving any response, Lu Qi descended from the height of 5 or 6 meters. "No, I thought I might find some bird eggs or the like." "What a futile effort," he replied calmly. Noticing that Lu Qi had returned empty-handed yet unscathed, Nie Xiaorong refrained from further inquiry. As they prepared to leave, Lu Qi cast one last glance around, memorizing several key landmarks. Unbeknownst to Nie Xiaorong, Lu Qi's backpack was nearly empty, for he had discreetly stashed away some essential supplies for himself earlier. This was due to Lu Qi's status as a seasoned aficionado of survival films. He understood that if their large group were to become stranded on the island, resources would become scarce and highly coveted. Such circumstances could ignite the darker facets of human nature, leading to conflict and casualties. Although his academic credentials, financial standing, and social status might not compare favorably with the others, Lu Qi was confident in his survival skills amidst the wilderness. As the two were nearing the beach, Lu Qi suddenly halted Nie Xiaorong, for he considered her the first true friend he had made during this cruise. He earnestly shared his concerns and speculations with her, urging her to stay close upon their return. After reflecting on Lu Qi's analysis and suggestions, Nie Xiaorong found merit in his reasoning. Indeed, the circumstances surrounding their arrival on the deserted island were quite peculiar. She nodded in agreement to Lu Qi's proposal. Upon their return to the beach, they observed that the others had begun assembling makeshift tents for the night in small groups. Among these rudimentary shelters, nestled at the edge of the woods beside the grass, stood a particularly conspicuous orange-brown tent, a waterproof model spacious enough for 2. The other tents were merely fabric draped or constructed from palm fronds, offering no protection against mosquitoes or rain, serving only to obscure one's view. Lu Qi soon realized that the prominent tent was solely occupied by a woman, which filled him with concern for her well-being. As twilight approached and darkness enveloped the sky, the group noted with bewilderment that the sun had vanished on the horizon by 4 o'clock. Though distant objects remained visible, the chill of nightfall was palpable. With time slipping away, Lu Qi and Nie Xiaorong intended to rest in the lifeboat, but upon closer inspection, they discovered several men and women already lying within. The unpleasant odor emanating from the lifeboat compelled them to opt for camping instead, in a secluded area downwind from the crowd. The 2 individuals found a flat stretch of sandy beach to prepare for the night. Before long, Lu Qi wielded an axe to roughly split some wood, then skillfully ignited the salvaged timber using a fire starter from the lifeboat. He prudently tucked the fire starter away in his bag, recognizing the significance of such a vital resource. Though the fire was modest in size, it provided ample warmth for the two lying nearby. Some others had ventured into the jungle to gather wood as well. But their efforts yielded only damp timber, which, despite borrowing Lu Qi's fire, they could not ignite. As Lu Qi and Nie Xiaorong engaged in conversation beside the flickering flames, a young man approached them. Appearing to be in his 20s, he was well-groomed and exuded an air of sophistication. With a warm smile, he extended a cigarette to Lu Qi, expressing his surprise at the doctor's youth and foresight in preparing dry wood for the night's chill. "Unlike us," he lamented, "my two friends and I haven't even set up a shelter. Would it be possible for us to sit by your fire for warmth?" As he spoke, he cast several casual glances at Nie Xiaorong. Lu Qi, recognizing the young man's courteous demeanor and sharing a bond as fellow survivors, replied amicably, "Not at all. We are all in the same predicament. Feel free to join us." "Thank you so much, Brother Lu," the young man exclaimed, turning to beckon his companions from a nearby part of the beach. Under the glow of the firelight, his gestures were conspicuous, and after a brief moment, two young women approached hand in hand. "Sha Sha, Meng Meng, this is Dr. Lu and his friend." He introduced them. Lu Qi and Nie Xiaorong remained seated, smiling and nodding gently in acknowledgement. Both women were strikingly beautiful and slender. One donned a flowing white gown, while the other wore casual pink pants and a cropped, form-fitting top. Perhaps due to the aftermath of the cruise incident, the atmosphere was somewhat subdued. Once seated, conversation dwindled, and aside from a few exchanges between the young man and Lu Qi, silence enveloped the group, with only soft murmurs shared among those nearby. Before long, drowsiness overtook Lu Qi. After dozing off briefly, he noticed several other individuals had gradually encircled them, forming a larger gathering that enveloped both him and Nie Xiaorong. When he glanced at Nie Xiaorong, he found her head resting against him, deep in slumber, emitting gentle snores. After instinctively checking their bags to ensure they remained at hand, he surveyed their surroundings. Confident there was no cause for alarm, Lu Qi tossed the few remaining split logs into the fire and settled into a comfortable position, listening to the crackling of the flames and the rhythmic sound of waves lapping against the shore in the distance. Soon, Lu Qi succumbed to slumber. In his dreams, he remained the sorrowful Lu Qi, mourning the loss of loved ones. On the beach, over 100 weary souls gathered, devoid of luxurious accommodations, comfortable beds, or sumptuous feasts to satiate their hunger. Yet at that moment, not a single soul uttered a complaint about their dismal surroundings. They understood that merely being alive constituted their greatest happiness. However, everyone had anticipated a restful night. In the latter half of the night, an uninvited guest's intrusion upended the tranquility of the beachgoers. As the clock approached 3 in the morning, a terrified woman's voice pierced the night, akin to a pig's desperate cries for help. She frantically screamed, "Ah, there's a beast! Help! Help!" Her anguished pleas jolted every slumbering individual awake. Lu Qi, drawn by the commotion, noticed it was the solitary woman with a tent, whose voice resonated from within. People hastily retrieved their phones, illuminating the scene, bewildered by the unfolding chaos. Moments later, the woman, in sheer terror, dashed out of her tent, racing towards the crowd while continuing to cry for help. As the onlookers remained perplexed and alarmed, it became evident that something sinister lurked within her tent, advancing toward her cries, emitting ominous grunts. Suddenly, after a fierce struggle, the head of a colossal wild boar emerged from the vibrant tent. Its mouth emitted a series of grunts, with a long snout and sharp tusks jutting out menacingly, while a formidable row of bristles along its back sent shivers down spines. Though only half of its bulk was visible, it was enough to instill terror. The sudden illumination from countless mobile screens startled the boar, which had previously been unperturbed. After a few tumultuous moments, it broke free from the confines of the tent, now amidst a panicked throng of people who scattered in chaos. A few brave men armed with sticks and stones attempted to confront the beast. With a resounding crash, the enraged boar retaliated, launching one man high into the air. His anguished cries echoed as he crashed into another's makeshift tent. At this point, no one dared to confront the creature. Strangely, the wild boar seemed unhurried to flee, treating the beach's tents as its temporary playground, rampaging through the chaos. After a few breaths, the scene lay in tatters. Eventually, the boar set its sights on Lu Qi and his companions, charging towards the group gathered around the fire. "Ah, it's coming. What should we do?" Nie Xiaorong and the other women, pale with fear, screamed in unison, seeking refuge behind the men. Yet even those men, confronted by such a formidable and fierce adversary, were frozen in terror, caught in a dilemma of whether to flee or stand their ground. As the wild boar charged forward, Lu Qi swiftly grasped the axe, previously used for chopping wood, and advanced 2 steps, delivering a powerful blow to the oncoming beast. The axe struck with a resounding thud, making contact with the boar's head. A sharp, bone-cracking sound echoed through the air, and the wild boar emitted a heart-wrenching cry of agony, drawing the attention of everyone on the beach. Lu Qi staggered back from the impact, feeling a tingling numbness in his hands and arms, a testament to the force of his strike. However, this seemingly fatal blow did not inflict significant damage on the creature. The boar staggered drunkenly for a few moments, and just as it was about to collide with the bonfire, perhaps sensing danger from the flickering flames, it snapped out of its stupor. With a shake of its head and a furious glare at Lu Qi, it let out a final grunt before dashing into the island's woods in a state of panic. As the wild boar retreated, the crowd finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, Lu Qi felt a chill run down his spine from the boar's intense gaze. It was not the look of an ordinary wild boar. In the midst of this chaos, many women were reduced to tears, clamoring to return home and leave this place. Their companions offered only perfunctory words of comfort, for if they could leave, they would have done so long ago. Nie Xiaorong approached Lu Qi, seeking solace, her tear-streaked face a picture of vulnerability. She overheard Lu Qi muttering to himself, lamenting the missed opportunity for a feast of roasted wild boar, lamenting that such a heavy blow had not felled the creature. Initially incredulous, Nie Xiaorong struggled to believe her ears. The ferocity of the wild boar had been palpable, and yet this seemingly refined gentleman was contemplating a meal of its flesh. It was hard to reconcile such thoughts with the persona of Dr. Lu. However, perhaps driven by hunger, visions of savoring roasted boar began to dance in her mind. Moments ago, she had been trembling in fear, but her mood shifted dramatically. Observing Lu Qi place the axe beside him and recline once more, Nie Xiaorong found herself at a loss for words or actions. She mimicked his posture, obediently lying back in her original spot. Yet, recalling the ferocious boar, she instinctively inched closer to Lu Qi, seeking a sense of security in proximity. This gesture did not go unnoticed by the other women, who looked on with envy. Not far away, Shun Bing observed Lu Qi's actions with satisfaction. He was both courageous and cunning, composed and unflappable. Such a man was worthy of her, capable of providing a sense of safety. Watching Lu Qi as he continued to rest, she resolved to draw closer to him, to forge a connection that would enhance her chances of survival on this desolate island. After the thrilling and terrifying episode, the women who had previously occupied their tents began to cluster closer to the group, no longer daring to stray far from the safety of companionship. Moreover, her beautiful tent had been utterly ravaged by the wild boar, rendering it unusable. Upon witnessing Lu Qi's extraordinary feats and the aura of security he exuded, the woman gathered her belongings and silently approached him to camp by his side. As the crowd's emotions gradually stabilized, many began to rest once more. Yet, a greater number struggled to find sleep. Among those who had confronted the wild boar, one man fixated intently on the axe beside Lu Qi. The recent incident had swiftly illuminated the significance of such a weapon on this desolate island. Should they remain stranded without rescue for an extended period, tools like the axe would become vital for survival. Whoever possessed it would undoubtedly gain an added layer of security and assurance of life. With this thought, the man glanced at the man who had been tossed aside by the wild boar, devising a scheme in his mind. He resolved to seize control of the axe for himself. The following day, the morning sun emerged silently, and the people on the beach gradually awoke. Upon waking, Lu Qi discovered a distress signal crafted from palm leaves and a pile of firewood, upon which several plastic bottles rested. It appeared they intended to create smoke, an ingenious idea. Observing the people on the beach, still radiant in the morning light, gathering near the lifeboat as if engaged in discussion, Lu Qi silently hoped that their preparations would prove beneficial. Gently shaking Nie Xiaorong's shoulder to rouse her, Lu Qi prepared to wash up by the sea. However, upon turning, he realized his axe was missing. At that moment, he sensed the crowd occasionally glancing in his direction. Alas, wherever there are people, there exists a tumultuous world. Even on this desolate island, far removed from society, one cannot entirely escape such conflicts. It felt as if he were foreseeing scenes reminiscent of those he had viewed in films, prompting a soft sigh from Lu Qi. Amidst the crowd, several men stood in opposition, one of whom was addressing the assembly with righteous fervor. He was none other than Shi Hao, the man who had set his sights on Lu Qi's axe, and beside him stood Zhang Libo, the individual who had been attacked by the boar the previous night. The two had conspired together before dawn, gathering others to unite the crowd and initiate their plan. As the first light of day illuminated the beach and the people began to awaken, the two organized the assembly, proclaiming their intent to distribute the food and limited drinking water stored in the lifeboat fairly. At that moment, upon seeing Lu Qi and Ye Xiaorong awaken, Shi Hao quickly called out, "Brother Lu, you're awake. Come over. You and this young lady are the last ones with food and water. Do come and collect it." Upon hearing this, Lu Qi abandoned his intention to wash up, rubbed his eyes, and turned to Ye Xiaorong. "Shall we go and see?" Ye Xiaorong picked up the backpack at her feet and, alongside Lu Qi, made her way toward the crowd. As they approached, Lu Qi observed that each individual was equipped with a package of compressed food and a bottle of drinking water. Upon reaching the front, Shi Hao cheerfully lifted 2 portions of supplies from the ground and handed them to Lu Qi and Ye Xiaorong. Lu Qi's gaze was immediately drawn to the axe and other remaining tools arrayed behind Shi Hao. Noticing Lu Qi's attention directed at the tools, Shi Hao cleared his throat and said, "Now that everyone has received their limited provisions of food and water, it is evident that these supplies are merely a drop in the bucket, far too scarce for our current needs. Perhaps like me, many of you still cling to a glimmer of hope for rescue. However, what if those sent to save us do not arrive in a timely manner? Therefore, it is prudent for everyone to prepare themselves mentally. With such preparation, there may be a greater chance of survival here." At this juncture, he surreptitiously glanced at Lu Qi. Lu Qi found no fault in Shi Hao's words. In fact, he was quite in agreement with his sentiments. Just then, Shi Hao shifted his tone, stating thus, "We must not only ensure a unified distribution of food supplies, but we should also centralize the management of our existing rescue tools, ensuring they serve every individual present fairly and equitably. Do we all agree?" "Yes." "Well said, Shi Hao. I support you," exclaimed a voice from the crowd. Indeed, Shi Hao's intentions are commendable. He is truly considering the well-being of everyone. If rescue does not come swiftly, we will undoubtedly need these tools. Personal ownership is not appropriate. Shi Hao's persuasive rhetoric quickly garnered widespread support. However, as Lu Qi listened, he regarded Shi Hao with newfound seriousness, suddenly realizing that Shi Hao was no ordinary individual. In a corporate setting, his expression and command of the situation would undoubtedly place him within the ranks of management. As Lu Qi pondered this, he noticed Shi Hao's gaze shift toward them. "Lu Qi, if I recall correctly, when you ventured out to collect firewood yesterday, you not only took the axe from the lifeboat, but also brought back a fire starter and a sailor's knife, correct? Now that everyone is advocating for centralized management of tools, I kindly ask you to return the fire starter and the sailor's knife as well." So that was the intention behind his roundabout speech. Though internally Lu Qi felt a torrent of frustration, he maintained an outward calm. He was neither a streetwise tough guy nor a seasoned professional, yet he managed to keep his composure, with everyone's eyes upon him. Lu Qi opened his backpack and willingly produced the fire starter, while Ye Xiaorong also handed her sailor's knife to him. "Your proposal is excellent. If it is indeed as you suggest, it would be the most just and equitable approach. However, who will be responsible for the safekeeping and management of these tools? And what if an individual wishes to use them?" Lu Qi approached Shi Hao from behind, deliberately placing the flint and sailor's knife among several other tools. Then turned to Shi Hao and inquired. Although his voice was not particularly loud, it was audible to those around them. At that moment, Zhang Libo, standing beside Shi Hao, shouted, "Brother Lu, you took the only axe, flint, and sailor's knife from the lifeboat without our knowledge. Now that you have brought them back, how can we be sure you haven't taken any other tools? Please, do not make baseless accusations. Lu Qi merely borrowed them to chop firewood yesterday, to keep many warm at night. He also scared off that wild boar." Before Lu Qi could respond, Ye Xiaorong angrily retorted at Zhang Libo. Although Lu Qi felt infuriated, he was deeply touched by Ye Xiaorong's defense. The others around them, however, remained indifferent, appearing as mere bystanders. Though Lu Qi understood everyone's current predicament and preferred to avoid trouble, their silence in the face of Zhang Libo's evident malice left him somewhat displeased. Miss, please do not be agitated. We merely wish to confirm the matter, as these tools should rightfully belong to all of us. If you truly haven't taken anything else, why such agitation? Just show us. Exactly. If you haven't taken anything else, prove it to everyone. Zhang Libo's words escalated the tension, and two others behind him deliberately echoed his sentiments, intensifying the feeling of being under scrutiny for Lu Qi and Ye Xiaorong. At that moment, a previously silent voice emerged from the crowd. Shun Bing, the beautiful woman, spoke up. Let's not forget that Dr. Lu has been tirelessly assisting everyone. Without him, how could we have arrived here safely? Just moments ago, he returned the items he had taken in front of all of us. Do you truly distrust Dr. Lu? If this were not an island, your actions could be deemed unlawful. Seeing Shun Bing stand up for him warmed Lu Qi and Ye Xiaorong's hearts. This woman is remarkable. How rare it is for her to speak in my defense. Lu Qi mused. A vixen. Where was she earlier? Why only now? Both Lu Qi and Ye Xiaorong had their judgments about Shun Bing's sudden support. Regardless, her words did sway a number of people to believe in Lu Qi. To dispel any lingering doubts, Lu Qi willingly opened his bag in front of everyone. Inside, there was only a set of silver acupuncture needles, 2 old garments, a toothbrush, toothpaste, and half a bottle of shampoo, evidently personal items, with no additional tools to be found. Seeing this, Ye Xiaorong also agreed to cooperate. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, they found no lifeboat supplies among Lu Qi's belongings. Upon this, the crowd ceased their discussions, and an atmosphere of shame enveloped the space. Everyone was acutely aware that Lu Qi was a physician, although he practiced traditional Chinese medicine. It was a profession that commanded respect among this assembly. In the midst of the crowd, Shun Bing wore a joyful expression, rightly feeling a sense of pride for being the only one to voice support for him. Just as silence fell over the gathering, Lu Qi reiterated his earlier inquiry, a question that resonated with the collective curiosity of the assembly. Sure Hao, however, appeared unfazed by Lu Qi's question, seemingly prepared for such an inquiry. Brother Lu, the matter you are concerned about has already been deliberated among us. The tools in question are available for use by anyone, provided they serve the collective purpose of aiding our shared resistance against calamity. Naturally, they must be returned in a timely manner, and personal use will require exchange with goods or food. Although Sure Hao addressed the latter part of Lu Qi's inquiry, he conveniently overlooked the crucial issue of stewardship. At this juncture, Ye Xiaorong interjected, demanding, and who will be responsible for the custody of these tools? The crowd turned their attention to Sure Hao in response to her probing question. Yet, Zhang Libo preemptively replied, it is most fitting for Brother Sure Hao to assume this responsibility, as it was he who proposed this arrangement, and he acts with the welfare of all in mind, embodying fairness and justice. Does he not? We must certainly support this. Following Zhang Libo's assertive endorsement, several men behind him echoed their agreement, emboldened by the absence of dissent. Thus, under the guise of legitimacy, Sure Hao, Zhang Libo, and their cohorts seized control of all survival tools from the lifeboats. Their claim of stewardship bore the semblance of usurpation, as they concealed the tools within the lifeboats, which they also appropriated as temporary quarters. The rest of the individuals chose silence. Though many harbored regret for their previous actions, it was too late for contrition. After all, Sure Hao and his companions were men, and their rallying cries were, on the surface, justifiable. In this manner, the crowd dispersed. Sure Hao and Zhang Libo sat within the lifeboat, wearing expressions of triumph. From their dialogue, it was evident that should the wild boar dare to return, they would ensure it met with a swift and ignoble fate. However, aspirations often clash with the harshness of reality. Within a few days, hope for rescue began to wane. The compressed food and drinking water allocated to each individual had long been consumed. Devoid of sustenance, the people grew restless and began to voice their grievances. As time progressed, food became the paramount concern for survival. Within Sure Hao's faction, discontent brewed, with some even reproaching him for not reserving a larger share of provisions for their own. Ultimately, this desolate island, devoid of any sustenance and water sources, has become a place where the law of the jungle prevails. Only the strong shall survive. In order to address their hunger, Sure Hao and his companions proposed a division of labor. The men ventured forth to seek food, while the women took on smaller tasks such as gathering firewood, igniting flames, and foraging for wild vegetables. Among the tools overseen by Hao, the axe was utilized to fell several branches, sharpening one end to construct a rudimentary defensive barrier for their beach encampment. Additionally, it was employed to carve a path extending 100 meters into the depths of the forest, while the fire starter became the most frequently used item. Although the fire starter was not the priciest tool, its utility rendered it indispensable, prompting many to perceive Hao's actions as equitable, thereby fostering their willingness to follow him. Chapter 9. Self-interest. Despite the initial willingness of the people to be swayed by Hao and his group, the persistent scarcity of food gradually instilled a sense of trepidation among the members of this large collective. Although Hao and his companions endeavored to organize efforts to secure food sources, the young men and women, accustomed to lives of luxury, found themselves powerless in the face of adversity. As the available food resources near the beach encampment dwindled, whether organizing fishing expeditions at the sea or venturing into the woods to seek wild vegetables and fruits, or even going on hunts, they would depart with high hopes only to return disheartened. The fishing teams, in particular, recorded no successes whatsoever, leading many to ponder the peculiar absence of fish in the surrounding waters. The few individuals who managed to bring back food found themselves compelled to share their meager bounty with the majority. Hunger began to afflict most of the group. While Lu Qi consistently found ample provisions during his excursions, upon returning to the beach encampment, the food was uniformly collected and distributed by Hao and his cohorts, leaving him occasionally feeling ravenous himself. For a day or two, this was bearable, but as nearly half a month passed, individuals like Lu Qi could no longer endure the situation. Recently, in the quest for the scarce food resources, Hao and his companions increasingly lost their sense of reason. Not only did they become lethargic in their foraging efforts, but they also claimed the fruits of others' labor as their own, indulging in theft. They even engaged in unethical dealings under the guise of their authoritative roles until their misdeeds were uncovered. One day, Hao leisurely basked in the sun on the beach, humming a tune, when he noticed two voluptuous women sauntering toward him, their figures curvaceous yet their complexions somewhat pallid, likely a result of hunger. As the two approached, Hao made no effort to rise. Instead, he adjusted his sunglasses and leered at them, inquiring, "Ladies, what brings you to me? Do you require my assistance in any matter?" Upon hearing Hao's invitation, the women felt a surge of delight, though they seemed reluctant to divulge their true intentions. One of the women took the initiative to approach, lowering her head and leaning close to whisper something into Hao's ear. However, Hao's gaze was fixated on her chest the moment she bowed. It wasn't until she finished her words and straightened up that he reluctantly glanced at her before averting his eyes. After hearing her words, Hao felt that the pinnacle of his life was drawing near. Thus, after surveying the surroundings, he followed the two women into a small grove. "Pray tell, what does your invitation entail?" "Hao, do you think we still have hope of being rescued?" "How would I know?" Hao replied, a clever man who did not linger on the topic introduced by the women, dismissing it with a casual remark. "Brother Hao, we haven't had a full meal in 2 or 3 days. We called you out today, hoping you might spare us a meal. My stomach is on the verge of desperation," one of the women declared, deliberately accentuating her bosom. Upon witnessing the sight before him, Hao couldn't help but swallow hard. Yet he feigned composure as he responded, "Aren't you making things difficult for me? Although I manage the little food we have, it's not solely my decision. Besides, both of you have hands and feet. Why not seek food for yourselves?" Hao spoke earnestly, though his eyes wandered over the two women unconsciously. "With our abilities, where can we possibly find food?" "Exactly, Brother Hao. We can only turn to you." The two women harmonized their pleas, inching closer to him and intentionally brushing against his body. At this juncture, Hao could no longer maintain his facade, revealing a satisfied smile. Considering how clever and understanding you both are, I truly find it hard to refuse. However, I shall not engage in acts without some benefit." Seeing Hao relent, the two women felt a surge of joy and eagerly stepped closer, nearly tumbling into each other's embrace. Thus, they flanked Hao, tightly sandwiching him between them. In an instant, Hao felt a rush of heat coursing through him, leaving him no inclination to continue pretending. Embracing them both, he wrapped his arms around the two women and pulled them close with fervor. Brother Sure How, you are truly wicked. Sure How, we are still hungry. Indeed, Sure How, don't be so hasty. Once we eat something, we'll have the strength to satisfy you, won't we? As they spoke, the two women broke free from his embrace, yet they did not release his hands. Instead, each grasped one of his hands, playfully toying with him and acting coyly. Gulp. Sure How, gazing at these enchanting creatures, couldn't he suppress another gulp. The sound elicited soft, delicate laughter from the two women, their eyes gleaming with triumph. Suddenly, Sure How gave each woman a sharp slap on the back, urging, "You two stay right here. I'll be back shortly, so don't wander off." Upon concluding his words, he swiftly dashed towards the beach, his mind consumed with visions of conquering the two women. Unbeknownst to him, a pair of eyes nearby was fixated upon his every move. Shortly thereafter, Sure How stealthily returned to the scene. Upon encountering the two women, he first wiped the sweat from his brow and then, under their watchful gaze, handed them a plastic bag, urging them to consume its contents quickly and to be cautious of prying eyes. The two women eagerly opened the bag he had presented, revealing a half-filled portion of roasted shellfish mixed with some wild fruits. Although the contents were not exquisite delicacies for the two women at that moment, any edible sustenance was a blessing, as they were utterly famished. Observing their voracious appetite, one could hardly imagine that merely days prior, they had been esteemed guests aboard a luxurious cruise. In no time, the women devoured every morsel within the bag, perhaps influenced by their uplifted spirits. Sure How noticed that their appearances had improved, rendering them even more beautiful than before. Seeing their satisfaction, he approached them without hesitation, wrapping his arms around them and planting kisses, one on each cheek. However, just as the flames of passion were about to ignite, two figures emerged from the thicket behind them, glaring fiercely at Sure How. The sudden appearance of these individuals startled the two women, who quickly sought refuge behind him. These were Lu Qi and Nie Xiaorong. It turned out that Nie Xiaorong had inadvertently overheard the quiet scheming of the two women and had been discreetly following them. She was taken aback to discover that Sure How would actually resort to stealing the hard-earned provisions of everyone out of his own selfish desires. Consequently, she relayed this information to Lu Qi. "You, Sure How, who appeared so dignified and just before everyone, have now revealed your true colors, resorting to theft for personal gain. You must understand that this is not a cruise ship. It is a deserted island. The struggle for sustenance here is profound, and yet you dare to behave in such a manner. I shall inform every one of your actions." Nie Xiaorong chastised Sure How with a piercing gaze and a furious expression, before hastily departing towards the beach. Lu Qi said nothing, merely casting a glance at the trio before turning away. In truth, he had anticipated such an incident occurring, though he had not expected it to transpire so soon. Perhaps it was the growing despair over the slim prospects of rescue that had prompted a premature unveiling of humanity's darker facets. "Ah, Lu Qi, listen to me. You misunderstand." Sure How called out, but Lu Qi paid him no mind. The two women, seizing the opportunity, discreetly withdrew, leaving Sure How alone, consumed by anxiety. Although he believed the women would not speak ill of him, the thought of his reputation being tarnished among the others was unbearable. Ultimately, unable to devise a plan, his demeanor shifted, and a cold, ferocious glint emanated from his eyes. "What do I have to fear?" he thought. "This is indeed a deserted island, far from any lawful society." After uttering these words, he appeared to regain an extraordinary courage. He, too, proceeded towards the beach. Upon his return, as he emerged into the sight of the crowd, all eyes were immediately drawn to him. Affectedly feigning ignorance, he continued his stroll towards the lifeboat, softly humming a tune. "Sure How, did you pilfer food and give it to those two women?" A man from the crowd stepped forward, pointing accusatorily at him. His name was Wei Yong, a service attendant on the cruise ship, known for his honest and straightforward character. It was individuals like him who ensured that food was regularly carried back from the outside world and entrusted to Sure How and others for the sustenance of everyone. Thus, when he heard rumors of Sure Hao's theft driven by selfish desires, his anger flared. As soon as Sure How returned, Wu Yong was the first to confront him. Soon, many others joined in the denunciation of Sure How. Observing the growing crowd against him, Sure How hastily cast his gaze towards the lifeboat, where several of his comrades, including Zhang Libo, were situated. Noticing their lack of initiative to support him, he chose not to plead for assistance. Instead, he he retorted defiantly to Wu Yong and his companions. What nonsense! Which of your eyes saw me steal food? Who dares to frame me like this? Wu Yong, taken aback by Shi Hao's sudden outburst, momentarily found himself at a loss for words. Seizing the moment, Shi Hao continued, I am aware that many of you harbor jealousy and envy towards me, accusing me of speaking more than acting. However, have you considered that my previous suggestions and actions were intended for the equitable distribution of these limited resources? To ensure that both the capable and the incapable can survive until rescue arrives? What is this? Is someone feeling uneasy? Just because I stepped out for a brief moment, I am unjustly adorned with such a grave accusation. I refuse to accept it. At that moment, he was filled with righteous indignation, exuding an air of moral authority as he interrogated the crowd, embodying the very essence of a champion of justice. The onlookers were momentarily captivated by his performance. In the midst of the crowd, Nie Xiaorong seethed with anger, wishing fervently to confront Shi Hao and tear apart his deceitful facade. Shi Hao, you still dare to argue. I witnessed you stealing food to give to those two women, hoping to gain their favor in return. Dr. Liu also saw it. He can testify for me. As she spoke, she grasped the hand of Lu Qi beside her. Observing Shi Hao's calm demeanor and the sly smile playing on his lips, Lu Qi felt an unsettling premonition arise within him. Nevertheless, he persisted in affirming Nie Xiaorong's claims. Although many were convinced by Lu Qi's testimony, others chose to observe the unfolding situation in silence. I wondered who was behind this absurd accusation of theft. It turns out to be you two. Now I have come to understand that both of you seek to exact revenge upon me, harboring resentment for my revelation of your initial intentions to privately appropriate the life-saving tools. Is there anyone here who remains unaware of the close association between you and Brother Liu? You two conspire to tarnish my reputation, which is utterly disgraceful. You shameless individual, distorting the truth. Nie Xiaorong, confronted with Shi Hao's cunning arguments and baseless accusations, was on the brink of losing her composure. Yet, she was at a loss for a convincing rebuttal that could sway the crowd. And those two, let them step forward. They were the ones who consumed the food that Shi Hao pilfered. Upon hearing this, Lu Qi hastily considered intervening to halt Nie Xiaorong, but it was too late. The woman was already consumed by rage, devoid of rationality and critical thought. Her sole focus was on justifying her words and proving her point. She had forgotten that others bore no obligation to align with her narrative. Furthermore, her accusations had also tarnished the reputations of the two women. As Lu Qi had anticipated, the two ladies, upon hearing Nie Xiaorong's remarks, immediately donned the role of dramatists, surpassing even Shi Hao in their theatricality. Who are you referring to, madam? How could we indulge in the fruits of everyone's labor? Indeed, we merely took a stroll and returned to find you spinning tales for everyone. A woman like you is truly shameful. Their indignation was palpable, exuding a sense of disdain while simultaneously warning Nie Xiaorong. At this moment, Nie Xiaorong was utterly dumbfounded. Lu Qi gently shook his head, realizing that both he and Nie Xiaorong had been somewhat careless. They should have sought more witnesses during their return. Alas, if only my phone had not run out of battery, I would have recorded everything in its entirety, looping it for all to observe repeatedly. But alas, there are no what-ifs. At this juncture, the tide of public opinion had subtly shifted. Some began to doubt and entertain the possibility that Shi Hao's words might hold truth. Meanwhile, others still regarded Shi Hao with skepticism, believing that Dr. Liu was the more trustworthy figure. Apart from these two factions, individuals like Shun Bing and Zhang Libo maintained a neutral stance, neither criticizing one side nor proactively assisting anyone. This emergence of neutrality emboldened Shi Hao further. Seizing the moment, he provocatively stated, Miss Nie, was it not I who facilitated the collective retrieval of the sailor's knife from you? Why must you harbor such a grudge? Moreover, that knife is no longer solely in my possession. It serves the collective. Although we find ourselves marooned on this deserted island, we must adhere to principles of evidence in our dealings. Were it not for the discernment of those present, would I not have been unjustly accused today? Hence, individuals like you are not welcome here. If you possess any self-awareness, I suggest you depart from this place and us. Chapter 10. Departure at this moment. Shi Hao exuded the demeanor of a petty individual reveling in his triumph. Lu Qi felt an overwhelming urge to confront this scoundrel physically. Yet, he understood that such actions might obliterate any chance of their continued presence here. Even those few who had supported them might lose faith as a result. Suppressing the fury within, Lu Qi gradually calmed himself and began to view the situation from a different perspective. To his surprise, he found a flicker of respect for Shi Hao. He acknowledged Shi Hao's composure, audacity, eloquence, and formidable psychological resilience, even conceding that these brazen traits were worthy of emulation. It was no wonder he had ascended to a high-ranking position in a certain enterprise. Nie Xiaorong, who had nearly been driven to tears in frustration earlier, now regained her composure, observing Shi Hao's antics with the bemusement reserved for a clown's performance. Well done, Shi Hao, your act is indeed captivating, she thought. However, the audience is not composed of fools. I neither recorded your performance nor summoned additional witnesses today. Nevertheless, it suffices that both I and Dr. Liu have witnessed the true nature of this scoundrel. In the future, you would do well to keep your tail tucked between your legs, lest an increasing number of people recognize your unscrupulous visage. With that, Nie Xiaorong disregarded the opinions of those around her, her inner strength radiating brilliantly. After feeling a moment of admiration for Shi Hao, Lu Qi also found himself respecting the woman beside him. In the grand theater of life, this scene mirrored the fierce battlefield of commerce, where each individual possessed their own unique strengths. It appeared that there was much for him to learn from such individuals. He had initially thought to step forward as a gallant protector of the distressed woman, but before he could act, she had already brandished a metaphorical golden shield, simultaneously safeguarding herself and assertively warning her adversary that the matter was far from resolved. The brilliance of her resolve dazzled Lu Qi. Her self-control and swift emotional transition were astonishing. However, as he surveyed the onlookers, he did not observe their expressions reflecting his own astonishment. Rather, they resembled seasoned veterans, perceptive yet silent. As the situation began to draw to a close, Lu Qi turned to Shi Hao and remarked, "Please, continue your performance." With that, he strode away, firmly establishing his position. He had gleaned a valuable insight from Nie Xiaorong. Brevity and precision, rather than verbosity, often yield a more profound impact. Take care, my brother Lu. Do visit again. Shi Hao felt a surge of anger at Lu Qi's words, yet he struggled to maintain his composure, the intent to retort unmistakable. As Nie Xiaorong and Lu Qi departed, the crowd dissipated, and Shi Hao wiped the perspiration from his brow, exhaling a sigh of resignation. "Humph, you think you can challenge me? Not a chance," he declared, striding toward the lifeboat. However, the expressions of his former comrades revealed that his standing in their eyes had likely diminished significantly after the commotion. It seemed he would need to either bestow some benefits upon them or bring them aboard his metaphorical ship. With a plan forming in his mind, he glanced back at the two women in the crowd. They appeared to have noticed him as well, one subtly twisting her body, while the other sent him an air kiss. Confronted by the fervent responses of the two women, a surge of imperial ambition ignited within Shi Hao's heart. Should rescue remain elusive, he resolved to seize control of this domain. His understanding of how to dominate these originally esteemed social elites was clear. Ruthlessness, for this quality was one that these individuals lacked, or rather, very few truly possessed. Thus, in the days following these events, Nie Xiaorong gradually realized that she was increasingly isolated. Aside from Lu Qi's unchanged demeanor towards her, others began to murmur quietly, even deliberately allowing her to overhear, indicating their disapproval of her continued presence on this beach. Nie Xiaorong understood that these individuals were instigated by Shi Hao to ostracize both her and Lu Qi. Consequently, as hope for rescue dwindled, Lu Qi also felt it unnecessary to contribute to such a team any longer. After conferring with Nie Xiaorong, they decided to depart from this place. Reluctant to associate with this group, he believed that even after leaving, they would possess the capability to safeguard and care for themselves. Hence, one dawn, as the first light of day broke, they packed their belongings, preparing to leave. Just as they entered the island's forest, a woman appeared, blocking their path. It was Shun Bing, the one who had always been calm, quietly observing everything. "It's you." "Indeed it is." Lu Qi, perplexed by Shun Bing's presence, inquired directly. "I thought our early departure would not disturb anyone's rest, yet it seems we have caught your attention. What brings you here?" His words were blunt, tinged with a hint of unfriendliness. Shun Bing, perceptive to his tone, remained unperturbed and addressed them. Dr. Liu, Miss Nya, departing now is not a wise decision. We have been stranded here for less than a month. If rescuers were to arrive imminently, wouldn't you miss the chance for salvation? Miss Shun, we choose to leave in search of survival opportunities. I fear that continuing to associate with someone like How may lead to our demise before help arrives. If you wish to join us in our departure, your presence is welcomed. If not, I kindly ask you to return. Lu Qi stated plainly, with dawn breaking. We must prepare to seek a suitable refuge. Shen Bing, no fool, understood the implication of his words. However, perhaps because How had yet to encroach upon her interests and boundaries, she had no alternative plan. Dr. Liu, we are entirely unaware of the size and dangers of this desolate island. Just recalling the wild beast we encountered on our first night here, had we not been numerous, would have been so easily dealt with. Now, with only the two of you, how can you endure one perilous night after another on this forsaken isle? Without the support of companions, the struggle for survival would be perilous and arduous. Although you are a physician, falling ill on this island without access to medicine poses a significant challenge to recovery. From Shen Bing's words, it is evident that she perceives Lu Qi's decision to depart as disadvantageous. He lacks both resources and capable allies, leading to doubts about his ability to survive alone on the deserted island. While Lu Qi bears the prestigious mantle of a doctor, Shen Bing believes that in the face of serious illness, the absence of medicine renders treatment unattainable. Therefore, rather than embarking on a reckless journey, it will be wiser to weigh the pros and cons and choose to remain. Consequently, she politely declined Lu Qi's proposal and even contemplated persuading him and Ye Xiaorong to stay. Upon seeing Shen Bing opt to return to Hao's camp, Lu Qi recognized her stance and refrained from further persuasion. Rationally, he could comprehend Shen Bing's choice, yet emotionally, he felt a twinge of regret for her decision, as he perceived the unfulfilled shared ambition for gain within her and Hao. This realization significantly contributed to Lu Qi's reluctance to associate with them. Although Shen Bing articulated her analysis with clarity, she overlooked a crucial aspect: individual capability. Even within a team, without exceptional individuals to provide support, they're destined to fragment, potentially dragging down the capable ones. Conversely, if one disregards the team and prioritizes personal interests, the competent individual is likely to lead a more liberated and effortless existence. Furthermore, it seems she failed to recognize her identity as a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine. Even in sickness, with the right herbs, she could heal, and possessing her silver needles would alleviate suffering. Thus, he replied, "Thank you. We shall exercise caution. Please take care, Miss Shenbing." He then bid farewell to her and departed with Ye Xiaorong in a confident manner. As they glanced back at the receding beach camp, both Lu Qi and Ye Xiaorong felt a hint of nostalgia, though it was merely a fleeting sentiment. Noticing that there was still ample time, they aspired to explore higher ground, ideally reaching the summit before them to gain a panoramic view of the entire island. After making reasonable arrangements and plans, they set off toward the mountaintop. Straying from the crowd implied relinquishing the safety afforded by the group. However, this was not an insurmountable obstacle for Lu Qi. Having been stranded on the island for over half a month, he had meticulously observed the terrain prior to their departure. The stretch of beach they occupied was flanked by mountains, limiting their visibility. A few hundred meters ahead, the beach ascended sharply into the island's mountainous terrain. It seemed that reaching the summit would likely require a day's trek, with uncertain paths ahead. Witnessing the beautiful Ye Xiaorong choose to accompany him in leaving the beach in search of a new refuge moved Lu Qi deeply. Yet, he was also acutely aware that his presence alongside her would bring numerous inconveniences, perhaps imposing greater responsibilities and physical demands upon him. Lu Qi first led Ye Xiaorong to the ancient tree they had passed earlier, for he had hidden something there. After a swift climb and some tinkering, he soon descended with a backpack that was somewhat larger than before. Curiously, Ye Xiaorong inquired about its contents, and Lu Qi, with an air of mystery, began to unveil the items. Fishing lines and hooks, 2 flares, a solar mirror, a flashlight, and several boxes of anti-inflammatory medication, along with a few of his own garments. "To think you had these hidden treasures," Ye Xiaorong exclaimed, a mixture of surprise and delight washing over her as he revealed each item. "These may be small, yet they hold significant importance. Perhaps we will find them useful which is why I kept them for myself upon arriving on the island. Here, this is for you. You should find it quite useful. Do not lose it." With that, Lu Qi handed her the solar mirror encased in black leather, urging her to take care of it. Hee. Thank you, Lu Qi. Nie Xiaorong beamed at the sight of the pristine mirror, thoroughly pleased. Having spent over 10 days on this deserted island without proper self-care, she now felt she had the opportunity to tend to her appearance. As they resumed their journey, they soon encountered a natural barrier, a cliff face extending to either side of the mountains. To continue onward, they would need to find a way to ascend this 2-meter-high rock ledge. In an effort to conserve energy, Lu Qi surveyed the surroundings in search of a more manageable route. However, after a thorough search, they found no suitable path. To avoid wasting time, Lu Qi decisively suggested that he should lift Nie Xiaorong onto his shoulders, allowing her to assist him in climbing up afterward. Upon her agreement, they sought a relatively lower section of the cliff. "This will do. You step up, and once I rise, you'll be able to climb up," Lu Qi said, pointing to the rock face and lowering himself, patting his shoulder for her to step on. Just as Nie Xiaorong was about to move, she hesitated, glancing down at her alluring red dress. Embarrassed, she remarked to Lu Qi, "My attire is not suitable for climbing, but you mustn't look. Don't you have any other clothes in your backpack?" she inquired, recalling her earlier intention to ask, given how impractical the long red dress was for the ascent. "I do, but it's a very short skirt. I couldn't grab anything else when the incident aboard the cruise occurred," Lu Qi replied. Seeing Nie Xiaorong in such an awkward predicament, he opted not to press further, nodding, "All right, I am a gentleman. You can trust that I won't look." With that, he deliberately averted his gaze to the ground before him. "Come on." Seeing Lu Qi half squatting beneath the cliff, Nie Xiaorong couldn't help but chuckle, warmth blooming in her heart, and she decided not to hesitate any longer. Taking a few steps forward, she lifted her leg and stepped onto Lu Qi's shoulder. "Ouch! What happened?" Lu Qi exclaimed as she placed her foot on him, prompting her to quickly inquire. "You should probably take off your shoes. The heel of your shoe is pressing painfully against my shoulder." Nie Xiaorong had no choice but to retract her foot, removing the shoe before attempting to step up again. "All right, you can get up now. Okay, just make sure to support me." As Lu Qi prepared to exert himself to rise, he suddenly realized he could barely lift himself, exclaiming, "Oh, goodness, you are so heavy. I can't get up." Upon hearing Lu Qi's words, Nie Xiaorong's face flushed crimson. "You man, truly useless. You lack even this bit of strength. How am I heavy? Hurry, put in more effort." "Oh, are you ready then?" Realizing his mistake and facing a round of teasing, Lu Qi gathered his strength once more, determined to rise. "Hey, up." Perhaps to prove his capabilities, Lu Qi made a vigorous effort. But Nie Xiaorong lost her balance atop his shoulder, nearly toppling over. Take it slow." After the initial tension, Nie Xiaorong seized the moment. Reaching for a protruding stone on the wall, with a push from her feet, she endeavored to climb upward. Yet, she was still a tad short. "Just a bit more. Hurry, give me another push." Hearing this, Lu Qi quickly raised his hands and looked up. Oh, what a sight! Upon lifting his gaze, Lu Qi nearly lost his footing, as the first image that met his eyes was Nie Xiaorong's long, fair legs, swaying like two gleaming scallions in midair, desperately striving to ascend. Pervert, you big pervert. If you keep staring, I'll gouge your eyes out and toss them on the ground." At that moment, Nie Xiaorong cast a sidelong glance at Lu Qi, who stood below, dumbfounded, gazing foolishly at her skirt. Upon hearing Nie Xiaorong's heartfelt declaration, Lu Qi finally snapped back to reality, rushing forward with quick reflexes to grasp her flailing foot, pushing her upward. In his mind, he thought, this base must be what the village aunties refer to as good for childbirth. Lu Qi's gaze remained fixated on the view above, while Nie Xiaorong, after a considerable struggle, finally climbed up, delighting in her success as she plopped down onto the ground. Panting, then, she turned to Lu Qi and declared, "It's your turn now, Lu the Big Wolf." Lu the Big Wolf? This woman, has her title changed so swiftly? Just a moment ago, I was Lu the Hero, now I'm Lu the Wolf. Hearing Nie Xiaorong suddenly address him this way, Lu Qi, who had retreated a few meters and was prepared to sprint, burst into laughter, instantly losing his composure. "Ha, Lu the Big Wolf. Don't you dare say you can't do it. Who said I can't? Just watch me." Saying this, Lu Qi dashed toward the stone wall, and as he neared, he leaped, springing off the wall twice before soaring upward, grasping the same protruding stone that Nie Xiaorong had held onto. How about that? With his body still clinging to the wall, Lu Qi cast a triumphant glance at Nie Xiaorong, who, with her chin raised, signaled for him to continue. Lu Qi then exerted his arms, hooking his right leg, and half of his body was already hoisted up. After 2 more climbs, his lean form effortlessly stood before Nie Xiaorong. How about that? Am I impressive or what? Observing Lu Qi gasping for breath while trying to maintain an air of arrogance, Nie Xiaorong unceremoniously remarked, Lu Lang, given your breathless state, shall we take a half-hour respite? I could brew some medicine for you, and once you've regained your composure, we can proceed. At her words, Lu Qi shot her a glare and continued onward without a backward glance. Chapter 11. No, I don't want to die after half a day had passed. With the mountain peak tantalizingly close, yet still a considerable distance away, the two had exerted themselves to the utmost. As dusk approached, they resolutely abandoned the goal of reaching the summit. To ensure a safe overnight stay, they began the search for a suitable shelter. Considering that a refuge should not only shield them from wind and rain, but also provide warmth and protection from wild beasts, they scoured the area for nearly an hour before discovering a fitting location. It was a stone cave nestled beneath a massive rock, flanked by steep slopes on either side. The entrance of the cave was approximately 2 meters wide at its narrowest point, and with a slight modification, it could effectively block intruders, keeping nocturnal creatures at bay. After inspecting the cave, they found it satisfactory. While the space was not overly large, it could comfortably accommodate 7 or 8 individuals, and the ground within was relatively dry, suggesting it would not be too damp at night. At Lu Qi's suggestion, Nie Xiaorong searched the surroundings for soft grass and foliage to serve as temporary bedding. Meanwhile, he gathered some dry branches and twigs to fashion a makeshift door, effectively concealing the cave's entrance. The natural shelter required little effort to prepare. After a simple tidying up, it was ready to provide a secure haven for the two. As night fell, the temperature on the island was mild enough that they did not feel the need to light a fire. After a modest meal consisting of some wild fruits they had brought, they prepared to rest. Nie Xiaorong arranged their makeshift beds close together, leaving only a 30-centimeter gap between them, as she feared the presence of wild animals and wished to stay near Lu Qi. Yet, she was also wary of getting too close, concerned that he might transform into an unruly beast himself. Thus, she reserved what she deemed a safe distance. No sooner had they lain down than, with their minds still alert, they fell into a conversation. Perhaps due to the intimacy of the night spent alone together, Nie Xiaorong became quite loquacious. She took the initiative to inquire about Lu Qi's life. Where are you from? Do you have a girlfriend? How many have you dated? Was it in high school or middle school? Who was your first kiss? What kind of partner do you envision for the future? Do you plan to establish a family before a career? How many children do you wish to have? Do you find me attractive? Would you like me to be your girlfriend? Such inquiries flowed in rapid succession toward Lu Qi, leaving him defenseless, forced to dodge and deflect the barrage of questions. Even past midnight, he remained wide awake, tossing and turning restlessly, yet gazing at the peacefully slumbering Nie Xiaorong, with her exquisite features and alluring sleeping posture, particularly her long, fair legs illuminated by the moonlight. He suddenly perceived that this woman might indeed possess a mischievous nature. Reflecting upon their serendipitous encounter aboard the cruise ship, her unwavering support on the island, and her willingness to accompany him alone, he pondered whether these actions were typical choices for a woman. However, this enchanting sorceress consistently chose to remain by his side. At this moment, Lu Qi began to suspect that perhaps she was intentionally drawing near, seeking to exploit his kindness. Yet, he was merely a penniless youth, a recently matured young man, while she was undeniably a successful individual. Could it be that her intention was to find a young boyfriend to fully consume him? Contemplating her earlier inquiries, Lu Qi felt a sense of shameless audacity as his imagination wandered. However, under the dim moonlight, he could not fathom how this extraordinary woman could also be associated with a renowned chain establishment. "Am I attractive to you, Ludala?" she suddenly inquired, her voice breaking the silence as he was lost in thought regarding her figure. Startled, he quickly replied, "No, let us not chat. It's time for sleep. Giggle good night. Lu Lang," Nie Xiaorong playfully added, causing Lu Qi to shiver involuntarily, his conviction solidifying that she was indeed a little enchantress. The following morning, the two, still immersed in slumber, were abruptly awakened by the roar of a wild beast. Lu Qi sprang up, only to discover that Nie Xiaorong's long legs were draped over his. Dismissing the thought, he rose and cautiously peered outside the cave entrance. The beast's roar echoed ominously, growing ever closer. At that moment, Nie Xiaorong also awakened, stealthily approaching Lu Qi from behind, her voice barely above a whisper. Lu Qi, what is that sound? It's terrifying. Lu Qi turned, signaling her to quiet down without answering her question. The roar seemed to draw nearer to their cave. Feeling a surge of fear, Nie Xiaorong clutched his arm tightly. Oh no! Just beyond the cave entrance, a fierce leopard was slowly approaching, emitting low growls that resonated deeply, sending chills down their spines. Although Lu Qi had yet to see the leopard, he deduced from its roar that it was indeed a large feline predator. A wave of terror washed over him. He was unarmed, and even if he had a weapon, confronting such a formidable beast would be daunting. This creature was far more formidable than the wild boar he had previously encountered. He gently reassured Nie Xiaorong, urging her to step back and remain calm. While he picked up a rough wooden stick, an improvised weapon he had set aside while crafting a makeshift barrier at the cave entrance the previous day. It could be considered the only weapon he could find at this moment. Gripping the wooden stick tightly and listening to the approaching roars, Lu Qi felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He could even sense his legs trembling uncontrollably. After another low growl, the figure of the leopard finally emerged. Lu Qi held his breath. At that moment, he understood that if this creature detected him, their fate today would undoubtedly be grim. Perhaps this day next year would mark their demise. Turning his head, he glanced at Nie Xiaorong, who was nervously curled up in a corner of the cave, and forced a smile, as if to comfort her amidst her anxiety in his final attempt. Lu Qi cautiously shifted his stance, adopting a defensive posture. However, this seemingly careful movement caught the leopard's attention. It turned its head, letting out a growl, baring its teeth as it stared at the entrance of the cave. Through the makeshift cover of branches, Lu Qi could feel the ferocity emanating from the leopard-esque gaze. That stare was utterly chilling. Clearly, the leopard had also noticed Lu Qi within the cave, recognizing him as its prey. With a low growl filled with aggression, it began to approach the cave step by step. Just as Lu Qi was about to unleash the fear swelling within him and shout to bolster his courage, the advancing leopard suddenly halted and began to retreat slowly. What was happening? Did it realize it was no match for him? That seemed impossible. After all, this was a fully grown leopard. Lu Qi, perplexed, leaned forward again to investigate. Hiss, hiss, hiss. At that moment, from above the cave entrance, a snake nearly 2 meters long and as thick as an arm began to descend slowly from above, its body a dark brown with a pale blue underbelly. Its eyes fixated intently on the approaching leopard, its tongue flickering crimson. Lu Qi, observing this massive snake right at the cave entrance, nearly jumped out of his skin. He stumbled back in fright, halting only when he reached Nie Xiaorong. Gasping for breath, beads of cold sweat rolled down his forehead. Goodness, that nearly scared the life out of me. Lu Qi comforted himself in a panic. Unaware of the snake's presence, Nie Xiaorong asked anxiously, "What is wrong, Lu Qi? Are you hurt? Is it going to come in?" Lu Qi shook his head, urging her, "Don't speak." Roar, roar, hiss. Outside, the leopard let out an enraged roar, followed by the snake's warning hiss. The two wild sounds sent shivers down their spines. After 2 or 3 minutes of this cacophony, silence suddenly fell. Uncertain of the situation, Lu Qi steadied his breathing and bravely edged toward the cave entrance once more. Unbeknownst to him, the recent encounter with the great serpent, marked by their intense gaze that instilled profound terror, caused not only Lu Qi to retreat in fright, but also sent the serpent recoiling in shock. Consequently, the serpent was propelled directly towards the leopard that had just approached the cave's entrance. Both the startled leopard and the serpent, now engaged in a defensive stance, were compelled by the palpable threat they sensed from one another. After a seemingly fierce standoff filled with tension, they ultimately decided to withdraw. With a sigh of relief upon seeing that both the leopard and the serpent had vanished from sight, Lu Qi felt the danger had passed. Nie Xiaorong, upon hearing Lu Qi's words, felt her anxiety dissipate and burst into tears, exclaiming, "Why are there so many terrifying things happening on this cursed island? I want to go home." Observing her tear-streaked face, Lu Qi's heart ached. Just as he was about to offer her some comfort, he suddenly noticed a small azure snake that had appeared on the stone wall behind her. Alarmed by the vibrant hue of the serpentine creature, Lu Qi urgently shouted, "Miss Niet, don't move. Please, remain still." However, in her sobbing state, Nie Xiaorong was oblivious to Lu Qi's expression. As Lu Qi prepared to warn her again, she, in a fit of frustration, stamped her foot, thinking that if she cried harder, Lu Qi would surely come to embrace her and offer solace. To her dismay, after the stamp, she felt a sharp pain in her calf, akin to a needle prick. Startled, she turned to see the azure snake swiftly retreating towards the cave entrance. At that moment, Lu Qi rushed forward and brought his foot down with force upon the snake's head, instantly ending its life, leaving its rear half writhing in a futile struggle. A snake! It's a snake! Nie Xiaorong finally comprehended the situation, her face paling in terror as she instinctively darted behind Lu Qi, peering out with a voice trembling in fear. "It's a snake!" Hearing Nie Xiaorong's panicked utterances and feeling the painful grip of her hands on his arm, Lu Qi quickly enveloped her trembling form in a protective embrace, reassuring her. Fear not, I am here." He gently patted her delicate back, embodying the role of a caring older brother. After a while, through Lu Qi's tender reassurances, Nie Xiaorong began to regain her composure. Yet before Lu Qi could revel in his success, he noticed Nie Xiaorong take a few steps back, collapsing onto the ground, writhing in pain as she inspected her calf. Lu Qi's heart sank as he witnessed her cry out once more, her tears flowing freely and genuinely this time. He hurried over to check on her. At first glance, one could see a vivid stream of crimson blood flowing from the back of her calf, trickling down to her heel. Given her fair complexion, the bright red blood was particularly striking. "Lu Qi, I've been bitten by a venomous snake. Am I going to die?" she implored. Not receiving a response, she continued to murmur to herself, "Lu Qi, I don't want to die. There's so much awaiting my return. My new company is about to open, and I haven't even started dating yet. I don't want to die, Lu Qi." Despite Nie Xiaorong's desperate outpouring of her emotions, Lu Qi remained unresponsive. He promptly removed his belt and tied it above her calf, then knelt down to examine the small green snake on the ground. Earlier, after tending to Nie Xiaorong's wound, he had noticed a neat row of fang marks left by the snake. To confirm his suspicions, he was now probing the flattened tongue of the creature with a stick. Once he observed that the dead snake indeed possessed a series of small, dense teeth, a wave of relief washed over him. He then lifted his gaze to find Nie Xiaorong's eyes reddened, tears still glistening at the corners. "Stop crying. The more you weep, the more it will swell," he advised. Hearing this, Nie Xiaorong glanced at her calf. Although the bitten leg appeared no different from the other, it seemed to her as though her calf was on the verge of transforming into a thigh. "Woo, Lu Qi, Dr. Lu, please save me. As long as you can help me, don't let me die here. I will serve you like a beast of burden." She sobbed quietly. The thought of serving him was not entirely unpleasant. It might enhance her standing in his eyes, after all. Lu Qi, feigning contemplation, reassured her, "Miss Nie, do not fret. I have examined the snake. While its venom can be lethal, fortunately, this is a small serpent. Its potency will not manifest quickly, at least 3 to 4 days." No, I don't want to die. "Lu Qi, Master Lu, you must save me. Please." To Nie Xiaorong, Lu Qi's feigned alarm felt akin to a death sentence. In truth, upon seeing the fang marks and the bright red blood, he had already deduced that it was a non-venomous snake. Venomous snakes typically leave bites with only 2 puncture marks, while non-venomous ones create a more orderly pattern. Chapter 12. The Temptation of Beauty. After scrutinizing the small green snake further, he confirmed his assessment. It was indeed harmless. However, on this desolate island, it was crucial to manage the wound promptly to prevent inflammation or fever. Observing the sincerity in Nie Xiaorong's beautiful eyes, he could no longer utter harsher words. After careful consideration, he solemnly declared, "Rest assured, I can counteract the snake's venom. You will certainly be all right. However, I must first gather some antidotal herbs for you. During this time, you must heed my instructions. Do not let anything occur that might hasten the onset of the poison. Do you understand?" "Woo. All right, Master Lu. As long as you can cure me, I will follow your every command." "Woo. This fellow truly cherishes his life. Wears the aura and demeanor of a formidable woman." Observing Nie Xiaorong nodding repeatedly, her obedient and docile demeanor pleased Lu Qi immensely. "All right, stop crying. If you continue, your eyes will swell even more." and you want tea look beautiful. With gentle strokes, Lu Qi wiped the tears from Ye Xiaorong's cheeks while soothing her. This seemed to have a remarkable effect, as she promptly ceased her weeping. Upon re-examining the wound, he noted that the blood had shown no signs of change and had already congealed. To be on the safe side, he retrieved a silver needle from his backpack to test the toxicity of the blood. After a few minutes, the needle also remained unaffected. Finally, Lu Qi felt a sense of relief. How fortunate he was. Thankfully, it had been a close call. Otherwise, this woman might have very well lost her life today. With this thought in mind, Lu Qi proceeded to loosen the belt around Nie Xiaorong's leg. He had already resolved that no matter where they spent the night in the future, he would scatter some ash from plants around to deter any crawling creatures. Subsequently, he and Nie Xiaorong cautiously exited the cave. After a brief exploration of their surroundings, they decided not to linger and to continue onward. Numerous tracks of unknown animals had been left on the slope surrounding the cave from the previous night. Judging by the size and depth of the prints, Lu Qi concluded they were quite dangerous and of considerable size. He had not anticipated such an abundance of wildlife on this island. At that moment, a tinge of regret bubbled within Lu Qi. He pondered whether departing from the beach had been a wise decision. Only after stepping outside did he realize that the previous beach was flanked by mountains on 3 sides, with a cliff providing natural protection, making it a safe haven. Yet, it was too late, and he could not retrace his steps. Moreover, he firmly believed that being stranded on a deserted island, rather than mingling with a disorganized crowd, it was preferable to maintain one's independence and clarity. Individuals tend to be benevolent in solitude, yet when surrounded by a group, they often lower their intellect to conform and can become cruel. Turning to glance at Nie Xiaorong, who was following him, Lu Qi couldn't help but smile. This elite woman of society appeared no different from an ordinary girl, sharing the same fear of death and propensity to weep. The two continued their ascent towards the mountain summit, with Nie Xiaorong trailing behind Lu Qi. Although she constantly worried that the snake venom within her might flare up, she had no choice but to trust Lu Qi. Meanwhile, Lu Qi remained vigilant, observing each place they passed for suitable herbs to treat Nie Xiaorong's wound, alleviating inflammation to prevent infection. He understood that the snake was not venomous, and the wound would not significantly affect her. Nonetheless, he wanted to provide her with reassurance. Fortunately, as they journeyed onward, Lu Qi finally discovered a few herbs capable of reducing inflammation and relieving pain. After some preparation, he applied them to her leg, followed by a series of earnest assurances and comforting words. Upon hearing this, Nie Xiaorong, overcome with gratitude, took Lu Qi's hand, eager to bestow upon him a precious kiss. Thankfully, Lu Qi reacted swiftly. Had he hesitated even a moment longer, that first kiss would have been lost. However, unbeknownst to Lu Qi, his bashful demeanor only served to ignite the flames of passion within Nie Xiaorong's heart. Consequently, she resolved to firmly grasp the attention of the young man before her. The rugged path through the dense forest appeared deceptively short, yet traversing it proved to be laborious and time-consuming. Furthermore, Nie Xiaorong's peculiar behavior during their subsequent journey left Lu Qi utterly speechless. She continually feigned ailments, sometimes claiming lingering toxicity within her system, other times expressing fatigue, foot pain, or dizziness, all to elicit his sympathy and create opportunities for closeness and contact. She was acutely aware that no man could resist the allure of a beautiful woman, especially one as stunning as herself. Nevertheless, despite her relentless efforts, Lu Qi remained unfazed, appearing as if he were a blockhead, utterly oblivious to her charms. She even began to doubt her own attractiveness, wondering if she simply failed to capture his gaze. Frustrated by repeated failures, Nie Xiaorong decided to disregard Lu Qi entirely, entering a mode of determination, abandoning any pretense of fatigue or pain, and resolutely walking ahead of him. Lu Qi could hardly believe his own eyes, utterly perplexed by the woman's unpredictable shifts in demeanor. Truthfully, it was disingenuous to claim that someone as beautiful as Nie Xiaorong could go unnoticed, especially by a young man brimming with vigor. Yet, his mind was preoccupied with the desire to reach the summit swiftly, to uncover its mysteries, find a stable refuge, satiate his hunger, and ideally, take a bath. At last, after a relentless emotional tug-of-war and an arduous climb, they reached the pinnacle of the mountain. Upon gazing at the breathtaking scenery of the island before them, they were momentarily rendered speechless. Lu Qi, look, There's a lake over there, Nie Xiaorong exclaimed, pointing excitedly into the distance. Lu Qi hurried to her side, and before them lay a vast circular mountain range, at its center a visible lake. Perhaps due to the distance, the entire body of water was discernible, its surface a tranquil emerald green, crystal clear and undisturbed. I hope, as you said, that it truly is a lake. Perhaps we could survive here. But if it is merely an inland sea, that would be a different matter altogether. Suppressing his excitement, Lu Qi analyzed the situation, noting the absence of springs or waterfalls in the surrounding mountains. Although the size and shape of the island exceeded his expectations, it also made him realize that an island of such magnitude would likely possess abundant resources, hence being more easily spotted by rescuers. Enough of that. I'm solely focused on getting there for a bath. Nie Xiaorong tugged at Lu Qi's clothing, urging him forward. Hold on, while I share your eagerness. We must first observe our surroundings carefully and devise a plan. With that, Lu Qi rummaged through his backpack, retrieving a plastic bag containing a thin notebook and a black pen, originally intended for keeping work records. Flipping through a few pages, he began to sketch the shape of the island as he envisioned it, preparing to formulate a strategy. Let us observe how the arrangements unfold. Should we first explore the entirety of the island or seek a suitable campsite? Meanwhile, as Lu Qi was deeply engrossed in his sketches, Nie Xiaorong stealthily approached and picked up a slightly yellowed piece of paper that had fallen to the ground. Upon unfolding it, a striking pair of red footprints caught her eye, followed by the names Lu Qi and Lin Yao. After absorbing the other textual information, Nie Xiaorong was momentarily taken aback, her shock mingling with disbelief. She could hardly fathom that in this day and age, arranged marriages still existed, complete with a written agreement and signatures as proof. No wonder this fellow had been so indifferent toward her. It seemed his heart was already claimed. Anger surged within her as she clutched the paper, ready to tear it apart, but she hesitated. It appeared that reason had swiftly reclaimed its hold on her. She realized she had no justification to destroy another's belongings, especially something so significant. As she reached out to return it to Lu Qi, a flicker of reluctance and resentment stirred within her. With a decisive clap, she slammed the marriage contract onto Lu Qi's shoulder, exclaiming, "Oh, Luda Lang, what era are we in? You still have an arranged marriage? Huh, this is truly laughable." Startled by Nie Xiaorong's sudden gesture, Lu Qi looked up from his drawing, only to find her unabashedly mocking him. He hastily snatched the paper from her grasp, inspected it for any damage, and tucked it away quickly. "Luda Lang, is this for real? You truly have an arranged marriage?" Before Lu Qi could respond, Nie Xiaorong continued, her voice laced with surprise and derision. Lu Qi's expression darkened. His secret had been unearthed, and he was at a loss for how to explain. Observing Nie Xiaorong's relentless curiosity and probing gaze, he mustered the courage to reply stiffly. "What is there to laugh about? It's none of your business. That's the only thing my grandfather left me before he passed." With that, he turned his attention back to his drawing, ignoring her. "Are you upset?" How petty. I was merely curious." "Well, I'm sorry. I had no idea about your grandfather," she said, her tone shifting to one of sympathy for Lu Qi's loss. Though the mockery in her heart had not ceased, she nevertheless expressed condolences for his grandfather's passing. Seeing that Lu Qi had withdrawn into silence, Nie Xiaorong refrained from further complaints. At this moment, she regarded the marriage contract as a cherished memento left to him by his grandfather. Furthermore, in this peculiar society, such arrangements were nearly unheard of, especially now that they were trapped on this desolate island. Surely, with her charm, she could still captivate this little man. To alleviate the earlier tension, she took the initiative to change the subject, inquiring about Lu Qi with genuine interest. Perhaps it was the surrounding environment and Nie Xiaorong's sudden shift in demeanor that fostered a more congenial atmosphere. Standing atop the mountain, Lu Qi slowly set down his pen and paper, gradually unveiling the story of his lineage and the extraordinary journey that brought him here to Nie Xiaorong. The enchanting, lush island before them exuded an air of tranquility, devoid of any fierce winds, while behind him lay the vast, majestic sea and serene beach. At that moment, he seemed to have discovered a balm for his inner wounds, gently releasing the longing he felt for his parents and grandfather. This marked the first occasion since leaving his village that he bared his soul, and astonishingly, it was to a stranger. As Lu Qi recounted his tale, Nie Xiaorong found herself moved to tears, astonished by the profound backstory of the young man before her. This encapsulates my 18 years of life. Misnie I wonder. Upon learning this, do you regret leaving that elite circle with a poor fellow like me? If they truly possess a way to escape this place, you might find yourself at a significant disadvantage. Noticing her emotional reaction, Lu Qi jestingly inquired. Of course not. You are compelled to leave that group for my sake. From now on, there is no need to call me Miss Nia. I am merely 3 years your senior. You may call me Sister Xiaorong or simply Nia Xiaorong. In response to her suggestion, Lu Qi found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Observing the petite and charming Nia Xiaorong, who stood half a head shorter than him, he suddenly retorted, with your youthful appearance, I hardly seem older than you. How about this? I shall call you Xiaorong, and you can call me Xiao Lu. After a brief pause, noticing her silence, he added, if you find that too awkward, I shall continue addressing you as Nia Xiaorong. Haha, as you wish. Although Nia Xiaorong was older than Lu Qi, his rural upbringing had subjected him to hard labor, resulting in a somewhat coarse complexion. Unlike Nia Xiaorong, who was a cosmetics business owner and maintained her fair, youthful appearance even on the deserted island, Lu Qi felt decidedly older and more mature in comparison. The thought of calling her sister felt more challenging than mastering the art of tongue twisters. After an earnest and friendly exchange, both individuals gained a deeper understanding of one another, especially Nia Xiaorong, who grew noticeably gentler towards Lu Qi. Gazing at him, she felt a stir of unfamiliar emotions. Despite Lu Qi not being a business magnate or a wealthy heir, her heart warmed to his innocent spirit after hearing his story. Thus, they lingered on that mountaintop for quite some time. Lu Qi, have you noticed that since our arrival, aside from the roars of wild beasts, we have yet to hear the call of a single bird, nor have we spotted any? Suddenly, Nia Xiaorong, surveying their surroundings, softly shared her observation with Lu Qi. I have observed this situation previously. Indeed, I have yet to encounter any avian species. I suspect this may be related to the island itself. Since our arrival, all electronic devices have ceased to function, rendering us incapable of determining our direction. Moreover, the vegetation here is extraordinarily lush, filled with many plants I have neither heard of nor seen before. Our cruise ship has been sailing southward, yet I remain uncertain of our precise location. The incident occurred 2 days into our voyage, suggesting we should be nearing the equator. Perhaps this is an uncharted and undeveloped isle. Do you think we still have a chance of rescue? I am uncertain. Although I respond to Nia Xiaorong, I am perplexed from my understanding and studies. It is implausible that such a vast island could lack any bird life. Additionally, the magnetic field here seems chaotic, preventing us from accurately discerning our bearings. Chapter 13. The gaping maw of despair. The entire island is enveloped in towering and abundant vegetation, with unfamiliar flora. Despite being surrounded by the sea, no fish have been discovered, rendering Lu Qi's prepared fishing line and hooks utterly useless. Lu Qi, look, there's thick smoke over by the beach. At that moment, Lu Qi, lost in thought, was suddenly roused by Nia Xiaorong's astonished voice. He quickly turned and approached her, gazing downward. Indeed, not far from the previously prepared distress signals on the beach, a pile of firewood was ablaze, producing a substantial amount of smoke. Could it be a rescue plane? Nia Xiaorong speculated, and they both hurriedly looked skyward. Yet, the azure sky held nothing. Lu Qi, look over there. A small boat on the sea. Nia Xiaorong pointed excitedly toward the distant waters. Subsequently, Lu Qi observed the people on the beach rushing toward the shoreline like ants, waving their arms. Isn't that the lifeboat from our cruise ship? After a careful examination, Lu Qi responded calmly, without excitement. Nia Xiaorong snapped back to reality, scrutinizing the 2 small vessels on the beach and the distant sea. Indeed, it was a lifeboat. Given their vantage point, they quickly confirmed that the boat on the water was a standard lifeboat from the cruise ship. However, the individuals on the surface of the sea were still wildly waving their hands, jumping and shouting with fervor. Lu Qi could only let out a sigh. Perhaps in a few minutes, someone on the beach would recognize the situation. Why did this lifeboat only appear now? It has been over 10 days. I wonder if there are any survivors aboard? Nia Xiaorong pondered, her voice imbued with concern as she gazed at the drifting lifeboat. Lu Qi also observed the stationary lifeboat closely, hoping to catch a glimpse of any survivors. However, after several minutes of watching, he saw none of the figures he anticipated. Instead, the lifeboat remained eerily still, approximately 200 meters from the beach. Observing the lifeboat's depth in the water, it appeared to lack the weight one would expect if it were laden with escapees. Moreover, it had lingered there for an extended duration, showing no signs of movement. Rather, it seemed to drift aimlessly to the left. Retracting his gaze, Lu Qi turned to Nie Xiaorong and, gathering a handful of dry earth, cast it into the air. Although he was perplexed by the unusually gentle sea breeze on this island, its direction aligned with that of the drifting lifeboat. This seemingly trivial gesture from Lu Qi rendered Nie Xiaorong, perceiving him as remarkably astute and composed in this critical moment, entirely unlike a mere youth, but rather reminiscent of a seasoned middle-aged hunter. At that moment, as the two intently observed the crowd on the beach below, a figure of a leopard stealthily emerged from the hillside behind them. Perhaps sensing an unfamiliar scent in the air, the leopard prowled, pausing behind a massive rock as it neared the summit. With a mere maneuver around the boulder, it would gain a direct view of the two. Just then, the leopard's ears perked up as if it had caught the sounds emitted by the pair, abruptly shifting from a languid gait to a crouched posture, stealthily inching towards the side of the boulder. Meanwhile, Lu Qi and Nie Xiaorong remained oblivious to its presence, continuing their conversation at the cliff's edge, a mere 5 or 6 meters from the rock. Upon discerning the two behind the stone, the leopard did not immediately launch an attack. Instead, it retreated a few paces, then, with a swift leap, gracefully ascended the boulder, evidently seeking a more advantageous vantage point for its ambush. Lu Qi, what should we do now? Should we return or press onward? Nie Xiaorong inquired, her gaze fixed on the beach, where individuals continued to surge toward the shoreline, fervently waving their arms. The distant echoes of their cries stirred a flicker of hope for rescue within her. Yet, Lu Qi remained remarkably composed. From our vantage point, we can observe everything unfolding below. Over a fortnight has passed. For such a vast expanse of beach to sustain itself for this long, it must be nearing the limits of human endurance. Lacking sustenance and fresh water, they too will eventually have to abandon that shore, just as we are contemplating our next move. Indeed, scarcely had Lu Qi's words left his lips when the clamorous cries from the throng below abruptly ceased. No longer were arms flailing in desperation. It was clear that the people had realized the vessel was not the rescue ship they had hoped for. Despite the considerable distance, Lu Qi could sense the palpable air of disappointment and despair emanating from the crowd on the beach. Regaining his focus, Lu Qi surveyed the ridge upon which he and Nie Xiaorong stood. From this elevated position, he perceived the beach side as a representation of despair and tribulation, while the opposite side might just harbor the possibility of salvation and hope. He was reluctant to retrace his steps, for he understood that those on the beach were merely lost in the illusion of being rescued, desperately clinging to hope. Once they could no longer endure, they would inevitably follow their own path, choosing self-rescue and survival. Yet, what lay ahead, and what challenges would he face? Although he did not possess the answers, he harbored the audacity to venture forth and a readiness to confront the unknown. He cast a glance at the lifeboat adrift in the sea and hesitated momentarily. Perhaps it was a woman's innate perception of a man. Upon noticing Lu Qi's gaze, Nie Xiaorong suddenly inquired, "Are you contemplating boarding that lifeboat? How did you know I was thinking of that lifeboat?" Lu Qi's eyes sparkled with curiosity at her question. "Hee, it was evident from your expression." Nie Xiaorong replied with a triumphant smile. "Indeed, I'm quite eager to swim to that lifeboat and assess the situation. If we could rescue someone, that would be ideal. Even if we cannot, acquiring the survival tools aboard would be invaluable to us. After all, the likelihood of obtaining tools from those stranded on the beach is slim, and it could lead to direct conflict." After speaking, Lu Qi looked at Nie Xiaorong, gesturing towards the lifeboat while glancing back at the topographical map he had sketched. "You see, it has been anchored at that location for quite some time, not approaching the shore but rather drifting steadily to the left. Beneath the beach, after navigating around some hills and cliffs, lies the lowest point of this circular island mountain range. I wonder, if the people on the beach are not attempting to seize the boat, perhaps we could dare to approach the shoreline, and there might be a glimmer of hope to claim the supplies aboard." "Indeed, Lu Qi, you're absolutely right, haha. If that is the case, we need not worry excessively about survival. Let us go. We shall set off immediately." Upon hearing Lu Qi's analysis and suggestion, Nie Xiaorong felt a surge of excitement, fully supporting his assertion. "Not so fast. Let us first rest here and observe for a while. We can depart later." With that, Lu Qi turned to walk back, seeking a stone to sit upon for a moment. However, Nie Xiaorong, puzzled, hurriedly asked why. If we do not leave now, will we still see that lifeboat when we arrive? In response, Lu Qi chuckled softly and patiently explained, look at the sea breeze here. We are at a sufficient height. Are we not? Even from this elevation, there is no wind blowing. Moreover, the sea below is remarkably calm. Furthermore, if those on the beach decide to board the previous lifeboat at this moment, there will be no opportunity left for us. Time is of the essence. Unless we sprout wings, how can we compete with them? Thus, we must relinquish our illusions and observe for now, making our decision later. After Lu Qi's explanation, Nie Xiaorong finally accepted his advice, gaining clarity about her earlier impulsiveness. Suddenly, as Lu Qi turned to sit down and rest, an inadvertent glance revealed the terrifying beast lurking behind Nie Xiaorong, a leopard poised to ambush. Measuring over 2 meters in length, its cold, piercing eyes fixated on the two, as it bared its sharp teeth in a menacing grin. Perhaps it had not anticipated Lu Qi's gaze, for its crouched claws momentarily froze, locking eyes with him. It may have never encountered a human so close, uncertain of whether these two bipedal creatures posed any threat. Yet, judging by their size, it instinctively recognized that Lu Qi and Nie Xiaorong were undoubtedly the main course on its menu for the day. Lu Qi stood momentarily stunned, his eyes transfixed on the creature behind him. As Nie Xiaorong began to turn, she was abruptly halted by Lu Qi's urgent command. Nie Xiaorong, stop, don't move. Trusting her innate intuition, she heeded his warning and froze in place. Slowly come towards me. Perhaps sensing Lu Qi's unwavering gaze and the provocation implied, the leopard emitted a low growl. At that moment, an icy dread gripped Nie Xiaorong, draining the color from her face. She finally comprehended the perilous message conveyed through Lu Qi's stiff posture and expression. A wild beast was lurking behind her. Overwhelmed by the proximity of the leopard's fearsome visage and the palpable terror it instilled, Nie Xiaorong had not yet lost her ability to act. Following Lu Qi's lead, she cautiously moved toward him. With each of the 5 or 6 steps, she felt as though she were teetering on the edge of a precipice. By the time she reached Lu Qi, beads of cold sweat were forming on her forehead. Meanwhile, Lu Qi gripped tightly the only wooden stick he possessed, a makeshift cane he had found halfway up the mountain. Nevertheless, to the leopard, his efforts seemed laughable and posed no real threat. A single bite would render the stick harmless. As Nie Xiaorong finally stood beside him, Lu Qi maintained his gaze on the leopard while he unbuckled his backpack with one hand, raising it as a shield before him. At that moment, Nie Xiaorong slowly turned around. Upon seeing the enormous and fearsome leopard, her complexion paled and her legs felt weak beneath her. With nothing in her hands, fear instinctively drove her to cower behind Lu Qi. Don't panic, it can sense our fear. The more we show it, the sooner it will strike. Lu Qi urged. What should we do? Nie Xiaorong asked, her voice trembling. Remove your backpack and use it to shield your body. Gradually back away, but don't rush. Lu Qi's gaze was not fixed on the leopard. Instead, he remained vigilant, observing its forelimbs, preparing himself for any eventuality. Controlling her emotions, Nie Xiaorong followed his instructions, took off her backpack, and held it as a shield in front of her while retreating slowly. At this moment, the leopard was merely 5 or 6 meters away from the two individuals. Its hesitation to attack might stem from the fact that it could strike at any time from this distance. Yet it observed the two bipedal creatures remaining composed in the face of its formidable presence, an unexpected reaction that seemed to throw it off guard. Such audacity had never graced its menu of prey, hence it refrained from launching an assault. This is bad, Lu Qi. What's wrong? Lu Qi's companion, Nie Xiaorong, suddenly exclaimed in astonishment, her voice trembling with sheer terror. There's no way out. Behind us is a precipice. Upon hearing this, a chill gripped Lu Qi's heart. Although he could not ascertain the exact height of the cliff, an overwhelming sense of dread washed over him, accompanied by a surge of courage that arose from the depths of despair. In an instant, his mind was racing with 1,000 chaotic thoughts. He halted his retreat and declared, "You go first. I will hold it off." This brief utterance provided Nie Xiaorong with a significant sense of relief amidst her anxiety. At that moment, Lu Qi embodied the essence of masculinity. His mere 8 words resonated like a heavy hammer, imprinting a sense of safety upon her heart. "What are you waiting for? Hurry!" Seeing Nie Xiaorong stand there in a daze, Lu Qi urged her forward while gently shifting his stance to block the possible trajectory of the leopard's attack. Upon hearing his plea, Nie Xiaorong snapped back to reality. Oh, right. After casting a glance behind her, she continued to retreat sideways, perhaps sensing their panic and tension. The leopard suddenly let out a fierce roar and lunged towards Lu Qi. Its claws sliced through the air, and its gaping maw, lined with sharp fangs, aimed to deliver a fatal blow to Lu Qi, seeking to end him in one swift motion. Run! In a moment of desperation, Lu Qi forcefully pushed Nie Xiaorong aside, raising his left hand, which clutched his backpack while gripping a wooden stick tightly in his right. As the menacing mouth rushed towards him, he instinctively retaliated. Thrusting the stick forward, Nie Xiaorong, having been pushed away, fell into the nearby bushes. Before she could regain her footing, she witnessed the leopard pounce towards Lu Qi's face. Lu Qi raised his backpack high, and in that surreal moment, both he and the leopard vanished from her sight, plummeting towards the abyss. Lu Qi, witnessing Lu Qi's selfless act to save her as they both fell into the chasm, sent Nie Xiaorong into a state of shock, leaving her at a loss for what to do. A torrent of emotions surged within her: grief, fear, gratitude, and an agonizing sense of loss for something irreplaceable. Frantically, she scrambled to the edge of the cliff to peer down, but the dense foliage obscured her view, preventing her from discerning their fate. The sound of falling stones echoed, each crackle intensifying her unease and sorrow. Lu Qi, whoa! Unable to contain her heartache any longer, Nie Xiaorong burst into tears. Chapter 14. Mutual warmth. As he plummeted rapidly, Lu Qi felt his body relentlessly colliding with rocks and vegetation, sending waves of pain coursing through him. As the leopard clung tightly to Lu Qi's backpack, it too was dragged down alongside him. Perhaps at that moment, the leopard felt a sense of humiliation and regret for its audacious attack. The pain from the violent collision with the rocks during the fall inflicted great suffering upon it. Yet the prospect of a sumptuous meal drove it to persist. With a resounding thud and a cry of anguish, Lu Qi sensed he had landed. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld a small, flat area of about 4 to 5 meters wide, strewn with rocks, while behind him lay a mound of stones overgrown with weeds. Half reclining on the pile, Lu Qi felt searing pain radiating from his legs, back, arms, face, and head. It seemed every part of his body was aflame with agony. Nevertheless, reason dictated that danger still lurked, urging him to remain vigilant. He quickly raised his head to scan his surroundings, and indeed, the leopard was struggling to rise from the nearby pile of rocks, mirroring his own predicament. A sense of dread washed over him. The leopard had regained its footing effortlessly, showing no signs of discomfort. It appeared the earlier fall and impact had little effect on it. Though its steps were slightly unsteady, it seemed otherwise unscathed. Shaking its head, the leopard locked its gaze on Lu Qi. Panic engulfed him as he realized the predator had targeted him. In a frantic scramble, he attempted to retreat. But despite his efforts, he could scarcely distance himself from the rocky heap. In a moment of desperation, he seized a stone from beside him, but then noticed a distress signal flare had fallen from his backpack. The bright red casing was unmistakable. Grabbing it hastily, he read the instructions and swiftly removed the safety cap. As the leopard assumed a crouched, predatory stance, Lu Qi shouted in defiance, attempting to deter its attack, and pulled the cord of the flare. Instantly, thick smoke billowed forth, and in the blink of an eye, searing flames erupted from within. However, perhaps due to Lu Qi's overt display of terror in the broad daylight, the flare, though warm in his grasp, emitted a lackluster brightness. The leopard, undeterred, lunged forward with fierce intent, seemingly intent on leaving Lu Qi no chance for resistance, its gaping maw revealing sharp teeth that glistened ominously. In that moment, Lu Qi, surprisingly calm and devoid of previous panic, thrust the flare towards the leopard's gaping mouth. With precision, he managed to insert it directly within, though he too suffered a bite to his arm in the process. Instinctively, he raised the stone in his right hand and struck the leopard's head with unrelenting force. "Damn it! How dare you bite me?" he shouted in a frenzy, relentlessly hammering the stone down upon the predator. It was then that the leopard truly comprehended the meaning of pain, finally relinquishing its grip on Lu Qi. With anguish cries, he retreated in panic, only to frantically collide with the ground and stone walls as if he had plunged in a molten lava, struggling madly in his torment. "Ah, my hand!" Lu Qi cried out in pain as he beheld his bloodied left hand. Yet the crisis was not yet averted. He dared not let his guard down. Rising to his feet, he tremulously grasped a stone, preparing to approach the faltering leopard, when he witnessed flames and thick smoke emanating from its mouth. Then, with an agonized cry, it collapsed against the edge of the stone wall, plummeting into the abyss below, never to utter another sound. Panting heavily, Lucci finally began to relax as his tension gradually eased. Lucci, whoa, up there. The voice of Nie Xiaorong reached him. Her tears were a testament to her relief upon realizing that Lucci was still alive, as she called out his name amidst her sobs. I'm fine. After catching his breath, Lucci raised his head and shouted back to reassure her. Hearing his words, Nie Xiaorong was overwhelmed with joy, nearly losing her footing in her excitement. Wait for me. I'll come down to find you. After hearing Nie Xiaorong's words, Lucci sank to the ground, leaning against a rock. He forcefully tore a strip of fabric from his clothing, wrapping it around his arm where he had been wounded, utterly drained of strength. Minutes passed, and at last, Nie Xiaorong discovered a narrow path down the steep cliff, following Lucci's faint guidance to reach the stone platform where he lay. Upon seeing his condition, her eyes brimmed with tears, and she found it hard to look directly at him. Nie Xiaorong gasped, startled by the sight before her. Lucci appeared as if drenched in blood, every inch of him marred by visible wounds, with little unscathed skin remaining. His clothes, once intact, were now tattered, and the sleeve of his left arm had completely vanished. The bloodstains were fresh, and in some areas, blood continued to seep out. She could scarcely fathom the agony Lucci must have endured when he fell. Lucci, whoa, don't scare me like this. How could you be so badly hurt? She cried as she hurriedly approached, squatting down to inquire with concern. But Lucci could only feel dizziness and weakness. His heart swelled with happiness at her presence. Yet he was momentarily blinded by the sight of her attire, which had also been torn in multiple places during her descent, exposing much of her chest. Coughing lightly twice, he leaned back against the stone, surrendering to stillness. No, don't, Lucci, you must not die. What'll I do if you leave me? I'm fine. Just some scrapes. A good rest will suffice. Upon hearing Nie Xiaorong's words, Lucci bore the excruciating pain and fatigue that enveloped him, offering her a comforting remark. Please, don't frighten me any further. Allow me to tend to your wounds. Just lie still. Although he initially wished to retort with a sarcastic remark about his current inability to do anything but lie there, the words remained unspoken, and he merely cast a resigned glance at the stunning beauty before him, hoping she would gradually grasp the situation. He then closed his eyes, choosing silence. In such close proximity, Nie Xiaorong's heart ached at the sight of Lucci's injuries. Suppressing her unease and fear, she managed to regulate her emotions and began to devise ways to tend to his wounds. Yet, the sound of her quiet sobs lingered, a testament to her struggle to maintain composure. Nie Xiaorong did not wish to weep continuously, but the thought of Lucci selflessly putting himself in harm's way to save her, ultimately leading to their shared peril and his injuries, overwhelmed her with both gratitude and sorrow. In a daze, Lucci could only hear the sound of fabric tearing near him, followed by the sensation of Nie Xiaorong moving about his head and body until he succumbed to a deep slumber. Nearly 2 hours passed, with Nie Xiaorong cradling Lucci in a slanted position. At this point, her loose-fitting casual attire had been reduced to little more than a swimsuit. She had contemplated changing into the only other garment in her backpack, but found herself too exhausted to move, especially with Lucci's head resting on her lap. She wished to prevent any movement that might aggravate his wounds. Thus, they remained in a deep sleep until the late hours of the night. The sky was adorned with brilliant stars, and the full moon hung high, accompanied by the distant calls of various creatures on the island. Suddenly awakening, Nie Xiaorong noticed that Lucci was still fast asleep, prompting her to refrain from making any sudden movements. Instead, she reached for her backpack, retrieving a small bottle containing half a bottle of drinking water. After opening the cap, she gently poured a few drops onto the corner of Lucci's cracked lips to moisten his parched skin before taking a few sips for herself. After tightly sealing the bottle and placing it back, she cautiously scanned her surroundings, wary of any lurking beasts. Her fears appeared somewhat unfounded, as nearly half an hour passed without any sign of wildlife. Once calm settled around her, Nie Xiaorong realized that their current location might be quite special, thus deterring other animals. They were situated on a ledge of a cliff near the mountain summit, with minimal vegetation to obscure their presence. Even at night, creatures typically avoided this area, as both prey and predators tended to dwell within the jungle. Under the moonlight, Nishaorong's fair skin radiated a luminous glow. As she gazed at Lu Qi, his handsome features illuminated by the moonlight, she found him irresistibly captivating. Although she had numerous admirers and handsome suitors in her life, none had ever left such a profound impression on her heart. However, ever since she encountered Lu Qi, she was instantly captivated by his radiant demeanor. Lu Qi, do you know? In fact, that day on the cruise, I intentionally sought to approach you. I watched you from a distance amidst the crowd, drawn to your sunny disposition. Although that night did not boast the brilliance of a starry sky as it does now, the moment you turned around, you shone in my eyes like a star, dazzling and bright. I was emboldened by an inexplicable courage to introduce myself. So I picked up the bottle of red wine and a glass from the table and made my way towards you, thinking that I must become an unforgettable sight for you on the cruise. I even playfully adjusted my attire, yet you remained as indifferent as a wooden block, seemingly unmoved by my advances. You didn't even ask for my contact information. If it were another man, I wouldn't have given it to him either. Unbeknownst to her, as she held Lu Qi in her arms, Nie Xiaorong began to talk to herself. She realized that today, Lu Qi had truly entered her heart, especially when he selflessly pushed her away to confront the leopard's attack alone, displaying an audacious bravery that even defied the peril of falling off a cliff. In that moment, she couldn't help but worry for him, and it was a genuine concern, perhaps due to the severe loss of blood and moisture. Lu Qi's lips were perpetually dry. Nie Xiaorong opened the remaining half bottle of water and gently dripped it into his mouth. Cough, cough. Perhaps too sensitive. Lu Qi let out a soft cough upon tasting the water while still unconscious. Haha, you're awake, Lu Qi. How wonderful, you've finally awakened. Seeing Lu Qi open his eyes, Nie Xiaorong was overwhelmed with emotion and began to cry again. Boo-hoo, you scare me to death. I thought you would never wake up. Sensing the life-giving power in his mouth, Lu Qi slowly opened his eyes. Why are you still crying? The moment he opened his eyes, he found Nie Xiaorong gazing at him with tear-filled eyes. Although it was nighttime, her beauty remained utterly enchanting, like a white lotus blooming under the moonlight. I'm a woman. After all, women are made of water, so of course, if I feel like crying, I will. Upon hearing Lu Qi's words, she felt an immense joy in her heart, wishing to express her concern for him, fearing he might not awaken. Yet the heartfelt words transformed into something else as they reached her lips. Is there more water, beautiful lady? Pour me some more. I'm quite thirsty. Noticing that his wounds had been tended to and seeing the scant fabric left on Nie Xiaorong, Lu Qi understood her concern for him. He mimicked her teasing tone in response. Yes, yes. Saying this, she hurriedly poured the last bit of water into his mouth. Only then did she realize how mischievous Lu Qi could be. Yet, observing his frail state, she chose to let it slide and not dwell on it. Subsequently, the two nestled together, sharing their warmth against the chilly night of the island. They endured until dawn, and as the first rays of morning sunlight kissed the mountaintop, Lu Qi finally awakened. As the first rays of sunlight pierced through his eyelids, Lu Qi felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude for still being alive. Upon seeing Nie Xiaorong, who still appeared weary, he could not help but feel appreciation. Had she not stayed by his side, tending to his wounds and providing comfort throughout the night, he might not have been able to witness the rising sun at all. With a slow effort, Lu Qi rose, noticing that his body was adorned with strips of fabric torn from Nie Xiaorong's clothing. Pain coursed through various parts of his body. Unable to restrain himself, he cursed. Damn this beast. As he attempted to take a few steps, a sharp ache shot through his legs. Lu Qi, you're awake? Behind him, Nie Xiaorong, hearing his pained utterance, immediately stirred. That's wonderful. I'm so happy to see you're all right. Oh dear. In her excitement, Nie Xiaorong attempted to rise, but halfway up, a wave of soreness in her thigh caused her to collapse back down. Seeing this, Lu Qi hurried to her side. It's my fault. I must have been resting on your leg for too long, causing the numbness. Hee. It's fine, it'll pass soon. Just seeing you awake and well brings me immense joy. With renewed determination, Nie Xiaorong slowly got to her feet, brushing off her thigh before taking a few steps forward. Upon reaching the edge of the cliff, she suddenly gasped at the sight below. Lu Qi, come quickly. The island is breathtaking today. Hearing her exclamation, Lu Qi, despite the pain in his legs, moved closer. Indeed, the scenery before him was extraordinarily beautiful. Chapter 15. You are truly remarkable. Before them lay a vast, circular island, resembling a massive green ring, shrouded in thick white mist. The fog rolled like waves, and a dense forest appeared to emerge and fade within the haze. The distant sea was nowhere to be seen, completely obscured by the mist, transforming into an ocean of fog. The peaks of the circular mountains loomed above, entirely enveloped in mist, resembling a fairyland that captivated the beholder. Could this be an island transformed from a royal green bracelet that fell from the hands of the Queen Mother? Lucci marveled, taking a few more steps to gaze toward another side. Strange, although it was a bit chilly last night, it didn't rain. We've been stranded on this island for over half a month, and such a phenomenon has never occurred before. Why is today so different? Noticing Lu Qi's bewilderment, Nie Xiaorong chimed in, exactly. How could such a vast sea of fog suddenly appear? It does remind me of the thick mist we encountered after escaping that colossal ocean current while on a lifeboat. Her casual remark instantly alleviated half of Lu Qi's curiosity. No wonder he felt an inexplicable familiarity with the dense fog. This island indeed held an air of mystery. Setting aside his other curiosities for the moment, he and Nie Xiaorong took the time to appreciate the hard-won beauty surrounding them. Suddenly, a rumbling sound of hunger interrupted their tranquil observation. Glancing at Nie Xiaorong beside him, Lu Qi realized that they had both gone days without a proper meal. And she must be ravenous. In truth, I have long been ravenous. I must be quite hungry, following me away from the throng. I have yet to partake in a proper meal, and I nearly lost my life in the process. I sincerely apologize, Lu Qi said awkwardly, only to be met with Nie Xiaorong's calm reply. What is there to apologize for? This was my own choice. Besides, seeking sustenance is precisely the purpose of our venture. Those who remain on the beach may well be worse off than us at this moment. Nie Xiaorong then inquired, however, what should we do now? With such thick fog, will we risk losing our way if we continue on? Lu Qi pondered briefly before responding. Let's first search for food. No matter how dense the fog, it will surely dissipate by noon. Alas, we cannot pursue the lifeboat as planned. The fog is so heavy that descending the mountain is already a challenge. If we wait for the fog to clear before setting off, it may have drifted too far. Reflecting on this, Lu Qi felt a pang of heartache and anger. A perfectly good plan had been thwarted by that detestable leopard. Speaking of which, I wonder how that leopard is faring now. If I had managed to turn the tables on it yesterday, perhaps we wouldn't be enduring hunger. Upon hearing Lu Qi's fanciful thoughts, Nie Xiaorong could not help but roll her eyes. What are you thinking? That is a fully grown leopard, much larger than any I have seen at the zoo. Surviving its attack is already a stroke of luck, let alone contemplating feasting on its flesh. With a huff, Nie Xiaorong unceremoniously shattered Lu Qi's delusions. Nonetheless, Lu Qi paid little heed to Nie Xiaorong's words and limped over to the edge of the stone platform where the leopard had fallen, cautiously leaning out to investigate. Yet, the thick fog obscured his view completely. Nevertheless, Lu Qi was certain that the last attack he had launched had inflicted considerable harm on the creature. Hey, what are you doing? Step away from there. Don't fall. Seeing Lu Qi lost in thought at the edge of the platform, Nie Xiaorong hurried forward and pulled him back, her tone filled with urgency. No worries, I'm just trying to find a route down from here. Regardless, we must explore this area. If we can find some wild fruits or vegetables, it would surely help satiate our hunger. Lu Qi, pleased by Nie Xiaorong's concern for him, spoke cheerily. Yet his mind remained preoccupied with thoughts of the leopard. He was determined to descend and investigate, for he knew that the distress signal flare was something he had personally delivered into the leopard's maw. Without a doubt, the temperature emitted by that flare posed a lethal threat to the beast. Very well, but can you still move freely in your current state? Nie Xiaorong asked, her concern evident. Look, this minor injury is nothing to me. As he spoke, he endured the pain and performed a Tai Chi cloud hand gesture, hoping to showcase his physical strength to Nie Xiaorong. However, the agony from the torn wound was a torment known only to him. He bore the pain because Lu Qi understood that if they failed to find sustenance, their bodies would surely suffer. All right then, we have enjoyed the beautiful scenery. Let us seek the way down the mountain. Certainly, let us proceed. After tidying their backpacks, the two embarked on their quest to find the descent. After nearly 2 hours of arduous searching, they finally circled back to the location of the previous cliff. The path had proven exceedingly treacherous, and by this time, both had acquired several new cuts and scrapes. Lu Qi's clothing was now in tatters, resembling the rags of a beggar, and he had wrapped numerous bandages around his body. He moved cautiously, gritting his teeth against the pain, occasionally exaggerating his movements, which was rather amusing to behold. Nie Xiaorong stifled laughter as she walked, though her own unsuitable shoes for climbing had become utterly useless. Continuing further would turn them into mere slippers. Her delicate frame could hardly withstand the uneven, rocky terrain. How much farther must we go, Lu Qi? Why must you take such a convoluted route? Otherwise, we could have nearly reached the halfway point by now. We have arrived. It should be right here. Hearing her words, Lu Qi recognized that her stamina had reached its limit. Yet fortunately, they had finally arrived at the place he wished to inspect. The thick fog still lingered, obscuring visibility. Lu Qi's proud eyesight could now only discern a range of a few meters. Do not rush. Be cautious. There may still be dangers lurking here. Noticing Lu Qi's buoyant spirit and excitement, Nie Xiaorong promptly cautioned him with her words. Yes, I understand. If I calculate the time correctly, it is around 7 or 8 in the morning. At this hour, wild beasts are either returning to their nests or still emerging from their dens. His self-composed explanation belied his uncertainty about potential dangers. However, he felt the need to say something to reassure Nie Xiaorong, which also served to comfort himself. Thus, Nie Xiaorong closely followed in Lu Qi's footsteps as he picked up 2 stones and proceeded toward the base of the cliff. Lu Qi, do you really believe that leopard perished here? Nie Xiaorong pouted, feeling that Lu Qi was wasting time, and could not help but inquire as they neared the cliff. What else could it be? We did not come here for leisure. We are in search of food. Look at the rock face, though it is covered with numerous plants. It is still several dozen meters from the stone platform above. It must have fallen from there. Even if it did not die on impact, it would at least be severely injured. By tracking its paw prints, we might just encounter it along the way. Lu Qi explained, continuing to advance. With so many stones and foliage here, and considering other animals inhabit the island, if that leopard truly met its demise here, it would be difficult to find. Or perhaps it has already been consumed by other creatures. If the animals that consume it have yet to depart, should we not also be in peril? With that thought, Lu Qi halted his steps and turned to gaze at Nie Xiaorong. Although he perceived her as somewhat loquacious and timid, her caution garnered his approval. Thus, the pair procured 2 suitable sticks to serve as weapons and ascended to a nearby elevation not far from the cliff's edge, both to survey the surroundings and to await the dissipation of the thick fog. After an hour had passed, the mist finally began to lift, revealing the scene at the base of the cliff to their vision. Clambering atop a large rock, Lu Qi's heart raced upon spotting a familiar figure. It was the leopard. Look, over there. Huh, I was right. As Lu Qi pointed, Nie Xiaorong stood in stunned disbelief, unable to comprehend that he had indeed been correct. Lu Qi, did you truly slay it? How did you accomplish such a feat? Listening to her astonished words, Lu Qi felt a surge of exhilaration. Marvelous. We have food at last. I suppose I can claim half the credit for its demise. He lifted his gaze towards the cliff above and continued. The other half of the credit belongs to this precipice. Though I sustained some injuries, the reward far outweighs the pain. With that, Lu Qi eagerly took Nie Xiaorong's hand, brimming with excitement. We shall no longer endure hunger. Let us proceed swiftly to tend to the leopard, lest the meat spoil and attract other predators. Oh, still processing the situation, Nie Xiaorong nodded, her delicate hand grasped by Lu Qi as they made their way toward the leopard's location. At that moment, the leopard lay upon a pile of stones, head down, mouth ajar, its eyes wide open, limbs contorted, presumably twisted from a fall. Completely motionless, it was evidently lifeless. A trickle of blood seeped from the corner of its mouth, and upon closer inspection, they discovered a red flare lodged inside its half-open jaws. The leopard's body appeared largely intact, save for 3 or 4 conspicuous wounds on its head. These were the result of Lu Qi's desperate efforts, inflicted solely with the stone he wielded at that time. One could only imagine the force he had exerted. Upon seeing the injuries on the leopard's head, Lu Qi was astonished by his own explosive strength. After surveying their surroundings, Lu Qi and Nie Xiaorong engaged in a discussion and subsequently divided their tasks. Given the leopard's considerable size, it was impractical to transport it, so they resolved to process it on site. After a thorough exploration of the vicinity, they selected a slightly elevated location, where a large crevice in the rock provided a natural shelter. With a simple covering, it would serve as a refuge, difficult for both humans and beasts to detect, allowing them to rest there even after nightfall. Once these preparations were complete, they remembered that the processing of the leopard's meat would undoubtedly attract nearby predators due to the blood. Therefore, to ensure their safety, they decided to kindle a fire nearby before handling the leopard's carcass, intending to deter any approaching wild beasts. After a thorough search, the two managed to gather a sufficient amount of dry wood, which they piled up in front of their shelter. Having made the necessary preparations, Lucci realized that he currently lacked a fire starter, rendering the task of igniting a fire a significant challenge. Although there was no shortage of dry wood in the vicinity, his confidence in creating a roaring blaze was rather meager. He understood the principles of friction fire, yet the execution proved to be a daunting endeavor. However, seeing Nie Xiaorong gazing at him with admiration, as a young man brimming with vigor, he could hardly admit defeat. Thus, he sought suitable dry grass to serve as tinder and embarked on his inaugural attempt at friction fire. Observing Lu Qi's initial actions, Nie Xiaorong discerned his lack of experience. Yet, instead of mocking him or making snide remarks, she offered gentle encouragement. Lu Qi, we have our shelter now, so don't rush. I'll go find some more dry grass for bedding tonight. By the time I return, you will surely have succeeded in starting the fire. Upon witnessing Nie Xiaorong's smile, a cloud of gloom lifted from Lu Qi's heart. He nodded in acknowledgement, advising, be careful and don't stray too far. When you come back, I'll prepare some leopard meat for you. Hee, sure, good luck, she replied, her delicate hand forming a fist as she made a gesture of encouragement before setting off in search of dry grass. Once Nie Xiaorong departed, Lu Qi adjusted his mindset, focusing on the key points of friction fire as he resumed his attempts. 5 minutes passed, then 10, and despite the skin on his palms nearly wearing thin, there was still no sign of success. Damn it, whoever claims friction fire is easy, I shall surely silence them. Frustration mounted, yet he knew he had to devise a different approach. Continuing in this manner would leave his hands utterly incapacitated. After calming his anger, Lu Qi sought out a damp stick, bending it with a strip of cloth tied at both ends to create a rudimentary bow. This small tool proved pivotal. As he attempted friction fire once more, he finally witnessed a glimmer of hope. With persistent effort, white smoke began to rise from the point of contact between the stick and the tinder. Wonderful! Haha, at last it's working. Not daring to pause, he increased both the force and speed of his movements, and soon the smoke thickened significantly. When he could clearly see sparks with the naked eye, he halted, quickly retrieving the tinder positioned beneath the wood and gently blowing on it. Ultimately, he succeeded. He had ignited a fire. By the time Nie Xiaorong returned, cradling a bundle of dry grass, she was greeted by the sight of Lu Qi having successfully kindled 3 fires around them. Wow, Lu Qi, you are truly remarkable. How impressive. Feeling the warmth of civilization, Nie Xiaorong was genuinely elated, her eyes filled with admiration for Lu Qi. In response, Lu Qi felt a sweetness akin to honey, having proven his worth before the beautiful woman, and in that moment, his masculine spirit soared even higher. After Nie Xiaorong laid the hay she was carrying inside the shelter, she and Lu Qi together dragged the 2-meter-long leopard to a vacant area beside the shelter, finally ready to commence the task of processing the leopard meat. Chapter 16. Fresh leopard meat. However, just as everything was set, Lu Qi, preparing to take action, realized that they lacked the necessary tools for evisceration. This revelation shattered all of his enthusiasm and motivation, igniting a wave of frustration that made him want to curse, mentally cursing Wu Hao and the others. Calm down. Let's think of a solution. Seeing Lu Qi in a state of agitation, Nie Xiaorong offered a comforting word and began rummaging through her backpack. Yet, aside from 2 thin garments, she found only a box of cosmetics and a high-end smartphone. Observing Nie Xiaorong's composed demeanor as she sought solutions, Lu Qi also began to act, though his own backpack was disappointingly sparse, containing only a set of silver needles and a marriage certificate, along with a single piece of clothing. His phone, which had lost power, and a hidden flashlight were nowhere to be found, likely lost when he fell from the cliff. What are we to do? His mind was filled with images of survival equipment from the lifeboat, a fire axe, a sailor's knife, a flashlight, and so forth. I must make a trip to that lifeboat on the sea. If it is well stocked, then everything could be ours. While contemplating this, he realized the immediate problem still needed addressing. Although surrounded by large stones, finding even a stone knife was no easy task. The quality of the stone was crucial. Only those with sharp edges and a hard texture would suffice. Just as Lu Qi was mired in worry, Nie Xiaorong suddenly held up what appeared to be a pencil. Lu Qi, look, will this do? Huh, that is not a knife. What use could it possibly have? Lu Qi waved his hand dismissively after a brief glance. Hee, take a closer look. As she spoke, Nie Xiaorong gently twisted the pencil, and to Lu Qi's astonishment, it miraculously split in two, revealing a shiny blade approximately 4 to 5 centimeters long. This is my eyebrow trimming knife. Although it is small, it should suffice to slowly separate the flesh. An eyebrow trimming knife. So exquisite. After taking the trimming knife from Nie Xiaorong, Lu Qi examined it closely. No wonder it could conceal the blade within. It was remarkably intricate. How wonderful are the items of women, all imbued with high technology. With that, he gave Nie Xiaorong a once-over. Let me give it a try. What else with that look? What do you mean? Nie Xiaorong quickly analyzed Lu Qi's gaze. Women's items? High technology. Oof. Stupid man. Mine are all natural. Not high-tech at all. With a slight huff of indignation, she placed one hand on her chest and lightly stomped her foot, looking rather fierce. Just as she was about to retort Lu Qi's remarks, she noticed him diligently working beside the leopard, leaving her no choice but to relent. Just wait. I'll deal with you later. Thus, suppressing her frustration, she stepped forward to assist Lu Qi in completing the processing of the leopard. Though the eyebrow knife is small, it possesses a sharpness that far exceeds Lu Qi's expectations. However, due to their inexperience in slaughtering, it took considerable effort for the two to successfully remove the leopard's skin. With this exquisite leopard hide, they need not fear the cold during the nights to come. Holding the hard-won pelt, Lu Qi gazed at it with delight, eliciting a joyful response from Nie Xiaorong. Although it was her first experience with taking a life, she felt no fear, perhaps due to her gnawing hunger or her frequent indulgence in barbecued delicacies. Her eyes glimmered with anticipation at the sight of the leopard's meat. After another period of waiting, Lu Qi successfully extracted all the internal organs of the leopard, leaving behind some convenient entrails for consumption. To prevent detection by other predators, he meticulously dug a pit to bury the remaining innards. By this time, darkness had begun to envelop the sky. After further cutting, smashing, and pulling, Lu Qi managed to detach one of the leopard's hind legs, which would serve as their dinner for the evening. Once the remaining meat was brought into their shelter, Lu Qi approached the fire pit, skewering the leg with patience as it began to roast. To expedite the cooking process, he used the eyebrow knife to make several incisions in the meat, facilitating its thorough cooking. Meanwhile, Nie Xiaorong, exhausted, sat nearby, observing Lu Qi as he diligently tended to the large piece of meat, engaging him in light conversation. Over an hour passed, and the aroma of roasting meat filled the air. Though devoid of extravagant seasonings, the pure and unadulterated scent of the meat made both of them ravenously hungry. After countless swallows and agonizing moments of anticipation, the meat was finally ready. It is done. Not bad, Lu Qi exclaimed, taking a deep whiff before playfully waving the roasted meat towards Nie Xiaorong. It's finally ready. It smells divine. With a delighted expression, Nie Xiaorong drew closer, eagerly accepting a generous slice that Lu Qi cut off. Thank you. This is truly delightful. Upon receiving the steaming, aromatic piece of meat, she expressed her gratitude, took a deep breath of the enticing aroma, and began to savor it heartily. Delicious. So good. Watching Nie Xiaorong enjoy her meal and shower it with praise brought Lu Qi immense joy. He too cut off a piece of meat and began to indulge. Indeed, the most exquisite sustenance often requires the simplest of preparations. Perhaps due to their prolonged fasting, the two consumed the entire leg of meat in less than an hour. Patting his now sated belly, Lu Qi felt a significant alleviation of his fatigue. After the feast, the night had fully settled in, and the surrounding woods could only be faintly discerned under the moonlight. Satisfied, Nie Xiaorong perched on a pile of stones, gazing contentedly at the starry sky. Lu Qi, feeling both weary and drowsy, added some wood to the 3 fires before retreating into the shelter to lie down. Ouch! As soon as he reclined, a sharp cry escaped his lips. He had inadvertently reopened a wound on his back. Nie Xiaorong hurriedly entered to assess the situation, relieved to find that the issue was not too severe. After a gentle intervention, Lu Qi finally reclined. As he lay down, Nie Xiaorong noticed a narrow crevice of over a meter wide, which, although lengthy, lacked sufficient breadth. While the space Lu Qi occupied was adequate, the proximity felt almost too intimate. Just as she hesitated, contemplating whether to lie down and rest, an unfamiliar cry echoed from outside, soon accompanied by other distant sounds. Without waiting for Lu Qi to speak, Nie Xiaorong cast aside her doubts and lay down beside him. Perceiving her unspoken thoughts, Lu Qi, already drifting into a hazy slumber, reassured her, "Rest easy. I would never take advantage of you in your vulnerable state." With that, he gently shifted his position, creating more space for her, though a soft groan of pain escaped his lips during the movement. This faint sound of discomfort, though originating from Lu Qi, inexplicably tugged at Nie Xiaorong's heart, filling her with warmth and a sense of security. Before long, Lu Qi's soft snores filled the air, yet Nie Xiaorong found herself wide awake. Turning to glance at his face illuminated by the flickering firelight, he appeared quite handsome. "Lu the Great Wolf," she softly called out, but he showed no sign of response. Is it that I lack femininity? Am I not alluring enough? Or is it this fellow who is simply unresponsive?" With a hint of pride, she puffed out her chest and pouted, softly rebuking him. "I'm naturally talented, not a product of black technology, you rascal. I'm ignoring you." Recalling Lu Qi's words from earlier that day, she playfully scolded the sleeping figure, engaging in her own musings while observing his exhausted slumber. Nie Xiaorong lost track of time before finally succumbing to sleep herself. The following morning dawned clear, devoid of the previous day's thick fog. Outside their makeshift refuge, 3 dying campfires emitted only faint wisps of white smoke, testaments to their glorious, albeit fleeting, contributions from the night before. Lu Qi awoke to find a warm body nestled closely against him. It was Nie Xiaorong. Not only was she wrapped around him with her arms, but her legs were carelessly draped over his. Her long hair brushed against his neck, and he could feel her gentle breaths stirring the strands. This woman, in sleep, was a world apart from her waking self. Lu Qi considered shifting her away, yet hesitated for fear of disturbing her. To allow her a bit more rest, he remained still. Despite being fully awake and alert, he found his senses heightened. With each breath, he became increasingly aware of her hair, her body, even her warmth. Soon, he realized his breathing quickened, his blood surged, and an unbearable heat enveloped him. As Nie Xiaorong continued to slumber, she felt as though a warm furnace had appeared before her. Unable to resist the urge, she instinctively sought to draw closer. At that moment, Lu Qi could no longer contain himself and subtly shifted his position. Yet, this slight movement was enough to rouse Nie Xiaorong from her dreams. What was happening? Why was she embracing him? Had he not yet awakened? Should she look up now? But what if he was already awake? How utterly embarrassing that would be. "Oh, Nie Xiaorong, how could you be so lacking in composure? This is truly mortifying." Suddenly, as Nie Xiaorong was fully awake and her mind raced with internal turmoil, she felt something pressing uncomfortably against her abdomen, something particularly warm. Oh no, why could she not control herself? The more she tried, the more prideful her body seemed to become. It was unbearable. Surely, he must still be asleep. Lu Qi's expression was complex. The overwhelming physiological response could no longer be feigned as ignorance. He had resolved to rise, but as he lowered his head to check if Nie Xiaorong was still asleep, their gazes met unexpectedly. In an instant, the air around them became charged with tension. Neither dared to make a move. The atmosphere was palpably awkward. Nie Xiaorong could distinctly hear the rapid beating of Lu Qi's heart, while he felt the warmth radiating from her flushed cheeks. "Good morning. You're awake?" They both exclaimed simultaneously, only to be plunged back into embarrassment. Just then, Lu Qi's third leg began to betray him, standing rigidly, making Nie Xiaorong acutely aware of the gravity of her predicament. In a flurry, she withdrew her arms and legs from where they had rested on Lu Qi, covering her eyes and exclaiming, "You should get up first." Okay, Lu Qi replied, sitting up. He stole another glance at Nie Xiaorong, whose form was still curled up, before hastily rising and awkwardly exiting their makeshift shelter. Once Lu Qi had left, Nie Xiaorong sat up, her hand pressed against her racing heart, unable to suppress a soft, dreamy smile. "Oh, Lu Dalong," she murmured to herself, her cheeks flushed deep crimson. The morning air on the island was refreshingly cool, and the two intended to find a water source to freshen up. However, there was no water to be found nearby. They were situated halfway up a mountain, surrounded by rocks and trees, which left Lu Qi feeling quite distressed. He resolved to find an ideal shelter on the island. Yet, the immediate priority was to deal with the remaining leopard meat, otherwise it would soon spoil. With a plan in mind, he briefed Nie Xiaorong, who understood that the meat required processing, lest it rot before they could consume it. "What do you intend to do?" she inquired, as her unfamiliarity with the matter left her uncertain. She hoped Lu Qi would share his plan with her. Hearing this, Lu Qi's sense of superiority surged, and he began to eloquently impart all the knowledge he possessed on the subject. In the wilderness, common methods for preserving meat typically include dehydration, refrigeration, disinfection, and smoking. However, lacking both salt and refrigeration facilities, our only viable options for preserving the leopard meat are dehydration and smoking. Let us divide our tasks. This endeavor will undoubtedly require considerable time and effort. Lu Qi briefly outlined the methods for preserving the meat and then proceeded to delegate responsibilities to Nie Xiaorong. First, let us gather some firewood and branches. You will be in charge of grilling the food this morning, while I will handle the dehydration and smoking of the leopard meat. Additionally, we must attend to that leopard skin, as it will serve as an important long-term resource for us. All right, I am not well versed in this area, so I shall follow your lead. Let us commence. Upon hearing Lu Qi's words, Nie Xiaorong smiled with joy, her gaze toward him increasingly filled with admiration and tenderness. Soon, the two found an abundance of wood nearby. Having indulged in a hearty meal the previous night, Lu Qi only sliced a small portion of the leopard meat to hand over to Nie Xiaorong for grilling. He meticulously cut the remaining meat into long strips, leaving 3 legs intact, as he intended to dry them with smoke, then coat them with ashes, striving to preserve the freshness of the meat inside, ensuring they could enjoy fresh leopard meat over the coming days. Chapter 17. The old mischievous monkey. Without hesitation, despite the lack of proper tools, their enthusiasm was undeniable. After nearly 3 hours of arduous work, all the leopard meat was finally prepared and placed on the smoking rack. At that moment, Nie Xiaorong's breakfast of grilled meat was also ready. Following a relatively civilized feast, Lu Qi, now sated, gazed towards the large lake at the center of the island. Given the lengthy smoking process, he did not plan to linger there. He was eager to discover whether it was a lake or an ocean and whether it contained fish. However, his thoughts were predominantly consumed by the lifeboat and its supplies he had seen atop the mountain the day before. Yet, the experiences and exhaustion of the past few days, coupled with various injuries to his body, would inevitably hinder his journey. After a discussion with Nie Xiaorong, Lu Qi resolved to descend the mountain alone to investigate the situation at the island's central lake and to look for any drinkable freshwater sources along the way. Of course, he also urgently needed a stable and safe shelter. Before departing, he took special care to remind Nie Xiaorong to monitor the burning of the campfire and the smoking process. He promised to return as swiftly as possible before nightfall. "Be careful on your way and watch your safety," Nie Xiaorong urged, her concern evident. "Yes, you should also remain vigilant of your surroundings. If danger arises, ignite that pile of wood and take refuge in a shelter," Lu Qi instructed, pointing to a stack of firewood beside the shelter. Afterward, armed only with a carefully chosen stick as a weapon for self-defense, he set off down the mountain alone. Watching Lu Qi's retreating figure, Nie Xiaorong silently prayed for his safe and swift return. Not long after departing, Lu Qi ventured into the most verdant section of the Inner Rings Island, where the trees were evidently more luxuriant than those atop the mountain or in the Outer Ring. He observed that even within the same species, the trees here towered taller and were more abundant. The ground was also cloaked in dense vegetation, featuring numerous species he had never encountered before. From the mountain summit, this grandeur was imperceptible. However, upon reaching this height in the Inner Ring, the sight of the towering woods astonished Lu Qi. Yet, what troubled him most was the overwhelming density of the foliage, which left almost no path for passage. Suddenly, Lu Qi's gaze was drawn upward to a massive tree, one he had never seen before. Its trunk was so thick that it would require at least 3 people to encircle it. After a moment of contemplation, he nearly remarked on the resemblance to the baobab tree of the African continent, but upon closer inspection of its lush canopy and delicate leaves, he dismissed the notion. In the serene woods, Lu Qi continued onward for several meters, discovering an abundance of intriguing species. Among them, a striking blood-red tree stood out. its branches sprawling toward the ground and embedding themselves in the earth, reminiscent of a banyan tree. However, unlike the banyan, its trunk oozed a crimson liquid, creating a rather terrifying spectacle. The ground was thick with shrubs and wild grasses, their heights capable of swallowing Lu Qi whole. Many of the shrubs could be deemed small trees in his eyes. At that moment, he noticed a patch of grass ahead, adorned with wildflowers. Even the smallest of these blooms reached above his knees, with most standing nearly as tall as he was. The myriad of shapes and colors created an extraordinary tableau. While immersed in this enchanting scene, a butterfly suddenly ascended from the grass before him. Yes, a butterfly, though this one was extraordinarily large, its wings resembling two fans. Before Lu Qi could fully process the spectacle in astonishment, a multitude of butterflies erupted from the surrounding foliage, flitting about in the air. There were dozens, if not hundreds, of these magnificent creatures, their wings stirring the lofty grass into a wild dance. Was this a fairyland, or merely a figment of his imagination? Lu Qi found it hard to trust his own eyes. These butterflies, unlike any he had ever seen, were of such considerable size that they transported him to an entirely new realm. As he walked through this wonderland, he felt diminutive amidst the grandeur surrounding him. This place seemed even more primal and extraordinary than a rainforest. Lu Qi marveled at the scene, while simultaneously realizing that his slow progress would likely delay his arrival at the Great Lake. The path was fraught with obstacles, making it exceedingly difficult to traverse. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed beneath his feet. Looking down, Lu Qi nearly stumbled in shock, discovering a white, desiccated bone. He bent down for a closer inspection, but could not identify the origin of the bone, only surmising that it had lain there for a considerable time. Thus, it was easily crushed by him. Scattered around the desiccated bones on the ground were numerous fragments of similar hues, prompting Lu Qi's curiosity about the origins of these skeletal remains. Cautiously, he examined the surroundings and, to his dismay, the deeper he ventured, the more white bones emerged from the earth. However, they predominantly belonged to animals, both large and small, with no familiar human remains in sight. Moreover, these bones were considerably larger than those of the creatures he had previously encountered. After traversing a few more meters, a pungent stench assaulted his senses. Following the repugnant odor, Lu Qi stumbled upon a freshly killed animal carcass. It appeared to be the remains of a wild boar, brutally torn apart and in an advanced state of decay, perhaps having been gnawed on after its demise, leaving it severely mutilated in places. Upon witnessing this gruesome scene, Lu Qi hastily chose to circumvent the area, his heart now laden with heightened vigilance towards this inner coastal isle. Suddenly, a piercing shriek erupted from the nearby thicket. The sound was shrill. Lu Qi stood frozen. Realizing it must be some wild beast, he quickly crouched down, striving to maintain his composure and listen intently. A roar echoed from a distance, followed by the rapid thudding of footsteps through the grass, as something darted past him, peering through the gaps in the foliage. Lu Qi glimpsed a colossal bird flapping its diminutive wings as it soared by, its massive talons reminiscent of an oversized African vulture, standing a full human height, albeit with a rather comical appearance due to its short and stubby wings. After a few breaths, another shadow rocketed past the thicket, pursuing the large vulture. Its speed was remarkable, and its dark fur made it evident that it was a quadruped. Witnessing this spectacle quickened Lu Qi's heartbeat, compelling him to remain crouched. Only after the sounds of their pursuit faded into silence did he cautiously attempt to rise. However, just as he peeked out, a chilling scream pierced the air. Startled, Lu Qi immediately crouched down once more. The wails persisted for a few agonizing moments before the forest returned to an eerie stillness. This was utterly insane. It seemed prudent to abandon his plans, or perhaps relinquish them altogether. Had he been the one being pursued, he might have already met his demise. After witnessing the earlier scene, Lu Qi glanced at the sole weapon for his defense, a wooden stick, and resolved to retreat. He had no desire to wander aimlessly in this entirely unfamiliar jungle, risking becoming a delectable morsel for the formidable beasts that roamed the island. After all, his life was singular. Even the recently slain leopard was merely a stroke of luck for him. Had their meeting occurred on a flat terrain, their fates might have been irrevocably exchanged. After contemplating the environment and the dangers surrounding him, Lu Qi resolved to retrace his steps and leave this place. However, as he turned, an elderly and frail monkey, adorned with brownish-gray fur, appeared before him. Its stature was modest, squatting on the ground and standing no taller than Lu Chi's calf, who was 187 meters tall. The old monkey, somewhat balding, bore the signs of exhaustion as if it had just completed a long and arduous journey, its back slightly hunched. Despite its lack of physical strength and advanced age, its eyes were remarkably sharp, and upon spotting Lu Chi, it gleamed with an unmistakable light akin to discovering a new world, reflecting both astonishment and a hint of humanity. "Goodness, you startled me," Lu Chi exclaimed, lightly patting his chest in jest. "We should leave quickly. It's dangerous here." Observing that the old monkey remained motionless, Lu Chi waved his hand in an attempt to shoo it away, aware that this area was home to formidable predators. He knew he could not afford any missteps or carelessness. At that moment, the old monkey seemed to comprehend Lu Chi's words. It leaped toward a nearby tree and, with a few agile climbs, reached a branch several meters high. Yet, just as Lu Chi prepared to depart, he noticed a rather inconspicuous black collar around the monkey's neck, causing him to halt abruptly. The collar was evidently a product of human design, leaving Lu Chi perplexed. Did this island harbor other humans? The old monkey bounded to another tree, pausing once more to regard Lu Chi intently while gesticulating animatedly. This only deepened Lu Chi's confusion. "What are you trying to say? Mischievous monkey? Is there a child in trouble? Do you wish for me to help?" Although Lu Chi could not decipher the monkey's intent, he felt compelled to prioritize his safety and bid farewell before retracing his steps. However, upon noticing Lu Chi's indifference and his intention to leave, the old monkey emitted a series of frantic calls from the tree, leaping over to a branch directly above Lu Chi and continuing its animated gestures and vocalizations. It was evidently trying to convey something significant. "Shh, quiet down, you troublesome creature. What are you shouting about? Please be silent." The monkey's cries startled Lu Chi, who feared they might attract other wild beasts. Frustrated, he resorted to a hasty mix of gestures and verbal admonishments directed at the old monkey. Fortunately, the old monkey seemed to recognize the displeasure etched on Lu Chi's face and finally ceased its uproar. It then pointed towards the direction it had previously traversed, accompanied by a couple more calls aimed at Lu Chi. At this moment, Lu Chi understood that the old monkey genuinely sought his assistance and clearly wished for him to follow. "Ah, you truly are a clever creature. A collar indeed signifies a remarkable intelligence. Are you intending to take me somewhere?" Lu Chi inquired, gesturing towards the direction indicated by the old monkey. The monkey, filled with joy, leaped before Lu Chi and spun around in excitement, gazing at him with eager anticipation. "All right, you mischievous creature, let us proceed. However, I must warn you that I do not have much time to spare for play," Lu Chi remarked, glancing at the early hour. Thus, under the guidance of the old monkey, Lu Chi continued forward. Along the journey, he astutely noticed that the path the monkey led him along was a narrow, winding trail, long untrodden and overgrown with wild grass, yet undeniably constituted a pathway. Strangely, the surroundings were eerily silent, devoid of any threats. Soon, the old monkey leaped down from a tree before a small hillside, glanced back at Lu Chi, and then scampered up the slope. "Huff, huff, have we arrived, old rascal?" Lu Chi panted, realizing his poor stamina, feeling inferior even to a little monkey. He called out again as he pursued the monkey up the hill, taking a few more deep breaths to catch up. Upon scaling the grassy slope, a gentle expanse of meadow unfolded before him. "What is this place, old rascal?" he softly called, noticing the absence of the monkey. Suddenly, the old monkey poked its head out from behind two massive stones at the edge of the meadow, letting out a couple of calls. Following the sound, Lu Chi observed two nearly 2-meter-tall stones at the end of the meadow, their surfaces adorned with wild grass, while lush green shrubs flourished along the rock faces. The old monkey then jumped onto one of the stones, looking down at Lu Chi. Once Lu Chi approached, he realized that behind the stones lay a dark, cavernous opening. "Old rascal, what have you brought me here for? What is this cave?" Lu Chi queried, glancing around before turning his puzzled gaze towards the cave entrance, only to see the monkey dash into the darkness. "Hey, old rascal." After a moment's hesitation, Lu Chi followed suit into the cave. The entrance was not particularly large, requiring him to bend slightly at his height of 1 meter 87 to enter. Upon stepping inside, the sudden darkness rendered Lu Chi unable to discern his surroundings. It wasn't until nearly a minute later that the interior of the cave became visible to him. "Old rascal, this can't possibly be your dwelling, can it?" Lu Qi jested, surveying the spacious cavern. The cave measured approximately 40 to 50 square meters, with the most prominent feature being a flat stone bed situated against the stone wall, about 50 to 60 centimeters high, yet devoid of any signs of human craftsmanship or carving. Turning his gaze to the left side of the cave, Lu Qi's eyes widened in astonishment as he noticed that the ground was flat and dry, neatly piled with some coarse firewood. "Is this firewood cut by human hands?" he exclaimed, looking at the old monkey in excitement. At that moment, he was certain that this place had once been inhabited. Yet, he observed the old monkey's sorrowful silhouette as it ambled towards the stone cave on the right. A rudimentary, coarse wooden table was propped up between two stones, flanked by 4 wooden stools. The darkened ground nearby was illuminated by a faint beam of light, which cast a glow on what appeared to be a place for kindling a fire for warmth. At that moment, a melodious chime resonated in Lu Qi's ears. He hastily lifted his gaze towards the source of the sound, where a flicker of light reflected back at him. Water. To his astonishment, there was indeed water. This revelation brought immense joy to Lu Qi, who, neglecting all else, hurried to investigate. In his eagerness, he took 2 steps at a time, and as he approached, he caught sight of the old monkey, who was crouched over the coarse wooden table, head bowed, a visage of profound despair. Curious, Lu Qi circled around the table. As he rounded the table, he was taken aback, for there lay a human skeleton upon the ground. Chapter 18. Chronicles of the Strange Island. Suppressing his shock, he examined the skeletal remains closely. The old monkey, too, gazed mournfully at the bones, whimpering in sorrow. "You seem heartbroken. This must surely be your former master. Dear old monkey, no wonder you wear that collar around your neck. Alas, do not grieve. We all meet such an end one day. Soon I shall remove that collar, and then you shall be truly free." Observing the sorrowful old monkey, Lu Qi spoke to himself, crouching down gently to brush away the thick layer of dust from his skull. "What is this?" Just as Lu Qi pondered the identity of the skeleton's owner, he noticed a metallic protrusion beside the right hand of the remains. He quickly cleared away the dust, revealing a dagger. "Ah, splendid. This is a remarkable find," he exclaimed, picking up the dagger, which measured 30 centimeters in length, its hilt adorned with exquisite engravings. Perhaps due to its prolonged abandonment, even after Lu Qi wiped it several times, traces of rust remained on the blade of this once magnificent weapon. "Old monkey, it seems this dagger may even predate you. Surely, it was a personal belonging of your master in life. Now it belongs to me. You have no objections, do you? Oh, I forgot you cannot speak. Silence must mean consent." Lu Qi mused to himself as he tucked the dagger into his waist. Suddenly, the old monkey lifted its head and uttered a soft murmur towards Lu Qi, the meaning of which eluded him. "Hey, what do you mean by that, you old rascal? Your descent is futile. From this moment on, it is mine." "Mine," Lu Qi declared, feigning authority as he glanced at the old monkey. Subsequently, he inspected the area surrounding the skeleton, but found nothing else of interest. However, just as he was about to rise, he noticed that the color of the bones in the chest area was markedly darker than that of the other bones. Driven by curiosity, Lu Qi brushed away the dust from the skeleton, confirming that his observations were indeed accurate. As a disciple of traditional Chinese medicine, Lu Qi swiftly formed his own conclusion. "Old monkey, it appears your master met his demise due to a toxic injury to his chest. But how did he end up on this island?" Pondering this, Lu Qi rose and resumed his inspection of the cave's interior. Approximately 6 or 7 meters away from the skeletal remains, beneath the rocky wall, lay a small waterhole. The stone wall above it was damp and covered in moss. The waterhole, roughly a meter in diameter, contained a modest amount of water, all of which dripped down from protruding rock above. Nonetheless, this discovery filled Lu Qi with excitement. Finding such a natural freshwater source on this desolate island was indeed a rare stroke of fortune. With a few steps forward, he crouched down and cupped his hands to scoop some of the clear water from the pool. Unable to resist, he took a sip. Wow, delightfully refreshing. This water could rival that of underground springs. He contemplated how the people on the beach had persevered without freshwater thus far. With this thought in mind, Lu Qi quickly retrieved a flattened, empty bottle from his backpack, one he had previously found on the beach. It had finally found its purpose. After blowing forcefully into the bottle, it popped back into shape with a satisfying crack. Regrettably, he only had this single bottle. Otherwise, he could have filled several more. If I bring this back, that woman will surely be overjoyed. He mused, filling the bottle with water before sealing it and stowing it back in his pack. Upon standing, he noticed a long, recessed stone trough about 3 or 4 meters from the waterhole, in which several ceramic bowls were neatly arranged. Judging by their shape, they appeared to have been handcrafted and fired by the previous inhabitants of this place. Lucci approached, picked one up, and brushed off the dust, revealing its original dark hue. Old monkey, your former master possessed this craftsmanship. Could he have been one of the Dragon Nation people? He remarked, glancing at the still sorrowful old monkey. Seeing that the old monkey did not respond, Lucci continued to wander through the cave. What is this? He exclaimed as he reached a flat stone bed. Aside from a pile of straw and a tattered cloth, there lay a piece of decayed wood. However, next to the wood was a protruding square shape, capturing Lucci's attention. Instinctively, he sensed that something lay beneath the thick layer of dust. Curiosity piqued. He gently brushed away the dust, and indeed, to his delight, he uncovered a leather notebook, impeccably preserved and untouched by moisture or damage. This discovery elated Lucci. He carefully lifted it from the stone bed and began to wipe it clean. At that moment, the old monkey noticed the leather notebook in Lucci's hands. Its eyes brightened, and it leaped onto the stone bed, gazing intently at Lucci and the notebook. Old monkey, judging by your reaction, this notebook must have held great significance for your former master. Observing the expression of the aged monkey, Lucci couldn't help but feel a sense of curiosity about the contents within. He cautiously opened the book. On the first page, the yellowed paper prominently displayed the words, Chronicles of the Peculiar Island, followed by the annotation World War II veteran at the bottom. World War II? Was he a figure from a Second World War? This conflict spanned from September 1st, 1939 to September 2nd, 1945, which meant it had been over 70 years since then. Lucci pondered, racking his brain for any historical knowledge he possessed. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he turned sharply to the old monkey, exclaiming, You can't be serious. Old rascal, which era do you belong to? It's impossible, absolutely impossible. How could a monkey possess such longevity? Gazing at the elderly primate and its penetrating gaze, Lucci took an incredulous step back. Oh, wow. The old monkey called out to Lucci a few times, simultaneously gesturing with its nimble little hands. Interpreting the monkey's actions, Lucci instantly understood its intent. Are you urging me to continue perusing the book in my hands? With that, he turned to the next page. Ha, old rascal, this must be you from back then. Lucci observed a drawing within the book, depicting a man with a small monkey perched on his shoulder. Below the image were the words, My first friend on the island, little hairy monkey. A glance at the skeletal remains on the ground confirmed to Lucci that the man depicted must have been the original owner of the bones. Yet, a lang of emotions swirled within him. If he were to find himself stranded alone on this desolate island, would he also meet a similar fate? Old rascal, your master was quite handsome, Lucci remarked. Oh, wow. The old monkey continued to communicate in its incomprehensible monkey language. At that moment, Lucci found no amusement in jesting with it. Instead, he sat down on the stone bed and meticulously scrutinized the book in his hands. The third page contained some writings by the original owner, which Lucci read with great seriousness. It began with an account of him being a fighter pilot from a certain nation, who, while on a maritime reconnaissance mission, encountered severe turbulence and storms, leading to his aircraft's disastrous plunge into the sea, thus inadvertently arriving at this isolated island. The subsequent pages detailed his daily discoveries and explorations on the island, which he named the Peculiar Island. After reading through the entire content, he noted that many accounts of the island's flora and fauna, as well as various dangers, were meticulously documented, along with some of the original owner's remarkable findings. Among the content that captivated Lucci the most were 3 significant aspects: the map, records of various phenomena, and 3 instances that represented the original owner's psychological journey. The first occurred when he felt hopeless about rescue. The second, when he had exhausted all the bullets in his pistol and began to procure food for himself. And the third was found on the last recorded page of the book. What? Upon seeing this final entry, Lucci suddenly paused, his eyes widening in disbelief. It died. Then who are you? Lucci looked up at the old rascal. This page records the emotional collapse of the original owner, due to the incident involving a mischievous little monkey being attacked by a wild beast and falling off a cliff, sought vengeance. The subsequent blank pages contain no further entries. It is indeed surprising that such a blend of wonder and horror exists on this island. Ah, old monkey, it appears you were spared from calamity. Alas, your master has succumbed to madness in his quest for revenge over your loss. Wait, is it possible that your sorrow for the original owner stems from your return to him just before his grievous end? Did you witness his demise? At this thought, Lucci paused, gazing at the old monkey. Perhaps it was a shared emotional resonance, for the old monkey too began to mourn. After nearly 2 hours, Lucci had perused the entirety of the journal, closing it with great care. His heart was laden with myriad thoughts. Yet what struck him most profoundly was the question of survival on this desolate island. While necessities such as water, shelter, and food are undeniably vital, it is often the loss of companionship that drives a person to madness. For nothing is more harrowing than the unending solitude and loneliness that surpasses even death. It is easy to imagine the significance of having a companion on this enigmatic island. In that moment, the image of Nie Xiaorong surfaced in Lucci's mind. Though he could not be certain that his choice to distance himself from the crowd was wise, after reading the original owner's records, he felt assured that Nie Xiaorong's decision to accompany him was indeed a stroke of great fortune. Enough of this sorrow, old monkey, he said. Death is irreversible, but in light of your profound sadness for your master, I shall ensure he is laid to rest with dignity. With that, he reached out to stroke the old monkey's back. Now, I too find myself homeless. You shall accompany me, or you may continue to dwell in this cave. Regardless, we shall have each other as companions. Observing that the old monkey merely trembled but did not resist his touch, Lucci felt his affection for the creature swell. The old monkey seemed to relish this long-lost sensation, perhaps reminiscent of the times when his original master would often care for and interact with him in such a manner. After comforting the old monkey for a while, and noting that the day was still young, Lucci set about gathering the bones scattered on the ground, first venturing outside to find several large leaves. He then began to clear the dust from the bones, carefully wrapping each piece in the leaves. Throughout the process, he felt no fear. In addition to studying traditional medicine with his grandfather, he had frequently attended funerals for the village elders. Moreover, what lay before him was merely a skeleton. However, upon collecting the last of the bones, Lucci found himself lingering over the darkened remains, curiosity stirring within him regarding the poison that had caused such a fate. What sort of venom could lead to such dire consequences? Once the original owner's remains were secured, Lucci took them to a nearby flat area outside the cave for burial. Fortunately, with the dagger and some stone tools previously used by the original master in the cave, he was able to excavate the earth pit. The old monkey silently guarded the remains of its former master, quietly observing Lucci as he undertook the task. It seemed to be bidding farewell to its master through this silent vigil. Lucci, too, took in this poignant scene, allowing the old monkey to remain undisturbed. He continued until he had completely interred the remains and erected a small stone mound as a grave. After completing this solemn duty, Lucci approached the old monkey, squatted down, and gently stroked its back. He then produced the dagger and slowly severed the thin black leather collar from around its neck. In that moment, Lucci felt a tremor emanate from the old monkey's body. Though it was but a fleeting sensation, it was unmistakable. When Lucci looked down at the old monkey, he found it gazing back at him. All right, old monkey, from this day forth, you'll be a monkey forever free. Go forth. This forest and this island shall be your home. He patted the old monkey's back with a sense of wistfulness, perhaps sensing the import of Lucci's words. The old monkey leaped onto a nearby tree and began to bound joyfully through the branches. Ah, enough now, old monkey, I must return. The sky is darkening, and if I delay further, that woman will surely worry. As Lucci listened to the distant calls of the old monkey, he decided not to linger any longer. He stowed the invaluable notebook into his backpack and turned to make his way back. The contents of that notebook were priceless to him, saving him considerable time in exploration and helping him avoid many unforeseen dangers. As he departed, he glanced back toward the cave, resolute in his decision to bring Nie Xiaorong over. They would temporarily settle here. After all, there was fresh water available for drinking. While the flow from the rocks was not abundant, it would suffice for both of them, due to his unfamiliarity with the terrain and the challenging ascent. After over 2 hours of trekking, Lucci finally returned to the vicinity of the cliff. There, wisps of smoke still rose, and the air was filled with the enticing aroma of smoked meat. indicating that Nie Xiaorong was still busy with her culinary endeavors. Upon reaching the smoking rack, Lu Qi inspected the leopard meat, which had been curing for nearly a day and was already about 70% complete. He believed that by morning, they would be able to finish smoking all the leopard meat. Nie Xiaorong, I'm back, he called out loudly, noticing her absence near the rack. After calling out 3 times without receiving a response, concern began to creep into Lu Qi's heart. He hurried to the shelter to check on her, but found no trace of Nie Xiaorong. Chapter 19. The First Kiss Lost. After multiple calls yielded no response, Lu Qi felt a sense of foreboding and grew increasingly anxious for Nie Xiaorong's safety. Where could she have gone? The grill and the leopard meat remain, and even her backpack is still at the shelter. Where could she possibly have gone? Thus, Lu Qi began to search the surroundings. After a thorough inspection, he finally spotted markings at the base of a rocky cliff, an emblem etched into a large stone. Approaching the symbol, he turned and could just see the shelter's location. What is this woman up to? Is she so concerned about getting lost that she leaves herself a sign? It seems she must have headed in this direction. But why would she leave alone? Intrigued, Lu Qi pressed on, and indeed, a few meters ahead, he discovered another stone etched with a symbol. At that moment, although his worries about Nie Xiaorong had diminished significantly, a wave of curiosity surged within him. Continuing forward, he noticed that the stones beneath the cliff were becoming scarcer, replaced by pebbles and increasing patches of grass. Then, he keenly observed scattered animal droppings and tracks on the ground. This isn't good. Why are there so many animal droppings and tracks here? The relief he had just felt began to evaporate. He hastily moved forward, cautiously making his way past some bushes and around several large stones. Soon, a small slope appeared before him, yet he found himself hesitating behind a large rock, unwilling to take another step. For not far up the slope, 3 seemingly juvenile wolves were present. Yes, wolves. A single glance confirmed their identity. Apart from their appearance, he recalled the howls he and Nie Xiaorong had heard during the night, and the peculiar island's records had mentioned these creatures as well. Indeed, the account noted their rarity and described them as sea wolves unafraid of swimming. The original inhabitant had encountered them only a handful of times since arriving on this desolate isle. What a coincidence to encounter 3 of them today. It appeared that their den and parents might not be far from here. Caution was imperative. Suddenly, a desperate cry for help pierced the air from behind the slope. Nie Xiaorong's voice, akin to a pig being slaughtered. Help! Get away quickly! Her cries not only disoriented Lu Qi, but also startled the 3 sea wolves on the slope, causing them to perk up in surprise. Yet they did not flee. Instead, they cautiously approached the slope. Help! Get away, you beast! Nie Xiaorong's voice rang out again, igniting a surge of adrenaline in Lu Qi. His composure shattered. He grasped a wooden stick in one hand and picked up 2 stones from the ground with the other, shouting a fierce battle cry as he charged toward the 3 sea wolves on the slope. Given their juvenile size, Lu Qi felt emboldened by their seemingly diminutive stature, allowing him to act with such bravado. As the 3 sea wolves made their way up the slope and caught sight of the shouting Nie Xiaorong, their eyes lit up with delight, their bodies brimming with excitement. However, before they could revel in their joy for even 2 seconds, a bipedal warrior suddenly appeared behind them. The voice of the bipedal creature resonated with an air of both exhilaration and peril. The 3 sea wolves simultaneously sensed this shift. Just as they prepared to assume a defensive posture, the bipedal being hurled a stone towards them. With a resounding thud, the stone struck the paw of one sea wolf. Perhaps overwhelmed by the sheer force, it howled in distress and fled precipitously down the steep slope, followed closely by the other 2 sea wolves. Lu Qi, witnessing the scene, felt a surge of joy. However, before he could reach the incline, he heard Nie Xiaorong let out another roar, a blend of fury and despair, laced with a haunting sorrow. At that moment, Nie Xiaorong found herself submerged in a small puddle, roughly 4 to 5 meters wide, nestled behind the incline. Judging by the terrain, it appeared to be a rainwater pool, bordered by a ring of stones of varying sizes and patches of green grass. Perched on a stone beside the pool was a large green lizard, its length nearly a meter, curiously inching closer to the water's edge. In the pool, Nie Xiaorong was bare from the waist up, clad only in a small pair of panties. She resembled a lamb awaiting slaughter, consumed by fear and desperation. In a moment of panic, she splashed water towards the lizard in a futile attempt to frighten it away. Yet, the the creature feigned ignorance, growing bolder as it approached the pool. Suddenly, 3 sea wolves burst forth from the slope to her right, completely startling her. Her voice was nearly lost in her frantic cries. In a state of terror, her legs trembled beneath her, and with a sudden motion, she sat down in the puddle, expressing her despair and resistance with a single exclamation. She could never have anticipated that a simple desire to wash off in a rainwater pool would lead her to encounter such wild creatures. The sudden appearance of the green lizard and the 3 sea wolves was enough to have her torn apart multiple times. The thought that she might be devoured after merely trying to clean herself filled her with both fear and helplessness. Perhaps, when the 3 sea wolves spotted Nye Xiaorong and the green lizard over the slope, a glimmer of interest flickered in their eyes. Yet, the sudden appearance of the bipedal creature had terrified them, and they did not abandon their flight. As they dashed past the pool, they cast greedy glances at Nye Xiaorong, who was now soaking in the water, before continuing on their way. What is happening? Oh, how wonderful! They are leaving. Seeing that the 3 sea wolves had not lingered, merely casting a few lecherous looks her way, Nye Xiaorong felt an immense sense of relief. In an instant, she felt as if she had been reborn, hastily crawling toward the edge of the pool where her clothes lay. Once she emerged, she quickly grasped her garments and, with a frantic shake of her hips, scurried back up the slope from whence she came. At that moment, Lu Qi, firmly gripping a wooden stick, was also scrambling up from the opposite side. Just as he reached the slope, before he could steady himself, he encountered a nearly naked woman, equally breathless, emerging from the other side. It was the drenched Nye Xiaorong. Nervously, Nye Xiaorong glanced back while running, fearful that the 3-headed sea wolf might be in pursuit. Breathing heavily, she exclaimed, "Ah, it's you, Lu Qi!" With a sudden crash, as Lu Qi finally discerned her familiar features, she lunged into his embrace, colliding with his chest. Fortunately, Lu Qi managed to step back just in time, absorbing the impact of her rush without falling. Wow, woo-woo, as Nye Xiaorong looked up at his familiar visage. Before Lu Qi could utter a word, she clung to him like an octopus, bursting into tears. Woo-woo, Lu Qi, you're back. I was terrified just now. With her hanging on to him, Lu Qi had no choice but to hold her tightly, experiencing the intoxicating warmth of her softness. Please, stop crying. You're safe now," he stammered, trying to suppress the heat rising within him. Perhaps you should put on some clothes first?" However, Nye Xiaorong seemed indifferent to his suggestion, clutching his neck tightly, unwilling to let go. Lu Qi, feeling utterly at a loss, could only tilt his head back to avoid glimpsing the view before him. After a considerable time spent cradling her, when Lu Qi felt his arms beginning to ache, Nye Xiaorong finally ceased her weeping. She wiped her tears, only to find Lu Qi still holding her close, his gaze diverted. Thus, she reached out, cupping his face with her hands, forcefully turning his head back to face her. Yet, as Lu Qi turned, he found that he had once again shut his eyes. In an instant, a surge of mixed emotions, both love and frustration, rose within her, causing her to momentarily forget her own state of undress. She boldly pressed her lips against his. Startled by the unexpected kiss, Lu Qi's eyes flew open, and he beheld Nye Xiaorong's beautiful eyes softly closed, her long eyelashes casting a veil over her bashfulness. His first kiss, lost and taken from him by this woman. Moments later, with a flushed face, Nye Xiaorong remarked, "Lu Lang, aren't you going to set me down?" Upon hearing the sound of him swallowing, although she did not look up at him, she sensed that he was gazing at her. Embarrassed and flustered, Nye Xiaorong slowly lifted a hand to casually cover her chest. Yet, she knew that such a feeble gesture could not conceal her alluring figure. In this tacit acceptance, Lu Qi openly admired the beauty in his arms. I need to get dressed. Please let me down." After her gentle whisper, Lu Qi finally snapped back to reality. He carefully set her down, and as her feet touched the ground, Nye Xiaorong hurriedly turned away, presenting him with a lovely view of her back. Then, under Lu Qi's watchful gaze, she calmly began to don her garments one by one. "Lu Qi, do I look beautiful?" As Nye Xiaorong was about to don her final garment, she suddenly turned to Lu Qi and inquired. This question startled Lu Qi, pulling him back from his reverie, leaving him somewhat flustered. "It's beautiful." Upon hearing Lu Qi's words, Nye Xiaorong felt an overwhelming sweetness in her heart, and the fear that had previously gripped her dissipated. Let us go. There's a large lizard here, and 3 wolves just passed by. They nearly scared me to death. With her face flushed, Nie Xiaorong whispered, her voice barely above a murmur. Wait. Lu Qi took a couple of steps forward, gazing at the water pit below. This is actually a natural rainwater collection pit. How did you discover this place? As he observed the immense pit before him, he asked, What? This is a rainwater pit? I thought it was some underground spring. Nie Xiaorong exclaimed. Oh, the large green lizard is gone? She turned to look at the edge of the water pit, but the lizard was nowhere in sight. Look at the ground. There are so many animal footprints. Clearly, this is a recognized watering hole for all the surrounding creatures. Didn't you observe anything before entering the water? Fortunately, I arrived early. Had I come later, there might have been even more large beasts coming here to drink. Please don't scare me. Nie Xiaorong's expression began to tense once more upon hearing Lu Qi's words, as she clutched his arm tightly, unwilling to let go. Ouch, that hurts. Lu Qi looked down to see where the pain was coming from. It turned out to be her restless hand gripping him fiercely, right where his arm was bruised. Upon hearing his exclamation, Nie Xiaorong finally released her hold, gazing at him with an innocent expression. I didn't mean to. Let us go. We really shouldn't stay here any longer. After glancing at the sky, Lu Qi quickly led Nie Xiaorong away from the edge of the water pit. When the two returned to their shelter, the sun had just set. Under Lu Qi's direction, they hastily gathered some dry wood and branches nearby to replenish the firewood for roasting meat before retreating into the shelter. Inside, after a simple meal of leftover roasted leopard meat from the morning, Lu Qi leaned gently against the stone wall to rest. Neither of them spoke, each lost in their thoughts. As Lu Qi reflected on the earlier moments, he felt his heart race uncontrollably. In the cramped shelter, Nie Xiaorong could almost hear it. And to mask his inner embarrassment, Lu Qi turned away from her. However, as soon as he shifted his body, a pained groan escaped his lips. What's wrong? Lu Qi? Hearing his pain sound, Nie Xiaorong quickly moved closer, supporting his arm as she inquired anxiously. It's likely that the wound on my back hasn't healed yet. It might have split open. He grimaced in pain, and the expression tugged at Nie Xiaorong's heartstrings. Quickly take off your shirt. Let me see how bad it is, she urged, already beginning to lift Lu Qi's clothing. Realizing he had no choice, Lu Qi complied. A startled exclamation from Nie Xiaorong resonated behind him. What is it? Lu Qi inquired. Nie Xiaorong found herself at a loss for words. For the vivid crimson that met her gaze as Lu Qi removed his shirt nearly rendered her incredulous. It turned out that the wounds on his back, which she had previously bandaged, showed no signs of healing. Rather, they were seeping blood, saturating the fabric with a deep scarlet hue. Initially, she had assumed the bloodstains on Lu Qi's clothing were remnants from his earlier fall, but now she comprehended the severity of his injuries on her behalf. Are the wounds still bleeding? Not receiving a response from Nie Xiaorong, Lu Qi continued, It's all my fault for letting you endure such severe injuries. Hearing her reply laced with remorse, Lu Qi, as a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, had already come to an understanding. He recognized that his failure to rest properly had led to the infection of his wounds. Prompt medical attention was imperative. Allowing this situation to persist on a desolate island was far from ideal. Despite being aware of his own condition, he sought to reassure Nie Xiaorong, saying, Do not worry. They are merely abrasions, not deep wounds. Just help me clean them, and fortunately, I still have some anti-inflammatory medicine in my pack. After taking it, as long as I rest well, I shall recover. Is that true? Lu Qi nodded. Very well, I will assist you in cleaning them. Subsequently, Nie Xiaorong retrieved her only spare set of clean clothing from her backpack and began to wipe away the blood from Lu Qi's back. Using the remaining half bottle of clean drinking water he had brought back for her. Hearing the soft sobs escaping from Nie Xiaorong as she tended to his wounds, Lu Qi felt a surge of elation. It had been a long time since he experienced such care and concern. Chapter 20. Transformation, does it hurt? Nie Xiaorong gently asked, gazing at the vivid abrasions on Lu Qi's back. Not at all. You're being stubborn. How can you say it doesn't hurt, you masculine fool? Unable to restrain herself, Nie Xiaorong retorted upon hearing his claim of no pain. It did hurt somewhat, but with you here, I feel much better. Really? Am I that magical? Lu Qi replied with a grin at her infectious laughter. Ouch. If you keep scratching my wounds with your nails, I might as well lose half my life. This is a classic case of ingratitude. I thought you would continue to be stubborn. It hurts, he exclaimed. I thought you genuinely cared. Instead, you were just teasing me about my pain. Indeed, now you know it hurts. I thought you were made of iron. All right. All right. Hey, that's more like it. After saying this, Nie Xiaorong's delicate hand glided along Lu Qi's back from top to bottom. But this time she avoided touching any wounds, then playfully remarked, "You truly have a robust physique." Feeling an itch on his back, Lu Qi instinctively recoiled. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Nie Xiaorong say, "All right." Having completed the cleanup, he took the anti-inflammatory pill that Nie Xiaorong handed to him with care. "There's only a little water left. Hurry and take it," she urged, offering him the last sip from the bottle. Aware of the pill's rarity on the deserted island, Lu Qi hesitated but ultimately swallowed it whole, recognizing that without good health, survival would be impossible. He then drank the final drops of water in his hand. The two then lay on their sides, preparing to rest. After more than an hour had passed, Nie Xiaorong suddenly spoke up. "Lu Qi, when I held you earlier, it wasn't meant in that way. I was merely frustrated that you wouldn't even glance at me." She paused and asked, "By the way, do you truly think I'm pretty?" Lu Qi. Lu Qi. It was only when she looked closely at him that she realized he had already begun to emit soft snores. "Oh dear, you rascal, Lu Qi." After holding back for a while, Nie Xiaorong slowly unclenched her small fist, choosing not to wake him. Pouting, she made an effort to dispel her minor grievances, then lay quietly listening to his gentle snoring. Under the moonlight, she gazed at Lu Qi's face, occasionally letting out a soft huff in protest against his obliviousness. Outside the shelter, wispy clouds veiled the moon as a gentle breeze caressed the island. The thick smoke from a nearby fire filled the night sky, warding off mosquitoes and wild beasts. In the distance, various animal calls echoed from the forest. On the previously bustling beach, some had begun to rest while others sat together, either lying quietly or speaking softly. The faces of the people revealed weariness and disarray, a testament to the long wait for rescue that had not yet come. Many began to realize that survival in this place would depend solely on their own efforts. Among them were two women leaning against each other. Like most, their faces were haggard, and they had no idea how much longer they could endure. These two were Shun Bing and her friend, Lia. "Sister, Shun Bing. I'm so hungry. If this continues, I feel I might perish here." Lia spoke weakly, her tone filled with sorrow. Shun Bing turned her head slightly to glance at her. Initially, she had only intended to use Lia, but now, in their dire circumstances, they had become each other's sole support. Moreover, Lia's display of strength since their arrival had surprised Shun Bing. She had assumed Lia, hailing from a prestigious background, would be delicate and materialistic, yet she was astonished to find Lia consistently exhibiting resilience. To safeguard her integrity, Lia had flatly rejected some unsavory temptations and, within her means, had strived to assist those in need. This unexpected fortitude from a girl who had grown up in hardship and excelled academically left Shun Bing astonished. Originally, her intention had been to sacrifice Lia to win favor with a wealthy and handsome man, thereby advancing her own career. It now appears that she has undergone a transformation within her heart. No longer does she underestimate Lia. Instead, she begins to regard her as a true sister in spirit. Upon hearing Lia's words, Shun Bing reassured her, "Do not speak foolishly. Tonight, we shall depart from this place. Waiting for rescue has become a futile endeavor. Our survival here relies solely on ourselves." At these words, Lia's eyes brightened, and she straightened up a bit. "But Shun Bing, if we leave here, lacking tools and the ability to hunt, might we not find ourselves in the same predicament? At this point, what is there to fear? Remaining here only leads to starvation and eventual death. Leaving, at worst, results in the same fate. What do we have to dread?" As she spoke, an image of a person suddenly surfaced in Shun Bing's mind. Lu Qi. She recalled how, when Lu Qi and Nie Xiaorong departed, she had implored them to stay. Yet, it had not been long since then, and Lu Qi's words had already come to pass. Those like Shi Hao and Zhang Libo not only tyrannically controlled the scant survival tools, but also monopolized the food that others procured, under the guise of acting for the greater good and ensuring fairness. Ironically, they contributed the least labor while reaping the greatest rewards. Those few who failed to surrender their gathered food immediately were publicly beaten by them, accused of violating the rules established by all, claiming they only cared for their own survival, disregarding the lives of others. They were branded as selfish. Although such absurd justifications and actions would not withstand scrutiny from rational minds, for those devoid of any means yet still yearning for a morsel to eat, Shi Hao and his cohort, while their methods were undeniably unethical and oppressive, at least offered a means to acquire food free of charge, sparing them from the clutches of starvation. Thus, many were willing to remain under the tyrannical control of Sher Hao, simply to cling to life. These individuals harbored the fantasy that if they could merely endure until external rescue arrived, they would be deemed successful, as they were individuals of significance in the outside world. Possessing substantial assets, once liberated from this sea of suffering, they believed they could once again live comfortably and carefreely. Shunbing, do you remember Dr. Liu? It has been so long since he and that young lady Nye left. I wonder how they are faring now. Back then, when Nye discovered Sher Hao's malevolent actions and returned to expose him publicly, she was viciously countered by Sher Hao. Alas, had we recognized Sher Hao's vile nature sooner, we might have departed with Dr. Liu. Reflecting on that time, Leah felt a deep regret for not having made her choice earlier. Upon hearing her words, Shunbing too experienced a pang of remorse. She turned her gaze toward the other side of the beach, where flames danced brightly. The motionless lifeboat lay quietly on the sand, illuminated by the firelight, while Sher Hao, Zhang Libo, and their companions sat in small groups around the bonfire, laughing and chatting. Amidst the scattered crowd, a few resentful glances occasionally flickered toward them. Those individuals have undeniably contributed to the beach, often obtaining the majority of food. Yet they frequently find themselves unsatisfied, as the followers of Sher Hao demand that they surrender their provisions for collective distribution. Regardless of the quantity they gather, the allocation they receive is always scant, barely sufficient to stave off hunger. Despite being the most industrious, they receive little of the respect they deserve, simply because they are honest and kind-hearted. At this moment, several among them feel disheartened and contemplate distancing themselves from these people. Beside the lifeboat, 4 individuals are seated together, appearing quite content, their faces devoid of any signs of weariness. Among them is Zhang Libo, who reclines against a wooden post, his eyes half closed, a small stick resting between his lips. At that moment, another person beside him inquires, "Zhang, where has that fellow Wu Hao gone again?" In response, another companion remarks, "Indeed, he was just sitting next to us. How could he vanish in the blink of an eye?" Zhang Libo casually replies, "Didn't he mention earlier that his stomach hurt? He has probably gone to the restroom and will return shortly." After speaking, he deliberately casts a sidelong glance at the 3, and upon seeing that they harbor no suspicions, he resumes his pretense of resting, humming a tune. Unbeknownst to the other 3, Zhang Libo is merely providing cover for Sher Hao, as both share a secret of a rather clandestine nature. For at that moment, not far from the beach in a dense thicket, a man and 2 women had quietly arrived a few minutes prior. The man is none other than Sher Hao, while the 2 women are undoubtedly the same ones who previously exchanged their physical allure for sustenance. One is named Han Lu, and the other, Qiu Jia. Both women, having struggled to gain a place on the cruise ship, seek to find affluent partners. Although their appearances may not be strikingly exceptional, they possess a sense of pride in their alluring figures. Thus, in the eyes of many men, they can undoubtedly be considered alluring beauties.
As Sher Hao and the 2 women arrive at their secluded spot, he eagerly embraces them, and they lie down in the grass.
The flattened vegetation a testament to their prior visits. "Brother Hao, you know that haste makes waste," one of the women exclaims. "Indeed, Sher Hao, you always rush. The moonlight is splendid tonight. We do not wish to return too soon." Hearing their words, Sher Hao's face flushes with embarrassment, yet he boldly assures them, "Rest assured, tonight will surely bring you joy." At this, the 2 women exchange smiles, playfully leaning against Sher Hao. "Brother Hao, you must not deceive us. Last time, before we could truly enjoy ourselves, you had to leave. Fear not, my precious Liu. Tonight, Zhang Libo will keep watch for me, and there will be no interruptions. Let's simply enjoy ourselves." He adds with a mischievous grin, "Just remember, you 2, don't rush me and don't get jealous, all right?" Though this is not their first outing together, it is undeniably one of the most exhilarating moments of Sher Hao's life. Gazing at the enchanting glances of the 2 women, coupled with their irresistibly alluring figures, Sher Hao could no longer contain the fervor within him and eagerly approached them. The following day, before dawn had broken, while the beachgoers were still in slumber, 2 figures stealthily approached the lifeboat. Although it was the latter part of the night, in the moonlight, they deliberately obscured their faces to avoid recognition. The duo carefully stepped over the resting place of Zhang Libo and his companions, heading straight towards the lifeboat's entrance. Upon reaching the hatch, one stood guard while the other quietly slipped inside. Moments later, the individual emerged, wielding a fire axe and other items. And together, they quietly departed from beach. Once they had distanced themselves from the shore, they paused beside a large tree. As they halted, 9 individuals emerged from behind the tree, 7 men and 2 women among them. "Did you acquire the items?" inquired a tall man from the group. "We have our ropes." One stepped forward, showcasing the items they had procured, while the other added, "I searched thoroughly for the crew's knife, but could not locate it." "Ah, what a pity. Without that tool, many tasks will become arduous," the tall man sighed, continuing, "Regardless, we must leave this place immediately. These people are not worth our sacrifices. We toil day in and day out, yet the food we bring back barely satisfies us, only to be taken by those arrogant few who claim it is a fair distribution while privately hoarding it. The recipients of the food do not express gratitude. Instead, they incessantly criticize those who venture out to gather sustenance, their disparagement sharper than the last. Let them rely entirely on those arrogant individuals. Indeed, serving such people is hardly worthwhile. I have long desired to depart. Were it not for awaiting rescue, we would have left already. Why endure such indignity? Who can argue with that? Those who remain behind are all talk, cunning, and deceitful, while we, despite our considerable efforts, reap no benefits. The tall man and his companions voiced their grievances in turn, before turning their attention to the 2 men before them. "Let's depart." Agreed. With the tall man leading the way, they advanced towards the mountains. The cliffs flanking the beach were steep, rocky, and the waters deep, rendering the ends of the beach invisible. Thus, they chose to follow the route that Lu Qi had initially taken. Sister Shunbing, must we truly follow them? The 2 women lingering at the back of the group were Shunbing and Liya. Chapter 21. The contest, observing the departing figures ahead. Shunbing cast another glance at the beach before replying to Liya. "However, if it is just the 2 of us venturing forth, our survival capabilities are rather feeble. I have been observing these individuals for quite some time. They are undeniably among the most industrious and capable individuals on the entire beach when it comes to foraging for sustenance. The reason they have chosen to depart from this place is that they have exerted the most effort yet received neither the due recognition nor the treatment they merit. Liya, if we do not accompany them, do we possess any alternative options? Moreover, these individuals have already absconded with crucial tools from the lifeboat, thereby securing a greater assurance of survival. What are you still concerned about? Quickly, follow me, lest they slip away. I have discerned their intentions, which has afforded us this opportunity." Upon hearing Shunbing's words, Liya, despite her lingering apprehensions, decided to follow in Shunbing's footsteps, pursuing the group ahead. On the beach, those who had been slumbering began to awaken one by one, busily attending to their own affairs. Although 9 individuals were missing, their absence was scarcely noticeable amidst the throng of nearly 100 people. Just as it seemed that everything remained unchanged, a figure suddenly rushed out from the lifeboat in a flurry, exclaiming, "This is bad. This is terrible." Hang Yi, along with 3 companions who had just awakened and were engaged in conversation, immediately reacted to the man's alarming words. He hastily rose and approached the lifeboat, incredulously questioning the man, "How could this be?" before opening the boat door and clambering inside. Distrustful of the man's claim, he felt compelled to investigate for himself. The other 3 companions had also gathered at the boat's entrance, whispering among themselves while peering inside. Before long, Zhang Libo emerged from the lifeboat, his countenance ashen. "Hang Yi, what tools are missing?" inquired one of the individuals waiting at the door. However, Zhang Libo disregarded the question, his gaze piercing as he scanned the crowd on the beach. After a few breaths, he replied, "The essential axe, ropes, and several rescue flares have vanished." Upon hearing this, his companions were immediately incensed. This must be the work of someone with ill intentions. It has to be those who bear a grudge against us," speculated one. Could it be that doctor with the surname Lu returned last night to steal them? They exchanged theories fervently. At that moment, Zhang Libo's eyes darted with sudden realization. He swiftly directed one of his companions, Big Beard, "Go assess the current head count on the beach. If the numbers are insufficient, determine how many have departed. Xiaodong, you and Sanhai, check if those we previously reprimanded are still on the beach. Remember, if you find no one, do not raise an alarm." After relaying his instructions to the 3, Zhang Libo turned to the last individual, saying, "I will step out briefly and return promptly. You remain here, do not wander. This lifeboat is our sole vital resource." "Understood," Zhang Ge came to reply. Thus, Zhang Libo swiftly made his way toward a dense thicket, intending to inform Shi Hao. Meanwhile, in a secluded patch of grass deep within the thicket, the ground was pressed down, forming a depression resembling a massive eagle's nest. At this moment, Shi Hao lay bare-chested, embraced by two delicate figures, their bodies entwined, with a few disheveled garments scattered beneath them. As dawn broke, Shi Hao was the first to awaken. Despite the slight numbness in his arms, the sight of the two beautiful women nestled against him dispelled any discomfort. A hint of excitement graced his lips as he first pressed a kiss on Han Lu's mouth, then turned to plant another on Xiao Jia's rosy lips. Startled by his unexpected advances, the two women quickly became alert. Noticing the morning light, they playfully teased Shi Hao before hastily grabbing their clothes to dress. However, Shi Hao was unwilling to let them dress so conveniently. Just as they attempted to cover their bosoms, he swept his arms around them, pulling them closer. Ah, Hao Ge, you are truly mischievous. After we served you last night, aren't you satisfied yet? Han Lu exclaimed. Exactly, Hao Ge, look at the time. It's already morning, and we haven't returned home. If we linger any longer, we will surely be discovered. The two women feigned shyness as they spoke to Shi Hao. Yet, he remained unconcerned about their worries. After a night of rest, he felt invigorated, his eyes greedily surveying the two women before him, stirring within him a primal desire. Just as he contemplated transforming into a ravenous wolf once more, a hurried voice broke through the air. Shi Hao, where are you? Without seeing the person, Shi Hao instantly recognized the voice belonged to Zhang Libo. He quickly donned a piece of clothing and called back in the direction of the voice. I'm over here. Moments later, Zhang Libo emerged from the bushes, breathless. Upon arrival, he saw Shi Hao putting on his shoes while Han Lu and Xiao Jia were adjusting their scan attire. Greeting Zhang Libo, Han Lu said, Oh, it's you, Bo Ge. It's barely dawn, and we haven't eaten anything yet. However, Zhang Libo paid her no mind. After catching his breath, he turned to Shi Hao and said, Not good, Shi Hao. This morning, our tools were stolen. I sent a few of them to investigate and rushed to inform you. What? Who had the audacity to commit such a brazen theft? Those tools are vital for our survival. Shi Hao nearly voiced that they were also essential for establishing his authority, but noticing the two women present, he quickly changed his wording. As he spoke, he drew a knife from his waist, the crew knife. Upon seeing the weapon in Shi Hao's hand, both Han Lu and Xiao Jia instinctively took a step back. Fortunately, I brought it with me last night to ward off beasts. Had I left it on the lifeboat, it too would have been stolen. Clutching the knife firmly, Shi Hao was resolved to teach the thief a harsh lesson. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, and he asked Zhang Libo, what about the flint? Did it get stolen too? The flint had always been in my possession. Thus, there was no need for concern. That's good. Upon hearing Zhang Libo's response, Shi Hao exhaled in relief, for the flint, though seemingly insignificant, was their greatest ally for survival. Let us return at once. This may present us with another splendid opportunity to strengthen our unity. With that, he instructed the two women to make their way back to the beach, while he and Zhang Libo hastened ahead towards the shore. Upon arriving at the beach, the burly man hastily approached Shi Hao and Zhang Libo. I have checked. We are missing 9 individuals, 7 men and 2 women, primarily those few men. Indeed, initially, the intention was merely to reprimand those presumptuous fellows, but it was unexpected that they would dare to abscond together. It appears we have been far too lenient, thus granting them the chance to steal. Pausing momentarily, Shi Hao's gaze hardened as he spoke to Zhang Libo. Leave one brother behind to inform the others of the situation. We must pursue them. Perhaps we can still catch up. Agreed. After a swift wave of his hand, Shi Hao led a few companions into the forest in pursuit, while Zhang Libo, after giving instructions to the burly man, followed suit with the others towards Shi Hao's direction. Before long, Shi Hao and his companions reached a 3-meter-high cliff within the forest. Brother Hao, shall we continue the pursuit? Inquired one of the men beside Shi Hao, for they were well aware of this cliff, yet none had ever attempted to cross it. Previously, in anticipation of rescue, they had never contemplated leaving the beach. However, now, over a month had passed, and the hope for rescue had dwindled. Upon their return, their thoughts aligned. Devoid of any hesitation, let us chase. I wish to see how far they can flee. It is also high time to gain a comprehensive understanding of this wretched island. Very well, we shall continue the pursuit. With that, the man was the first to charge towards the cliff, exhibiting an attitude of unquestioning obedience to Shirhao. Although his skills were commendable, he could not ascend in one leap. Ultimately, with the assistance of his companions, they all managed to scale the natural precipice. They pressed onward, observing the footprints in the earth, which indicated that their quarry had headed towards the mountain summit. Shirhao deduced from the tracks that they were indeed ascending the mountain. He resolved firmly that should he catch up to those individuals, he would ensure they were thoroughly robbed and subsequently taught a proper lesson. However, the path to the summit proved treacherous. As an urban elite, Shirhao had not ventured far before he was panting and drenched in sweat. The others who caught up with Zhang Libo were equally fatigued, their brows glistening with perspiration and their complaints incessant. Eventually, with dusk approaching, the group of over a dozen decided to cease their pursuit, as none had traversed the island's night paths. Under Shirhao's guidance, they scattered in the surrounding forest to gather dry twigs, subsequently selecting a level area to prepare a campfire. Wait a moment, Brother Bo. As Zhang Libo was about to ignite the bonfire, one of the men suddenly stood up and exclaimed to the crowd, "Look at the mountain! There's a glow." The group turned their gaze towards the direction indicated by the man, and, indeed, spotted a flickering light atop the mountain. Shirhao and Zhang Libo exchanged knowing glances, a smile illuminating their faces as they realized that victory's dawn had unexpectedly emerged at this critical moment. "Shirhao, what are your plans for those people?" With everyone's attention now on the two, Zhang Libo voiced his thoughts to Shirhao. Without hesitation, Shirhao responded, "We shall reclaim our tools, confiscate all their supplies, and properly educate them. Those who are resolute in their intentions may be allowed to go free, left to their own devices. Additionally, the two women must be taken back with us." A wicked smile curled at the corners of Shirhao's mouth as he contemplated methods of punishment for those women. Thus, under Shirhao's strategic guidance, the group set off once more, determinedly pursuing the flickering light on the mountain. At that moment, some distance from the summit, in a flat clearing within the forest, a group of 9 sat gathered around a fire, engaged in light-hearted conversation. Having trekked all day and frequently halted due to the circumstances surrounding Leah and Shen Bing, they had lost track of those who walked alongside them. Now, illuminated by the firelight, Leah was finally able to recognize each person's face. To her astonishment, these men were all individuals who had previously been bullied or targeted by Shirhao and Zhang Libo. These men had neither joined the ranks established by Shirhao nor sought to cultivate closer ties with them. They had remained on the beach solely to seize an opportunity for rescue. However, enduring humiliation and realizing their contributions went unacknowledged by those who benefited from them had led to a gradual loss of hope. Over the course of a month, the prospect of rescue had faded, and they had resigned themselves to the understanding that they must rely on their own strength, refusing to be manipulated or commanded by others. With their own sustenance barely secured, thoughts of survival seemed far-fetched. Among them, the arrangements and discussions were predominantly led by a man named Chen Ziqiang, the organizer of their gathering. Having grown weary of Shirhao's manipulations and the arrogance of those on the beach who merely consumed and criticized without action, he had rallied those who shared similar experiences and were willing to break free. Like him, they were honest and hardworking individuals striving for success in a challenging world. Upon expressing his intentions, the others readily agreed to join him. Today has been arduous for everyone, as we lack a suitable location and sufficient time to construct a shelter. We must endure a little discomfort and camp here tonight, Chen Ziqiang announced, looking at his companions. Brother Chong, you need not speak like that. We have willingly joined you on this journey, one of them replied. No one owes anyone anything. We are all capable individuals. In the future, let us support one another, for it is only through mutual assistance that we can survive on this island. Upon hearing Chen Ziqiang's words, one individual immediately dismissed the notion as trivial. Another chimed in. Brother Chong, we have only traversed this distance today. We have yet to reach the summit. If those people discover that we have taken the axe and other items, do you think they will organize a pursuit against us? At this utterance, the men who were previously engaged in hushed discussions ceased their chatter, their gazes involuntarily shifting towards the only 2 ladies in the group. It was their presence that had slowed today as progress. Perhaps it was also due to their unfamiliarity with the forest and the treacherous mountain path, yet no one could deny the current reality. Among them, Shen Bing and Leah sensed the attention directed towards them. However, she understood that no amount of explanation would alter their perceptions of the two of them. Moreover, accompanying this group today was merely a tactical delay, as her true objective was to locate Lu Qi. She chose to follow these individuals primarily because, in her observation, they possessed the capability to procure food and the strength to protect and care for both women. Furthermore, they appear to be fundamentally decent and upright individuals. Noticing the collective gaze upon the two ladies, Chen Ziqiang discerned their thoughts. Yet, the inclusion of two beautiful women in their ranks was something he secretly welcomed. For what man could refuse the allure of beauty? Chapter 22. The clash of conflict in that moment, he hastily replied, "What Shihao has done on the beach, you all witnessed firsthand." Although he proclaims ideals of justice and fairness, garnering the support of those incapable individuals, he is indolent and self-indulgent. Feasting on the food and resources we gather, we must request permission to use tools, and I have never been so subservient in my professional life. As he spoke, Chen Ziqiang's emotions were palpable, and the others were inevitably influenced by his fervor. The older men and the inept individuals merely talked yet contributed little of substance. They extolled Shihao while belittling those of us who truly exerted ourselves. It is truly lamentable. Indeed, Brother Chang is right. We should have long ago distanced ourselves from those who are lazy. Only then can we thrive. Just as they were conversing, a voice suddenly boomed from the slope ahead. "Ha ha ha, finally found you." Soon, Shihao and several others emerged from the trees to their left. "Ah, it's Shihao and his crew. How is this possible?" Upon seeing the newcomers, one person exclaimed incredulously. Chen Ziqiang, upon witnessing Shihao's sudden appearance, felt a surge of tension. He never anticipated this individual would actually track them down and cover such a considerable distance at that. Realizing that the arrival was not fortuitous, Chen Ziqiang noted that Shihao and his companions were clearly winded from their recent ascent. He contemplated urging everyone to flee to the other side to avoid unnecessary conflict, as they had rested long enough to regain their strength for a swift escape. However, just as he uttered the words, "Everyone, remain calm and follow me," a group of individuals emerged from behind, led by none other than Zhang Libo. "Oh my goodness, I am utterly exhausted. This mountain is truly steep." Zhang Libo gasped, panting heavily while spewing forth curses, his eyes filled with a venomous glare directed at Chen Ziqiang and the others, radiating a palpable hunger for vengeance. Anyone could tell he was in a furious state. "What should we do now, brother Sun? We are surrounded." A man named Li Ning, standing beside Chen Ziqiang, asked anxiously. "What's there to panic about? It's merely a matter of fighting them." Chen Ziqiang responded. Upon hearing this, Li Ning's eyes brightened, momentarily believing he had misheard. But upon reflection, he realized there was little else to be done. At that moment, recovering his breath, Shihao raised his voice and declared, "You lot have certainly grown bold. How dare you steal the very tools that ensure our survival? Do you truly think so little of me, Shihao? Speak up. Who led this audacious act?" Shihao was aware that these individuals were prepared to sever ties, so he refrained from confronting them all, instead directing his inquiry towards the ringleader, focusing on the most significant individual among them. Upon hearing Shihao's words, Chen Ziqiang inwardly cursed Shihao's ancestors a dozen times over. He was no fool and immediately grasped Shihao's intent. Yet, unwilling to remain passive, he stepped forward and retorted, "Shihao, do not preach to me about righteousness and morality. It's one thing for you to indulge in laziness, but to conspire against those of us who work hard to procure food is disgraceful. You even incite others to vilify us. Do you truly believe we are fools? I tolerated your nonsense before because I wished to leave this wretched island, but now I refuse to endure your cowardice any longer." Chen Ziqiang, being astute, recognized Shihao's lack of substance, and thus he did not mince words, confronting Shihao with hostility. "Oh, so you're the troublemaker," Shihao remarked, scrutinizing Chen Ziqiang. He had not anticipated that among this group, one would dare to confront him so boldly. Such individuals, he knew, were worthy of respect, for they, like him, possessed the ability to sway the hearts of others. By your attire, you appear to be nothing more than a company employee or a cruise ship attendant. Huh! With that appearance, you aspire to establish yourself as a king. You may deceive a few, but you cannot fool the majority of us. As Shihao spoke, he fixed his gaze on the others, continuing, "These tools are essential for our survival. Yet under your instigation, you act recklessly, disregarding the lives of so many, and stealthily abscond with them. Are you even men? Is your life more valuable than ours? or that of the countless souls on the beach. At this juncture, Sure Hao was fervently indignant, passionately employing his rhetoric to fragment and undermine the unity of those aligned with Sun Haishan. Upon witnessing Sure Hao's hypocritical performance, Shen Bing and Shen Ziqiang inwardly cursed his mother. In that moment, they realized they had indeed underestimated this individual. His lips overflowed with righteousness, yet his heart was filled with self-serving schemes. Sure Hao, do refrain from sowing discord and self-aggrandizing. Your words and actions are clear to us. Your talent for preaching one thing while practicing another is unparalleled. You claim to be a tool for everyone. Yet how many times have you truly allowed us to utilize it? Others must register and report their usage, while you indulge without restraint. Surely, you have long since appropriated these resources as your own private possessions. Indeed, you duplicitous scoundrel, while we toil the hardest, we scarcely have enough food for ourselves. Yet you always present yourself as the benevolent one after we procure sustenance, seizing the fruits of our labor. You audaciously label this as a communal effort. But in the end, the distribution is insufficient for others, as you greedily take more for your own enjoyment. Behind Chen Ziqiang, Li Ning also stepped forward, echoing the sentiment. The others, having been through similar experiences, understood that the assertions made by Chen Ziqiang and Li Ning were grounded in truth. And they too were unwilling to align themselves with Sure Hao and his ilk. They were equally disinclined to continue serving under Sure Hao's command. Thus, regardless of Sure Hao's theatrics, they stood resolutely with Chen Ziqiang. Observing this, Sure Hao's face darkened, and his demeanor shifted. Hand over the tools. Since you all wish to leave the beach, I shall grant you that wish, perhaps retaining a shred of civility and legality. Sure Hao refrained from resorting to violence in that moment. However, on the other side, Zhang Libo's provocative remark instantly escalated the tension. Sure Hao, why waste words with them? Let's take action. If these fools are so ungrateful, I must teach them a lesson. After all, I've traveled this far to catch up with them. My brothers, and I will not allow them to have an easy time. Brothers, charge. Give them a beating. Before Sure Hao could intervene, he watched as Zhang Libo and his group surged towards Chen Ziqiang and the others, their faces ablaze with fury. The sheer number of Zhang Libo and his companions was sufficient, totaling 7. Seeing this reckless audacity, Chen Ziqiang and the others shouted defiantly, grabbing whatever makeshift weapons they could find. Some wielded wooden sticks, others clutched stones, while some approached barehanded. In a mere encounter, one individual was struck, inadvertently receiving a blow to the side of his face and ear, blood streaming down. So you dare to resist? Brothers, attack. Educate them properly. Witnessing one of his own take a hit, Sure Hao was compelled to reassess his strategy, directing his words towards those behind him. Consequently, the odds shifted to 12 against 7, and the skirmish grew increasingly intense. Each participant shouted wildly as they charged at one another, particularly Chen Ziqiang and his group, who knew they were outnumbered and thus raised their voices to bolster their morale. Only Sure Hao remained passive, his gaze fixated on Shen Bing and Li Ya, who were concealed behind a tree. Upon witnessing the fearful expressions of the two women, Sure Hao could not help but smirk, leisurely approaching them. As he neared, Li Ya, despite her trepidation, summoned her courage and stepped forward to issue a warning. Sure Hao, what do you intend to do? Stay back. We have no grievances with you. Hearing Li Ya's words, Shen Bing glanced at her in astonishment, not expecting Li Ya to confront Sure Hao with such bravery in this tense and perilous moment. At that instant, Shen Bing's perception of Li Ya underwent a profound transformation. Li Ya's courage shattered Shen Bing's preconceived notions of her, elevating her admiration to new heights. No grievances? My dear Miss Shen and Miss Li Ya, you are both so enchanting. I never claimed we bore animosity, Sure Hao replied with a sly grin. But tell me, what misguided souls led you to wander out here? Look at this desolate wilderness. It is fraught with danger. He leered at the two women, continuing to advance towards them. As Sure Hao approached, Li Ya began to feel a surge of fear and instinctively stepped back. Noticing this, Shen Bing positioned herself protectively in front of Li Ya, casting a stern gaze at Sure Hao. Sure Hao, our choices are our own, and it is not for you to meddle. Miss Shen, if the path is chosen by yourselves, why then do you seem eager to board a pirate ship? Were you coerced by them, or do you willingly consort with rogues? Sure Hao responded, far from angered, instead wearing a smug expression. Yet, he did not halt his advance. Now standing before Shen Bing and Li Ya, his gaze brazenly appraising their figures. Although darkness enveloped the surroundings, the flickering firelight accentuated their alluring silhouettes. You dare slander us? Shin Bing retorted, momentarily at a loss for words, as she couldn't truthfully claim coercion nor voluntary compliance. She could only deflect Hao's accusations and admonish him not to besmirch her character. Slander? Miss Shun, these individuals have entirely disregarded my authority. Otherwise, they would not stand against me. Even if they wished to depart, they could do so freely. Yet they choose to secretly abscond with what belongs to us. Tell me, can I not be incensed by such actions? Or do you defend them because you've grown fond of someone among them? Or perhaps you, and they share a deeper connection? You scoundrel, dare to malign me again, and I swear I shall fight you. Shin Bing, overwhelmed by Hao's baseless accusations, seized a stone from the ground. Her eyes ablaze with fury. Have I struck a nerve? Have I hit the mark? Hao laughed mockingly at the two women. Suddenly, with a menacing shift in demeanor, he threatened, if you can be friendly with them, why not extend the same courtesy to me? Serve me, and I assure you a life of abundance and freedom from hunger. Surely, that is preferable to following them? Bah, how shameless. Who would want to be amicable with you? You ought to consider your own character before making such propositions. Upon hearing Hao's words, Leah could not help but scoff, thoroughly disgusted by him at that moment. Despite his incessant proclamations of fairness and justice, he was now engaged in slandering and spreading rumors about the two of them, solely to compel them to yield to his private desires. Shin Bing also discerned Hao's malicious intent. After exchanging a glance with Leah, she gestured for her to flee up the mountain. However, Hao, having anticipated their intentions, would not permit such a trivial scheme to succeed. With a swift motion, he grasped the fabric of Shin Bing's shirt from behind and forcefully tore it, producing a ripping sound as he effortlessly shredded her elegant light blue top, revealing her snug undergarment and fair back. The suddenness of the assault caused Shin Bing to tumble to the ground. Seeing this, Leah hurried forward to assist her. Yet, Hao denied them the opportunity to rise again. He inhaled the torn piece of cloth in his hand, feigning ecstasy. Ah, the scent is truly intoxicating. No wonder she is such a beauty. After taking another breath, he continued, Miss Shun, why serve them when you could treat us equally? Why not indulge us as well? Wouldn't you want us to bask in the pleasures of beauty like you can provide? With that, he lunged at Leah, who was preparing to help Shin Bing. His hands poised like claws aimed at her back, clearly intending to seize her and control her from behind. In that moment, as Shin Bing attempted to rise, she caught sight of Hao barreling towards Leah. With no time to intervene, she instinctively shouted, pulling Leah towards her, and both women fell to the ground. Hao, if you dare come any closer, once we leave this island, I, of the Jianshan group, will undoubtedly exact the harshest revenge upon you. Do not think for a moment that we are so easily bullied. Shin Bing, cradling Leah, quickly regained her footing and glared at Hao, clutching a stone tightly in her hand, prepared to fight with desperation. Upon hearing her words, Hao paused momentarily, taken aback by Shin Bing's reaction and feeling a twinge of caution due to her threat. Yet, he quickly regained his composure and chuckled. Could it be that you still fail to recognize your current predicament, Miss Shun? Such threats hold no weight for me now. Let me be frank today. It is you who have crossed my line, so do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. With that, he lunged once more toward Shin Bing. Come with me willingly, Miss Shun. I assure you that if you both follow me, your needs will be met without worry. At that moment, as Hao reached out towards her, Shin Bing disregarded any hesitation and hurled the stone in her hand directly at his face. Chapter 23. Bold and cunning with a resounding thud, the stone flew towards Hao's face, yet he merely sidestepped, effortlessly evading the attack. As Shin Bing was merely a woman, even if she managed to strike Hao, it would likely be of little consequence given her strength. Consequently, Hao wore a derisive smirk, taking several strides to stand before Shin Bing, seizing her arm with a firm grip. Shin Bing felt a sudden pain shoot through her arm, causing her to tumble into Hao's embrace. Hee, indeed, the essence of femininity, a beauty like no other, Hao remarked, one arm tightly encircling Shin Bing, as he inhaled deeply near her ear, his words laced with lewdness and arrogance. Let go of me, you scoundrel. Shin Bing protested, struggling to break free, yet her feeble strength rendered her efforts futile against Hao's grasp. Observing this, Leah turned to charge at Hao, but was halted by Shin Bing's plea. Having come to regard Leah as a sister, she did not wish for her to fall into danger as well. Leah, Don't concern yourself with me. You must flee. Upon hearing Shun Bing's words, Leah understood her intention, hesitating for but a moment before resolutely advancing toward Shi Hao. If we are to leave, we leave together. I cannot allow you to be bullied alone. Shi Hao, you wretch, I will not back down. As Leah rushed forward, she raised a stone she had picked up, her expression fierce as she glared at Shi Hao. However, Shi Hao merely scoffed derisively, and as Leah approached, he lifted his foot and delivered a kick. You overestimate yourself. With a resounding thud, Leah cried out in pain, sent flying backward. Witnessing Shi Hao's ruthless nature, showing no mercy even to a girl, Shun Bing felt her rage ignite. A surge of strength coursing through her. In an instant, a self-defense technique flashed through her mind. She raised her leg, striking the back of Shi Hao's foot with her heel. Before he could vocalize his pain, she sharply thrust the back of her head against his nose. Ah, you filthy woman! Shi Hao shrieked in agony, releasing his hold on Shun Bing. However, instead of fleeing immediately, she swiftly turned, delivering a decisive kick to Shi Hao's groin. With a sense of satisfaction, she felt she had struck true. The ensuing scene was almost predictable. Shi Hao staggered, blood streaming from his nose, bent over in pain, his hands clutching his groin. Ah, damn it, you vile woman, I will make you pay. Shi Hao's anguished cries soon reached the ears of others. Although they were still engaged in a fierce struggle, Chen Ziqiang and his 6 companions found themselves at a disadvantage amidst the onslaught from Zhang Libo and his group. Each of the 7 bore wounds, blood staining their faces and bodies, infusing the air with a metallic scent. Yet, despite their injuries, they showed no inclination to surrender. Taking advantage of Shi Hao's distraction, Chen Ziqiang and the remaining 6 gathered together, readying themselves for the next phase of their confrontation. Zhang Libo, upon witnessing Shi Hao lying on the ground in agony, was the first to rush over to assess the situation. What transpired? It was those 2 women. Quickly, gather your men and bind them. We must not let them escape. However, as Zhang Libo scanned the surroundings, he realized the 2 women had already vanished from sight. You 2 come with me, he commanded. The rest of you, give those ruffians a thorough lesson, and ensure you collect all their supplies. Bring back every tool, without exception, to the beach. Once we capture those 2 women, I promise we shall reward everyone handsomely. Rest assured, Brother Bo, a man from the crowd replied, as Zhang Libo led 2 companions toward a dense thicket on the left. His demeanor resembled that of a husband confronting a rival suitor. Armed with a knife, eager to settle the matter and impart a lesson on proper conduct. At that moment, Chen Ziqiang seized the opportunity. Noting that one of the group's key figures lay incapacitated while the other pursued Shun Bing and her companion. Run, let us depart, he urged. Thus, the 7 of them sprinted towards the woods on the right. Despite the pursuing crowd's attempts to chase them down, the darkness, devoid of the illumination from the fire, allowed the 7 to swiftly elude their pursuers. However, they had left behind their belongings, even their personal items, which now became spoils for Shi Hao and the others. After half an hour, Shi Hao, supported by 2 companions, rested by the fire. Scattered around him lay 4 or 5 others, similarly wounded. Shi Hao's injuries were internal, while theirs were visibly external. One individual, gravely injured, bore a gash on his calf inflicted by Chen Ziqiang and his group with an axe. Although the wound had been treated and bandaged, blood continued to seep from it. Shi Hao gazed at the man, feeling a pang of guilt. Yet his heart was heavier with resentment towards Chen Ziqiang and Shun Bing. He understood that in such dire circumstances, sustaining such severe injuries would make survival exceedingly difficult. Yet, he felt powerless, forced to comfort his injured brothers while promising them food and companionship upon their return to the beach. In that moment before the group, he shed his previous facade of righteousness and fairness, instead embracing them as brothers, vowing to share both fortune and misfortune alike. He asserted that as long as they continued to follow him, food and women would be within their grasp. At that juncture, Zhang Libo emerged from the direction of the previous pursuit, accompanied by 2 others, his face reflecting disappointment and anger in the firelight. Brother Bo, what the 2 women? Inquired a man seated beside Shi Hao as he stood up. Although Shi Hao remained silent, inwardly he cursed. What a foolish pig. Can't he see Zhang Libo's expression? Why the urgency? Indeed, upon hearing the man's question, Zhang Libo shot him a disdainful glance before plopping down opposite Shi Hao. The 2 women were truly cunning, having vanished without a trace. After a brief pursuit, we lost all signs of them. I stumbled several times in my search. Damn, what bad luck. Jean Libo muttered to himself, serving as an explanation for the group. He then turned to Sure Hao and inquired, did those people escape as well? Sure Hao nodded, gesturing toward the man lying on the ground. One of our brothers is gravely injured. We must return quickly. If this continues, he is in grave danger. Hearing this, Jean Libo hurriedly looked at the man. Realizing Sure Hao spoke the truth, he and several others began to gather the scattered belongings and supplies from the ground, lifting the injured man and making their way down to the beach under the cover of night. After all, it was at the beach where the lifeboat still held some of Lu Qi's untouched antibiotics, along with an elderly nurse in the crowd who possessed some knowledge of first aid. Once Sure Hao and the others departed, the forest regained its quietude, occasionally interrupted by the distant roars of wild beasts. Not long after, two graceful figures slowly emerged, with the leading figure being Shunbing. Sister Shunbing, you truly are remarkable. Hee. Do you think they will return? Perhaps we should leave this place? Behind Shunbing, Leah first offered a cheerful compliment. Then, after voicing her concern, she suddenly heard a sound emanating from the forest. Although she could not identify the creature, the noise startled her, causing her to rush to Shunbing's side and grasp her garment tightly. Hee. What has happened to your courage? You fear a mere animal's cry after facing off against a brute like Sure Hao. Shunbing chided playfully. They have already gone far, while the fire still flickers. We have a chance to rekindle it. With the fire's protection, we can safely endure the night. Otherwise, without a place to hide, with our physique and strength, we could easily be overrun by a mere wild boar. Ha! Sister Shunbing, your humor is truly outlandish, making jokes at such a time. Seeing Leah burst into laughter, Shunbing felt a wave of relief. Indeed, it was crucial to remain strong and optimistic in such dire times. She had always been an academic achiever, inherently cautious and competitive, adept at reading situations. Thus, during their recent escape, Shunbing did not panic. She skillfully utilized the cover of darkness, not straying too far before quietly leading Leah back. They concealed themselves in a thicket, observing Sure Hao and the others until they had gathered their supplies and carried the injured man away. Throughout this time, they listened to the conversations and even caught sight of Jean Libo's disheartened return. Leah, the mindset of everyone on the island has begun to shift. Like us, they have lost hope for rescue after waiting so long. People are starting to contemplate how to survive. As Shunbing walked, she bent down to scrutinize the numerous bloodstains left upon the ground. She then remarked, Sure Hao possesses a remarkable ability to incite others, espousing lofty ideals of fairness and justice while, in truth, he is profoundly self-serving. Moreover, from the events of this evening, it is evident that he is increasingly abandoning principles of martial ethics and has grown increasingly ruthless. He shows us a complete lack of respect and courtesy. This poses an extreme danger to us. Therefore, in the days to come, we must exercise greater caution and vigilance. Upon concluding her words, Shunbing hurried to the previous campfire and crouched to assess its condition. Fortunately, the fire had not yet extinguished. Quickly, bring over those logs beside you, she instructed. As she spoke, she bent low and gently placed a handful of dry grass, prepared as tinder, into the parted embers, blowing gently. After several breaths, and through her diligent efforts, a spark ignited, successfully setting the grass ablaze. Seeing this, Leah rushed over to assist, handing her the dry which she carried. With their cooperative efforts, the fire was rekindled, just as Leah was reveling in their success. Shunbing doused her enthusiasm with a splash of cold reality. You, my friend, are celebrating far too early. Quickly help me relocate this fire. This is not our preferred place to spend the night. Taken aback by Shunbing's words, and excited Leah asked in confusion, Sister Shunbing, why must we go elsewhere? Isn't it quite flat and spacious here? Observing Leah's bewildered expression, Shunbing gently tapped her forehead with a slender stick. Think with your clever little brain. On this deserted island, devoid of mobile phones and signal, how did Sure Hao and his party find this exact location? Moreover, they encircled us without granting us any chance to escape. How could they achieve such precision? As the implications of Shunbing's hints sunk in, Leah's eyes widened in realization. Oh, Sister Shunbing, you mean their accurate location of us and subsequent encirclement were due to the fire revealing our position? How could I have missed that? Quick, let us find another spot. With a smile of understanding at Leah's revelation, Shunbing joined her in relocating the fire to a nearby area, ensuring that the flames would not be detected from below the mountain, while also being sheltered by the rocks, making it suitable for the night. Once they were assured, they rekindled the fire with peace of mind. During this process, Leah gradually recognized Shunbing's audacious nature and sharp intellect. As they settled beside the fire, she asked a question that astonished Shunbing. Sister Shunbing, tell me, did you already know before we set out that Chen Ziqiang and the others need not worry about the fire source? Leah, how have you suddenly become so astute? Was it my gentle tap with the stick that did it? Perhaps I should occasionally give you a nudge, and you could become exceptionally wise. Who knows, with your intelligence, you might even lead me out of here. Shunbing laughed. Don't jest, Sister Shunbing. Just tell me, is it true? Upon hearing Leah's inquiry, Shunbing was somewhat taken aback. Based on her familiarity with Leah, it was exceptionally rare for this individual to engage in thoughtful contemplation unless the sun rose in the west. This characteristic had previously led Shunbing to consider leveraging Leah for her own purposes. However, now that both were castaways in a shared plight, Shunbing had come to regard Leah as an ally, devoid of any ulterior motives. Noticing Leah awaiting her response, Shunbing ceased her playful banter and earnestly addressed her. When we were stranded on the beach amidst a throng of over 100 people, I observed Chen Ziqiang alone, smoking. In fact, I had witnessed him secretly indulge in this vice for an entire week, after which he seemingly vanished from sight. I surmised that he had run out of cigarettes and perhaps believed that the lighter in his possession could become a coveted resource, prompting him to conceal it. Subsequently, when Dr. Liu and Miss Nia fell victim to Shurehao's machinations, they were deprived of the life-saving equipment in a rather underhanded manner, which likely heightened Chen Ziqiang's sense of urgency regarding his lighter. Coupled with the intentional suppression from Shuhao and his cohorts, discontent brewed among them. Thus, when I overheard Chen Ziqiang conversing with a few others, I resolved to join them in departing from that place. These individuals were forthright in their endeavors and possessed the capability to procure sustenance. It was only today that I validated my suspicions. When Chen Ziqiang instructed everyone to scatter in search of firewood, he feigned an intention to create fire through friction, yet in truth, he was utilizing his lighter, which I witnessed firsthand. Chapter 24. The stone cave. Leah listened intently to Shunbing's words, her eyes sparkling as if gazing upon a beloved figure. Oh, how enlightening. Shunbing, your powers of observation, memory, and insight are truly remarkable. No wonder you were able to establish your own company solely through your talents. I am in awe. I recall the last time you expressed admiration. It was in reference to your dream suitor. What has transpired in these few months that you now seek to become my little admirer, singing my praises? Shunbing, how could you be so mischievous? All right, let us discuss something else. Very well. What would you like to chat about? At this moment, Shunbing, finding Leah amusing, naturally opened up the conversation. After having just weathered a tumultuous ordeal, she sought to use this dialogue as a means to alleviate her inner turmoil. However, she gradually realized that Leah's line of questioning had taken a rather unexpected turn. Shunbing, do you know who has been mentioned the most since we became stranded on this island? I'm not sure. It should be your name, I presume. That is not it. You hardly ever call my name. You always refer to me as this person. Oh, I hadn't noticed. Moreover, you are here to find Dr. Liu, aren't you? Shunbing, do you think Liu Qi is handsome? He's passable. And what about Nie Xiaorong? Is she pretty? At this question, Leah observed Shunbing intently, yet Shunbing remained oblivious. Her? She's just all right, I suppose. I think you're more beautiful. Cut it out. Shunbing, you're not being truthful. Nie Xiaorong possesses such fair skin. If she were not beautiful, would Dr. Liu be so close to her? Upon hearing this, Shunbing lowered her gaze, a contemplative expression crossing her face. Though it was merely a fleeting moment, Leah captured it entirely. Indeed, a woman's intuition is strikingly accurate. Why are you saying all this? It has nothing to do with me. She retorted. Although Nie Xiaorong has her charm, I believe you, Sister Shunbing, are far more captivating. In the presence of men, if you merely exude a hint of feminine allure, you could easily captivate and overwhelm him. Leah, what has prompted you to speak of such topics all of a sudden? Sister Shunbing, you got this. From now on, I'm your loyal fan. What fan? What are you talking about? Shunbing looked at her, her expression shifting from sunny to cloudy. Sensing the mood, Leah quickly added, it's just to encourage you to find Dr. Liu. Go for it, Sister Shunbing. I believe you can surely win him over. With that, Leah made a fist and gestured an encouraging sign. Shenbing gazed at Lia with a look of exasperation, still mulling over her words. Realizing Shenbing's absent-mindedness, Lia knew her observations were indeed well-founded. It was only when her suppressed laughter reached Shenbing's ears that she snapped back to reality. So you were trying to tease me all along." With that, she rose and began to tickle Lia, laughter echoing near the fire. After an enjoyable chat, illuminated by the flames, Shenbing and Lia nestled together and soon fell into a deep slumber. The following day, as the sun began to bathe the island in its golden rays, Lia and Shenbing awoke, with the first light touching the mountain's peak. They gathered their simple belongings and ascended toward the summit. Shenbing's intention was straightforward. She wished to behold the island's entire landscape and understand the nature of the island they inhabited. On the other side of the mountain, shrouded in a gentle mist, Lu Qi and Nie Xiaorong had just stirred from their slumber. Nie Xiaorong was the first to rise, half kneeling as she stretched. Her graceful curves fully revealed before Lu Qi. Turning her head, she caught Lu Qi staring unabashedly at her. She huffed in playful reproach. "What are you staring at?" "Oomph, you pervert." Lu Qi remained unfazed, having long since discerned her temperament. If she were genuinely concerned about such details, she would be more cautious in his presence. With a soft, sleepy gaze, he boldly uttered a phrase that women enjoy hearing, "With a figure as splendid as yours and this shelter being so confined. If I don't look, wouldn't that be a pity and a waste? Hee. Then I shall let you gaze upon me every day from now on. Shall I?" Upon hearing Lu Qi's nonchalant remarks, Nie Xiaorong first chuckled before playfully inquiring. Lu Qi, sensing that this woman was about to transform into a mischievous sorceress, felt a sense of urgency. It was early morning, and as a vigorous young man, he was already feeling quite robust. If she were to tease him with her words, it would only exacerbate his discomfort. Thus, he quickly composed himself and said earnestly, "Please step aside and let me check on the progress of the smoked leopard meat. I need to ensure it hasn't been snatched away by a wild beast." However, Nie Xiaorong obstructed the entrance to the shelter, refusing to yield. She proudly lifted her chest, insisting that she would not relent until she received the answer she desired. "Luda Lang, don't change the subject. Answer me quickly. Will you allow me to be the one you look at every day from now on? If you refuse to answer, you shall not leave this place." Lu Qi was utterly unprepared for this turn of events. Having just recovered from his injuries and finally enjoyed a restful night, he found himself forced to admire her figure upon waking. How had he landed in such a predicament? This little sorceress was indeed unpredictable. All right, Comrade Nie. It's just the two of us here. Even if you wanted others to see, they cannot. Thus, I am the only one who can look, am I not? You." Despite hearing Lu Qi's words, Nie Xiaorong's expression was one of utter dissatisfaction. She felt that he was not serious at all and lacked patience in their conversation. His tone dismissive. "Oomph, I shan't speak to you any longer, Luda Lang." With that, she turned and exited the shelter, leaving Lu Qi bewildered. Shaking his head in confusion, Lu Qi also left the shelter. He first strolled through a small grove before checking on the meat roasting on the grill. By this time, the fire had long extinguished, with only wisps of blue smoke rising from the ashes. Upon the smoking rack, neatly arranged were strips of well-smoked leopard meat. Unable to resist, Lu Qi picked up a piece, marveling at it. The skin is tender, the meat succulent, both qualities are in harmony, and the color is vibrant. Quite impressive. He couldn't help but pop a small piece of the smoked meat into his mouth. The flavor is rich and aromatic, neither greasy nor dry. Truly unexpected. To achieve such success on my first attempt at smoking meat is a testament to the knowledge I have acquired. Yet, while Lu Qi reveled in his culinary triumph, Nie Xiaorong looked on with disdain. As he returned from the grove, directly plucking a piece of the darkened smoked meat and savoring it with apparent delight, her stomach began to churn. She barely registered his words. As the president of a cosmetics company, she understood that smoking was a method of preserving fresh meat. But witnessing Lu Qi's boisterous display of indulgence so early in the day unsettled her. Surely, he should wash his hands first. However, Lu Qi remained oblivious to Nie Xiaorong's discomfort and continued to expound. "We use the cypress wood from the forest for smoking, which effectively deters flies and mosquitoes. In this sweltering heat, it can be preserved for at least a week without spoiling. This smoked meat will last us for a whole week." Indeed. As far as I am aware, smoked meat possesses numerous benefits. According to the elders in the village, smoked meat is known to stimulate the appetite dispel coldness, and aid digestion. While chewing on the smoked meat, Lu Qi turned to glance at Nie Xiaorong when he received no response from her. To his astonishment, he found Nie Xiaorong squatting on the ground, inexplicably retching. He hurried over to her side, offering his support and inquiring with concern, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Come, let me check your pulse." As he leaned in to examine her, the unmistakable aroma of smoked meat wafted from his mouth, triggering another wave of nausea in Nie Xiaorong. "Please, keep your distance, Lu Delang." Upon hearing this, Lu Qi realized that it was his presence that repulsed her. He burst into laughter, feeling no embarrassment but rather delight in discovering something that could irritate her. After his laughter subsided, he leaned closer to Nie Xiaorong, teasingly saying, "It tastes delightful. Why don't you give it a try? I'm certain you will absolutely love it." He elongated his words, the flavor of smoked meat directly assaulting her senses. "Oh, ugh, Lu Delang, you are truly revolting," she exclaimed, retching as she hurriedly fled from him, her movements frantic like a snake escaping an eagle. Lu Qi resolved that whenever she succumbed to her whimsical nature, he would employ this same tactic to tease her. However, as a man and a doctor, he recognized his own shortcomings. He understood well the adage that illness enters through the mouth. He touched the wounds on his body, many of which had already scabbed over. It seemed the time had come to journey towards the cave, for it harbored a source of drinkable water. With water, their provisions for cooking, washing, and hydration would be resolved. Glancing at the rising sun, Lu Qi decided to gather his belongings and prepare to head towards the cave he had previously discovered. He shared his thoughts with Nie Xiaorong, who, though still miffed from earlier, could only assist as she observed his determination. After stuffing their backpacks full of smoked meat, they still had quite a bit left over. Lacking suitable storage bags, Lu Qi resorted to using his only pair of spare trousers, tying off the legs to create a makeshift storage pouch. Ultimately, they managed to cram the 2 pant legs until they bulged with the smoked meat. With no food consumed, the two set out early in the cool morning. Making their way towards the cave, Lu Qi wielded a wooden stick for protection while occasionally tending to Nie Xiaorong, as the terrain of the inner island proved treacherous. Observing Lu Qi's burdened figure, with a backpack, trousers, and a damp leopard skin draped over him, Nie Xiaorong felt her discontent dissipate. She recognized that this man was inherently good, and her presence had undoubtedly added to his burdens. Without her, he would have navigated the island with far greater ease. Thus, she silently resolved to do more for the present Lu Qi. Despite being a delicate woman, she believed there were numerous ways she could assist him. After nearly 3 hours, Lu Qi finally brought Nie Xiaorong to the stone cave they had discovered earlier. "Is this the place you mentioned, Lu Qi?" "Indeed it is." Upon reaching the entrance of the cave, Nie Xiaorong first sought confirmation from Lu Qi, then curiously surveyed the surrounding environment. The area outside the cave was adorned with lush green grass, and the entrance was cleverly concealed between 2 massive rocks. Towering trees surrounded the forest, with wild grass and flowers carpeting the ground beneath them. Nie Xiaorong felt a surge of joy, for this enchanting setting seemed to fulfill her childhood dreams of a magical forest. Meanwhile, Lu Qi promptly carried all their supplies into the cave, placing them on a flat, dry patch of ground. Exhausted, he sat down heavily, panting, his forehead already glistening with sweat. Shortly after, Nie Xiaorong appeared at the cave's entrance, yet she hesitated to enter. She had spotted 2 small spiders on the webs flanking the entrance, which frightened her. "Lu Qi, come over here. There are spiders." "Lu Qi, Big Wolf Lu," she called out. However, Lu Qi remained indifferent, unwilling to rise or respond. With no choice but to summon her courage, Nie Xiaorong bent low and ventured further inside. It was not until she beheld the full expanse of the cave and a small puddle that she realized Lu Qi had brought her here for a reason. Indeed, compared to other places, it was significantly safer and more comfortable. However, the cave was laden with dust, indicating that it required some diligent tidying up. Consequently, she urged the still catching his breath Lu Qi to assist her in cleaning the entire cave. Reluctantly, Lu Qi complied, and after much effort, nearly 2 hours later, the space they had organized began to look quite presentable. By this time, both were famished. Lacking a stove to cook, Lu Qi resorted to taking out some smoked leopard meat to quell their hunger, but Nie Xiaorong repeatedly declined to eat it directly. It was then that Lu Qi remembered the crude earthenware pots left by the cave's previous inhabitant. After some effort, he managed to start a fire. He retrieved a pot, filled it with water, and added some of the smoked meat. He even gathered a few edible wild vegetables from outside, washed them, and included them in the pot. Although the meal was quite simple, after enduring the wait, Nie Xiaorong found it to be exceptionally delicious. In fact, she even shared the broth with Lu Qi at the end. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, Lu Qi made his way to the stone bed within the cave. Having toiled throughout the morning, he finally allowed himself a well-deserved rest and reclined comfortably on the bed. As water became available, Nie Xiaorong seized the opportunity while Lu Qi was deep in slumber. She first filled a small basin with water to wash her face, then quietly filled another basin and slipped out of the stone cave. Chapter 25. Awakening from slumber. It was now midday, and in a shaded area atop the mountain, Shen Bing and Leah sat back to back, admiring the scenery on either side of the ridge. The mountain peak, which seemed so close, had taken them over an hour of climbing to reach. Exhausted, they rested in this position for quite some time. Sister Shen Bing, what kind of island is this? It is such a massive, circular island. The mountains are so high. Oh dear, my legs are almost cramping. At that moment, Leah rose to her feet and gazed at the breathtaking view before her, astonished that the island they were trapped on was so vast. She mused that everyone on the beach must still be entirely unaware of the true expanse of their surroundings. Leah, look. The beach we were on before was merely a small corner of this island. Shen Bing pointed in the direction of the beach where they had been waiting for rescue. Observing the people on the beach moving about like ants, Leah couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder. Indeed, one must expand their horizons through experience. When living on the beach, she had not perceived its confinement and crowding, but now, having reached the mountain summit, she realized her previous perspective had been limited. At that moment, Shen Bing found herself reassessing her own thoughts. She recalled how she had once intervened when Lu Qi and Nie Xiaorong chose to separate from the group. In hindsight, perhaps she had been overly cautious. Sister Shen Bing, come look at the lake in the center of the island. It's truly remarkable. This island is surrounded by mountains, and I never imagined there would be such a beautiful lake at its heart. With her thoughts redirected, Shen Bing approached Leah, gazing at the enchanting lake below, and remarked, I wonder where Lu Qi and Dr. Lu have gone. We can only rely on ourselves now. Hee, Sister Shen Bing. Dr. Lu has company. You should be more concerned about where Chun Ziqiang and the others might be. Did you ever hear them mention it? After all, there are more of them, and if we can find them and stay with them, it would at least provide us with some sense of security, wouldn't it? Upon hearing this, Shen Bing sighed softly and looked at Li Yo with sincerity. You know, having the support of a group can indeed offer psychological comfort. But safety is not guaranteed merely by numbers. Moreover, those 7 are all men. While they seem decent compared to Sure Hao on the beach, the situation has changed. They have now distanced themselves from the beach and Sure Hao's influence, forming their own little group. If we continue to follow them, they may eventually become the next Sure Hao. Why is that, Sister Shen Bing? Aren't they all good people? Leah asked, puzzled, pressing for more clarity. Shen Bing hoisted her backpack and replied, because we are 2 beautiful women. Ah, Sister Shen Bing, are you being a bit overly cautious? Could that truly be a reason? At this moment, Shen Bing ceased to respond to Li Ya's inquiries, shouldering her bag as she made her way towards the lake at the center of the island. Hey, Shen Bing, wait for me. That Lu Qi, Dr. Lu, is a man too. Are you not afraid he might become the next Sure Hao? As Shen Bing sought a suitable path to the lake, Leah continued to pursue her, voicing her confusion. Faced with Li Ya's persistent questions, Shen Bing felt compelled to clarify her thoughts, stating, I have never definitively claimed that he won't become the next Sure Hao. My reasons for wanting to find him are quite simple. First, he is a doctor. Second, my intuition tells me he is a man worthy of trust. With that, Shen Bing resumed her earnest search for a way down the mountain, while Leah trailed behind, incessantly questioning. Ah, intuition? Is that your explanation, Shen Bing? Are you still not being truthful? Oh, Shen Bing, please wait for me. Noticing Shen Bing's disregard for her, Leah hurried to catch up. On the beach, Sure Hao and Zhang Libo, having successfully retrieved the life-saving equipment after last night's chase and confrontation, found themselves in a somber mood. Before them lay a man, the victim of an axe wound to his leg, who had tragically lost his youthful life. Behind them, a group of 10 men stood in silence, enveloped in a heavy stillness. Others on the beach gathered around, witnessing the untimely demise of a young life, collectively succumbing to a profound sorrow. They were once the elite of society, valuing life above all else, Yet the sudden fragility of existence left them grappling with an unbearable reality. Unbeknownst to them, as food and resources dwindled, human nature began to shift, revealing various extremes of thought and behavior. Such tragedies would soon become a recurring theme on the beach. Within the stone cave, the air was cool and refreshing. Upon awakening, Lucci felt a sense of overall well-being. It was the first time in over a month that he had enjoyed such restful slumber. Stretching lazily, he called out for Nie Xiaorong, but received no reply. Glancing around, he noted her absence from the cave and ventured outside. After scanning the surroundings without finding her, he picked up a carefully selected stick and followed a set of footprints. The path through the forest was treacherous, with tree trunks, shrubs, and weeds nearly engulfing the entire area. With no clear route available, Lucci had to lower his gaze to find a more passable way. He had intended to discuss exploring the island's lake with Nie Xiaorong upon waking, but her absence weighed on him. Minutes later, Lucci suddenly heard a melody drifting from deeper within the woods. After careful consideration, Lucci recognized the voice of Nie Xiaorong. He stealthily approached the source of the sound, intending to impart a profound lesson to this woman. How dare she venture out alone, brazenly singing a tune without a shred of awareness of the danger surrounding her? Her audacious stroll was nothing short of a blatant provocation to the beasts lurking nearby, an outright affront to their nature. After meandering for several meters, Nie Xiaorong's figure finally came into Lu Qi's view. There she was crouched down, one hand plucking mushrooms from the ground, while the other held a hand-woven basket. Almat basket. Chapter 26. A profound lesson. When Lu Qi discerned the basket in Nie Xiaorong's grasp, he was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that this company founder possessed such a skill. Though the weaving was not flawless, it was certainly a practical tool. Parting the underbrush, he crept forward, treading lightly until he was directly behind her. Emulating the roar of a beast, Lu Qi suddenly shouted. He then released the wooden stick in his hand and leaped forward, seizing Nie Xiaorong from behind. Startled beyond measure, Nie Xiaorong screamed, resembling a frantic doe, flailing her limbs wildly as she kicked in every direction. The basket slipped from her grasp, scattering mushrooms and wild greens across the ground. It was only when her hands brushed against Lu Qi's arms in an attempt to break free that she regained a modicum of composure. Roar! However, Lu Qi continued to feign ferocity, shaking her body with exuberance, but Nie Xiaorong had already realized she had been tricked. Thus, she ceased her struggles and, while firmly held in Lu Qi's embrace, burst into tears mid-air. Wah wah wah. Sobbing as she pounded her tiny fist against his large hand, she lamented, "You vile man. Let me go." Lu Qi was momentarily taken aback. Oh no. Caught. He quickly released his grip, intending to offer an explanation, but Nie Xiaorong spun around like lightning. Her face streaked with tears, an uproar of emotions surging forth. Her delicate fist struck Lu Qi's chest with fervor, and he felt as if his chest had transformed into a taut drum. Wait, please don't hit," he stammered, struggling to articulate a coherent statement. Yet, his efforts were in vain. Even as he retreated, Nie Xiaorong persistently followed, venting her feelings. Wah wah wah. It was only after Nie Xiaorong had dispersed her fears through her outburst that she threw herself back into Lu Qi's arms, tears streaming down her face, completely heartbroken. Sigh. Observing Nie Xiaorong's cessation of her assault, Lu Qi finally exhaled a breath of relief. Yet he felt a tingling numbness in his chest, lamenting inwardly, "What have I done? Why did you scare me? I harbor a deep-seated fear of being startled by others. In my childhood, I fainted after being frightened by someone wearing a mask. Upon regaining consciousness, my father comforted me for 3 days before I dared to venture outside. Oh, you naughty rascal. You truly frightened me just now. Oh, I didn't mean to. You did it on purpose. Well, I merely wished to make you understand. You are truly wicked. You nearly scared me to death. Alas, I apologize. Please, cease your tears." Hearing Lu Qi's apology, Nie Xiaorong began to weep even more sorrowfully. Very well. Go ahead and cry." After 3 minutes, Nie Xiaorong finally ceased her sobbing. Shyly and reluctantly leaving Lu Qi's embrace, she quickly turned away to wipe her tears, then picked up the basket on the ground to gather the scattered mushrooms and wild vegetables. At that moment, Lu Qi, sensing the need for camaraderie, joined her in the task. Noticing the atmosphere had grown somewhat subdued, he took the initiative to speak. "There seems to be quite a few mushrooms here. It appears we can enhance our meal tonight." Yet, Nie Xiaorong continued to ignore him. "Upon awakening to find you absent, I hurried out to search for you. This place is exceedingly perilous, teeming with large wild beasts. You should not have ventured out alone, especially without any precautions, humming a tune with your head down. Had I arrived later, and you had indeed caught the attention of a beast, it would have been truly dangerous. In the future, you ought to exercise more caution and at least inform me before you leave. After hearing Lu Qi's earnest explanation, Nie Xiaorong paused her actions and glanced at him, feeling an inexplicable warmth and joy in her heart. She also gained a more objective understanding of the recent events, realizing that Lu Qi's intentions were for her own good, to instill a sense of caution in her. The memory of her earlier tears and Lu Qi's embrace made her cheeks flush, and she replied to him, "Very well. I shall be more attentive in the future." Subsequently, the two turned to make their way back. However, after walking a mere 10 meters, a sharp and loud call of a monkey echoed from the woods to their right. Startled, they quickly crouched down, concealing themselves in the underbrush. "Oh, what is that?" "It seems to be the call of a monkey," Nie Xiaorong whispered. Lu Qi immediately recognized the source of the sound. It seems to be that old, rascally monkey. Its voice sounds quite urgent. Perhaps some animal is pursuing it. As Lu Qi's words faded, the old monkey's voice echoed again from a distance, this time unmistakably more frantic and clearer than before. Instantly, an unsettling sensation surged within Lu Qi, a sense of impending danger enveloping him. "This is bad. We must leave here quickly. Danger is approaching. The old monkey has surely spotted us, and it is issuing a warning." Danger? Surely not." Without waiting for Nie Xiaorong to respond, Lu Qi grasped her hand and swiftly led her towards the direction of the stone cave. Minutes passed, and the old monkey's calls continued to resonate from the woods behind them, fluctuating between urgency and calm. Lu Qi noticed that whenever they paused, even slightly, the old monkey's cries grew louder and more frantic. Amidst the cacophony of cries, he could distinctly perceive the imposing growl of the old monkey, as if it were attempting to drive something away. Just as the two were nearing the entrance of the cave, a thunderous roar erupted from the dense forest behind them, reverberating with an overwhelming ferocity. The raw, untamed sound pierced through the air and reached Lu Qi's ears, tightening his heart with an indescribable sense of trepidation. Yet, the old monkey remained unfazed by this fearsome roar. Its calls became increasingly chaotic and exuberant, as if it were leaping joyfully among the trees. A few blinks later, the old monkey's voice began to fade, and Lu Qi sensed that the danger had subsided. As they returned to the cave entrance, Nie Xiaorong felt her heart racing uncontrollably, a tinge of fear still lingering within her. Lu Qi, noticing her fright, approached to offer some comforting words. They then divided their tasks. Lu Qi tended to the fire, while Nie Xiaorong began preparing a meal using the mushrooms and wild herbs she had foraged, incorporating them with the smoked meat. Once the fire was successfully ignited, Lu Qi remained vigilant, his mind preoccupied with ensuring their safety after the harrowing encounter. He held no concern for the old monkey, convinced that it had been stealthily following him, alerting him to the distant threat, and persistently harrying the unknown beast. The final roar, he surmised, had likely been provoked by the old monkey's relentless annoyance, forcing it to retreat. Chapter 27. Hallucinogenic mushrooms. Though gratitude for the old monkey filled his heart, Lu Qi utilized the dagger he had acquired to chop some firewood and vines, intending to fortify the entrance of the cave with a sturdy wooden door. This would provide an additional layer of security against nocturnal predators, ensuring greater safety for both of them. By the time Lu Qi completed this task, twilight had fallen. He had initially planned to craft a bow and arrows for his exploration of the nearby lake, but the encroaching darkness necessitated postponement until the following day. As he admired the wooden door he had installed, a sense of accomplishment washed over him. Just then, a delightful aroma wafted through the air, and as he inhaled the fragrant scent, he heard Nie Xiaorong call from behind, "Lu Qi, come and eat. It's just finished cooking." He turned and approached her, who was seated beside the fire. Upon reaching her side, he gazed at the simple stone stove where a large pot bubbled with a hearty stew of leopard meat and wild vegetables. Unable to suppress his hunger, he swallowed hard, prompting a delighted laugh from Nie Xiaorong. Noticing Lu Qi's eager expression, she scooped a bowl for him with her rudimentary wooden ladle and handed him a pair of handmade wooden chopsticks. "Oh, did you make these?" Lu Qi inquired, astonished as he examined the chopsticks in his hand. "Of course. How do you like them?" She replied. "They're quite impressive. When did you manage to make these?" he asked, genuinely curious. "While you were napping this afternoon." She answered with a smile, adding, "And there's more." As they conversed, Nie Xiaorong playfully shook the wooden spoon in her hand, signifying that it was indeed a product of her own labor. "Oh my, impressive. I never anticipated your skills were so remarkable. Not only can you weave, but you also craft such practical tools. Truly commendable," she exclaimed, her delight evident. "Hee, I do enjoy receiving compliments, so do keep them coming. Though I am a girl, I am no delicate princess. Therefore, you must not underestimate me." Upon hearing Nie Xiaorong's words, Lu Qi finally grasped her intentions. She sought to demonstrate that she was not the fragile being he had imagined, nor merely an ornamental figure. Witnessing her continuous efforts to assert herself, Lu Qi developed a deeper understanding of her character and could not help but give her a thumbs up in recognition of her achievements. After finishing a bowl of the delicious stew, Lu Qi felt unsatisfied and requested another serving from Ye Xiaorong. Before long, the two of them had polished off an entire pot of leopard meat, wild vegetables, and mushrooms. "How delectable! I've never had such a hearty appetite before," he remarked, once again giving Nie Xiaorong a thumbs up as a gesture of affirmation and admiration. Seeing Lu Qi's praise, Nie Xiaorong's face lit up with joy, her smile radiant and uncontainable. She even took it upon herself to handle all the utensils, insisting that Lu Qi take a moment to rest. Reluctantly accepting her hospitality, Lu Qi reclined comfortably on the leopard skin atop the stone platform. Observing Nie Xiaorong as she busied herself, he suddenly felt that this idyllic, albeit impoverished, lifestyle was rather appealing. There were no burdens of mortgages, no cacophony of traffic, no deceitful interactions, and certainly no cutthroat workplace competition or the hustle of daily life. In a certain light, this existence could indeed be regarded as a form of happiness. Returning to his thoughts, Lu Qi pulled out the peculiar island journal left by the original inhabitant, eager to peruse its contents. He had not yet thoroughly examined all that it contained and intended to venture to the island's central lake the following day. Thus, he was keen to check the journal for any references regarding the lake. As he flipped through the pages, he soon discovered a wealth of information about the lake itself. The more he read, the more he realized that should he embark on this journey, he must prepare meticulously. For the records mentioned the presence of large beasts in the vicinity and indicated that fish inhabited the lake. Fish! The mere mention of this thrilled Lu Qi. To think that of the 100 or so individuals on the beach, despite their exertions, not a single fish had been caught, nor had any shadows of them been seen. The revelation that there were indeed fish in the island's inner lake was exhilarating. If there are truly fish, we need not worry about food. Suppressing his excitement, he continued his reading. The original inhabitant had illustrated numerous drawings in the journal, mostly depicting various animals. Yet, without realizing it, he noticed that the illustrations in his hands began to twist, becoming increasingly lifelike, until eventually the monochromatic patterns transformed in a vibrant color. Lu Qi smiled, intending to call Nie Xiaorong over to witness the spectacle. However, upon raising his gaze, the cavern before him transformed into a fantastical realm filled with vibrant colors. He found himself seated upon a dragon chair, the leopard skin beneath him morphing into a tapestry of sumptuous garments and delicacies. The notebook in his hands metamorphosed into a docile feline. Before him, the expansive palace hall began to shift into a galaxy, and the name of Nie Xiaorong had already faded from his consciousness. At that moment, Lu Qi's eyes were fixed on the opposite side of the galaxy, where another ethereal being gazed back at him with tender affection. A beauty, a celestial maiden. "Gulme, come closer." Within the stone cavern, Lu Qi remained oblivious to his food poisoning, instead engaging in peculiar antics, exuberantly gesturing with his arms while casting a wild-eyed glance at Nie Xiaorong. His face a canvas of uncontrolled joy. Nie Xiaorong, too, exhibited strange behavior, her laughter ringing like sweet chimes. With a clean ceramic pot in hand, she danced gracefully, her cheeks flushed with a captivating smile. At that moment, her body seemed more supple than usual, and the unremarkable black pot in her grasp suddenly exuded an air of grandeur, rivaling the treasures of the heavenly realm. "Handsome, dream boy, you are so charming." In Nie Xiaorong's eyes, Lu Qi appeared as an enchanting figure, a vision of beauty. She gently set down the ceramic pot, swaying as she approached her dream boy. Meanwhile, Lu Qi beheld his celestial maiden gliding gracefully through the galaxy towards him, and joyfully tossed the little cat aside. In an instant, he leaped forward, moving towards the approaching celestial being. Though merely a few meters separated them, to Lu Qi, It felt as if he soared through the air for several minutes before finally embracing the maiden. At that moment, their eyes were entranced, each perceiving the other as the most exquisite existence. Inside the cavern, Lu Qi and Nie Xiaorong stood facing each other. Lu Qi encircling her delicate waist with one arm, while their fingers intertwined with the other. They were acutely aware of each other's touch, their gazes intertwining, breaths quickening, hearts racing in unison. Yet, unlike ordinary couples who might engage in playful banter, they simply gazed into each other's eyes until Nie Xiaorong could no longer contain her infatuation, gently rising on her toes to kiss Lu Qi. Faced with the embrace and the kiss of the celestial maiden, Lu Qi found himself unable to resist, eagerly reciprocating Nie Xiaorong's passionate kiss. Perhaps due to her nature, Nie Xiaorong's illusion was far deeper and more vivid than Lu Qi's. She became utterly enamored with the figure she was kissing, losing herself in the moment. Lu Qi, too, gradually succumbed to the fervor of his celestial maiden, retreating to the stone platform draped in leopard skin under the intensity of her passionate advances. Nie Xiaorong's enthusiasm intensified. A single kiss could hardly express even a fraction of her overwhelming emotions and happiness. Instead, she completely lost her reason and became ensnared in the depths of passion, relentlessly tearing at Lu Qi's garments. She yearned to share this celestial moment with the dreamlike figure in her eyes, to admire the vast starlit sky at the edge of the galaxy, to shed her flowing robe, to smile languidly upon the bed, and to engage in intimate acts filled with fragrant allure. In that moment, she wished to offer her pure, unblemished form to the enchanting figure before her. Faced with the fervor of the celestial being before him, Lu Qi appeared dazed, yet within his heart, a profound happiness blossomed. He longed to be a youthful emperor, adorned in fresh finery, yet found himself lacking in experience. As time drifted by, the tangled emotions between the two entwined them ever closer. Experiencing the ecstasy akin to that of an emperor amidst love's embrace, Lu Qi seemed to undergo a transformation, akin to a wild stallion galloping across an endless prairie. It was unclear how much time had passed when he finally emerged from the enchanting haze, embracing the celestial being and succumbing to a deep slumber. Chapter 28. The Poisonous Mushroom. After a night passed, the next day, well into midday, within the cave, the two lay entwined, their bodies barely clothed, still lost in sleep. It was not until a bothersome monkey outside the cave began to screech incessantly that Lu Qi was stirred from his slumber. Upon opening his eyes, he initially believed he was still dreaming. Rubbing his eyes gently, he took a closer look and was met with the sight of a delicate figure before him, Nie Xiaorong. Her body a vision of grace. She lay in peaceful slumber, one arm and one leg draped over him, her weight resting upon one of his arms. What on earth had transpired? Lu Qi's heart raced like a drum, recalling the events of the previous night, and his face flushed with embarrassment. Could it truly be? Skeptical, he pinched his own cheek. Ow. It hurt. It seemed the events of the night before were indeed real. What should he do now? Would she take offense and harm him upon waking? At that moment, gazing at the entangled Nie Xiaorong, Lu Qi felt like a thief, attempting to extricate himself from her grasp stealthily. However, outside the cave, an insufferable old monkey quickly shattered Lu Qi's plans. Ooh, the old monkey, unable to enter due to the wooden door Lu Qi had crafted the day before, was impatiently howling outside the entrance. Curse it! What are you screeching about? You old rascal? Be quiet. Lu Qi thought, his mind racing with curses as he glanced at the cave entrance. After suppressing his frustration, he attempted to shift Nie Xiaorong's long leg from upon him. Yet, as his hand brushed against her delicate limb, he sensed something locking onto him. When he shifted his gaze back, he found Nie Xiaorong's alluring eyes wide open, fixed upon him. You're awake. As Nie Xiaorong opened her eyes to the sight of the bear Lu Qi and heard his voice, she thought it was an illusion, and she blinked vigorously in disbelief. Luda. However, just as Nie Xiaorong was about to unleash her lion's roar, Lu Qi swiftly covered her open mouth with his hand and mounted her, exerting control over her. Please, don't be so agitated. Allow me to explain. Oh no. Let me clarify, if you would be so kind. With Lu Qi subduing her, a flicker of fear crept into Nie Xiaorong's heart. Yet, upon witnessing the sincerity etched across Lu Qi's face, she managed to suppress her trepidation. She gently blinked her eyes, signaling her acquiescence to him. Observing this, Lu Qi cautiously withdrew his hand from her lips. After dismounting from Nie Xiaorong, He reached for a garment nearby to cover her chest. Last night, we consumed some poisonous mushrooms. Perhaps we have been poisoned. This may have induced the hallucinations. Having uttered this challenging first sentence, Lu Qi stole a glance at Nie Xiaorong's expression. Noticing that her gaze was no longer fixed on him with intensity, he continued, "Upon awakening, you were there. I am aware of what transpired last night, and those visions were astonishingly vivid. They were likely a result of the mushrooms you gathered. Nevertheless, I assure you, I will take responsibility." Gazing at the taciturn Nie Xiaorong beside him, Lu Qi found himself at a loss for words. He tenderly brushed away the tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. Then, preparing to rise, he suddenly found Nie Xiaorong leaping into his embrace. Just as he was about to speak, her alluring crimson lips sealed his mouth with a fervent kiss. After a passionate exchange, Nie Xiaorong gazed breathlessly at the man before her. She yearned to etch his visage deeply into her heart, vowing never to forget it. For she had long since fallen in love with Lu Qi. You're not angry about last night, are you? Confronted with Nie Xiaorong's ardor, Lu Qi wore a bewildered expression, on the verge of voicing his own uncertainties. Yet, she silenced him with a finger pressed to his lips, abruptly interrupting his musings. In an instant, her kisses cascaded upon his mouth, his face, and his body like raindrops. Awakening to the realization of Nie Xiaorong's affections, Lu Qi, now thoroughly stirred, shed his hesitance. With fervor, he turned and pinned the enchanting Nie Xiaorong beneath him, transforming into a dashing young man, full of vigor. Meanwhile, outside the cave, the old monkey had been hooting hoarsely for nearly 2 hours, its voice growing hoarse and weary. At last, Lu Qi's voice erupted from within the stone chamber. "You old rascal, have you had your fill of shouting? Aren't you tired yet?" Following that, the wooden door at the cave's entrance was flung open with force. Oh dear! Upon seeing Lu Qi finally open the door, the old monkey scolded him with a couple of calls before striding directly into the cave. Once inside, it cast a cursory glance around before bounding toward the water puddle within. Upon reaching the edge of the puddle, the monkey bowed and began to drink heartily from the water. What on earth? Forget that this has always been someone else's domain. Look at how parched this old monkey is. As soon as these words left his lips, he noticed Nie Xiaorong's cheeks flush as she approached him. Dressed and poised beside Lu Qi, she whispered, "Are you hungry? Shall I prepare something to eat?" Starved indeed. If I don't eat soon, I might just fall apart. Without a second thought for the old monkey lingering nearby, he leaned in and planted a sudden kiss on Nie Xiaorong's rosy cheek. "Oh dear, you truly are incorrigible," she exclaimed, laughing heartily. "But it was you who initiated our previous kisses. How is it that I'm the one being scolded now?" He attempted to kiss her again, but the old monkey, unable to tolerate the scene any longer, screeched a couple of times, then leapt out of the cave. "Hey, old monkey, this cave is mine from now on. If you come back for water, remember to be polite, all right?" Lu Qi called out shamelessly to the departing creature. He then turned to Nie Xiaorong, and together they began to prepare a meal. Hee, your audacity knows no bounds. Look at you. The old monkey can certainly call out, but I am merely ensuring our future happiness is undisturbed. Oomph. I didn't see you disturbed by its calls before. You rascal. Due to the incident with the hallucinogenic mushrooms, Lu Qi's lake exploration plans had once again been disrupted. Yet, in the ebb and flow of fortune, where misfortune exists, so too does opportunity. Over the course of the past month, although the two had developed mutual affection, they had never confessed their feelings, let alone crossed any boundaries. However, after sharing a delightful meal, everything fell into place. Not only had they bypassed the confession stage, but they had also indulged in forbidden fruit, crossing into uncharted territory. Chapter 29, Defensive Weapons Past Noon. With lingering satisfaction, Lu Qi finally emerged from the stone cave, casting his gaze around, but the old monkey was nowhere to be seen. This fellow truly doesn't treat this place as home, drinks his fill and departs. He muttered a reproach towards the old monkey, yet recalled how it had once given them a warning in the forest, prompting a sudden thought. Given the dangers chronicled in the Monster Island records regarding the lake, perhaps taking the old monkey along would enhance their safety and security. With this notion in mind, Lu Qi kept a watchful eye for the old monkey's silhouette. I nearly forgot to prepare my defensive weapon. He turned back into the cave, securing a dagger on his person. He intended to craft a hunting bow for personal defense. And after conferring with Nie Xiaorong, he set off to gather materials. Just before he left, she bestowed upon him a fragrant kiss. With renewed vigor, Lu Qi stepped out of the cave once more. The area surrounding the cave was dense with towering foliage, providing ample wood suitable for crafting bows. After some effort, he swiftly obtained the desired materials, two thick, reddish logs, the species unknown to him, yet possessing a sturdy yet flexible quality, about the width of his forearm. One log he planned to fashion into the bow's body, while the other he aimed to reshape into a spear for protection. Afterward, he cut numerous straight branches with the intention of crafting bows and arrows. Upon returning to the stone cave, Lu Qi began his work, drawing from the knowledge stored in his mind. The only dagger he possessed proved to be immensely helpful to create tools that were both aesthetically pleasing and durable. He first used the dagger to strip the bark from all materials. He then shaped the bow by heating and smoothing it over fire, followed by pressing it into a satisfactory form with a large stone. He swiftly fashioned a dozen wooden arrows, repeatedly roasting them to ensure they retained their shape, and crafted fletchings at the arrow's tail to promote stable flight. However, when it came to the arrowheads, Lu Qi found himself in a quandary, as he had yet to discover a suitable material to arm his wooden arrows with sharp tips. He considered using stone, but that would be labor-intensive and prone to breakage. He also thought of animal bones, yet the remains he had encountered were too old and brittle, and the carcass of the spotted leopard had long been buried by him, requiring considerable time to retrieve. Just as Lu Qi was becoming increasingly frustrated, Nie Xiaorong approached him enthusiastically, inquiring about his thoughts. Upon learning of the predicament Lu Qi faced, she had a sudden inspiration, thinking of something that might be suitable. Naturally, Lu Qi was curious about her solution. After a brief search in her backpack, Nie Xiaorong presented an item to Lu Qi. "Here, take a look at this. Can it be used?" She opened her palm to reveal 3 brass bullet casings, which caught Lu Qi's eye. "Bullet casings," Lu Qi exclaimed, recognizing them immediately. "Where did these come from?" he asked, puzzled. "Hee, they should come in handy," she replied with a smile. "Of course they will. Please tell me where you found these 3 casings, and do you have any more?" Seeing the joy on Lu Qi's face, Nie Xiaorong eagerly recounted how she had stumbled upon the casings while foraging for mushrooms. She had initially been startled, thinking that there might be others on the island, or that it could be a mysterious military island. However, recalling Lu Qi's mention of the cave's former inhabitant being a World War II veteran, she felt reassured. As the cave was not far from where she had found the mushrooms, perhaps those 3 casings were indeed left behind by that veteran pilot. Hearing this, Lu Qi examined the casings intently, noting the number 18,139 engraved on the bottom, although he was uncertain of the significance of the first digits. The last number likely indicated the year of production, 1939. It seemed these were indeed remnants from that World War II veteran. Unfortunately, there were only 3 casings. Had there been more, he could have crafted several more lethal arrows. Nie Xiaorong was quite curious about how to fashion arrowheads from these empty bullet casings. Lu Qi, however, assured her that it was a simple task. He first procured a small, hard stone to use as a hammer, and then approached a larger stone, where he swiftly flattened one of the empty cartridges with his makeshift mallet. After several strikes, the once bulging casing was entirely smoothed out. He then proceeded to rub the bullet tip against the stone, quickly shaping one side into a sharp point. After similarly refining the opposite side, he had crafted a keen metallic arrowhead. Upon witnessing the arrowhead in Lu Qi's hand, Nie Xiaorong couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Later, while Nie Xiaorong was preparing a meal, Lu Qi efficiently transformed the remaining 2 empty bullet casings into sharp arrowheads as well. With great care, he affixed these 3 metallic points to the front end of a wooden arrow that had been cured in smoke, resulting in 3 formidable arrows. Lu Qi gazed at his handiwork with delight, eager to test their efficacy. Just as he was about to finalize the bowstring for the wooden bow, Nie Xiaorong reminded him that the food was ready. At that moment, Lu Qi realized his stomach was empty, and he happily followed her to enjoy the meal. However, as he lifted the bowl of rice that Nie Xiaorong had prepared, he inspected it thoroughly, concerned that it might contain the hallucinogenic mushrooms that had caused him distress before. "What are you looking at? Do you think I would still add those mushrooms?" Nie Xiaorong retorted, annoyed, as she walked away in a huff. Lu Qi, feeling perplexed, could only smile sheepishly and attempt to placate her. Perhaps due to their newfound intimacy, a subtle tension filled the air as they stood close together. Despite his lack of experience in soothing women, Lu Qi managed to redden Nie Xiaorong's cheeks with just a few words, earning her forgiveness. They then sat together, savoring their meal. Although the food remained simple, it tasted more delicious than ever. Half an hour later, as dusk approached, Lu Chi hurried to complete the final step of crafting the bowstring for the wooden bow while there was still light. The wood was quite hard, and, after considerable effort, he finally managed to finish it. Holding the bow and arrows, he felt a surge of curiosity about their potential power, eager to discover the results. Without hesitation, he took them to the woods outside the cave for testing, with Nie Xiaorong unable to resist following him. Chapter 30. Thunder and fire to ensure that his precious 3 arrows would not suffer any damage. Lu Chi specifically chose a soft wooden shrub as a target for his trial shot. With Nie Xiaorong's eager gaze upon him, Lu Chi positioned himself several meters away from the shrub, ready to draw his bow and release his arrow. However, he seemed to have overestimated his strength, as he could only draw his handcrafted wooden bow halfway, which left Lu Chi feeling quite embarrassed. Noticing Lu Chi's discomfort, Nie Xiaorong did not mock him. Instead, she cheered like a little girl, offering encouragement. Summoning all his strength to draw the bow to its fullest extent, he released an arrow with a swift whoosh, watching as it flew rapidly toward the chosen bush. In the blink of an eye, the arrow struck the designated shrub with great force. Ha! Ha ha! I did it! I succeeded! Lu Chi exclaimed joyfully. Hee, well done, Lu Chi. With this bow and arrow, perhaps you will be able to savor a variety of delicacies in the future. Nie Xiaorong teased, her heart filled with happiness at the sight of Lu Chi's success. Naturally, with this weapon, we shall surely harvest other game in the future. Lu Chi replied, gripping the bow in his hand, fully aware that he had exhausted nearly all his strength with that shot. If he were to truly venture out for hunting or encounter a wild beast, his physique and strength would hardly afford him the opportunity to wield a bow and shoot. In such a critical moment, he might only be able to flee with the bow in hand. Oh, this simply won't do. I must diligently train my body, he resolved, contemplating starting with 50 push-ups each day. Just then, Nie Xiaorong approached and pulled him toward the stone cave. What is it, Nie Xiaorong? Lu Chi asked, puzzled as they entered the cave. However, Nie Xiaorong immediately blocked the entrance with a makeshift wooden door and turned to Lu Chi, saying from now on, you must not call me by my name. Oh, why not? What should I call you then? Lu Chi inquired. Wife dear, anything but my name. I dislike it. She insisted. Well, Lu Chi hesitated, unable to voice an alternative. Seeing his reluctance, Nie Xiaorong's expression darkened, though she was aware of their age difference. Having shared intimacy on this deserted island, she regarded him as her closest companion. Deep within, she genuinely liked Lu Chi and desired a more affectionate bond. Hence the need for a change in how he addressed her. Yet, despite his lack of outright refusal, Lu Chi struggled to articulate the request. Perhaps he felt that without a formal marriage, calling her wife or dear would be akin to tying his tongue in knots. Do you not like me? Nie Xiaorong asked, her eyes brimming with tears as a single crystal droplet slid down her cheek, gazing at Lu Chi, waiting for his response. Please don't cry. I just need time to get used to that kind of address. It feels a bit tongue-twisting. I promise I will call you that every day and night. He reassured her, eager to alleviate her sorrow. Really? Her spirits lifted at his words, prompting Lu Chi to seize the moment and continue affirmatively. Of course. Who could resist someone as beautiful as you? He gently wiped away the tears from her face. As the moment unfolded, Nie Xiaorong's expression transformed, revealing a hint of bashful delight. She leaned closer into Lu Chi's embrace, sensing the warmth and fervor radiating from her. Lu Chi hastily supported her shoulders, reminding himself that it was still daylight. Their plan to explore the lake had already been delayed for several days, and they needed to set off early the next day to uncover the mysteries it held. However, Nie Xiaorong seemed indifferent to his words, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she gazed at his face, inching ever closer, as if savoring a delectable dessert before indulging. Just as Lu Chi was about to speak again, her crimson lips pressed against his, compelling him to surrender to her whims. Although the wounds on Lu Chi's body had healed, the scars remained, yet in Nie Xiaorong's eyes, they evoked only tenderness and affection. She transformed her feelings into a thunderous force, striking Lu Chi. After their passionate encounter, Nie Xiaorong nestled contentedly in his arms, drifting into a deep slumber. As Lu Chi beheld the enchanting beauty resting beside him, he reflected on how she had captured his first kiss and, indeed, his very innocence. A chuckle escaped his lips as he mused, could it be that in a past life, you were a wounded fox spirit, and I your savior? Otherwise, how could fate have allowed us to meet again in this life, with you willingly falling for a penniless boy like me. Tightening his embrace around Nie Xiaorong, he gently closed his eyes, whispering the names he cherished. Nie Xiaorong, the little demon, the enchanting sorceress. Yet, as he uttered these names, Nie Xiaorong, with a contented smile gracing her lips, held him closely, her happiness unmasked. The following morning, a dense fog enveloped the surroundings. After awakening, the pair shared a modest meal before preparing for their journey to the lake, initially intending to bring along the old monkey. Lu Qi searched the vicinity but found no trace of it and ultimately had to let go of that idea. The location of the cave was nestled in the center of the island, surrounded by mountains. Beyond it lay only lush forests, low shrubs, and rocky terrain. Although trees existed, their number was but a fraction of those below. The stretch from the cave down to the lake was entirely cloaked in dense woodland. Despite the seemingly short distance to the vast lake at the island's heart, traversing it proved to be quite arduous. Various animals and dangers emerged along the way, necessitating caution from both Lu Qi and Nie Xiaorong. Lu Qi, how can this island possess such abundant trees? Many of these species are unfamiliar to me. Look at the wild grasses and flowers. They are far more vibrant than those in the outside world. Nie Xiaorong pondered, gazing at the towering trees and unfamiliar flora surrounding her. Lu Qi, equally perplexed, had no answers, compelling them to continue their advance. At that moment, Nie Xiaorong suddenly pointed to a tree ahead and exclaimed, Lu Qi, look, there's a wild fruit tree. Ha! It's adorned with numerous fruits. Hearing this, Lu Qi followed her gaze and indeed spotted a lush fruit tree approximately 8 or 9 meters in front of them. Upon seeing the tree laden with green apples, Lu Qi couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. Their adventure had barely begun, yet they had already made such a delightful discovery. It seemed that their meals would soon include another type of fruit. Excitedly, Nie Xiaorong grasped Lu Qi's hand and rushed towards the fruit tree. Chapter 31. The Toxic Apple Tree. As they approached the tree, Lu Qi, observing the green fruits, suddenly recalled something important. He quickly stopped Nie Xiaorong, who was about to reach out for the fruit. Wait, do not touch those fruits. Upon hearing this, Nie Xiaorong, with her hand already extended, promptly halted and withdrew her arm, bewildered by Lu Qi's warning. What is wrong, Ludolang? Is there an issue? Lu Qi stepped back, pulling Nie Xiaorong away from the tree's shadowed vicinity. Do not go near this tree. Its leaves, branches, and fruits contain corrosive sap. He then urged Nie Xiaorong to scrutinize the fruits on the tree while he hastily rummaged through his backpack for the peculiar island record. Soon, he came across a page that depicted a tree similar to the one before them, complete with illustrations of its leaves and fruits. This confirmed his suspicion that they were indeed standing before the toxic apple tree described in the book. After showing the content to Nie Xiaorong, her expression turned pale as she glanced at the ground beneath the tree, where only a sparse scattering of rotting fruits lay, devoid of any thriving weeds. The branches and leaves of the tree bore no signs of insect damage either. To validate the authenticity of the record, Lu Qi, summoning his courage, plucked a fruit from the tree, intending to slice it open with his knife. However, as soon as he picked it, a white sap began to drip from the severed stem, with one drop fortuitously landing on his shoe, rapidly corroding a small hole in the fabric. He could feel a wave of heat radiate from his foot. Ah, it's true. How can such a tree exist in this world? Witnessing the corrosive nature of the fruit's sap, Nie Xiaorong turned pale with fright and instinctively stepped back. Lu Qi hastily discarded the green fruit from his hand, contemplating how many such trees might exist on this island. If discovered by others, it could lead to untold tragedies. Determined to prevent any calamity, Lu Qi gathered some stones and arranged them into a large skull beneath the tree, hoping to alert future passersby to the danger. Lu Qi, I'm so grateful for your vigilance. Otherwise, I could have been in grave danger just now. Huh, no need for thanks, little sorceress. Seeing you in peril, I could hardly turn a blind eye. However, this time we can truly consider ourselves fortunate, for among the few documented plants in this peculiar island chronicle, there exists a mention of this particular tree. Fortunately, I had recently encountered it and retained a vivid memory, which enabled me to avert a tragedy earlier. Yet, it is likely that the original inhabitant suffered considerably to acquire such knowledge. Take the time to peruse the contents herein. A deeper understanding is essential for survival on this island. As he spoke, Lu Qi handed the peculiar island chronicle to Nie Xiaorong. Once she stowed it away in her backpack, he took her hand and continued onward, Feeling valued in such a manner by Lu Qi caused Nie Xiaorong's heart to blossom with joy. Though trapped on this desolate island, the care and attention he displayed, along with the sense of security and importance he bestowed upon her, was sufficient to render this accomplished individual, Nie Xiaorong, blissful. Thus, following closely behind Lu Qi, the pair encountered several minor setbacks before approaching a lake nestled within the island. However, near the lake they approached lay a treacherous swamp stretching 100 meters, revealing ominous white bones, remnants of animal carcasses. Clearly, this swamp posed significant danger. Recognizing the perilous environment ahead, Lu Qi decisively altered their course, opting to circumvent the swamp rather than risk an encounter with its dangers. Just as they circumvented the marsh and were nearing the lakeside, they heard the sounds of an argument emanating from the vicinity. Instantly, believing they had misheard, the two exchanged glances, confirming through each other's expressions that they were indeed correct. A mixture of surprise and delight washed over them, but they soon regained their composure. It would be prudent to ascertain the identities of the individuals involved before proceeding. Lu Qi offered a quiet reminder, and upon receiving a nod from Ye Xiaorong, they stealthily advanced. After ascending a gentle slope, they concealed themselves behind a dense thicket of grass. Before them, the vast lake appeared like a grand mirror reflecting the tumultuous waves. The lake's periphery was mostly bordered by forest, yet the area directly in front of them featured a low rocky shoreline scattered with stones of various sizes. At that moment, a man and a woman were engaged in a heated dispute by the water's edge. The man sat upon a rock, a bag resting beside him, while the woman stood nearby, her waist-length hair cascading down and adorned in a white short dress. They exchanged words fervently, though the specifics of their quarrel remained unclear to Lu Qi and Nie Xiaorong due to the distance. Lu Qi, have you seen these two before on the beach? Nie Xiaorong pondered aloud, suspecting they might be fellow survivors who had escaped from the shore. Yet Lu Qi shook his head, indicating that they did not register in his memory. Could they be survivors from another rescue vessel? If so, that would imply the presence of others in proximity. Upon concluding this thought, Nie Xiaorong prepared to rise and greet them. However, as she moved, Lu Qi gently restrained her. Shh, stay still, look over there. Following Lu Qi's direction, they observed a wave stealthily approaching their concealed position. The wave only began to crawl forward when it was a mere 10 meters away, peering intently at the pair by the lakeside. A sea wolf. It's a sea wolf, Lu Qi, exclaimed Nie Xiaorong. Shh, keep your voice down, don't speak. Upon sighting the sea wolf before them, Nie Xiaorong could not restrain herself from exclaiming, but Lu Qi quickly covered her mouth, urging her to be silent. The duo hidden in the grass did not attract the attention of the sea wolf. Just as Lu Qi was pondering the situation, he noticed two more sea wolves appearing on either side of the rocky shoreline. 5 wolves in total. It seemed they formed a family pack. Were they hunting the couple? The thought sent a shiver through Lu Qi. Wolves are notorious for their unity and ferocity. If that couple were to be encircled by these 5 sea wolves by the tranquil lakeside, it would indeed be unfortunate. Brother. Wolves. Wolves. The woman, standing and thus having a higher vantage point, was the first to spot the sea wolf not far ahead and cried out loudly. At that moment, the man trembled as he rose from the stone, grasping a wooden stick for defense. As he stood, Lu Qi and Nie Xiaorong were startled to see that the man was injured, limping forward with his right foot. He positioned himself protectively in front of the woman, gazing at the 2 sea wolves approaching from the right. However, before he could prepare for defense, the woman's voice rang out again. She had spotted 2 more sea wolves on their left. Brother. Whoa, there are 2 wolves behind us too. Perhaps, sensing the looming dread, the woman pressed close to her brother, her white dress failing to conceal her trembling legs. Observing her pristine white shoes, it was evident how well her injured brother had protected her. Otherwise, even a few steps through the forest would have sullied her footwear. Hurry, Xianzhu, you must go. Don't worry about me. Quickly, the man, sensing the perilous situation, urged his sister. No, I won't leave you, brother. I can't abandon you here. As she spoke, she stepped forward, draping one arm around her brother S and supporting his back with the other, hastening towards Lu Qi and Ye Xiaorong. Yet, due to their limited visibility, neither of them noticed the lurking sea wolf in their escape route. As the 4 sea wolves closed in, the woman stumbled, nearly falling alongside her brother. Lu Qi, what should we do? They're in grave danger, Nie Xiaorong exclaimed, tugging at Lu Qi's arm, urging him to think quickly. However, facing the onslaught of 5 sea wolves, Lu Qi found himself at a loss. If one were to act now, the only force they could rely upon would be themselves. Confronted by the onslaught of 5 sea wolves, the two women would likely only be a burden. The injured man, supported by his sister, was on the verge of departing from the rocky area by the lakeside. At this moment, a sea wolf concealed in the grass had assumed a stance for a creeping attack. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept through, causing the grass to sway and revealing Lu Qi, poised with bow and arrow, ready to strike. His target was the very sea wolf preparing to pounce. With a swift twang, the arrow was released, hurtling forward just as the sea wolf leapt into the air. The arrow soared past with a sharp hiss. How? How? Upon landing, the sea wolf let out a series of agonized cries, violently shaking its head in distress. Lu Qi's arrow had found its mark, piercing the creature's ear. Fortuitously, the wolf's leap redirected the arrow, which had initially veered off course, grazing its back before embedding itself in its ear. The injured sea wolf continued to wail in pain, overwhelmed by terror, thrashing its head in a frenzy. The sudden turn of events startled the brother and sister who were fleeing towards this location, leaving them momentarily frozen in place, clearly taken aback. The other 4 sea wolves, witnessing Lu Qi and Nie Xiaorong's unexpected appearance, especially in light of their companions' anguished cries, recognized the peril posed by these bipedal creatures. They swiftly turned and fled in opposite directions. The wounded sea wolf, in its retreat, managed to dislodge the arrow from its ear amidst its painful howls. Observing the cunning sea wolf escape the scene, Lu Qi sighed and reluctantly lowered his bow. It seemed that the preparations he had made were not in vain. He turned to Nie Xiaorong, shaking his bow with a sense of pride, declaring, he, of course, I am proud of you. Nie Xiaorong reciprocated with an enthusiastic thumbs up, acknowledging his prowess. Upon seeing Lu Qi and Nie Xiaorong, the siblings felt as though they had encountered their saviors. The young woman joyfully embraced her brother, tears streaming down her face as she exclaimed, Wu, we're saved, brother. Comforting his sister, the man turned his gaze towards Lu Qi, scrutinizing him as if deep in thought. Meanwhile, Lu Qi and Nie Xiaorong were also piecing together the identities of the siblings. Almost in unison, they confirmed that they were not from the same lifeboat before greeting one another. Hey, young brother, greetings. Did you escape from the cruise ship as well? The man inquired, initiating conversation with Lu Qi. Noticing the man's leg injury and his difficulty walking, Lu Qi lowered his guard and approached with Nie Xiaorong. Upon reaching the pair, Lu Qi discerned their features more clearly. They bore a striking resemblance to each other. The young woman appeared to be around Lu Qi's age, perhaps 18 or 19, with a strikingly beautiful face and exceptional demeanor. Her fair skin, long, lustrous black hair flowing down to her waist, and a height of about 1.7 meters made her undeniably alluring. Dressed in a white, ruffled, lace-trimmed dress, her long legs were barely concealed, exuding an undeniable youthful charm. However, due to the presence of Nie Xiaorong and her brother, Lu Qi merely offered the girl a polite glance. The young man, standing as tall as Lu Qi, would have possessed the aura of a soldier were it not for the injury to his leg. The attire of the siblings hinted at their affluent background, and Lu Qi swiftly noted the matching brand of watches adorning their wrists, albeit in different styles. The young man appeared quite unwell, his lips parched, and Lu Qi discerned at a glance that he was suffering from significant blood loss. Upon arrival, Lu Qi introduced himself, saying, I am Lu Qi, and this is Nie Xiaomao. Nie Xiaorong. We are tourists from a cruise ship. May I inquire about your esteemed names? I am Jean Kai's, and this is my sister, Jean Xianju, he replied. Upon hearing Lu Qi's introduction, Nie Xiaorong shot him a reproachful glance, and upon learning their names, she asked, Why are there only the 2 of you? What happened to the others from your lifeboat? At her words, the siblings exchanged a complex glance, as if burdened by an unspoken truth. Ultimately, urged by Nie Xiaorong, the young man responded, Our lifeboat docked at a beach on an outer island, and in fact, 2 other lifeboats arrived almost simultaneously with ours. Upon hearing there were 3 lifeboats in total, Lu Qi and Nie Xiaorong perked up, eagerly awaiting him to continue. Ahem. Just then, Jean Kai's, preparing to elaborate, suddenly broke into a fit of coughs. Noticing her brother's distress, Jean Xianju quickly urged, Brother, sit down and rest. I shall speak on behalf of our benefactors. Touched by Jean Xianju's concern for her brother, Lu Qi and Nie Xiaorong felt a wave of empathy. As Jean Xianju helped her brother find a rock to sit on, blood seeped from his wound due to the strain. Lu Qi then recognized the severity of his leg injury. Without hesitation, he retrieved a set of silver needles from his backpack. Surprised by Lu Qi's sudden production of the needles, Jin Kai's asked, "Brother Lu, do you practice acupuncture? Are you a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner?" Instead of rushing to respond, Lu Qi instructed him to remain still and then began to expertly insert the silver needles into his calf and thigh. Within mere moments, several needles were embedded in Jin Kai's leg. Remarkably, as Lu Qi completed the acupuncture, all three observed that the bleeding from Jin Kai's wound had ceased. Yet, Lu Qi did not stop there. He proceeded to bandage Jin Kai's injury while inquiring about the source of the wound. Given the depth and severity of the injury, and without access to additional medical supplies, he could only improvise a basic treatment on the spot. At this moment, Jin Kai's felt an immense sense of relief, sharing the plight of himself and his sister, along with the circumstances surrounding his leg injury. Half an hour elapsed, and upon concluding Jin Kai's harrowing narrative, Lu Qi and Nia Xiaorong exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes brimming with astonishment. Simultaneously, they felt a sense of relief that they had not endured the tribulations faced by the siblings. It transpired that the beach where Jin Kai's and his companion found themselves was besieged by 3 lifeboats simultaneously landing there. Initially, for the first week, the survivors adhered to societal order and the rule of law, clinging to the hope of rescue. However, as the days wore on and hope dwindled, food and water became scarce, essential commodities for survival. Some individuals resorted to bartering their most valuable possessions, yet even this could not procure a morsel of sustenance. Consequently, chaos erupted among the hundreds huddled on that sandy shore. In this turmoil, many abandoned any semblance of order or legality. In their desperation to survive, they transgressed moral boundaries, committing heinous acts. Looting, arson, and a pervasive sense of terror and death enveloped the beach, resulting in numerous fatalities. While those who could escape had already scattered far and wide. During their flight, the siblings encountered many lifeless bodies, each meeting their demise in varied and gruesome ways, which momentarily extinguished their will to survive. Yet, a crisis forced Jin Kai's to realize that to live, one must embrace change. Otherwise, they risked becoming the next victims. On the 4th day of their escape from the beach, while his sister searched for food in the forest, she was inadvertently discovered by a group of men. The leader, struck by her beauty, sought to overpower her. Fortunately, Jin Kai's arrived just in time. In a fit of impulse, he wielded a stone with reckless abandon, swiftly ending the man's life. The companions of the assailant, witnessing the scene, chose to flee callously. His sister, paralyzed by fear, was unable to walk, prompting him to carry her for an extended distance. However, as they neared a lake, they were suddenly ambushed by a wolf, which viciously bit into his calf. In a moment of desperation, he managed to repel the wolf with a stone, unaware that it had merely retreated to summon reinforcements. Fortunately, Lu Qi and Nia Xiaorong arrived just in time. After grasping the essence of the ordeal, Lu Qi and Nia Xiaorong sighed deeply, feeling grateful for their previous decisions while pondering whether similar horrors might now be unfolding on their own beach. To ensure the safety of the group, Lu Qi guided Jin Kai's into the dense forest, selecting a safer location. He then urged Jin Kai's to rest and shared some dried meat from his backpack with the siblings. When Jin Kai's and Jin Xianzhu beheld the dried meat and learned it was from a leopard, they were taken aback. The brother and sister gazed at Lu Qi with eyes aglow. Although they had often indulged in the finest delicacies before, they now found themselves extolling the virtues of the smoked meat he had provided. "This is truly delicious. Lu Qi, you are remarkable. You even managed to hunt a leopard," Jin Xianzhu exclaimed with delight, savoring the smoked meat in her hand. This was her first utterance since meeting Lu Qi. Observing her eagerness, Nia Xiaorong quickly interjected, "Xianzhu, I have some water here. Take your time eating. You wouldn't want to choke. Here, have a sip." With that, she extended a water bottle from her backpack to Jin Xianzhu. Receiving the bottle, Jin Xianzhu smiled gently at Nia Xiaorong, expressing her gratitude before taking a sip. "Oh, this water is so sweet. Is it spring water, Sister Xiaorong?" "Yes, indeed. Take your time," Nia Xiaorong replied. Meanwhile, upon hearing that the water was spring water, Jin Kai's curiosity about Lu Qi and his companion deepened. Before he could speak, Jin Xianzhu offered him the bottle, saying, "Brother, have a drink." This water is cleaner and tastier than anything we've had recently. In the past few days, the siblings had scarcely consumed a drop of clean water. As he accepted the bottle from his sister, Jean Kaija's hands trembled slightly. Noticing the trio's gaze upon him, he took a tentative sip before greedily gulping down the water as if it were a treasure. Had it not been for their watchful eyes, he would have drained the bottle in one go. Lu Qi, you are truly capable. In such a harsh environment, you have managed to procure so many life-sustaining resources, not to mention your impressive medical skills. Meeting you is indeed a stroke of luck for us siblings. At that moment, Jean Kaija had firmly concluded that Lu Qi and his companion were individuals of exceptional ability. Seeing the bow and arrows crafted by Lu Qi, the dagger at his side, the smoked meat, and the pristine spring water, coupled with his remarkable medical expertise, Jean Kaija felt a glimmer of hope. Perhaps if they could follow Lu Qi, there might still be a chance for survival. However, despite his favorable thoughts, Lu Qi did not propose that they join forces for survival. He was acutely aware of his own limitations. The demise of the leopard was not a testament to his strength, but rather a stroke of fortunate timing. Furthermore, their supply of smoked meat was only sufficient for himself and Ye Xiaorong for a week or two. Adding 2 more individuals to the mix would likely jeopardize their rations. Most critically, Lu Qi understood the severity of Jean Kaija's injuries, while Ye Xiaorong and Jin Xianju remained oblivious. As a physician, Lu Qi recognized the grave nature of the leg wound inflicted by the sea wolf's bite, which had caused significant and potentially fatal damage. Should he have access to medication and proper equipment, he might attempt to treat him thoroughly, but such a substantial injury would be challenging to heal on its own, especially in this desolate island. Although the siblings had extended goodwill towards Lu Qi, he realized that such gestures offered him little in the way of assistance and, instead, represented a burden. Additionally, he held reservations about fully trusting their words. Ye Xiaorong, unlike others, is a kind-hearted girl who, after listening to the siblings' experiences, felt a profound sympathy for them. Not only did she offer them water, but she also generously shared all the dried meat she had brought along. Although she did not consult Lu Qi, she nonetheless felt a strong inclination to assist Jin Xianju. Brother Jin, you overestimate me. The acquisition of these supplies was merely a stroke of good fortune. I was once nearly devoured by that leopard in a desperate bid for survival, and it was only by the grace of a treacherous cliff that I escaped with my life. In response to Jean Ki's praise, Lu Qi did not indulge in pride, but instead recounted the perilous experience he had endured. Ye Xiaorong glanced at Lu Qi, aware that he spoke nothing but the truth. It was indeed for her sake that Lu Qi had fallen from the cliff, leaving him with scars across his body. Upon hearing their conversation, Jean Ki's inquired with concern. "Oh, Brother Lu, is your injury serious?" While his expression conveyed worry, he sensed Lu Qi's polite yet deliberate distance. From Ye Xiaorong's words, he gleaned the depth of Lu Qi's regard for her. If a person is willing to risk their life for another, it either stems from a familial bond or a romantic affection. Chapter 34. The benevolence of Ye Xiaorong. Perhaps there exist righteous heroes, but on this deserted island, stripped of society, law, and communal light, to aspire to be a hero, in Jean Ki's understanding, is foolishness. After all, one has but a single life. It's nothing to fret about. My injuries have healed after several days of rest. After a pause, he continued, Brother Jean, we have come to this lake not only to explore the environment, but also to catch some fish, as time is of the essence. You and your sister should rest here, while Xiaorong and I make our way to the lakeside. Upon hearing Lu Qi's sudden announcement to leave, Jean Ki's found himself at a loss for words. Moreover, Lu Qi and Ye Xiaorong had already provided food for them and helped bandage his wounds, leaving him unable to find the right words to express his gratitude. He could only politely say, "Oh, we have delayed your plans, Brother Lu. Thank you once again for your previous assistance." As he attempted to rise, Lu Qi gently stopped him. "Please, do not get up. Be cautious of your wound. In such a dire situation, anyone would have acted. You should remain still and rest for a while." At these words, Jean Ki's settled back down. "Very well, Brother Lu. Since the time is still early, you may attend to your tasks. I hope you find success." Indeed, with that, Lu Qi gestured for Ye Xiaorong to accompany him as they departed. Watching them leave, Jean Ki's let out a soft sigh. Jin Xianju merely cast a glance at the departing duo before returning her focus to her brother, kneeling beside him with concern. After all, He was her only family, the most trustworthy and reliable presence in her life. Observing his innocent sister, Jean Kai's felt a deep unease within. He worried that he might not be able to protect her adequately. "Brother, here, please eat more." As Jean Xianzhu extended the jerky in her hand towards Jean Kai's, he refrained from accepting it. With a serious expression, he gazed at her and remarked, "Xianzhu, I am inept. I lack the ability to protect you. And now you're grievously injured. Alas, brother, please do not speak like that. Your leg injury will surely heal. From now on, I shall protect you." She insisted. "You must eat more to regain your strength and rest well. Here, please eat it." Reluctant to see his sister distressed, he reluctantly accepted the jerky from her hand. "Xianzhu, we must devise a plan to have Brother Lu take us in. Otherwise, whether we can safely endure the night is a significant concern. Brother, look. Brother Lu and Sister Xiaorong are such kind-hearted individuals. They will undoubtedly return and stay with us. They would never abandon us," Jean Xianzhu declared, glancing at the jerky in her hand, believing that since Lu Qi generously shared this food with her, he would surely come back after they finished their tasks. However, upon hearing his sister's naive thoughts, Jean Kai's shook his head and admonished, "Xianzhu, you are too innocent. Their leaving us this food is merely an act of compassion. A simple good deed. Do not harbor illusions that they will return. What benefit would returning hold for them? It would only mean 2 more mouths to feed and 2 more burdens to bear." At that moment, Jean Kai's disregarded his sister's feelings, speaking to her in a grave tone to awaken her understanding. Hearing this, Jean Xianzhu tucked away her hopes and began to rationally analyze her brother's words. Meanwhile, just as Nie Xiaorong had left, she followed closely behind Lu Qi, inquiring with confusion, "Are you not planning to return after we finish fishing? Are you truly considering leaving them to fend for themselves?" Being a savvy individual in the business world, Nie Xiaorong had already discerned Lu Qi's intentions regarding their departure, prompting her to voice her concerns. Lu Qi, recognizing that Nie Xiaorong had seen through his thoughts, ceased to conceal them and replied directly, "With my current abilities, I cannot ensure their safety, and it would only impose greater burdens upon us. His injuries are too severe. Without medication and medical equipment, I cannot heal him. Given our circumstances, it would be wiser to leave graciously rather than cling to pride and play the hero." "But can you truly bear to leave them there to survive on their own?" Nie Xiaorong interjected, unable to restrain her feelings. At this moment, although Lu Qi understood that Nie Xiaorong's sentiments came from a place of compassion, he retorted without reservation, "How can you be so certain that what they say is true? How can you presume they genuinely wish to be with us? And how can you guarantee there are no companions or enemies lurking nearby? I took a risk to save them once, and I even tended to his wounds. Did I ask for payment? No. We even left them food and water. Is that not enough for 2 strangers?" Nie Xiaorong had not anticipated that Lu Qi, who usually exhibited a gentle demeanor, would suddenly speak to her in such a tone. Yet, after hearing his words, although she could not fully accept them at once, the caution and thoughtfulness reflected in his speech instilled within her a sense of safety. Your words carry a semblance of truth." Upon hearing Nie Xiaorong's mosquito-like response, Lu Qi let out a gentle sigh. Though reason had guided him to this decision, his heart was entangled in turmoil at that moment. The two once again found themselves at the edge of forest by the lake, where Lu Qi first proceeded with cautious observation, confirming the absence of danger in the vicinity before selecting a suitable fishing spot alongside Nie Xiaorong. He retrieved the fishing line and hooks he had secretly stashed away, hoping to catch some fish. However, upon taking them out, he found himself momentarily dazed, suddenly contemplating that perhaps these items could also serve to stitch up the wound on Jean Kai's leg. Yet he refrained from voicing this thought. For now, he was intent on fulfilling the purpose of his journey. Recalling the mention of fish in the Bizarre Islands records, his interest was immediately piqued. He fashioned a fishing rod from a wooden stick and prepared the bait of worms he had brought along, diligently commencing his fishing endeavor. However, after waiting for half an hour, then an hour, and nearing 2 hours, he had yet to catch a single fish, nor had they seen even a shadow of one in the water. This left Lu Qi visibly displeased, while Nie Xiaorong grew restless. The afternoon had already arrived, and if they did not set off back soon, they might not reach the stone cave before nightfall. Was I mistaken? The Bizarre Island-esque records clearly stated there were fish. Unyielding, Lu Qi hurriedly pulled out the book to verify. upon revisiting the page detailing fish species after careful examination. He noticed a small inscription in the upper left corner, a date inscribed as June 15th, 1940. Could it be that the original inhabitant had discovered fish here on this day? Then why had he observed no sign of them after hours of waiting? Or had the passage of years led to their sudden disappearance? Unthinkable, absolutely unthinkable. In this desolate isle, the fish should only multiply. Calculating the time, he realized there were merely 3 days until the middle of this month. Perhaps it would be best to return in 3 days and try again. Ultimately, Lu Qi let out an exasperated sigh, packed up his belongings, and prepared to depart with Nie Xiaorong. Chapter 35. Come. Hold your brother tight with a small pack and bow, and arrows slung over his shoulder, and a wooden spear in hand for protection. As soon as they set off, Nie Xiaorong spoke again. Lu Qi, why don't we go check on them? Leaving like this feels rather inconsiderate. Hearing her insistence, Lu Qi's previously wavering resolve began to falter. However, in an effort to avoid unnecessary complications, he replied, they must have departed long ago. If we do not return soon, we may find ourselves spending the night outside once darkness falls, which would be perilous. You are truly heartless. Nie Xiaorong retorted. How could you abandon someone as beautiful and lovely as Miss Jean? Lu Qi stared at her in astonishment, unable to fathom how this woman possessed such a kind-hearted disposition. In a moment of emotional turmoil, one might wonder why a woman would express concern over her partner's attention to another, rather than maintaining a vigilant and jealous stance. As Lu Qi's gaze fell upon her, Nie Xiaorong briefly met his eyes before quickly averting her gaze elsewhere. We have arrived at our destination, Lu Qi stated. I respect your opinion. Let us proceed to take a look. With that, he moved forward without waiting for further words from Nie Xiaorong. Have we truly arrived? Perhaps distracted, Nie Xiaorong only realized her wandering thoughts upon hearing Lu Qi's voice, prompting her to hasten her pace to catch up. However, as they approached the spot where the siblings had previously rested, they were met with the sound of Jin Xianju's sobs. Whoa, brother, what has happened? Please wake up. At that moment, Jin Xianju was overwhelmed with anxiety due to her brother's sudden fainting, calling out desperately for him, yet receiving no response. After rising, she contemplated seeking help by the lakeside, but upon turning around, she was elated to see Lu Qi and Nie Xiaorong reappear before her. This unexpected sight filled Jin Xianju with joy. She rushed towards Lu Qi, grasping his arm fervently. Whoa, Lu Qi, you're back. Come quickly, my brother has fainted. This unforeseen scene caught Lu Qi off guard, as he had assumed the siblings would have departed long ago. Nie Xiaorong shot him a disapproving glance, as if to say, if only you had come sooner instead of being so self-assured. She then stepped forward to console Jin Xianju. At last, Lu Qi regained his composure and hurried to Jin Ki's side. With practiced ease, he placed a hand on Jin Ki's wrist to check his pulse, assessing the injuries on his legs. After a thorough examination, he withdrew his hand and said, Xianju, do not despair. Your brother has fainted due to excessive blood loss and physical weakness. He then glanced at Nie Xiaorong, who was pouting and looking at him, before continuing. His condition is quite serious. Immediate suturing of the wounds is necessary, along with a period of rest for recovery. Lu Qi, please, save my brother. Jin Xianju pleaded. Lu Lang, do not just speak. What are you waiting for? Hurry and stitch up his wounds. Nie Xiaorong urged Lu Qi anxiously, completely disregarding his earlier remarks about the lack of suturing materials. Do we have needles? Pet? Anesthetic? Without anesthesia, how can one bear the pain of suturing? Moreover, without proper disinfection, even if stitched, the risk of infection is substantial. Suddenly, Nie Xiaorong fell silent. Meanwhile, Jin Xianju's cries grew more sorrowful upon hearing their conversation. Seeing her in such distress tugged at Lu Qi's heartstrings. With a resigned sigh, he remarked, Alas, brother Jin, you must endure. I can only do my utmost to aid you. Upon hearing this, Jin Xianju, still unable to suppress her tears, witnessed Lu Qi swiftly extracting fishing hooks and lines from his backpack. This was a sudden idea he had while fishing. Lu Wang, what are you doing? Nie Xiaorong inquired in confusion upon seeing Lu Qi retrieve the fishing line and hooks. Given the limited conditions, we must first stitch up the wound before anything else. Otherwise, if it becomes infected, he won't survive a week. Sister Xianju, quickly come and help me lay your brother down flat on the ground. And we need to place a piece of wood in his mouth to prevent him from biting his tongue. Without anesthesia, He will wake up in pain very soon. Seeing a glimmer of hope, Jin Xianju nodded repeatedly. Oh, okay. Brother Lu Qi. As they spoke, the two had already laid Jin Ki's on the ground. And Jin Xianju understood that Lu Qi intended to assist her brother, so she complied willingly. After preparing everything, Lu Qi let out a long breath and began to cut open Jin Ki's pant leg, exposing his calf completely. How serious is this? Upon unveiling the wound, Nie Xiaorong's expression shifted from surprise to distress as she exclaimed. Jin Xianju, equally shocked by her brother's injuries, found herself at a loss for words. Yet guilt surged within her. If it weren't for her needing protection, her brother Wu Ti had been injured so severely. Lu Qi, however, remained composed as he assessed the situation and prepared to begin stitching. He intended to complete the task as swiftly as possible while Jin Ki's was still unconscious. To minimize his suffering, under the watchful eyes of the two women, Lu Qi commenced the stitching. At the first puncture, both women instinctively turned their heads away. But Lu Qi was determined not to waste a moment. As he progressed with the second and third stitches, suddenly, Jin Ki's awakened, clenching his fists and recoiling in agony. Observing this, Lu Qi quickly pressed down on his injured leg to prevent any further movement. Otherwise, in his blind struggle, the fishing line would undoubtedly exacerbate the wound. Thanks to the wooden stick placed in his mouth beforehand, Jin Ki's did not bite himself upon awakening. Xianju, quickly hold down your brother. Hearing this, Jin Xianju rushed to her brother's side. Brother, please endure. Lu Qi is stitching your wound. Don't move. Nie Xiaorong, suppressing her own discomfort, stepped forward to firmly hold down Jin Ki's other leg, fearful that he might inadvertently disturb the freshly stitched wound due to the pain. Witnessing this, Lu Qi cast an appreciative glance at their efforts. Brother Jin, you must endure. Otherwise, if the wound becomes infected, it could be fatal. Without further delay, Lu Qi continued with another stitch. Faced with the pain radiating from his leg, how could this pampered young master, unaccustomed to hardship, bear it any longer? After several more stitches, Jin Ki's succumbed to unconsciousness once again. In that instant, Lu Qi felt no psychological burden, executing the procedure with such skill that the two women could only marvel in astonishment. Due to the grievous wounds inflicted by the sea wolf, which were extensive in nature, it took nearly 100 stitches to mend them all. After severing the fishing line with a dagger and re-bandaging the wounds, Lu Qi finally sat down beside him, letting out a long sigh of relief. Just as he attempted to lift his head, he stumbled and nearly fell. Chapter 36. Working like a horse, he recognized this was a result of his prolonged squatting and intense concentration. Thus, he remained still, recovering his strength. Observing Lu Qi drenched in sweat, Jin Xianjuan hurriedly retrieved a clean, pale pink garment for her handbag. She rushed forward and gently wiped the sweat from his forehead. Sincerely expressing her gratitude, Lu Qi, I'm truly thankful to you. She wished to say more, but tears obscured her vision, and her voice faltered from overwhelming emotion. Her long hair cascaded down one shoulder, dark and lustrous, with curled eyelashes framing her captivating eyes, and her fair face still bore a hint of baby fat. Ludalang, are you daft? You're staring so intently, Nie Xiaorong remarked, noticing Lu Qi's unwavering gaze fixed on Jin Xianjuan, her voice tinged with annoyance. Oh, Xianjuan, don't worry. Your brother's wounds have been stitched. With proper rest and care to avoid infection, he will gradually recover. Prompted by Nie Xiaorong's urgent reminder, Lu Qi hastily returned to the present, offering words of comfort. Unable to resist, he gently brushed away a solitary tear from Jin Xianjuan's cheek. To his tender gesture, Jin Xianjuan did not flinch. Instead, she began to sob even more intensely. For her, Lu Qi was the only person who had provided her with safety and warmth since they had been stranded on this desolate island. Meanwhile, Nie Xiaorong, initially feeling a tinge of jealousy, now directed her frustration entirely towards Lu Qi, shooting him a sharp glare. Lu Qi, After a brief respite, Lu Qi quickly stood up, glancing at the setting sun. He understood that they could not afford to delay any longer. If they did not set out promptly, they would surely fail to return to the cave. With Jin Ki's weakened state, he needed a secure place to recuperate, along with a source of clean water. Though surrounded by the island, the lake was essentially filled with seawater, more accurately described as a lagoon within the island. Even if they sought shelter nearby, finding a potable water source was impossible. Thus, Lu Qi resolved to embark towards the cave without delay. After discussing with Nie Xiaorong It was no surprise that Lu Qi took on the burdensome task of carrying Jin Kai's. At that moment, as he struggled to lift Jin Kai's, he wished fervently for greater strength. Trailing behind him, Nie Xiaorong, at long last, began to comprehend the meaning behind Lu Qi's previous words. When one lacks the ability to protect others, one should not allow benevolence to overflow heedlessly. At this moment, observing Lu Qi panting and laboriously trudging ahead, Nie Xiaorong felt a mix of compassion and helplessness. She couldn't help but berate herself internally. Sister Xiaorong, what is your relationship with brother Lu Qi? You seem quite concerned about him, inquired Jin Xianzhu, unable to contain her curiosity as she noticed the changing expressions on Nie Xiaorong's face. Ah, him? I'm not concerned about him at all. Just look at his frail figure. This is a perfect opportunity for him to toughen up. Nie Xiaorong responded delicately, sidestepping the question about their true relationship, which only heightened Jin Xianzhu's intrigue regarding the two. After enduring a challenging journey of over 2 hours, Lu Qi and Nie Xiaorong finally returned with the Jin siblings to the stone cave as the sun dipped below the horizon. Wow, how did you discover this place? It appears so unremarkable, yet conceals such a vast cave. Truly remarkable, exclaimed Jin Xianzhu, overwhelmed by astonishment upon entering the cave, momentarily forgetting that her brother was still resting on Lu Qi's back. It was only when Lu Qi's rugged gasps reached her ears that she snapped back to reality. Rushing to assist Nie Xiaorong in placing Jin Kai's on the stone bed. Ouch, my back, little demon, quickly bring me some water, Lu Qi exclaimed, collapsing onto the ground against the stone bed, utterly drained. Breathing heavily, he addressed Nie Xiaorong with great effort. Oh, I'm on it. Realizing her fault, Nie Xiaorong hurriedly responded, grabbing a ceramic bowl and rushing toward the water puddle in the cave. After filling the bowl, she took a few sips for herself before offering it to Lu Qi. Drink slowly. Lu Qi weakly accepted the bowl and gulped down the water in one go. Jin Xianzhu, equally parched, soon received her own bowl from Nie Xiaorong. However, after only a few sips, she quickly moved to her brother's side, carefully feeding him the water from her bowl. Perhaps the coolness of the spring water worked wonders. 4 Jin Kai's swiftly regained consciousness after just a few sips. Xianzhu, are you all right? Where are we? His first words were filled with concern for his sister. Brother. We are here with brother Lu Qi and sister Xiaorong. This is their stone cave, she replied. Turning his head, Jin Kai's then spotted Lu Qi and Nie Xiaorong. Brother Lu, thank you. We caused you both trouble, he said, but was interrupted by a light cough. Lu Qi promptly urged him to rest well. Having expended considerable energy during the journey back, all were now famished, their stomachs growling in protest. After a brief rest, Lu Qi began to stoke a fire, while Nie Xiaorong busily prepared food. They had previously hidden some smoked leopard meat in a discreet spot within the cave. Yet, Nie Xiaorong decided to take out some of the smoked meat in front of the Jin siblings. After Lu Qi successfully kindled a fire, Nie Xiaorong devoted herself to boiling water and preparing a meal, which consisted of smoked meat paired with foraged wild vegetables. While she was engaged in this culinary endeavor, Lu Qi ventured out once more into the darkness, gathering a substantial quantity of soft branches from the surrounding area. Upon his return with an armful of these branches, Nie Xiaorong had already completed the meal, and the 4 of them began to relish this rare delicacy. Due to his weakened state, Jin Kai's was unable to rise. Yet with his sister's assistance, he managed to consume 2 bowls of food. Perhaps this was the most exquisite meal he had savored since arriving on the island. Lu Qi, sister Xiaorong, this food is simply delightful. Since we arrived on this island, we haven't tasted anything so delicious, Jin Xianzhu exclaimed, tears of happiness streaming down her cheeks as she ate. Soon after their meal, Jin Kai's, at Lu Qi's behest, lay down to rest and quickly fell asleep. Meanwhile, Nie Xiaorong and Jin Xianzhu sat by the fire, engrossed in conversation that lasted deep into the night. As the stone bed was occupied by Jin Kai's, Lu Qi had no choice but to spread the soft branches he had gathered earlier on a dry patch of ground to create a makeshift bed. Exhausted, he lay down on one side, leaving ample space for the 2 women. As he listened to their chatter, he drifted off to sleep. Chapter 37. The search for herbs. Just as he was about to succumb to slumber, he heard Jin Xianzhu recounting to Nie Xiaorong that they hailed from the capital, having lost their mother in childhood, leaving their father to manage the family business while caring for them. Perhaps it was in that twilight moment before sleep that he learned of their shared fate with Jin Xianju, for shortly thereafter, he dreamt of his own mother, father, and grandfather. In his dream, as Lu Qi cried out to his parents and grandfather, affirming his ability to take care of himself, he beheld the smiles on their faces and the kindly visage of his grandfather. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Qi had been undergoing a gradual transformation since arriving on this island, maturing in ways he had not fully realized. The following day, upon awakening, Lu Qi, compelled by a pressing need to relieve himself, opened his eyes with the intention of stepping outside. However, just as he prepared to rise, a sudden pain coursed through his back as he felt something solid beneath him. Turning his head, he discovered a few pebbles, and it dawned on him that two beautiful women were nestled closely against him. Although his makeshift grass bed had ample space, and he had only occupied a corner of it while sleeping, he now found himself with Nie Xiaorong and Jin Xianju pressed tightly beside him, while the other side of the grass bed remained largely unoccupied. Reflecting on his experiences and choices from the previous day, he could only accept the situation with a resigned sigh. With a light sigh of resignation, Lu Qi rose and exited the stone cave. Determined to spare himself the discomfort of sleeping, he resolved to create individual sleeping arrangements for the group. Thus, one could enjoy restful slumber each day. Without hesitation, as the two girls remained in their slumber, Lu Qi seized his dagger and ventured into the woods, believing that sourcing materials directly from the environment was the most prudent approach. After nearly 2 hours, Lu Qi had made numerous trips back and forth at the entrance of the cave, gathering an abundance of wood and branches. His intention was to create a bed frame supported by stones, using thick timber as the base, and then employing his dagger to bore holes for inserting smaller wooden rods to form the bed slats. Ultimately, he planned to lay down soft branches or leaves as a mattress, and ideally, he would procure some animal hides for added comfort. However, just as Lu Qi had gathered all the necessary materials and was poised to commence his project, Jin Xianju suddenly dashed out of the cave, urgently calling for Lu Qi. Lu Qi Gu, something's wrong. You must come inside and see my brother. What is it? Lu Qi inquired. My brother is trembling all over and speaking nonsense. Noting that Jin Xianju was not in tears this time, Lu Qi momentarily set aside his task and hurried into the cave. Upon reaching Jin Kai Zhe, a mere glance revealed the gravity of the situation. Yet, to ensure accuracy, he felt his pulse, confirming his concerns. Your brother's condition is quite dire. He is running a fever that is escalating, and the wound has begun to show signs of infection. Alas, it appears that we could not avert this misfortune. Pausing for a moment, Lu Qi retrieved an anti-inflammatory tablet from his backpack and handed it to Jin Xianju. Sister Xianju, have your brother take 2 of these at once. Then 2 more in 2 hours, 3 times a day. I shall venture out to seek herbs that may remedy your brother's leg. I might not return swiftly. Upon learning of Lu Qi's intent to forage for medicine, Nie Xiaorong also set aside her work, eager to accompany him. However, Lu Qi declined her offer, explaining that gathering herbs was no trivial task, and she was unfamiliar with the medicinal plants, which would render her assistance futile. Furthermore, the Jin siblings required someone to care for them. Although outwardly displeased by the refusal, Nie Xiaorong recognized that Lu Qi must have his reasons for not including her. As Lu Qi prepared to depart, she rushed to him, ready to offer a kiss, but remembering Jin Xianju's presence behind her, she hesitated and merely advised, "Be careful on your journey." Nodding in acknowledgement, Lu Qi did not linger. He understood the urgency of Jin Kai Zhe's perilous state. Casting a final glance at the 2 girls, he shouldered his empty backpack and turned to leave. Observing Lu Qi's retreating figure, Nie Xiaorong perhaps began to grasp the reasons behind his reluctance to forge deeper connections with the Jin siblings, as the burden of their circumstances was undeniably substantial. Treating Jin Kai Zhe with acupuncture, bandaging, and suturing, all while being pressed for space, and then seeking softwood to construct a bed, he had awakened on the ground, squeezed between the 2 girls, without a sip of water, and had spent 2 hours collecting wood to prepare for a bed, only to be compelled to set off again in search of herbs. With a sigh of realization, Nie Xiaorong shook her head, reflecting on the weight of the situation. A world for 2 is indeed preferable. As she whispered this softly and turned around, Jin Xianju appeared right behind her. Sister Xiaorong, what world are you referring to? Do you have something on your mind? Oh, it's nothing. I was merely saying that the outside world is quite perilous. Let us head back. Although Nie Xiaorong felt a flutter of anxiety and her cheeks flushed, she casually agreed. Sister Xiaorong, will Lu Qi be all right on his own? He should be fine. He is quite intelligent and capable. The most responsible man I have ever encountered, she said, unable to suppress her admiration as she gazed in the direction Lu Qi had left. Oh, Sister Xiaorong, what is the nature of your relationship? Do you have feelings for Lu Qi? Upon observing the affection in Ye Xiaorong's expression and words, Jin Xianju immediately grasped the situation and pressed further. Well. As she noticed Jin Xianju's wide-eyed anticipation for an answer, Ye Xiaorong felt a wave of shyness and hesitation, unsure of how to respond. Initially, she intended to give a vague answer, but then she reconsidered. If she did not acknowledge their relationship, how could she feel comfortable being close to him in the future? We're very good friends. He is handsome and capable, so of course I like him. Oh, I understand now, Sister Xiaorong. No wonder you slept so close to Lu Qi last night, Jin Xianju said with a mischievous grin before turning back towards the stone cave. Hee, you little rascal. In the forest, Lu Qi pressed on alone. The island was adorned with towering trees and dense underbrush, forcing him to forge a path as he walked. Perhaps due to the island's nature, Lu Qi ventured far, and after 2 hours, he still had not found anything. Yet he persevered, for there were numerous herbs that could be used to treat Jin Ki's, and he had encountered many medicinal plants on the island before. Thus, he remained confident he would succeed. Chapter 38. The gaze of the second disciple. Another hour passed, and, as the sun hung high in the sky, Lu Qi finally discovered 2 varieties of the herbs he sought on a slope. One of the herbs was even in considerable abundance. He climbed the slope, removed his backpack, and skillfully gathered the valuable herbs from the thick underbrush. After such a long journey, finding suitable herbs here made his efforts worthwhile. However, just as Lu Qi was engrossed in collecting the herbs, the sudden sound of buzzing bees reached his ears. He looked up and was startled to find a massive, unknown beehive hanging from the ancient tree above him, a hive nearly a meter in size crawling with countless tiny, venomous bees. Realizing the potential danger, Lu Qi quickly retreated, fearing he might disturb the vigilant guardians above. In moments like these, misfortune often strikes. As he stepped back cautiously, he miscalculated his footing and stumbled, rolling down the slope several times before finally coming to a stop against a large rock. Oh dear! The cursed beehive and the inclined terrain. Cursing softly, Lu Qi cleared the weeds and leaves from his face, preparing to rise. At that moment, distant shouts of abuse reached his ears. Others? How could anyone else be here? Upon hearing the commotion, Lu Qi hastily concealed himself behind a large rock. Just then, 2 individuals, panting heavily, dashed through the woods below the slope, each bearing a bundle and clutching various items in their hands. Due to the distance, Lu Qi could not discern their features. However, a few dozen meters behind them, 5 or 6 men were in pursuit, each wielding a wooden stick, shouting curses as they ran. You bastards! Stop right there. Drop your belongings, and I'll spare your lives. Halt, you 2 brutes. As the curses flew, the 6 men rushed past the slope, chasing after the 2 ahead. Witnessing this scene, Lu Qi felt a pang of sympathy. At first glance, these appeared to be individuals of high status, yet now they were reduced to coarse behavior, acting boldly in a struggle for mere resources and survival. Once the group passed, Lu Qi finally emerged from behind the rock. He had initially wished to remain detached from such matters, but he was in dire need of supplies and tools. He wondered if those men would capture the others and how they would treat them. Thus, spurred by curiosity, he summoned his courage and followed the direction in which the group had gone, eager to uncover the truth. Unbeknownst to him, this curiosity would nearly prevent his return. Perhaps the foremost 2 were hindered by their burdens, for after passing the slope, they continued to run for several hundred meters before the 6 men caught up with them. When Lu Qi arrived nearby, he witnessed the 2 men surrounded and mercilessly beaten, their pitiful pleas for mercy echoing in the air, but the 6 men paid no heed. Perhaps in a desperate bid for survival, the 2 ceased their pleas and began to fight back. Yet such defiance only ignited the fury of their assailants. How dare you resist? You seek death. Damn it. You dare to steal from us and even retaliate. Beat them to death. And what about the other one? Where's he? Speak up. Oh, so you're tough, are you? Thus, the 6 men relentlessly swung their wooden sticks, striking the 2 without mercy. Let us fight back. Despite their resolve, the 2 men soon succumbed to the overwhelming assault, collapsing into a pool of blood, their bodies bruised and battered. It was unclear whether they were alive or dead. Only when the 6 men saw them lying motionless did they cease their brutal assault. They reclaimed all the goods from the two and took away what belonged to them, with one even snatching a shoe from the foot of one of the fallen as they departed. Confounded by the cruel spectacle before him, Lucci realized that the inhabitants of the island had become utterly indifferent to the lives of others. It was clear that resources held paramount importance for these individuals. For the one with the most supplies stood a better chance of survival and thriving. As he observed the 6 individuals preparing to retrace their steps, Lucci hastily crouched behind a thicket. Suddenly, a familiar grunt echoed behind him, a sound he recognized all too well. "Ershi Xiao," he whispered, barely daring to utter the words. Moments later, a large boar's head emerged from the underbrush, its snout smeared with mud, sharp tusks gleaming on either side, and a mane resembling a row of steel needles along its neck. In an instant, memories flooded Lucci's mind of that fateful night when the ferocious Ershi Xiao had charged at the beach, heading straight for him. Instinctively, he sprang to his feet, driven by the urge to flee, only to trip and tumble into the grass ahead. Though his heart raced with fear, he understood that if this fierce, medium-sized ungulate were to ensnare him, he would emerge from the encounter severely injured, if not worse. Yet, perhaps due to the dramatic nature of their meeting, Ershi Xiao seemed equally taken aback to discover Lucci's presence. Before it could react, Lucci transformed into a biped, sprinting away in panic. As Lucci dashed forward, he caught the attention of one of the shorter men among the 6. "Strong brother, look over there. The other one is escaping." The 5 others followed the direction of his pointing finger, and indeed, Lucci's frantic flight was unmistakably that of the person they were searching for. At that moment, the 6 men, though not transformed into the ferocious boar, were akin to a pack of enraged beasts. Fueled by rage, they pursued Lucci with the intent to bring him down amidst a pool of blood. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Armed with wooden clubs, the 6 men raced along the path Lucci had just fled. Meanwhile, the wild boar, hidden in the grass, sensed the escalating tension. Its bristles stood on end, back arched, and its wide eyes glowed like embers, exuding a primal wildness and alertness. After a few low grunts, it retreated its head back into the thicket, disappearing from sight. Chapter 39. The intelligent escape, puffing and panting. Lucci sprinted 100 meters before hearing the shouts and threats of the 6 men behind him. Turning to glance back, he saw them hot on his heels. "What are they chasing me for?" he thought, panic rising. "Are they planning to seize my supplies as well?" At that moment, his mind was racing with 1,000 expletives, all echoing the chaos of his flight. What on earth was happening? He merely ventured out to gather some herbs. Nevertheless, he understood that at this moment, he must not falter. If those deranged individuals were to catch up with him, losing supplies would be a trivial matter compared to losing his life. Realizing this, Lucci did not dare to relax for even a moment. 200 meters, 300 meters. He believed he was running swiftly enough. Yet the sounds behind him continually shattered his illusions, compelling him to remain rational. Simultaneously, he pondered methods of escape. As he was about to return to the previous slope, Lucci spotted a beehive, a meter in diameter, high up in a tree. A flash of inspiration struck him, and he glanced back at the 6 relentless pursuers. "Come on, if you dare to chase me, you shall reap the consequences." He then charged back towards the slope. "Brother Chong," he asked, heading up the slope, "we must not let him escape. You brat, where do you think you're going?" Behind him, the 6 men pursued him with fervor. Goodness, how can they possess such stamina? Are they all affluent gym enthusiasts? Turning his head to see them closing in rapidly, Lucci had no choice but to run and scramble. Just as he reached the top of the slope, the 6 men arrived at its base. Panting heavily, Lucci thought, these beasts can really run. With no time to lose, he quickly scanned his surroundings, seized 2 stones, and hurled them at the tree 5 to 6 meters above. The sizable target was easily struck, but he felt uneasy and threw another stone for good measure before turning to flee. At that moment, he dashed through the dense forest like a celestial monkey king, while the 6 pursuers, 100 meters behind, let out piercing screams. Brother Chong, be careful. What kind of bee is that? It's enormous. Everyone run. Damn it. You, number 6. If I catch you meanwhile," Lucci, seated on a stone and gasping for breath, listened to their cries, his expression a blend of exhaustion, mischief, and delight. "That LL teach you for chasing me." Outside the cave, Nie Xiaorong sat idly beneath a tree, while Jin Xianju remained inside, tending to her brother. continuously wiping the sweat from Jean Kaija's brow with a cloth. Clearly, his condition had not improved. Xianzhu, I'm here. Startled from her reverie by her brother's call, Jean Xianzhu quickly rose to respond. Water. I want water. It was then that she noticed his lips were parched and dry. A wave of guilt washed over her. Hastily, she filled a bowl with clear water and used a wooden spoon to bring it to his lips. After he drank several mouthfuls, Jean Xianzhu finally felt a sense of relief. However, looking at her brother's wan complexion, tears welled in her eyes. Brother, it's all my fault. I've caused you such grave harm. Cough, cough. Xianzhu, do not speak like that. I have only you as my sister. Our mother departed early, and our father has been preoccupied with his career. Although the Jean family is affluent, I am aware that, despite your material comforts, your heart remains burdened with discontent. Brother, Sobi, Xianzhu, you have grown, and I yearn to protect you for all eternity. Yet now, in this moment of adversity, I watch my weeping sister, and my heart aches like a knife. I gently wipe away her tears and comfort her, saying, Lu brother is a good man, capable and skilled in medicine. Should I fail to endure this time, promise me you will follow him. Cough, cough, no. Brother, do not speak like that. You'll be fine. Brother Lu has gone to gather herbs for you. He will return soon, and you will recover. Sobi. Alas, hearing my sister's sorrowful lament, I choose silence, merely letting out a heavy sigh. At that moment, the two of us, engulfed in silence, suddenly hear Nie Xiaorong's joyful voice outside. Haha, Lu Qi, you're back. Moments later, Lu Qi's figure appears at the cave entrance. Sob. Brother Lu, you have finally returned. Lu Qi, taken by surprise, is enveloped in a warm embrace by Jean Xianzhu as he steps into the cave. He does not comprehend that, to her, his return shines like a beacon, illuminating her heart and the world within her eyes. Xianzhu, I'm dirty, he stammers. Yet, Xianzhu clings to him tightly, as if fearing he might vanish, for Lu Qi embodies her last glimmer of hope, her final lifeline. Only when Nie Xiaorong appears behind, Lu Qi does Xianzhu awkwardly release him, urgently inquiring, Brother Lu, did you find the herbs? Observing her eager expression, Lu Qi is reluctant to jest. Indeed, I had a bountiful harvest. Sobi. Brother Lu, you are so wonderful. Does this mean my brother will be saved? Well, that depends on the circumstances. However, your brother's condition is not dire. He should recover. Thank you, Brother Lu. Upon hearing his words, Xianzhu is filled with gratitude, for her sense of security shattered when her brother fell ill. As she expresses her thanks, she instinctively kneels. Xianzhu, what are you doing? Seeing this, Lu Qi quickly supports her, while Nie Xiaorong steps forward to assist from the other side, reassuring her, Xianzhu, do not act this way. Brother Lu is a genuinely good person, and his medical skills are remarkable. Your brother will surely be fine. Their comforting words gradually restore Xianzhu's composure. Xianzhu. Jean Kaija lay upon a stone bed, and upon seeing Lu Qi's return, he called out his sister's name in urgency, struggling to rise. However, due to his leg injury and high fever, Lu Qi promptly intervened to prevent him. Jean Xianzhu approached her brother, and Jean Kaija prompted her to fetch water for Lu Qi. Only then did she realize, hurriedly filling a bowl with clear water and approaching Lu Qi, whereupon she noticed that he was drenched in sweat and his clothes were caked with dirt. Chapter 40. The Grim Long Cry of Jean Kaija. As he observed that Lu Qi carried a backpack on his back, Nie Xiaorong stepped forward to assist in removing it. Witnessing this, Jean Xianzhu quickly took off a piece of her clothing to wipe the sweat from Lu Qi's forehead. Yet, as she was about to do so, Lu Qi blocked her, saying, Sister Xianzhu, it would be a pity to soil your clean garment. I can simply wash my face later. After being declined by Lu Qi, Jean Xianzhu bore no ill will, but instead took the initiative to fetch water. She wet a piece of cloth, presumably torn from her clothing, and offered it to Lu Qi for wiping away his sweat. Thank you. Upon receiving the cloth, Jean Xianzhu sighed in relief, joyfully inquiring, Lu Qi go. With the medicinal herbs, how else may I assist you? Coughing lightly, Jean Kaija heard his sister's anxious urging and interjected, Xianzhu, can't you allow Brother Lu to rest for a while? He must have traversed quite a distance. Observing his sister's lack of social awareness, Jean Kaija quickly imparted. With a helpless sigh, Brother Lu, please do not take offense. Xianzhu is simply naive. You have endured much for my sake, and for that, I am grateful. Please rest a moment. Upon hearing his words, Lu Qi cast a glance at Jin Kaija, and the weight of fatigue from his body seemed to dissipate considerably, proving more effective than Jin Xianzhu's earlier affectionate gesture. Nie Xiaorong regarded Jin Kaija with admiration, saying, "Brother Jin, we are all in dire straits. It is only natural to assist one another. Sister Xianzhu is merely concerned for your well-being, and I fully understand her sentiments. How could I blame her?" Hearing Lu Qi's comforting words, Jin Kaija finally set aside his worries and cast a fond glance at Jin Xianzhu. At that moment, Nie Xiaorong quietly approached, holding a bowl of cooked food, and offered it to Lu Qi, saying, "Eat up. After a long day, I imagine you must be quite famished." He. Lu Qi chuckled as he accepted the earthen bowl from Nie Xiaorong and began to eat heartily. Witnessing Lu Qi's enthusiastic consumption, the Jin siblings felt a twinge of shame. Cultivating a deep sense of respect and gratitude towards both Lu Qi and Nie Xiaorong. After finishing his meal, Lu Qi set about processing the medicinal herbs he had gathered, some intended for internal use while others for external application. Soon, under the curious gazes of the two women, Lu Qi completed his task, crushing the herbs into a paste with a stone and boiling another batch in water to create a broth. Although the broth was rather unpalatable, Jin Kaija showed no hesitation. When Lu Qi presented it to him, he drank it down in one go. The bowl of herbal concoction had become a significant hurdle for Jin Kaija. When Lu Qi gently peeled back the bandage from a wound, he discovered that the previously sutured area had begun to exhibit signs of mild inflammation. Upon inquiry, Jin Xianzhu confirmed that she had diligently administered the anti-inflammatory medication to her brother. Once the bandage was entirely removed, Lu Qi sighed in relief. "Phew. Fortunately, the situation is not dire. The herbs I gathered today are ample." He then cast a meaningful glance at Jin Kaija and, with a warm smile, cautioned, "Brother Jin, there will be a bit of discomfort. Do try not to scream. Lu, feel free to apply the medicine. I didn't utter a sound when that beast bit me. Surely, your herbs cannot be more perilous than that sea wolf. Your reasoning seems quite sound." Without further delay, Lu Qi seized the prepared bowl of herbal mixture and decisively applied it to Jin Kaiser's wound. He swiftly spread it evenly over the sutured area. However, the moment the herbs touched the wound, a searing, excruciating pain shot through his leg, radiating from his calf to his thigh and then to his very core, as if a legion of fire ants were simultaneously gnawing at the nerves connecting his thigh to his heart. Under the watchful eyes of the two women, Jin Kaija twitched, staring at Lu Qi with an expression of incredulity, and gasped, "Lu, what sort of herb is this that you have gathered?" The two women observed the immediate flush of Jin Kaiser's face and the contorted expression, and although they understood the potency of the herbs, they could not fathom the intensity of his current experience. Meanwhile, Lu Qi offered another warm smile, advising, "Brother Jin, the effects of this medicine should last approximately 24 hours. You must endure. But your wound shows signs of inflammation. I estimate it could last 7 or 8 hours even without the medicine." "Very well, Brother Lu. I shall persevere." As he spoke, Lu Qi had already applied the entire bowl of herbs to his wound and the surrounding area of his calf. Just as he was about to turn away, he added, "If you can endure 3 treatment sessions, your wound should be nearly healed." 3 treatment sessions. Hiss. Upon finishing his sentence, Jin Kaija could no longer contain his expression, letting out a long, tortured hiss. He gritted his teeth, his muscles taut, in an effort to combat the intense, burning pain radiating from his leg. At this moment, Nie Xiaorong and Jin Xianzhu began to comprehend the implications of Lu Qi's earlier warning. They felt a twinge of reproachful sentiment, but could not overtly express any blame towards Lu Qi. Instead, they looked on with hearts full of concern for Jin Kaija. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Qi discreetly stepped outside to rest against a large tree. He refrained from resting inside, fully aware of the potency and effects of the herbs. They were exceptionally effective for lacerations. While a typical person could endure the pain, the relentless, burning discomfort would persist until the wound showed signs of healing. And only then could the sensation begin to alleviate. Thus, it was indeed more tranquil and comfortable to remain outside at that moment. Thus, 2 days passed, and under the influence of the herbs and the formidable perseverance of Jin Kaija, his wounds began to show signs of healing. On the morning of the 3rd day, a thick fog enveloped the surroundings. Lu Qi emerged from the cave early to inspect his gear and tools. For today marked the day recorded in the chronicles of the strange island for fishing, coinciding with the middle of the month. He was determined to set off once again towards the lake in hopes of catching some fish. Since the arrival of the Jean siblings, their previously stored smoked leopard meat and wild vegetables had dwindled significantly. Witnessing Lu Qi's early preparations to venture out, Nie Xiaorong felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. She had come to realize how laughable and foolish her initial good intentions were. She lacked the ability to care for herself, let alone for others. Instead, it was Lu Qi who continued to give and even doubled his efforts. In order to hasten his journey and seek verification, he chose not to bring anyone along this time, preferring to go alone. Watching Lu Qi's retreating figure, she stood outside the cave, silently shedding tears of concern. "Sister Xiaorong, why are you crying?" At that moment, Jean Xianzhu approached Nie Xiaorong, noticing her tears as she gazed after Lu Qi, and asked with confusion, "It's nothing. I'll freshen up first, and later you can join me in gathering some wild vegetables." "All right, sure, Sister Xiaorong," Jean Xianzhu replied. With that, Nie Xiaorong turned back into the cave, while Jean Xianzhu looked in the direction Lu Qi had departed, thinking, "Sister Xiaorong, I envy you so much." Chapter 41. A chance encounter with the old mischievous monkey in the forest. Lu Qi walked briskly alone. At this moment, having traveled an hour away from the cave, he suddenly sensed something following him. However, when he turned to look, he found nothing. This left him with an unsettling feeling. He realized he could not continue in this manner. Without eliminating the potential threat, even if he reached the lake, his mind would be restless, making it difficult to focus on fishing. Thus, he walked while remaining vigilant of the movements behind him. After a few more minutes, still seeing no signs of anyone or any animals, beads of sweat formed on Lu Qi's forehead as he tightened his grip on the longbow. He speculated that perhaps the presence of his weapon had caused whatever was following him to hesitate, prepared to defend himself with an arrow at any moment. Lu Qi had no intention of turning back. Instead, upon spotting a dense thicket ahead that could provide cover, he dashed towards it, his intentions clear. However, after panting through the underbrush and hiding behind a tree to observe, he waited and waited, yet no figure appeared. "What on earth is it? Sneaky and elusive. So hard to find," he muttered to himself, unable to suppress a curse. At that moment, a pit resembling a peach stone fell from the sky. Looking up, he exclaimed, "Old mischievous monkey, what brings you here?" In a series of 3 inquiries, the old monkey remained perched upon the tree, indifferent to Lu Qi's presence, engrossed in the wild fruit he held. "Hey, old rascal, did you hear what I said?" With that utterance, another fruit pit was cast to the ground. "This is not right. The entity pursuing me should not be this creature." Little did he know that at this very moment, a shadowy figure stealthily approached from a distance. Concealed behind a thicket, drawn by the scent, moving closer to his location. Suddenly, the old monkey's eyes gleamed with alertness as he sprang up, leaping onto the branch above. Seemingly sensing imminent danger, Lu Qi's heart raced, and he instinctively crouched down to conceal himself. "Oh, oh, oh, oh!" The old monkey suddenly shrieked, and it dawned on Lu Qi that there was indeed a threat nearby. For the last time, the old monkey had emitted a similar sound as a warning. Realizing this, Lu Qi hastily tucked himself away and swiftly distanced himself from the area. However, mere minutes after his escape, the old monkey persistently followed his trail through the forest. Emitting anxious cries, panting heavily, Lu Qi began to grasp the reason behind it. The scent. It must be the odor he left behind that was enticing whatever was behind him to pursue relentlessly. With this realization, Lu Qi dared not linger any longer and hurriedly fled the scene. Yet, fortune seemed to elude him today, as the old monkey's warning calls echoed through the forest for nearly an hour without cease. What on earth is this? So troublesome. Lu Qi felt a flicker of irritation. But a creature that could instill such apprehension in the old monkey was likely beyond his control. Moreover, it was evident that the old monkey was issuing warnings in its own manner. As for the reason behind the old monkey's actions, Lu Qi could only attribute it to a protective instinct for the original owner, now directed towards himself. Counting this instance, he had already been forewarned and safeguarded by the old monkey twice, and as he fled, he silently expressed gratitude for its actions. "Scent, scent." He repeated these words in his mind, urging himself to devise a suitable strategy to confront this predicament. However, every potential solution he considered was dismissed, as they all hinged on that very vulnerability of scent. None could inflict harm upon the pursuing entity, and he lacked both resources and ample time for preparation. What to do? if he did not shake off the trouble behind him soon. He feared today's mission would be delayed. Moreover, if that creature trailed him back to the stone cave, the consequences would be dire. Suddenly, Lu Chi spotted a small hill rising 13 or 14 meters ahead, with a large rock jutting out directly in his path, its edge nearly perpendicular to the route he intended to take. At this sight, a plan instantly formed in his mind. He dashed to the ground beneath the rock, took a deep breath, glanced upward, and decisively removed his upper clothing. Placing it on the ground, he retrieved a piece of smoked jerky from his backpack and placed it on his clothing. After completing this task, he swiftly circled to the other side and ascended the small hill. Moments later, not far away, the silhouette of the old monkey appeared among the branches, leaping gracefully before darting down from the tree. Observing its rapid and agile movements through the forest, Lu Chi felt an irresistible urge to transform into a monkey himself. Imagine, if only he could navigate the jungle with such ease, how remarkable that would be. Ah, old monkey with such prowess. You shall henceforth be known simply as the agile monkey. There is nothing old about you. At this moment, Lu Chi lay quietly atop a rock, his body concealed beneath two green branches, his gaze intently fixed on the distance. Feeling the tension within, he murmured to himself, "What kind of perilous creature have you brought me? You mischievous monkey. Why do you not reveal yourself?" No sooner had he spoken than a large, dark figure emerged on the ground ahead, cautiously sniffing as it approached. A black bear. Goodness, how could such a massive black bear be here? Lu Chi was taken aback as he beheld the enormous creature, easily over 2 meters in length. Most of the black bears he had encountered were through media portrayals, and the only time he had seen one in person was during his childhood at the zoo. Yet now, he found himself being stalked by an exceptionally large black bear, sending a chill of sweat down his spine. Just as his astonishment peaked, he noticed the bear standing upright among the bushes, staring directly in his direction. Oh my, I had forgotten that this formidable creature possessed such a skill. If memory served correctly, this beast was also an adept climber. He had contemplated climbing a tree for a vantage point, but that now seemed akin to courting disaster. Gazing once more at the bear, now towering at nearly 3 meters, Lu Chi began to suspect whether this island had experienced nuclear radiation, resulting in these animals growing to such extraordinary sizes. In a state of utter disbelief, the old monkey's shrieks echoed once more. Oh, 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 wah, wah, wah. It had arrived at a large tree beside the clothing he had discarded, but after a few calls, it abruptly fell silent. From Lu Chi's perspective, it appeared the old monkey was searching for him, its eyes scanning the ground anxiously. However, Lu Chi could not reveal his hidden position, for he wished to convey a warning to this formidable creature, a caution to keep its distance. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire. With a gentle sigh, his mind was still preoccupied with plans and contingencies for failure when he noticed the enormous black bear advancing directly toward his discarded clothing. 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters, the bear suddenly halted. Damn, why has it stopped? Cursing under his breath, he watched as the bear continued to take steps forward. With each deliberate step, the creature drew near to Lu Chi's garments. It was only at this moment that Lu Chi discerned the formidable visage of the great black bear. The bear's face bore several prominent scars, each a testament to its past battles, adding an aura of ferocity to its already imposing presence. At this juncture, the bear exhibited a degree of caution, perhaps a response to its innate sense of danger. It turned its head from side to side, seemingly assessing the surroundings for any lurking threats. After several breaths, it extended its neck, lowering its head to sniff the clothing on the ground, producing a series of low, guttural sounds that resembled a growl, as if to say, "Ah, this is the scent." Upon detecting the aroma of cured meat on the fabric, the bear's vigilance momentarily waned. It curled its lips and swiftly devoured the meat, munching contentedly. Meanwhile, Lu Chi stood resolutely atop a nearby rock, his gaze fixed intently upon the bear below. With deliberate slowness, he raised a sizable stone, aiming it at the bear's back, and without hesitation, hurled it downwards. The impact produced a resonating thud, followed by a pained roar that echoed through the forest. The old monkey, startled, fled several paces away, while Lu Chi felt his eardrums reverberate from the sound. Yet, suppressing his fear, he bellowed from his elevated position. "Ah!" He then cast a second stone, striking the bear squarely on its back. Lu Chi had his reasons for these actions. First, he intended to warn the bear not to pursue him further. Second, He sought to instill a sense of terror and respect within the bear, ensuring it would regard him as a formidable adversary. Indeed, his strategy proved effective. Lucci had succeeded. Although his previous actions risked inciting the bear's wrath, the weight and force of the stones, descending from such height, inflicted significant pain upon the creature. The sudden assault by this two-legged intruder evoked both agony and a sense of peril within the bear. With a series of agonized roars, it tilted its head back in fright, then bolted toward the safety of the forest. Run, you hefty ball of fur!" Lucci exclaimed, observing the bear's frantic retreat into the dense woods. With a sigh of relief, Lucci's expression shifted from tension to one of tranquility. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he intended to call out to the old monkey, but it had vanished without a trace among the trees. "Hey, that mischievous monkey, always so elusive. It finishes its task and disappears, leaving me no chance to express my gratitude." Having evaded the peril posed by the bear, Lucci steadied his emotions, descended the mountain, retrieved his clothing from the ground, and continued his journey toward the lake. Half an hour passed, and Lucci finally arrived at the edge of the lake. This time, he deliberately chose a spot adjacent to the forest, believing it to be his safer choice. After witnessing the unfortunate encounter of the Jean siblings by the lakeside, he understood that the more expansive the area, the greater the peril. Moreover, his primary purpose for visiting the lakeside was to fish, and the best fishing locations were seldom found along those wide-open shores. The very edge where he now stood was lush with aquatic plants and shaded by towering trees, casting shadows in the water that offered a cool refuge for fish. Gazing at the vast inner lake before him, one could not help but linger in awe. The scenery was breathtaking. The entire surface of the lake and the surrounding woods remained shrouded in mist, evoking a sense of enchantment. After surveying the area to confirm there were no immediate dangers, Lucci prepared his fishing tackle. His fishing rod, a long wooden stick, was still a local specialty from an island. With a heart full of anticipation, he cast his line and settled quietly by the shaded lakeside, beginning his official fishing endeavor. Even so, Lucci remained vigilant, periodically stretching his neck to check the safety of his surroundings. Being alone, he exercised great caution. Half an hour slipped by, and the mist enveloping the lake and the surrounding hills began to dissipate. Unbeknownst to Lucci, however, the outer beach of the entire island remained cloaked in thick fog. The castaways on the deserted island, after months of observation, had come to recognize that this day, occurring around the middle of each month, was peculiar. For on this day, the entire island was always engulfed in fog. Fishing on such a special day would become one of Lucci's closely guarded secrets. As noon approached, the lake's surface lay calm and undisturbed, with the white mist completely vanished. Only the forest still bore the remnants of dense fog. Just as Lucci sat there, idly chewing on a piece of smoked leopard meat, his fishing rod suddenly twitched. Startled, he yanked the rod upward, his body springing into action as he vigorously pulled on the line. Lo and behold, he had indeed hooked something. His exhilaration was palpable. "What a tremendous force!" he exclaimed. In his excitement, he lost his footing, and the fish in the water pulled the line with such vigor that Lucci nearly tumbled into the lake. In this initial struggle, he found himself at a disadvantage. Disregarding his earlier joy, he summoned all his strength to haul the fish ashore. However, after an arduous contest, he was still unable to drag the creature from the depths. Could it be that he had hooked a crocodile? Why else would it possess such strength? After so long tugging, he had yet to catch even a glimpse of it, as it remained concealed beneath the water. Panting heavily, he felt the tension on the rod begin to wane. "Come forth, you elusive creature," he growled, urging it to reveal itself. At long last, after exerting every ounce of strength and uttering a particular incantation, a sizable fish, measuring around 70 to 80 centimeters, leapt from the lake, tugging at the fishing line. "Oh, how magnificent! Is it possible that this fish has truly become sentient?" Witnessing the great fish breach the surface, Lucci could scarcely believe his eyes. All feelings of frustration, boredom, and disappointment evaporated in an instant. He gripped the fishing rod tightly, unwilling to loosen his hold for even a moment, fearing that a careless mistake might result in a futile endeavor, rendering his efforts in vain. Fortunately, facing such a substantial fish, the hook and line proved remarkably resilient, and the handmade wooden rod in his grasp was equally robust. Chapter 43. The sentient fish. 3 minutes passed in a fierce battle between man and fish, culminating in Lucci's resounding roar as he successfully hauled the fish onto the shore. Ha ha ha. Oh, you legless creature. You've nearly exhausted me. With that, Lu Chi lifted a nearby stone and brought it down upon the fish's head. Oh, still wriggling, are we? Thud, thud, thud. Once the fish lay still beneath him, Lu Chi finally relented, releasing the stone from his grip. Though he abhorred violence, the necessity of survival compelled him to act thus. Gazing at the obedient, sprawling fish beside him, Lu Chi was filled with exhilaration. After removing the hook from its mouth and attaching bait anew, he cast his line back into the lake with a flourish. His spirits, in stark contrast to before, soared to new heights. Indeed, mere minutes later, his earlier intuition was confirmed. It seemed that luck and mood were intricately intertwined. The line tightened once more, followed by a struggle and a fierce tug of war. Lu Chi summoned his strength, accompanied by the incantation, and with a splash, he beheld an even larger fish leaping from the water. Ha ha, I knew it. This place is truly teeming with sentient fish. After more than 3 hours of fishing, 5 such sizable fish lay obediently before Lu Chi. His excitement was palpable, yet a pressing question surfaced in his mind. If he continued to catch fish, would he really have to bludgeon them all? What preservation if he could not consume them all at once? With this thought, Lu Chi quickly scanned the lakeside, and after a careful observation, a plan began to form in his mind. He set down his fishing rod and walked towards a shallow depression in the lake, approximately 6 or 7 meters to the right. After assessing the area, he made his way towards the nearby forest. Moments later, upon returning, Lu Chi cradled a bundle of twigs and leaves in his arms. He tossed the branches into the shallow pit and then jumped in himself, rolling up his sleeves with determination. First, he drove sturdy wooden branches into the water near the shore, swiftly forming a 3-meter wooden enclosure around shallow pit. Next, he intricately wove slender, leaf-clad twigs around the wooden barrier, transforming it into a solid wooden partition. Finally, he reinforced the outer edge of the partition with a circle of large stones and used mud to camouflage the structure. In this manner, a simple yet robust artificial fish pond was completed. He intended to keep the live fish he caught later in this enclosure, for fresh fish are the finest, yielding a more delectable taste. Having accomplished this task, Lu Chi cast his fishing rod once more. After 2 more hours, 4 vibrant fish were successfully placed into the pond. By this time, dusk had begun to settle, prompting Lu Chi to finally stow away his fishing rod. Carrying 5 fish, he joyfully made his way towards the stone cave. Outside the cave, as twilight deepened, Nie Xiaorong, who had prepared the meal, waited anxiously for Lu Chi's return. It was the first time she had exhibited such concern for someone, especially for a man 3 years her junior. Inside the cave, the Jin siblings, having finished their meal, also awaited Lu Chi's return, knowing he had ventured out to procure food for them. Observing Jin Xianzhong beside her, gazing longingly at the cave entrance, Jin Kaija inquired, "Sister, what do you think of Brother Lu?" Noticing Jin Xianzhong's distracted demeanor, he pressed on, "Sister? Huh? Brother, what did you say?" Jin Xianzhong snapped back to attention, her face filled with curiosity. "Oh, you dear girl, it's evident that you're quite worried about Brother Lu." No, brother. Why do you ask that? He has Sister Xiaorong to worry about him. Besides, Brother Lu is out there getting food for us. Is it not normal for me to be concerned?" Jin Xianzhong responded naturally at first, but quickly clarified as she sensed her brother's implication. However, as an elder brother, Jin Kaija understood his sister's feelings all too well. Seeing her in such a distracted state, he could not simply stand by and watch. Therefore, for the sake of his sister's happiness and well-being, he continued, "Though you are still young, I can see that ever since we met Brother Lu and Miss Nya, there has been an undeniable mutual affection between them, even if they have not acted upon it in front of us." His words instantly captivated Jin Xianzhong's attention, prompting her to sit up straighter, eager to hear more of her brother's insights. Moreover, Miss Nya's beauty rivals your own. Not to mention, she is also a bit older and more adept at caring for others. As he spoke, Jin Kaija gestured toward the ceramic pot perched atop the stone stove nearby. Jin Xianzhong understood her brother's implication, but lamented her own clumsiness whenever she attempted to help. Having grown accustomed to a life of luxury where such labor was foreign to her, to stoke the fire by adding a few logs to the pile is already a significant assistance. Yet, unbeknownst to her, Nie Xiaorong and she both commenced on the same rung of the ladder. It was under the guidance of Lu Chi that she gradually learned the art of cooking. She possesses a keen understanding, does she not? What is that insight, brother? Observing his sister's eager inquiry, Jean K.I.'s discerned the opportune moment and straightforwardly articulated his perspective. To capture a man's heart, one must first seize his stomach. However, brother, you are well aware of my limitations. How am I to achieve that? Oh, brother, why must you speak of such things? Are you merely teasing me? Oof. I shall ignore you. At this moment, Jean Xianjun realized, glancing at her brother's mischievous grin, she retorted, Brother, you have yet to finish your thought. While Miss Nia executed that advice splendidly, as someone who has traversed this path, I, too, am a man and thus cognizant that, although this notion holds merit, it is not the most pivotal aspect. Would you like to learn my secret? Huh, brother, do share. I am all ears. Never mind. Given your reluctance, I shall refrain from divulging it. Jean K.I.'s feigned indifference, turning to glance at the entrance of the stone cave. You, oh dear sister. Ouch, that hurts. A sharp pain suddenly radiated from Jean K.I.'s waist. Then will you share or not? Jean Xianjuan's beautiful eyes glared fiercely at her mischievous brother, gritting her teeth. I will tell, but you must first release your grip. Upon hearing this, Jean Xianjuan finally loosened her hold on Jean K.I.'s waist. Oh dear girl, you truly frighten me. Oof. As Jean Xianjuan raised her hand again, he hastily exclaimed, I will tell. Come closer. That's more like it. Consequently, Jean Xianjuan tilted her head and leaned in, though it is indeed vital to capture a man's heart through his stomach. The 3 steps my brother has summarized are more suited for you. I believe this to be of greater importance. Chapter 44, The Returning Hero. After finishing his statement, Jean K.I.'s wore a self-satisfied expression, eagerly anticipating praise from his sister, only to grimace in pain. Ouch, sister, I assure you, I speak nothing but the truth. I am not deceiving you. My wisdom as a man is genuine. The discomfort in his waist made Jean K.I.'s want to cry out, but he stifled his cries, suffering in silence. Oof. I shall ignore you. What kind of brother speaks like this? Oof. Jean Xianjuan's expression turned cold as she seated herself away from Jean K.I.'s, refusing to engage further. Ouch. Your grip seems to have grown stronger. How is it that you have mastered this technique since childhood? As long as it works on you. Unable to contain herself, Jean Xianjuan shot back. You only know how to bully your brother. I merely state the truth. You are free to disregard it. After all, you are now an adult, capable of forming your own opinions and judgments. On this desolate island, with father absent, an elder brother must take on the role of a father. Such matters, I can only assist you with to this extent. The rest you must learn on your own. Observing his sister attentively listening, albeit silent, Jean K.I.'s secretly felt a sense of pride. In summary, the industriousness of women is certainly not a vice. Indeed, bringing joy to those they cherish is even less so. Well, I suppose Brother Liu should be returning shortly. To be honest, I truly admire Brother Liu. His ability to thrive on this island is remarkable, something I cannot claim for myself. With that said, Jean K.I.'s gently shifted his injured leg, seeking a more comfortable position to lie down, and chose to ignore Jean Xianju for the moment. Meanwhile, Jean Xianju was still processing her brother's words. Unbeknownst to her, a faint blush had crept across her cheeks. Feeling the warmth on her face, she casually remarked, Brother, is that how your future sister-in-law won your heart? Caught off guard by Jean Xianju's sudden inquiry, Jean K.I.'s first felt a rush of panic, followed by a resigned sigh. Well, what of it? Your brother cannot return now. Serves you right. Jean Xianju quipped as she stepped out of the stone cave, her cheeks still slightly flushed. Noticing Nia Xiaorong gazing longingly in the direction of Lu Qi's departure, she approached her. Sister Xiaorong, why not return and rest a while? I shall wait for Brother Lu Qi. Nia Xiaorong observed Jean Xianju as she approached, sensing something distinctly different in her demeanor. Yet, she could not quite articulate that feeling, only perceiving that the girl seemed to have matured a year in an instant. Finally, amidst their anxious anticipation, the tall figure of Lu Qi, standing at 1.87 meters, emerged. In the eyes of the two women, he appeared as a hero returning from a glorious quest, bathed in the golden hues of the setting sun. Lu Qi, he has returned. Brother Lu Qi, you have finally come back. Upon recognizing Lu Qi's face, the two women rushed towards him without hesitation. At that moment, Lu Qi, with beads of sweat upon his brow, bore a burden fashioned from a wooden stick across his shoulders, adorned with 5 sizable fish, each measuring around 70 to 80 centimeters. He also carried a quiver of arrows on his back, one hand steadying the burden while the other brandished a pointed staff for protection. Good heavens! Such enormous fish! Wow! Brother Lu Chi, you are incredible. You caught so many. The sight of the fish left the two women in awe, and they hurried to assist Lu Chi in unloading his catch, only to be halted by him. Don't help. It's too heavy for you. I can manage it back myself. With that, he strode directly towards the stone cave, and the two women quickly followed. Upon entering the cave, Nie Xiaorong and Jin Xianju helped Lu Chi remove the 5 large fish. Seeing Lu Chi's return, Jin Ki's, enduring the pain, managed to sit up and greeted him. Wonderful. Brother Lu, you have finally returned. If you had delayed any longer, these two would have ventured out to find you. As Jin Ki's finished speaking, he noticed the two women approaching Lu Chi, one with a bowl of rice and the other with a cup of water. Lu Chi was deeply touched by this display of service and warmth. The fatigue that had enveloped him dissipated in an instant. Just as he was about to check on Jin Ki's leg injury, Nie Xiaorong brought over some wild fruits she had gathered for Lu Chi to taste, while Jin Xianju offered a freshly dampened cloth to wipe his brow. Delicious, delicious. Thank you, thank you. The treatment and attention Lu Chi received left Jin Ki's beside him feeling a mix of confusion, envy, and admiration. Brother Lu, you are truly a fortunate individual. Seeing Lu Chi so engrossed, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh, hee, Brother Jin, you flatter me. I am but an unknown figure. What fortune do I possess?" Lu Chi jested in response, then proceeded to examine Jin Ki's leg injury. As he unveiled the bandaged wound, a faint smile graced Lu Chi's lips. Indeed, the injury had improved significantly, devoid of inflammation, with many wounds beginning to heal, though the entire leg remained somewhat swollen. Brother Lu, how's my leg injury? Brother Jin, your leg has begun to recover. With the continued application of medicinal herbs for another 2 or 3 sessions, it shall heal completely. Must it be so many times? Upon hearing Lu Chi's words, Jin Ki's felt a surge of joy, yet simultaneously a twinge of apprehension at the thought of that piercing pain. Brother, look at you. Brother Lu Chi has painstakingly sourced the medicine for you, and you still lament its frequency? Jin Ki's shot a glance at his overly talkative sister. Overly talkative? That was not my intention. I understand. You are merely afraid of the pain. Afraid we might mock you. You, nearby. Lu Chi and Nie Xiaorong shared a hearty laugh at their banter. That evening, Lu Chi once again changed Jin Ki's medicinal herbs, although Jin Ki's still felt discomfort. It had notably lessened compared to before. His admiration for Lu Chi's medical skills grew deeper within him. That night, after a refreshing wash, Lu Chi was summoned by Nie Xiaorong, who had matters to discuss. As they exited the cave, Jin Xianju turned to glimpse their figures. Recollecting her brother's words from earlier that day, she found herself musing, is there truly merit in capturing a man's heart this way? 2 hours later, upon seeing the pair return from their discussion, Jin Xianju's gaze remained fixed upon Lu Chi. In the flickering firelight, he appeared remarkably handsome and dashing. Moreover, during their stay on the island, his skin and physique had gradually adopted a more rugged masculinity, tanned and robust. Noticing their return, Jin Xianju paused from her tasks and leaned closer to Nie Xiaorong, whispering, "Sister Xiaorong, what matters did you discuss with Brother Lu Chi? Were you afraid I might overhear? Why did you take so long to return?" That is a secret I cannot divulge. Upon hearing Jin Xianju's inquiry, Nie Xiaorong was at a loss for how to respond, opting instead to dismiss it as a secret. So stingy. Jin Xianju huffed softly, resolving that her own secrets would remain untold to Nie Xiaorong in the future. Are you upset? Please do not be angry. Tonight, I await your jokes to lull me to sleep. TCH, with your stinginess, I shall not entertain you. I shall share them with Brother Lu Chi instead. Is that so? He has labored all day. Look at him. He has already fallen asleep. Still, tell me, for I shall ensure you are well rewarded. With that, Nie Xiaorong forcibly pulled her to lie down next to Lu Chi on the wooden bed. As Jin Xianju glanced over, she noticed Lu Chi had already begun to emit soft snores. This sight filled her heart with disappointment. Chapter 45. Jin Xianju's plan thanks to the 5 magnificent fish that Lu Chi had brought back. The 4 of them need not worry about food for the next 3 or 4 days. However, to Jin Xianju's surprise, upon waking the next day and after her morning routine, she heard Lu Chi mention his intention to go fishing by the lake again. Instantly, Her previously gloomy mood transformed, and she eagerly exclaimed, "I want to go too, Brother Lu Qi." Observing his sister's enthusiasm, Jin Kai-zhe promptly added, "Brother Lu, Xianzhu has been eager to step outside and enjoy the fresh air these past few days. Regrettably, my legs are not in good condition. I hope you can take her along today. It would be beneficial for her to learn some survival and food gathering skills from you. With you looking after her, I shall feel more at ease." Lu Qi glanced at Nie Xiaorong, who bit her lip, as if to say, "Why are you looking at me? You ought to decide whether to take her or not." Yet before Lu Qi could respond, Jin Xianzhu hurriedly interjected, "Brother Lu Qi, I promise I won't hold you back or cause any trouble. Please don't refuse me, all right?" With that, she dashed to fetch her small shoulder bag and grabbed the water bottle from the wooden table to place inside. "I can even bring you water. Oh, and I can carry your bow and arrows too." She excitedly ran to the cave entrance, retrieving the bow and arrows hanging on the wall and slinging them over her back. Then, she gazed at Lu Qi, awaiting his agreement. "Brother Lu, I leave Xianzhu in your care." "Thank you." Jin Kai-zhe, astonished by his sister's thoughtfulness, felt incredulous. Naturally, he continued to support her. "Well, all right then." Lu Qi, unable to refuse, finally consented. However, upon hearing Lu Qi's acquiescence, Nie Xiaorong's expression shifted from sunny to stormy in an instant. After their secret conversation the previous night, she had been in good spirits, having promised Lu Qi not to accompany him lest she become a hindrance. Yet to her dismay, he had immediately agreed to another woman's request. This was intolerable. "Xianzhu, would you like to invite Sister Xiaorong to join us?" Suddenly came Jin Xianzhu's voice. Nie Xiaorong stood there, momentarily stunned. Jin Kai-zhe thought to himself, "Sister, isn't that question a bit foolish and unnecessary?" Nie Xiaorong replied, "I think I shall not go. The path is rather difficult, and with more people, he might not be able to manage." Jin Kai-zhe mused, "Clever. The art of seduction employed to such an extent. I truly admire my sister. It seems I need not worry about our father's business succession alone anymore." Thus, under the watchful eyes of the three, Nie Xiaorong could only smile wryly as she bid farewell to Lu Qi and Jin Xianzhu as they departed together. Outside the cave, as they were about to leave, Nie Xiaorong made a gesture to Lu Qi, indicating that she had the keenest of eyes and would be watching him closely. As a warning, Lu Qi, not oblivious to her message, responded with a playful kiss as a parting gesture, bidding farewell to her. As they watched the figures of the two depart, Nie Xiaorong playfully remarked, "That's more like it. At least you're somewhat sensible." Along the way, the pair strolled leisurely, one in front of the other. Noticing the tall and striking Lu Qi ahead, Jin Xianzhu took the initiative to strike up a conversation, inquiring about Lu Qi's fishing techniques and the events of his fishing trip the previous day. In response to the questions posed by the stunning Jin Xianzhu, Lu Qi patiently addressed each one. Thus, through their exchange of inquiries and replies, Lu Qi soon found himself forgetting certain reminders and admonitions, becoming unwittingly enchanted. Whenever Jin Xianzhu encountered a challenging path, he would lend a hand. When she struggled up a slope, he would assist her ascent. If she expressed fatigue, he would halt for a respite. And when she offered to wipe his sweat, he accepted with an expression of enjoyment, showing no signs of refusal. In fact, during moments when Jin Xianzhu spoke to him while glancing elsewhere, Lu Qi would quietly compare her to Nie Xiaorong in his mind. Especially striking were Jin Xianzhu's slightly cherubic cheeks, coupled with her expressive eyes and cascading black hair. Lu Qi often felt a sense of involuntary attraction in her presence. Upon realizing Lu Qi's demeanor towards her, Jin Xianzhu's heart sang with delight. Proximity, affection, possession. Only by drawing closer could she capture his affection and ultimately achieve her aims. It seemed her brother's three-step strategy was indeed effective. While Lu Qi had previously found the journey tedious, today held no such monotony for him. Listening to Jin Xianzhu share tales of her affluent life, Lu Qi couldn't help but express his astonishment. Conversely, the topics Lu Qi could contribute, showcasing his expertise, revolved around his medical knowledge and amusing anecdotes from his practice, areas in which Jin Xianzhu was notably uninformed. When she heard Lu Qi speak of alleviating his grandfather's medical burdens, she gazed at him with admiration and exclaimed, "He, Lu Qi, you're truly amazing. I want to learn medicine from you. Will you teach me?" "Well, that might be a bit challenging. It's not exactly suited for someone of your stature." I fear you might struggle, Lu Qi replied, somewhat hesitant. Observing his reluctance, Jin Xianju playfully pouted, grasping his hand with a sweet and imploring tone. Lu Qi, I want to learn, and I will learn. Surprised by her charm, Lu Qi found himself completely ensnared by her. Feeling the softness and warmth of her hand, he reluctantly conceded. All right, I will teach you. However, you must be obedient and start from the very basics. Your progress will determine the subsequent lessons. Yay. Okay, Lu Qi, it's settled then. A gentleman's word is his bond, she declared, pulling him into a thumb wrestle. Lu Qi, amused, allowed her to lead. After their playful exchange, as he attempted to withdraw his hand to continue walking, Jin Xianju held on tightly, moving ahead while pulling him along. She effortlessly executed the first step her brother had taught her, striding confidently. Lu Qi, how much farther is it? We must be nearing our destination. We're almost there. Just take it slow. At this moment, Lu Qi felt rather foolish, fully aware that he was being led by the hand by none other than a stunningly beautiful heiress. An overwhelming sense of astonishment washed over him. After a pleasant and uneventful journey, the two finally arrived at the lakeside once more. Without hesitation, Lu Qi immediately went to inspect his artificial fish pen. To his delight, everything was in order, and the fish were thriving. While speaking, Lu Qi removed his backpack and took out a bag, emptying its contents into the water. At that moment, the curious Jin Xianju followed closely behind and happened to witness Lu Qi pouring numerous plump, white worms into the water. Lu Qi, where did you manage to catch so many worms? Jin Xianju exclaimed, her startled expression clearly indicating her shock at the sight. Lu Qi, noticing her reaction, quickly explained, I found these in a decaying log on my way back yesterday. I had intended to fry them, but we have neither oil nor seasoning. So I brought them along today to feed the fish I'm raising. Upon hearing that Lu Qi was raising fish, Jin Xianju took a closer look and indeed spotted 4 fish in the water, just as large as the ones he had brought back yesterday. Oh, don't fight over it. Lu Qi, could it be that you also caught these 4 fish yesterday? She inquired joyfully, observing the fish competing for the food Lu Qi had just introduced. Yes, I caught all 4 yesterday. I placed them here to keep them fresh. The 5 we brought back will suffice for our meals for a few days, Lu Qi replied. Wow, Lu Qi, you are truly impressive. You've thought of everything. It seems I have so much to learn from you. Jin Xianju's words brought a sense of comfort to Lu Qi, prompting him to boast that she must experience the joy of fishing today. Naturally, Jin Xianju was overjoyed at this suggestion. However, after nearly 2 hours of fishing and preparing everything, Lu Qi wore a sullen expression, having caught not a single fish. As Jin Xianju patiently awaited a catch, Lu Qi sensed an awkward tension hanging in the air. Ahem, Xianju, perhaps we should call it a day. After all, the fish we brought back will last us for several days. I apologize for the lack of excitement, Lu Qi said while contemplating why the day had turned out this way. The weather was fair, and the location was the same. It was perplexing that not a single fish had taken a bait today. Seeing Lu Qi so dejected, Jin Xianju was not inclined to return just yet. With a premeditated smile, she said, Lu Qi, it would be rather dull to head back now. With such splendid weather and a beautiful lake, we should at least maintain a cheerful spirit, even without any catches. Upon hearing this, Lu Qi felt increasingly disheartened. He cast a glance at Jin Xianju, sighed softly, and resumed tidying his fishing gear. Noticing Lu Qi's indifference, Jin Xianju stamped her foot in frustration, ready to utter a retort about his stubbornness. However, a sudden, mischievous smile graced her lips as an idea struck her. She removed a valuable watch from her wrist and tossed it toward the shallow waters of the lake. Immediately, she exclaimed, Oh no, Lu Qi, my watch fell into the lake. Please, hurry and help me retrieve it. It's a precious keepsake from my mother. Hearing her distress, Lu Qi, still occupied with his fishing equipment, turned to see Jin Xianju anxiously peering into the water at her feet. The moment he learned was a treasured item from her mother, his composure shattered. Without hesitation, he set down his belongings and leaped into the water. Fortunately, the lake was clear, and the waterproof watch had merely been tossed into the shallow edge. Thus, Lu Qi, after just a few breaths, emerged triumphant with the watch in hand. I found it, Xianju, he exclaimed joyfully, looking up at her. However, the scene that greeted him was one he would never forget. Jin Xianju had, unbeknownst to him, discreetly shed her dress and now stood before him at the water's edge clad only in a revealing swimsuit. The absence of her clothing allowed her long hair to cascade elegantly against her skin, flowing gently in the breeze. The swimsuit, seemingly tailored for her, hugged her curves perfectly, accentuating every line and contour. Its soft pink hue resembled a lotus blooming fresh from the mud, standing out strikingly against the tranquil lakeside. As he took at her visage, it appeared as if she had been sculpted by the most skilled artisan. Her delicate skin, akin to a newly hatched egg, bore a subtle blush. "Lucci, do I look beautiful?" she inquired, her eyes shyly glancing at him, sparkling like stars in the night sky. Each flutter of her long lashes seemed to delicately strum the strings of his heart. Jean Xianju stood there gracefully, her feet together, as if she were one with the lakeshore. Her posture, slightly turned, showcased her flawless waist, slender yet imbued with an undeniable strength. Seeing Lu Qi's astonished and captivated gaze, her heart swelled with joy. With a gentle tilt of her head, her eyes revealed an ineffable blend of shyness and longing. She raised a hand to tuck a loose strand of hair behind her ear, a simple gesture imbued with an indescribable charm, as if time itself paused in that moment. A soft breeze swept through, lifting her hair, which danced in the air like a living painting. In Lu Qi's eyes, she was not merely a beautiful sight, but a celestial being fallen to earth. She appeared as though she had emerged from a realm of dreams, radiating an enigmatic glow and boundless tenderness. In this moment, Jean Hyunju transformed the ordinary lakeside into an ethereal paradise, prompting Lu Qi to exclaim, "Such a beauty should only exist in the heavens. How often can one behold such a sight on earth?" "Hee, Lu Qi ji, do I look beautiful?" Upon hearing Lu Qi's musings, Jean Hyunju playfully inquired. "Indeed, you are stunning, exceedingly so." At his words, a blush crept across Jean Hyunju's cheeks. She took a few steps forward and then leapt into the water. "Be careful, Hyunju." With a splash, she plunged into the deep lake behind Lu Qi. "Hyunju, I haven't thoroughly examined this lake yet. Come back quickly. It could be dangerous." "Lu Qi ji, didn't you see? I've already checked. The surface has been calm, and there is no peril lurking beneath," she replied with a mischievous grin. "Why not join me? This is far more delightful than the pool on that cruise ship." As she playfully stirred the water, she beckoned to Lu Qi enticingly. Seeing this, Lu Qi first scanned the surroundings, and upon confirming there was no imminent danger, he set down the watch he had retrieved and walked toward Jean Hyunju in the water. At that moment, time seemed to stand still. The world around them faded away, leaving only their laughter and the gentle splashes against the lake surface. Their souls intertwined in this aquatic sanctuary, with each shared glance conveying a profound affection. After an indeterminate period, they grew weary from swimming and floated together on the water's edge. The clouds drifted lazily across the sky, their reflections mingling with the silhouettes of the two, creating a harmonious tableau. Chapter 47. That boy 2 hours later. As they strolled through the forest on their way back to the stone cave, Lu Qi and Jean Hyunju engaged in cheerful conversation. The exuberance in her demeanor indicated she was in a state of exhilaration, having successfully taken her first step toward getting closer to Lu Qi. His response had pleasantly surprised her, filling her with joy. With plenty of time ahead, Jean Hyunju was in no hurry to return, and Lu Qi was more than willing to accompany her on this leisurely walk. Originally embarking on the cruise to heal his heartache, Lu Qi found himself unexpectedly drawn to this place. Contrary to his initial expectations of profound sorrow, he discovered that it was in this unexpected sojourn that his emotional wounds began to mend, little by little. This healing stemmed not only from the unique environment, but also from every experience he encountered and every person he met here. While solitude on the cruise had served as his means of coping and adjusting to his heartache, the presence of a friend made him feel fulfilled and joyous, even though he was the one who tended to give the most. "Lu Qi ji, I'm feeling a bit tired. Let us rest over there for a while." Jean Hyunju suddenly pointed towards a particular spot ahead. There stood a tree that caught her attention. Although it wasn't very tall, its trunk, as thick as an oil barrel, presented a striking visual. Surrounding the tree were wildflowers in abundance, creating a serene and inviting atmosphere. Faced with such a request from Jean Xinyu, Lu Qi naturally could not refuse, especially since it was still early in the day. After walking a few dozen meters, the two arrived at a small slope, where they paused to quietly admire the scenery before them. At the edge of the slope stood a peculiar and robust tree. Up close, they observed that the trunk was densely covered with numerous bumps, each tightly clustered together. Surrounding the slope, A myriad of wildflowers bloomed vibrantly. Lu Qi, this tree is truly fascinating, Jin Xinyu exclaimed. The trunk is so bumpy, reminiscent of the lacquer tree in my family's courtyard. However, the crown of this tree looks nothing like it. From afar, I thought it was laden with leaves, but upon closer inspection, I see it is covered in thorns. Indeed, it is unusual. I have never encountered such a tree before. I am unfamiliar with the lacquer tree you mentioned, but these thorns are quite distinctive. Resembling the thorns of the soap tree, Lu Qi replied. What is a soap tree thorn? Jin Xinyu inquired eagerly. Since my childhood, I have been exposed to traditional Chinese medicine. My grandfather often took me into the mountains to gather herbs. On one occasion, we stumbled upon a soap tree, which was adorned with similar thorns. My grandfather mentioned that those thorns could be used medicinally, and I later learned how to utilize them, Lu Qi explained. As they spoke, Lu Qi approached the base of the tree for a closer inspection. He even took out a dagger, intending to slice a piece for examination. However, after some attempts, he frowned and remarked, while the thorns of this tree resemble those of the soap tree, their color, length, and hardness are entirely different. Lu Qi, don't dwell on that. There's nothing remarkable to see here. Look at the wildflowers on the ground. They're so beautiful. I must gather a bouquet to take back to Sister Xiaorong. She will surely adore them, Jin Xinyu declared, flitting about the base of the tree like a butterfly, stopping to sniff each delightful bloom she encountered. If the fragrance was pleasing, she would diligently collect it. Meanwhile, Lu Qi gazed at the stout, peculiar tree, his expression lighting up with delight. Armed with his dagger, he climbed onto the trunk, carefully maneuvering among the branches to cut down as many of the deep brown thorns as he could reach. He discovered through his efforts that these sturdy thorns were remarkably tough. Even his dagger struggled to inflict any significant damage upon them. This realization ignited a sense of excitement within Lu Qi. Recently, he had been hesitant to use the precious copper arrowheads he had crafted for his weapons, as they were too valuable for casual use. But now, with these robust thorns, he could fashion them into tips for wooden arrows. Furthermore, he could fashion long spears from these thorns for the two women, providing essential protection in the perilous environment of the deserted island. Previously, he had refrained from crafting anything for Nie Xiaorong due to a lack of suitable materials. Now, with these thorns at his disposal, he could finally begin creating essential weaponry for his companions. Hey, Lu Qi, why are you still up in the tree? It's so dangerous. Come down quickly, Jin Xinyu urged. As the exuberant Jin Xianju turned her head, she discovered that Lu Qi had vanished. Raising her gaze, she was astonished to find him climbing a tree. This unexpected sight instantly ignited a flicker of annoyance within her romantic heart, and she protested indignantly. Little did she realize that Lu Qi's intentions and the actions he was undertaking were pivotal to the safety of their group. Upon hearing her words, Lu Qi refrained from elaborating, merely stating that his gathering of thorns served a significant purpose. In response, Jin Xianju could only huff in annoyance before resuming her own pursuit of wildflowers. After a considerable time, the two resumed their journey. Lu Qi carried a rudimentary bag fashioned from tree bark, filled to the brim with deep brown thorns, while Jin Xianju cradled a beautiful bouquet of wildflowers. Humming a little tune, relishing the fragrance, and imagining the joy on Nie Xiaorong's face when she beheld the flowers upon their return. However, fate is unpredictable, and calamity can strike when least expected. Just moments after they had been walking in high spirits, they suddenly found themselves in peril. Before them, approximately 30 meters down the path, 6 men approached. When Lu Qi spotted them, the men also caught sight of the two. At that moment, it felt as though time had momentarily frozen, and the air was thick with the scent of gunpowder. Recognizing the individuals before him, Lu Qi wasted no time. He grasped the still enraptured Jin Xianju by the arm and dashed towards the woods on their left. Not them again. Xianju, run. As Lu Qi pulled her along, her arm ached, and the bouquet of wildflowers slipped from her grasp, falling to the ground. My flowers. Lu Qi, why are you running? I've dropped my flowers. Before Lu Qi could respond, they heard shouts from afar. That's the kid from last time. Everyone, chase him down. The leader of the 6 was a man referred to as Changgu by the others. His real name was Sun Chong, a former contractor who had fallen into despair after a series of unfortunate events left him destitute. However, fate smiled upon him when he encountered the affluent Li Fei from the Li group, who, seeing his plight, offered him a respectable job as a personal driver. Chong was adept at winning loyalty, showing generosity towards his companions. With a single glance, he recognized Lu Qi as the boy who had fled, causing great distress to his group when they were stung mercilessly by a giant hornet. Chapter 48. In a tumultuous rush at this moment, one of Chang's eyes remained swollen, and the multiple lumps on his forehead had yet to subside. The other 5 men bore similar marks of their previous encounter, with injuries adorning their lips, faces, necks, and arms, a testament to the effectiveness of Lu Qi's cunning plan. With a command from Chang, the 5 men noticed Lu Qi dragging a woman clad in a white skirt as they swiftly disappeared into the woods. Though still recovering, the humiliation they had suffered ignited a fierce determination within them. Like a fervent zeal, they relentlessly pursued Lu Qi, determined to make him pay a grievous price. Brother Sun, this fellow is exceedingly cunning. It appears they are heading up the mountain. We cannot encircle them. Sun Chang, leading the charge, cast a glance at Lu Qi, who was desperately dragging a woman along, and shouted back to his companions, "Then pursue with all your might. I refuse to believe that he can outrun us while burdened with a woman." With that, Sun Chang intensified his pace. The surrounding trees stood lush and verdant, sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. Lu Qi sprinted along the rugged mountain path, pulling Jin Xianzhu behind him. Their footsteps and labored breaths resonated sharply in the stillness of the forest. "Brother Lu Qi, why are they chasing us?" Jin Xianzhu, bewildered by Lu Qi's reckless urgency, questioned him. Yet, Lu Qi had no time to elaborate. He retorted, "I witnessed them commit murder. They aim not only to kill me, but also to seize my belongings." At this shocking revelation, Jin Xianzhu felt a chill run down her spine. Glancing back, she too began to run with renewed fervor. Realizing his words had struck a chord, Lu Qi racked his brain for an escape plan, although he possessed a bow and arrows. The prospect of confronting 6 burly men rendered such fantasies futile. He had scarcely practiced since acquiring the bow, uncertain if he could even hit a target. Even if he could, it was improbable that 3 arrows would fell 3 adversaries. Even with the capacity to do so, he could not bear the moral weight of taking a life, nor the immense psychological burden that would follow. As the 6 pursuers closed in, panic gripped Lu Qi's heart, and he instinctively tightened his grip on Jin Xianzhu's hand. "Brother Lu Qi, you're hurting me," she protested. "Sister Xianzhu, should I fall into their clutches? It would merely mean death for me. But for you, it would be a fate worse than death. Do you understand?" His urgent and candid words made Jin Xianzhu acutely aware of his fears, prompting her to remain silent. "Damn it, this path is treacherous, with endless inclines. At this rate, we will inevitably be caught." Sun Chang's furious voice echoed from behind. "You can't escape, kid. Stop now, and perhaps we might spare you. But if you continue to disobey, your demise is certain." In response to the threats trailing behind him, Lu Qi merely scoffed, choosing to ignore them. Meanwhile, his mind raced with various strategies, leveraging the complex terrain, dispersing the enemy, seeking a secure refuge, crafting effective tools, and waiting for the opportune moment. Yet, after considering each option, none seemed immediately applicable to the perilous situation at hand. As they crested a small hill, 2 narrow animal paths came into view, clearly forged by the frequent passage of wildlife. "Sister Xianzhu, quickly, take this way and run. Do not look back or hesitate. The faster you return, the better. I will come back for you. Brother Lu Qi, you quickly go." In Jin Xianzhu's eyes, there was an unmistakable reluctance, a deep unwillingness to depart alone. Yet, compelled by Lu Qi's unwavering and earnest gaze, she obediently dashed down a path. At that moment, in a state of desperate urgency, Lu Qi sprinted up another route, deliberately snapping branches of nearby shrubs as he ran, leaving conspicuous footprints on the ground. He swiftly tore a strip of cloth from his shirt and hung it on the bushes along his escape route, hoping to divert the relentless pursuers behind him. Indeed, his strategy proved effective. As Sun Chang was the first to catch up, he wasted no time in pursuing Lu Qi's direction. "Damn it, I'll see where you can run," he growled, recalling how they had suffered a significant loss that day. "Today, you will surely pay dearly to assuage my resentment." Sun Chang threatened Lu Qi as he chased after him. However, it wasn't long before he realized that the woman ahead had vanished. Although he knew in his heart that she must have separated from Lu Qi, it mattered little to him. As long as he could capture that boy, it would serve as a much-needed outlet for their pent-up fury. Gasping for breath, Lu Qi was utterly exhausted, yet he dared not pause for even a moment. After sending Jin Xianzhu away, he felt a sense of relief upon realizing that he was still being pursued by 6 individuals. Without Jin Xianzhu weighing him down, even if he could not outrun these 6, it would surely tire them out to catch him, given his current stamina. The path he was taking had strayed far from the route back to the stone cave. Casting a glance over his shoulder, Lu Qi resolved to teach these 6 a lesson they would never forget. His thoughts raced. He longed for the serendipitous encounters with his second senior brother, the sea wolves, the great black bear, and even the king bee. Just a chance to encounter any one of them again would embolden him to divert the calamity elsewhere. Yet, in this moment, such encounters seemed impossible. After pondering various strategies, Lu Qi felt a glimmer of inspiration. It appeared that the only advantage he could leverage was the geographical terrain before him. Panting heavily, Lu Qi chose to ascend the steep inclines. Unburdened by Jin Xianzhu, his speed matched that of the 6 behind him, maintaining a judicious distance. Damn it, is this kid single-minded? Why does he only know to run upwards? Ugh, this is exhausting. Sun Chong could no longer contain his frustration, while his companions behind him joined in with their own complaints, as if cursing would somehow increase their speed. You little brat, better stop now, or else, Sun Chong shouted, when suddenly one of his companions warned, Brother Chong, watch out. Sun Chong looked up just in time to see a massive boulder tumbling down the slope towards him. This bastard dares to play dirty. Reacting swiftly, he leaped to the left, narrowly avoiding the boulder that crashed down in his previous position. A scream echoed behind him, signaling the chaos that ensued. It turned out that Sun Chong and the person behind him had managed to evade the oncoming danger. But one among the 4 trailing behind was struck hard on the shoulder. Whether it fractured his collarbone or scapula remained unknown. The pain caused him to collapse immediately, rolling on the ground and howling in agony. Ha ha ha, serves you right for chasing us. Upon hearing the cries of anguish from behind and the curses of the remaining 5, Lu Qi felt a surge of exhilaration and let out a hearty laugh. However, Sun Chong was not one to relent easily. Leaving one person to tend to the injured, he led the other 4 onward in pursuit of Lu Qi once more. Hud, hud, hud. Damn it, here they come again. Sun Chong shouted a warning to his comrades as more stones tumbled down from above. This time, the 4 swiftly dodged to the sides, avoiding the falling debris. Chase. We must ensure that this fool meets his demise today. Chapter 49. The worrying gold Hyunju. Meanwhile, Lu Qi was crawling up the slope, his limbs working diligently while his eyes remained vigilant. He not only kept a keen eye on the path beneath him, but also searched tirelessly for larger, round stones, anything that appeared capable of rolling. Fortunately, the other stones could not speak. Otherwise, they might have taken a cue from the 4 pursuers and chastised Lu Qi for his audacious behavior. Who does he think he is? That we cannot crush him or that he would not be harmed. Yet, in Lu Qi's eyes, the sight of a large, round stone was his prime target. Compared to the smaller stones that merely delayed his pursuers, these larger rocks could roll faster, travel farther, and deliver a more significant impact. They held a greater potential to dissuade his relentless chasers from continuing their pursuit. However, Lu Qi soon realized that he had overestimated his confidence. The large round stones were few and far between, and those ruffians had become increasingly adept at dodging. This infuriated Lu Qi, prompting him to pick up small stones from the ground and hurl them towards the group with remarkable speed. Damn it, my head. Unexpectedly, alongside a large stone's assault, one of his casually thrown small stones struck a pursuer, bringing Lu Qi unexpected delight. Thus, the stones he had previously disregarded, even considering complaining about, were now embraced with open arms. He picked them up whenever he encountered them and threw them without hesitation. In areas abundant with stones, he no longer needed to run. He engaged in a game of target practice instead. Initially, Lu Qi contemplated explaining himself while retaliating. After all, they had misunderstood him last time. However, Sun Chong and the others were not only unresponsive, but also bombarded him with a barrage of insults, effectively extinguishing any thought of explanation. He alternated between throwing stones and running, and soon, the other 3 also experienced the sting of being struck. It was only after Sun Chong was hit by a stone that he halted his pursuit. You bastards, I'll remember this day. Don't let me cross paths with you again, or you'll regret it. Yet, the only response he received was a relentless rain of stones. Duck. Having been outwitted by Lu Qi twice, Sun Chong found himself powerless against him. leaving him seething with frustration. Lu Qi, on the other hand, was so exhausted that he could scarcely utter a word. His lungs were solely focused on providing him with the breath he desperately needed, leaving no energy for speech. Upon witnessing Sun Chong and his companions hurling insults before turning away, Lu Qi finally sank onto the ground, gasping for breath in frantic gulps. After a considerable time, he rose to his feet and spat vehemently in the direction where the others had departed. Truly a band of brutes, wronging me and refusing to heed my counsel. Now they will be subdued. Sighing heavily, Lu Qi took a deep breath before picking up the bark pouch from the ground and hastening toward the cave. However, for the sake of safety, he was wary of being followed by those individuals. Thus, on his return journey, he continually altered his path and concealed his presence, determined to eliminate any chance of being tracked. As the afternoon waned and dusk approached, Lu Qi finally arrived near the cave. Upon his emergence, he spotted Nie Xiaorong jogging eagerly toward him. "Has Jin Xianzhu returned?" she inquired. Yet, upon noticing that Lu Qi was alone, her expression turned blank. "No, wasn't she with you?" "What? She hasn't returned yet." Panic surged within Lu Qi. "Oh no, surely she hasn't lost her way." After setting down the bark pouch, he took only his bow and backpack before hastily departing once more. Nie Xiaorong wished to accompany him in the search, but Lu Qi interrupted her with a firm no. The sky was already darkening, and he couldn't afford to lose another person. Observing the anxiety etched on Lu Qi's face, Nie Xiaorong turned to leave, calling out, "Please be careful, Lu Qi. I will await your return." When Jin Kai saw Nie Xiaorong return with a troubled expression, he inquired whether Lu Qi had come back. Given his question, Nie Xiaorong felt compelled to withhold the truth, revealing it would only cause him unnecessary worry. She had entrusted her friend to Lu Qi's care. Yet here she was returning alone as darkness fell. How absurd. Consequently, when Nie Xiaorong informed him they had not returned, a flicker of amusement crossed Jin Kai's face. "My sister is quite the character. Could it be that today she is set on winning over Lu Xiao? If that were the case, I had underestimated Xianzhu. I initially thought she would shy away from my ploys, but it seems my sister is indeed resolute. A determined young lady who will not relent until her goal is achieved." As time passed, the forest grew dimmer, and Lu Qi's anxiety intensified. He could even hear the rapid thumping of his own heart. "Jin Xianzhu, please do not truly be lost," he fretted. "What will I say to your brother if something happens?" Unable to suppress his growing worry any longer, Lu Qi disregarded any potential dangers and began to call out loudly as he walked. "Jin Xianzhu, where are you? Jin Xianzhu, Jin Xianzhu." However, his cries were swallowed by the dense, shadowy woods before they could travel far. Half an hour passed, then an hour. Logically, this was the last place they had parted ways, yet he still had not found Jin Xianzhu. "Jin Xianzhu, where are you?" As Lu Qi desperately searched for Jin Xianzhu, she sat alone by the lake where they had fished earlier that day, hiding in a rocky corner and quietly weeping. Why was she here? It was because she could not bear to part with the beautiful bouquet she had painstakingly gathered. However, when she finally found the flowers and intended to continue her journey, she spotted 6 figures descending the mountain, evidently in pursuit of Lu Qi. Panicking, she quickly concealed herself, not daring to utter a sound. As the 6 men passed by her, 2 of them were being supported, limping painfully. She overheard them cursing and grumbling, their faces smeared with dirt. It must be said, this girl certainly possessed remarkable courage, though her reasoning seemed rather peculiar, all for a mere bouquet. If Lu Qi were to discover the reason behind her actions, one could only wonder how he would react. At that moment, Jin Xianzhu felt assured that Lu Qi was safe, and she resolved to find him and return together. Yet, she was unable to locate him and soon found herself lost. As darkness enveloped the forest, she hesitated to venture forth alone and chose to head back to the lake. Returning to their fishing spot, she thought that if she waited there, Lu Qi might return the next day and find her, especially since there were still a few fish in the water to sustain her hunger. However, as the dusk deepened, her fear intensified. Despite her attempts to bolster her spirits and encourage herself to remain strong, the sounds of creatures in the woods ultimately overwhelmed her, and her vulnerability spilled forth in tears. Chapter 50. Rescue. After a considerable time, Lu Qi arrived at the place where she had picked flowers and pricked her fingers. Despite circling the tree, he found no trace of Jin Xianzhu. Where could this woman have gone? He had instructed her to return first. What was he to do? After walking a few more meters, Lu Qi contemplated giving up and returning. Just then, he noticed a flickering red light emanating from the nearby woods. What could that be? As he approached cautiously, the glow became clearer, and he gasped in realization. It was a fire. Could it be that Jin Xian Zhu had become lost? With curiosity piqued, Lu Qi stealthily made his way through the darkness. Meanwhile, at a distance by the fire, 6 men were gathered. One lay fully reclined, another half reclined against a rock, while the remaining 4 sat closely together, intently watching the opposite side of the fire. There sat 2 women, bound and helpless, both strikingly beautiful with fair skin, though they appeared somewhat weakened and pale. As the 4 men cast predatory glances at the pair, the women instinctively understood their sinister intentions. One of them, trembling with fear, whispered, "Sister Shunbing, they are not from our beach. I have never seen them before." Indeed, all of them bear wounds, and their eyes betray a fierce hostility. We may be in grave danger. One must swiftly devise a means of escape from this dire predicament. Shunbing meticulously observed her surroundings and the state of the 6 individuals before her. Indeed, the 2 women were none other than Shunbing and Leah, who had become separated after leaving the beach. They had originally intended to venture to the lake in search of sustenance and to cleanse themselves of the grime they had accumulated. However, shortly after departing from the lake, they encountered this foreboding group of 6, who were none other than Sun Chong and his associates, previously dealt with by Lu Qi. Upon sighting Shunbing and Leah, the 6 men were instantly entranced. Even the one with a fractured collarbone felt a significant alleviation of his pain. Yet, uncertain of whether the women had companions lurking nearby, Sun Chong initially approached them with a semblance of politeness, extending an invitation to join their ranks. However, upon Shunbing's gracious refusal, their demeanor shifted dramatically. Realizing the impending danger, the 2 women attempted to flee, but having not had a substantial meal in days, they were no match for Sun Chong and his men. Before they had covered even a few meters, Sun Chong seized them, forcibly binding their hands. Shunbing immediately resisted, calling out for help while sternly warning the men that their companions were in close proximity. Consequently, the men refrained from resorting to violence while securing the bindings on the 2 women. Nonetheless, as night fell, the remaining 4 men's gazes grew increasingly predatory, and Shunbing sensed the looming threat. Her mind raced as she contemplated an escape plan. At that moment, Lu Qi had stealthily approached the vicinity. Illuminated by the flickering flames, he was taken aback upon recognizing the 6 ruffians. To his astonishment, he spotted Shunbing and Leah. How could they have ventured away from the beach and fallen into the clutches of such a nefarious group? Witnessing the scene, Lu Qi understood that escape was unlikely for the 2 women, yet he found himself at a loss for how to intervene. To act alone would be folly, yet to abandon them would surely spell doom. What was to be done? Alas, he had yet to locate Jin Xianzhu and now faced this predicament. Clenching his fists, Lu Qi pondered his next move. By the campfire, Sun Chong occasionally cast glances at Shunbing and Leah. At that juncture, one of his companions remarked, "Brother Chong, these women claim to have companions nearby. Yet despite the passage of time, we have seen no one come searching for them. Could it be that they are deceiving us?" Another added, "Indeed, if they truly had companions, they would have emerged to seek them long ago. We had hoped to procure some supplies, but after waiting this long, we have yet to see a single soul." Sun Chong remained silent, though he too was contemplating the prospect of seizing more items for himself. However, at this point, his focus had shifted from mere supplies to the 2 enchanting women before him. Recognizing Sun Chong's predatory gaze, his companions understood his intentions all too well. One of them urged, "Brother Chong, if you desire them, do not hold back. It is quite late, and there are no others around. If you do not wish for the brothers to observe, take one outside to finish your business and then return. If they truly have companions, let them leave us some supplies. If there are many, we can simply offer them a bit of food. Indeed, strong brother, the brothers toast to you. You may choose first. The remaining one shall be left to me. For now, I shall not ponder too much. Living comfortably here is sufficient." Upon hearing their words, Sun Chong's expression shifted, and he spoke resolutely to them. "Do you truly believe you can act with impunity on this island? Consider our current predicament. Who would not desire the company of a woman? Do you not wish for a partner who willingly stands by your side? Resorting to such coercive tactics, what good will it do even if you succeed momentarily? Will they then remain devoted and unwavering to you?" At his words, the 2 felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over them. awakening them to a new understanding of Sun Chong. Meanwhile, Shun Bing, who had previously not regarded Sun Chong, turned to look at him in unison with her companion. It must be said that Sun Chong's words had indeed surprised Shun Bing. The world often claims that one cannot expect pearls from a dog's mouth, yet this scoundrel, who had bound them, suddenly spoke such profound words, leaving Shun Bing momentarily speechless. As she gazed at Sun Chong, she speculated whether this fellow had captured them for wealth or for carnal desires. However, as the two women looked toward Sun Chong, he too noticed their gaze and remarked, "As long as you obey, we shall not harm you. In fact, you will never want for food and drink. My two brothers may lack eloquence and education, so do not be afraid." With that, he rose and approached the two women. Upon seeing Sun Chong advance, Leah felt a surge of fear and instinctively moved back. Meanwhile, Shun Bing remained seated, steadfastly watching Sun Chong as he drew near. Sun Chong, disregarding Leah, knelt before Shun Bing and untied the ropes binding her hands, saying, "You may rest now. As for your friend, if she is truly exhausted, you may assist her in loosening her bonds." After speaking, Sun Chong returned to his spot. Shun Bing was completely perplexed by his intentions, while the two men beside Sun Chong observed with a mix of confusion and curiosity, eager to learn his approach to handling women. "Strong brother, what if they attempt to flee?" one inquired. "They will. But in this dark forest at such a late hour, do you believe a woman can safely survive until dawn?" Sun Chong's voice rang out without hesitation, aimed both at his companions and the two women. At that moment, although Shun Bing struggled to accurately judge Sun Chong's character, she found it hard to believe his earlier statement. To so easily relinquish their guard over the two women seemed akin to deceiving a child. His intellect resembles that of a mere 3-year-old child. The latter, undoubtedly, does not share this limitation. Yet, one undeniable truth lingers in her mind. This place is far from safe. Even though their lives are not in immediate peril, the potential for danger and harm looms ever present. With this understanding, Shun Bing sought to comfort Leah. The two engaged in hushed conversation, and Shun Bing did not hesitate to untie the ropes binding Leah's hands. She recognized that if Sun Chong were truly distrustful, he would not have allowed her to free Leah, nor would he have uttered such words. Moments later, upon learning of Shun Bing's plan, Leah's fear dissipated. She obediently sat beside Shun Bing, mirroring her every action and word. Only by allowing these individuals to lower their guard could they hope for an opportunity to escape. Otherwise, under the scrutiny of several men, even the most meticulously crafted plan would inevitably lead to capture, and then trust would be rendered meaningless. "Did you all escape from the cruise ship as well?" Shun Bing inquired, directing her gaze towards Sun Chong. Her intention was straightforward, to cultivate a semblance of trust. "Of course, are you not in the same predicament?" She continued. "How many lifeboats have you seen make landfall on this island?" 3. At least that's the number from the beach we were on. But considering your unfamiliarity, it seems likely that the count should now be 4, as you must have disembarked from another lifeboat. "Oomph. You are quite intriguing. Your thoughts are remarkably perceptive. It is no wonder you have risen to become the leader of these lecherous men." Upon hearing Shun Bing's bold remarks, Sun Chong was initially taken aback, yet he soon found himself enjoying the praise. Meanwhile, the two men beside him widened their eyes in disbelief, retorting, "You foul woman, do you even know how to speak? We are not lecherous. Dare to speak again, and I shall make you regret it." However, Shun Bing disregarded his threats and continued addressing Sun Chong. "The guests aboard that cruise ship are either exceptionally wealthy or individuals of considerable power and influence. Given the throngs of subordinates around you, it stands to reason that you possess strength as well. Do you not? It is truly unexpected that my sister and I would catch your eye." As she spoke, Shun Bing observed Sun Chong closely, noting the flicker of satisfaction that crossed his face. Who does not relish such flattery? Sun Chong, who once bowed and scraped for approval, found himself in high spirits, enjoying the compliments from a beautiful woman, which also filled him with a sense of pride regarding his previous treatment of the two women. The men beside him gazed at Sun Chong with admiration, nearly dropping their jaws in astonishment, silently exclaiming how impressive he was. With such simple words, he had captivated this woman, leaving her utterly enchanted. This was undoubtedly a far superior approach compared to their usual forceful methods. They resolved to learn from him, to refine their own tactics. Just as Shun Bing and Sun Chong were engrossed in their conversation, the atmosphere grew increasingly charged. At this moment, Leah, with a conflicted expression, said Sister Shinbing. My stomach hurts so much, I feel so uncomfortable. I need to use the restroom. Her voice was not quiet, and Sun Chong and the others heard her clearly. In response, Shinbing replied decisively, then go ahead. Hurry back. Leah was taken aback. She had not expected Sister Shinbing to be so resolute. Wasn't it agreed that they would escape together? How could she be sent alone? But, Sister Shinbing, I'm scared alone. Could you please accompany me? Faced with Leah's splendid performance, Shinbing felt a surge of joy. This girl was truly impressive and remarkably talented. Yet, she did not immediately acquiesce. Instead, she turned to Sun Chong. Brother Chong, may I accompany her to the restroom? I've been tied up for so long, and I've been wanting to relieve myself as well. It's so dark outside. I want to take her far just to the bushes ahead. After speaking, she awaited Sun Chong's decision. At that moment, Sun Chong had calmed down. It wasn't that he was untrusting, but rather he suddenly felt a sense of unease. Nevertheless, to demonstrate his generosity, he remained seated and gestured to a man beside him. Xiao Chun, you go with them and ensure their safety. Upon hearing Sun Chong's words, the man named Chin immediately understood and replied, Brother Chong, don't worry. This small matter is on me. I'll make sure they are safe. Seeing this, Shinbing thought to herself, this Sun Chong is quite the cunning fox. He wants to maintain his dignity while keeping an eye on me. I've underestimated the situation. However, she knew she could not remain seated, so she helped Leah up, and the two of them began to walk ahead. Just as the man named Chun was about to follow, Sun Chong called out, Wait a moment, Xiao Chun, take this and return in 20 minutes. Don't stray too far from them. Saying this, he tossed a wooden stick to Xiao Chun. Understood, Brother Chong. Xiao Chun caught the stick and followed the two women. A golden opportunity. In the distance, Lu Qi saw this scene and felt a sudden thrill. He had been fretting over how to make his move, and now the perfect chance had presented itself. At this moment, Shun Bing, while walking with Leah, instructed her, remember to run quickly when the time comes. And don't separate. As long as we escape their line of sight, they will find it difficult to pursue us in this darkness. Sister Shun Bing, but what about the person following us? Leah asked anxiously. I have a plan. Just listen to my commands and run. Shun Bing assured her. Okay, I understand. Sister Shun Bing, seeing the two women whispering in front of him, Xiao Chan shouted in irritation. What are you two talking about? Hurry up. Don't delay my rest. In response, Shun Bing quickly turned and said, Big brother, just a bit further is fine. Please don't be angry with us. My sister really needs to use the restroom. We can't be too close. Stop the chatter. I'm not falling for your tricks. After walking nearly another 10 meters, Xiao Chen finally said, All right, here will do. Come on quick. Don't try anything funny. Shin Bing cast a glance, having walked less than 20 meters, and with the terrain being remarkably flat and devoid of sufficient cover, she mustered her courage to retort, Could you perhaps learn a thing or two from Brother Chong's magnanimity? Just take a look at how few blades of grass there are here to shield our modesty. Or have you, in all your years, never witnessed a woman attending to her needs, you lecherous brother? In the distance, Shun Bing's words, spoken without a whisper, echoed in the night, prompting laughter from Sun Chong and his companions, who were situated by the fire, a mere 20 meters away. Hearing his elder brother and comrades mock him, Xiao Chun felt a surge of anger, yet the words caught in his throat, forcing him to suppress his ire. Instead, he could only retort fiercely, You woman, I shall not hold this against you, but should you dare to provoke me further, you'll have a most unpleasant night. Hurry up. Chapter 52. A deep embrace. After walking a few more meters and constrained by Chen's threat, Shun Bing and Liu were compelled to halt, making their way towards a nearby thicket. However, unbeknownst to them, a pair of eyes was fixated on them from behind the bushes. As the two women reached the foliage, Shun Bing noticed that the man was still watching them. Without regard for possible repercussions, she boldly declared, We need to relieve ourselves, brother. Are you going to keep staring? Upon uttering these words, both women braced themselves for the man's potential outburst. Yet, surprisingly, he merely glared at Shun Bing before turning away in understanding. Shun Bing and Leah exchanged glances and pretended to crouch behind the bushes. Just then, Lu Qi appeared suddenly behind them, swiftly covering their mouths with his hand and embracing them tightly, whispering in their ears, Shun Bing, Leah, it's me, Lu Qi. His unexpected arrival startled the two women, but his words swiftly brought them back to reality. The sheer intensity of the moment sent shivers through their bodies. However, Lu Qi remained vigilant, whispering, You both need to cooperate and keep that man steady while I incapacitate him. Then, I will lead you away." In the presence of the long-awaited Lu Qi, who had appeared like a specter, the expressions of fear and surprise on the women's faces lingered, filled with disbelief that soon transformed into exuberant joy as they nodded repeatedly. Once he confirmed that they recognized him, Lu Qi gently released them and stealthily approached the man. Keeping a watchful eye, Xin Bing, suppressing her shock and delight, observed Lu Qi as he cautiously moved. Meanwhile, the man, Xiao Chun, appeared to sense something amiss. For after Xin Bing and Leah had squatted down, silence enveloped the air. Just as he prepared to turn around, Xin Bing's voice rang out, "Leah, hurry up. I'll wait for you outside." At this, the man refrained from turning back, while Xin Bing advanced toward him. As she passed by Lu Qi, she offered him a glance and a subtle gesture. Although Lu Qi was perplexed by the woman's actions, he understood that Xin Bing had just averted a crisis. Upon witnessing Xin Bing's movement, Lu Qi instantly grasped her intention. At that moment, behind him, Leah feigned reality, producing the sound of urination. This further reassured the man that nothing untoward had transpired. Xin Bing had now returned to his side, deliberately positioning herself before him to capture his attention. "Why are you done so quickly?" The man, Xiao Chun, stared at Xin Bing with a fixed gaze, rudely inquiring, "What's the matter? Does it take long to relieve oneself? Is your sister not coming?" Xin Bing shot him a disdainful glare before retorting, "You can finish in a minute or two when you have an upset stomach." Xiao Chun was momentarily speechless, but the unfriendly rebuke from Xin Bing left him feeling quite indignant, and he glared at her furiously, which was precisely what Xin Bing desired. To shield Lu Qi and prevent any disturbances, Xin Bing brazenly began to hum a melody under Xiao Chen's intense scrutiny. "Let me slowly draw near to you. Extend your hands, and you have me, offering you my dreams and blessings, the warmth of life's sunshine." Seeing Xin Bing's audacity, unperturbed and even bold enough to hum a tune before him, Xiao Chun began to regard her with newfound respect. However, just as he reached out to make a move, Xin Bing suddenly asked, "Do you have a girlfriend?" This question struck at the very core of the man, halting his impolite intentions. Behind the bushes, Leah observed as Lu Qi stealthily approached the man, now within mere meters of him, holding a stone aloft. "Why do you ask? Are you willing to be my girlfriend?" Xiao Chen laughed as he looked at Xin Bing. Yet, he heard the response he had longed for throughout his life. "If you truly have no girlfriend, I would certainly be willing." A resounding thud echoed as the stone struck Xiao Chen's head, and he instantly lost consciousness, collapsing to the ground. Lu Qi stood before Xin Bing, resembling a hero, holding a smooth stone in his hand. The blow had landed squarely on the back of Xiao Chen's head, and Lu Qi felt a surge of guilt, realizing he had struck too forcefully. But there was no alternative. Had he held back, the man might not have been rendered unconscious, which would have created a greater dilemma. Thus, in this situation, Lu Qi acted without hesitation. "Quick, come with me," he urged Xin Bing softly, but she responded with a heartfelt embrace. As her delicate form collapsed into his arms, Lu Qi was taken aback, assuming she was merely frightened, for encountering such a person and situation must have been quite alarming for her, as a woman. Thus, Lu Qi gently embraced her, reassuringly saying, "It's all right. Don't be afraid. I will take you away from here." In truth, the moment Xin Bing caught a glimpse of Lu Qi, her once steadfast heart crumbled into fragility. The words he had spoken earlier, "If you didn't have a girlfriend, I would certainly be willing," resonated within her, as if intended solely for Lu Qi. Alas, he remained oblivious to her sentiments. After a few breaths, Xin Bing released Lu Qi, and together with Leah, the trio hurriedly departed. However, it wasn't long before Sun Chong and his companions sensed something amiss. 10 minutes passed, and as they discovered the unconscious man named Chun, Lu Qi, along with Xin Bing and Leah, had already made considerable distance. In the darkness, pursuit was impossible, a result Lu Qi had anticipated. Yet, he soon realized his naivety as two beams of bright light illuminated the distance behind them, casting their glow toward the trio. "Not good. It's flashlight beams. We must hide." As they concealed themselves, the lights swept past them. To Lu Qi's astonishment, they possessed 2 flashlights. At that moment, Xin Bing noticed Lu Qi holding a flashlight, though it remained unlit. "You have one too?" Xin Bing inquired, puzzled. "Yes. Such bright lights must be part of the lifeboat supplies. Their flashlights are identical to mine. I had hoped to move further away, before using it. But it seems I underestimated the situation. The moment we turn it on, they will be able to locate us immediately. Lu Qi, Sister Xinbing. Since they are aware of our escape route, perhaps we should find shelter and wait until they pass before we retreat in the opposite direction. That's a sound strategy. Thus, the three sought a concealed spot to hide. Chapter 53. Unfiltered thoughts. 3 to 4 minutes later, the distant flashlight beams approached their vicinity. The trio, led by Sun Chong, advanced while cursing, "Damn it, when we catch these two women, I will thoroughly educate them." Exactly, Brother Chong. You trust them enough to untie them for a proper rest, yet they dare to play tricks and even incapacitated Xiao Chun. Truly infuriating. Only Sun Chong remained silent, wielding the flashlight at the forefront. The three hurriedly searched ahead, the flashlight's powerful beam scanning the ground, soon veering onto a small path beside them. "Quickly, be cautious," Lu Qi urged as he led the two women away toward the lake. This time, their escape direction aroused no suspicion from Sun Chong and his men, for they could hardly fathom that two mere women would possess the audacity to double back and flee in another direction. After a considerable time, the trio finally reached the vicinity of a lake and paused to catch their breath. Xinbing and Li were thoroughly exhausted. Having persevered through the forest after leaving the beach, it was indeed a remarkable feat. Lu Qi could scarcely imagine what sustenance they might have sought in the woods to stave off hunger. At this moment, they had distanced themselves from danger. Lu Qi let out a long sigh of relief. He was somewhat familiar with the surroundings near the lake, where the night light was considerably brighter than that in the forest. "Let us rest here. It should be safe now." Upon hearing this, Xinbing and Li promptly sat down, preparing to recuperate. However, their eyes remained fixed on Lu Qi, never straying for a moment. Lu Qi continued to survey the area, astonished by the sudden appearance of the two women. Once he noticed their breathing had steadied, he inquired, "How did you two end up here? When did you leave the beach?" "We." Xinbing hesitated, but Li suddenly burst into tears, exclaiming, "Woo-woo, Lu Qi, we searched high and low for you. After you left, Sure Hao and his gang proved to be just as you predicted, lazy and self-serving, forming cliques for personal gain. They even targeted those capable of gathering food, attempting to dominate them into willingly offering their contributions. Moreover, they consistently pilfered the fruits of others' labor." Listening to Li Ye's account, Lu Qi felt a surge of anger. "We escaped the beach with those who had been oppressed by them. As we departed, they stole several survival tools from us, and that night, after we left, Sure Hao led a pursuit. Eventually, we were captured, nearly losing our lives in the struggle. It was during that chaos that we became separated from the others. I owe my survival to Sister Xinbing, for without her care, I would have fainted from hunger multiple times." As Lu Qi absorbed Li Ye's tale of their tribulations, his heart ached, unsure how they had endured such hardships lately. Just then, Li's stomach growled audibly, a clear indication of her extreme hunger. Lu Qi hastily unstrapped his backpack, only to find it devoid of the smoked meat he once carried, with merely a half bottle of drinking water remaining. He swiftly handed it to Li Ye, who gratefully accepted it and took a few sips. "Wow, this water is delightful. Sister Xinbing, you must taste it." Xinbing took the bottle and sipped sparingly until it was empty. "Lu Qi, what brings you here at such a late hour?" Though Xinbing had tirelessly sought Lu Qi's whereabouts, seeing him before her now felt surreal, particularly as he had successfully rescued them. "I got separated from a friend during the day and was searching for him. I happened to pass by and saw you two bound by the fire. Just as I was pondering how to rescue you, I saw you emerge with that man." "Hee, Lu Qi, we finally found you," Xinbing exclaimed. "Since you left the beach, I have been thinking of you, missing you." "Missing me?" Hearing Li Ye's unexpected words, Xinbing shot her a reproachful glance for speaking out of turn, while Lu Qi turned to Xinbing with a questioning expression. As Lu Qi's gaze fell upon her, Xinbing lowered her head in bashfulness, murmuring in a voice as faint as a mosquito's, "Do not heed her nonsense." This explanation, however, only served to remind Lu Qi of time when Xinbing had personally intervened to thwart his departure. Could it be that her concern was not for his safety, but rather an indication of her fondness for him? While Lu Qi was lost in these reflections, Li continued with a mischievous tone, "Of course, Sister Xinbing claims you possess great capability, integrity, and exceptional medical skills. And there's more." As she spoke, Li perched herself beside Lu Qi, leaning in to share whispered secrets. This display left Xinbing both anxious and shy, fearful that Leah might divulge something inappropriate. Ever since leaving the beach, Xinbing had treated Leah as a true sister, sharing countless thoughts and secrets over the days. "Leah, what are you saying? Come here," Xinbing called, her eyes darting towards Lu Qi, hoping to glean some insight from his expression. Yet, upon hearing Leah's whispered secrets, Lu Qi couldn't help but chuckle, leaving Xinbing bewildered. Had she ever recounted anything amusing to Leah? It seemed not. When she noticed Lu Qi's gaze directed at her, it became evident that Leah's whispers were indeed related to her. Unable to endure their secretive behavior any longer, she confronted Leah with feigned fury. "What are you saying about me? Just wait until I deal with you." As she approached Leah, the latter exclaimed, "Lu Qi, I swear I spoke no ill of you. You must protect me. I have entrusted my life to you." As she spoke, Xinbing playfully tugged at Leah's ear. "Ouch. Sister Xinbing, what are you doing? I have not said anything bad about you, right, Lu Qi?" Leah quickly sought Lu Qi's assistance. "Enough. It seems Leah has not spoken ill of you, but I feel this place is still somewhat unsafe. It would be prudent for us to keep our voices down." Lu Qi interjected, prompting Xinbing to release Leah. However, Leah eagerly shifted to Lu Qi's other side, linking her arm with his and sticking out her tongue at Xinbing. "Sister Xinbing, tonight I need not fear, for I finally have a man to protect me." Xinbing recognized her mischief. Leah was clearly teasing her. How else could she articulate sentiments that mirrored Xinbing's own? Surely, she must have gleaned some private thoughts about Lu Qi. Ahem. "All right, you two, cease your antics for the moment." The two women observed Lu Qi's serious demeanor, noting a hint of concern etched upon his face. It dawned upon them that his earlier words were driven by the search for a friend, which explained his lingering presence into the night. They quickly suppressed their smiles and, with genuine curiosity, inquired, "Is the person you seek a man or a woman? What attire do they wear? What is their name?" After Lu Qi shared the general details, Xinbing and Leah comprehended the reason behind the disheveled appearance of their 6 captors, each resembling a pockmarked fool deserving of their fate. "Lu Qi, you are remarkable. You've managed to outsmart all 6 of them single-handedly, and to see them reduced to such a state is truly satisfying." In response to their praise, Lu Qi remained composed. Contemplating another search, he realized that bringing the 2 women along could spell trouble, yet recalling Leah's earlier conversation made it impossible to leave them behind. Seemingly sensing his concerns, Xinbing candidly remarked, "You worry about our safety, don't you? Fear not. We can take care of ourselves. We've survived this long. We are accustomed to it. You should go ahead. Thank you for saving us." "Indeed," Leah chimed in, "Sister Xinbing is right, Lu Qi. You should prioritize finding your friend. We will look after ourselves. Thank you for rescuing us." Hearing their words filled Lu Qi with gratitude, and he knew he could not abandon them to the darkness. "Let us go. I will take you to a place where you can fill your stomachs. Is there food?" The 2 women exchanged incredulous glances, doubting their ears. "Really, Lu Qi? Do you truly have food for us?" Leah asked, her expression a mixture of skepticism and hope. Recognizing her earnestness, Lu Qi replied earnestly, "Absolutely. Follow me." As he began to move, the women exchanged looks of disbelief, aware that their recent days had been marked by abject poverty and desperation, teetering on the brink of survival. The stark contrast from their previous lives of luxury to their current plight was overwhelming. Now, Lu Qi's mere words had the power to rescue them from despair. Who wouldn't be moved by such a prospect? "What are you waiting for? Hurry and catch up." Lu Qi glanced back, noticing they had hesitated. The 2 women snapped back to reality, excitement coursing through them. Okay, they exclaimed, eagerly following him. By the lake, the lonely and helpless Jin Xian Zhu hid within a crevice of rock, weeping. As the night deepened, the once privileged heiress now resembled an abandoned orphan, awaiting the arrival of death. "Wu-wu, brother Lu Qi, wu-wu." Yet, no matter how she cried, the only response was the silence of the night, punctuated by the distant howls of terrifying beasts. Thus, she dared not cry out loud, nor make any significant noise. She believed that by remaining quiet, she could safely spend the night here, yet the nocturnal creatures that emerged in the darkness had no intention of allowing her to linger without concern until dawn. If she were to pass the night unscathed, it would undoubtedly be the greatest affront to these night hunters. Howl! Suddenly, a distant howl of a sea wolf pierced the night sky. In that instant, Kim Hyunju felt her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest. Her impression of those beasts was far too profound. Having left the crowd with her brother Kim Kaiser, they had encountered sea wolves 2 or 3 times already. each time suffering misfortune, and now her brother was incapacitated, unable to walk due to a sea wolf's bite. Were it not for Lu Chi's timely arrival, the siblings might have become a meal for the sea wolves long ago. What to do? What to do? What should she do? With her mind racing in panic, Kim Hyunju was clearly at the brink of hysteria. With no weapons at her disposal, she could only grasp 2 stones from the ground tightly in her hands. Howl! Howl! The cries of the sea wolves grew ever closer, and it seemed there were more than just 1 or 2. Perhaps realizing escape was futile, Kim Hyunju steeled herself for a desperate fight, as the sea wolves possessed a keen sense of smell. Her scent had likely been detected long ago, though they had yet to charge at her, likely because she had not yet revealed her precise location. At that moment, she recognized her folly. She should have heeded Lu Chi's advice and not returned to retrieve the pointless flower. Otherwise, she would not find herself in such a perilous situation. Suddenly, a distinct sound emerged from a spot merely a dozen meters away. Kim Hyunju leaned forward to look, her breath hitching, as she discovered the unmistakable silhouette of a sea wolf. This was dire indeed. Kim Hyunju's anxiety peaked, her heart racing like a drum, seemingly intent on escaping her chest. Yet, she understood that she must summon her strength if she hoped to repel the sea wolf. Although she had not seen any companions with it, she could not afford to let it approach too closely. Therefore, she picked up the 2 stones from the ground, let out a fierce shout, and charged out from her hiding spot. "Ah, beast, get away!" As she spoke, she hurled the stones toward the sea wolf with all her might. Clang! 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 With a series of sharp sounds, as anticipated, she missed her target, the stones landing on the ground beside the sea wolf with a resonant thud. Though the stones did not strike the creature, they startled it, causing it to instinctively retreat a few paces. Just as it halted, Kim Hyunju hurled her second stone, which, predictably, also missed, striking the rocky ground instead. At that moment, another sea wolf darted out from behind a thicket, immediately baring its teeth at Kim Hyunju, which terrified her further, prompting her to cry, "Stay away. Don't come any closer." Perhaps it was at that moment of desperation that Jin Xianju seized the wooden stick lying on the ground, a makeshift weapon prepared for her by Lu Chi earlier that day. The 2 sea wolves, upon witnessing her pick up the stick, hesitated to launch an attack. After all, the presence of a bipedal creature instilled a sense of fear within them, as they had encountered very few humans on this remote island. Yet, the appearance of this particular bipedal being piqued their interest, for they instinctively sensed her trepidation. The body language of the 2 sea wolves suggested they were communicating with one another. Moments later, they began to softly growl, flanking Jin Xianju from either side in a calculated maneuver. Seeing this, Jin Xianju brandished her stick, prompting the sea wolves to retreat a few paces. Yet they continued to circle her warily. Perhaps it was her height that deterred them, or perhaps it was the stick she wielded that instilled a sense of caution. Rather than adopting an aggressive stance, the wolves persisted in their circling. Eventually, the atmosphere shifted dramatically with the emergence of a 3rd sea wolf, intensifying the tension in the air. Initially perplexed by the 2 wolves' reluctance to attack, Jin Xianju soon realized they were awaiting reinforcements. As the 3rd sea wolf approached, one of the previous wolves lowered its head and moved closer to her. Upon seeing the wolf approach from her right, Jin Xianju swung her stick and took a few steps forward, shouting defiantly, "You scoundrel, get lost. Do you truly believe I am easy to bully? If you dare to advance, I will fight you to the death." On the precipice of survival, she suppressed her fear and unleashed a fierce anger. The wolf that had intended to advance halted in its tracks, glaring at her with bared teeth, still testing her resolve. Noticing that Jin Xianju neither retreated nor displayed fear, the wolf's head tilted slightly, and it seemed that the other 2 wolves received a signal, advancing simultaneously. "Father, brother, Lu Chi, Sister Xiaorong, take care." As she beheld the 3 wolves forming a menacing encirclement, Jin Xianju's heart sank completely. Silently bidding farewell to those she cared for, she gripped her stick tightly, bracing herself for a final, desperate struggle. Under the moonlit night, the eyes of the 3 wolves glinted with a chilling, deathly glow as they fixed their gaze upon Jin Xianju. Just as they prepared to pounce, a blinding light suddenly erupted from a distance of several meters behind them, illuminating the scene with an intensity that was nearly unbearable. The light rendered both the wolves and Jin Xianju brilliantly visible. In that moment, as she shielded her eyes from the overwhelming brightness, her heart soared with joy. She recognized this phenomenon as a product of humanity, signaling that help had arrived. As the blinding light emerged, the three sea wolves immediately tucked their tails between their hind legs and turned to gaze behind them. In that radiant glow, a sharp sound echoed. An arrow shot forth with a swift whoosh, striking one of the sea wolves. Almost simultaneously, a mournful howl resonated through the air. The other two sea wolves turned tail and vanished without a trace. The intense light swiftly moved, illuminating the injured sea wolf. An arrow had pierced its waist, and blood dripped from the arrowhead. Fear and agony were evident in the creature's eyes. It struck true. It hit Lu Qi. "Ha, you are truly remarkable." In the darkness, Leah joyfully clasped Shun Bing's hand. Holding the powerful flashlight, Shun Bing looked towards Lu Qi with excitement. However, as she turned her head, she saw Lu Qi drawing another arrow, preparing to aim at the suffering sea wolf on the ground. Yet, just as he was about to release the second arrow, the wounded sea wolf, with the arrow still embedded in its body, made a desperate dash towards the forest. Upon witnessing this, Lu Qi retracted the second arrow, took the flashlight from Shun Bing, and gazed in the direction of the fleeing wolf. Coming back to his senses, he hurriedly jogged towards the lakeshore. On the shore, Jin Xianzhu saw her savior approaching with the flashlight. At that moment, all her terror dissipated, leaving her feeling utterly weak as she half-kneeled on the ground, gasping for breath, until that person reached her and called her name. "Jin Xianzhu. It's really you, haha. I finally found you, Sister Xianzhu." "Lu Qi, you are brother Lu Qi." "Yes, it's me, Sister Xianzhu." With a loud cry, Jin Xianzhu collapsed onto the rocky shore, weeping uncontrollably. Although Shun Bing and Leah had not yet approached, they suddenly heard a girl's heart-wrenching sobs from the lakeside. The sound was filled with a torrent of emotions and profound grievances, resonating deeply with the two women, as if it voiced the sufferings they had endured for days. Lu Qi hurriedly stepped forward to support Jin Xianzhu. "Woo, brother Lu Qi." As soon as she was lifted by Lu Qi, Jin Xianzhu nestled into his embrace, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist, crying even harder, unable to articulate a complete sentence. Lu Qi, sensing the moment, extinguished the light in his hand. Under the moonlight, Shun Bing and Leah could only see a slender woman tightly embracing Lu Qi, though a twinge of jealousy stirred within them due to her recent ordeal. They refrained from interrupting the tender moment. After a considerable time, noticing that Jin Xianzhu had calmed down somewhat in his arms, Lu Qi gently patted her back and said, "Sister Xianzhu, no more tears. You are safe now. Everything is all right. Brother Lu Qi will take revenge for you." Upon hearing his words, Jin Xianzhu did not immediately release him. Instead, she waited a moment before loosening her grip. Bowing her head, she did not wish for Lu Qi to see the traces of her tears. After a brief moment of tidying herself, she slowly lifted her head. As Lu Qi gazed upon the enchanting Jin Xianzhu, his eyes sparkled with delight. He had never encountered a woman whose beauty was magnified after shedding tears. She was simply exquisite. At that moment, he found himself at a loss for words, as a poem suddenly sprang to mind. "Lotus in the pond after rain. Fragrance softens in the evening breeze. Celestial maidens of the heavens, how did they descend to the mortal realm?" "Lu Qi, how did you find this place?" Jin Xianzhu inquired after wiping her tears, her gaze fixed on him. "What brings you here? Do you realize I have traversed nearly every path I walked during the day? I got lost." In response to her question, Lu Qi retorted with a hint of irritation, his tone unmistakably tinged with frustration. Jin Xianzhu discerned his sentiment, and without offering further explanation, she humbly replied and turned to pick up a bouquet of wilting wildflowers from the ground. "Isn't this the bouquet you gathered this afternoon? Were you seeking it, which led you to lose your way?" Jin Xianzhu lowered her head in silence, and Lu Qi, understanding the situation, let out a gentle sigh. "Oh, you foolish girl. Do you not realize how perilous that situation was?" With that, Lu Qi stepped forward and gently enveloped Jin Xianzhu in his embrace. In the warmth of his arms, she felt an overwhelming sense of happiness, as if his hands were the wings of an angel, instantly dispelling all her negative emotions. "Xianzhu, come, let me introduce you to two friends." Upon hearing this, Jin Xianzhu quickly regained her composure. "Friends? You brought two friends?" she eagerly asked. Lu Qi waved towards the distance. "Shun Bing, Leah, come over." In the night, upon seeing Lu Qi beckoning them, Shun Bing and Leah approached the shore hand in hand. Upon the sight of two women approaching, Jin Xianzhu felt a wave of panic. She had not anticipated the presence of others. Did they witness all her earlier actions? Oh dear, Lu Qi, why didn't you inform me sooner? I feel utterly embarrassed in front of others. Although she knew it was night, and they could not clearly see her tear-streaked face, she still felt a deep sense of embarrassment. Her cheeks flushed. As Shun Bing and Leah drew near, Jin Xianzhu soon realized that Lu Qi's friends were also two stunning beauties. To mask her awkwardness, Jin Xianzhu took the initiative to greet them. She had expected taunts, even if not verbal, then surely through their expressions. However, to her surprise, as the two women reached her, they offered her a warm embrace. Dear sister, I am Shinbing. You faced those 3 sea wolves all alone earlier. Your bravery was truly remarkable. Shinbing gently patted Jin Xianzhu's back, expressing her admiration for her courage. Leah embraced Jin Xianzhu and said, Sister, I am Leah. You are truly remarkable. Everything is fine now. You need not fear any longer. The warmth of the two women melted Jin Xianzhu's heart, which had just been healed by Lu Qi, and tears welled up in her eyes once more. At that moment, Shinbing and Leah marveled at Jin Xianzhu's beauty, exclaiming that she was an enchanting beauty even while weeping. It was no wonder that Lu Qi had held her for so long before releasing her. After the 3 women had introduced themselves to one another, Lu Qi hurriedly said, Let us go, Xianzhu. I shall take you to seek vengeance. Hearing this, the 3 women turned to Lu Qi, puzzled by his words. Noticing their confusion, he explained, I shot that sea wolf. It surely cannot survive. We must pursue it, for it would provide a grand feast, at least enough to sustain us for 2 or 3 days. Upon hearing this, only Shinbing immediately nodded in agreement, saying, Lu Qi is right. If we can find and slay that creature, we will fill our bellies for several days without hunger. With both women nodding in assent, Lu Qi wasted no time. He first covered the bright beam of his flashlight with a cloth to dim the light and reduce the likelihood of being spotted from afar. He then followed the blood trail left by the sea wolf, making his way into the forest. Leading the way, Lu Qi was followed closely by Shinbing, who wielded Jin Xianzhu's self-defense stick, while Jin Xianzhu and Leah walked side by side at the rear. After traversing 300 to 400 meters along the blood trail, the absence of a sea wolf's silhouette puzzled Lu Qi, for he had clearly shot through its entire body. Logically, it should have collapsed after such a distance. Observing the fatigue beginning to show on the faces of the 3 women, Lu Qi painted an enticing picture, saying, If we catch it, tonight we shall have a grand feast of roasted wolf. What do you think? Hee hee. Lu Qi, I can still persevere. There's no rush. Jin Xianzhu replied. Lu Qi, you still have the presence of mind to amuse us. Knowing that even if Lu Qi had missed, he wouldn't let them go hungry. She felt no concern. Shinbing, however, saw through Lu Qi's intentions and succinctly replied, Let us move quickly. I trust your judgment. Seeing that the 3 women maintained such a positive attitude, Lu Qi felt a sense of relief and continued on ahead. After a considerable time, they finally spotted the fallen sea wolf in a dense thicket. Just as the 3 women were about to express their excitement at the sight of the downed creature, Lu Qi swiftly restrained their exuberance. Upon hearing his caution, Shun Bing quickly grasped the situation and noticed Lu Qi attentively listening to the sound around them, prompting her to warily scan the surroundings. Leah and Jin Xianzhu also swiftly subdued their emotions. Lu Qi, have you sensed something? They inquired. Indeed, I have finally located it. Why are you so tense? Lu Qi did not respond to the 2 women immediately. Instead, he swiftly removed the cloth obscuring the flashlight and directed its brilliant beam into the surrounding forest. Instantly, several pairs of bright and terrifying eyes emerged beneath the trees a few dozen meters ahead. Could that be a sea wolf? At that moment, the 3 women instinctively drew closer to Lu Qi. Leah could not help but grasp Lu Qi's clothing. Do not be alarmed. Just stand beside me and hold the flashlight. Lu Qi instructed. Before Leah and Kim Hyunju could react, Shinbing stepped forward and seized the flashlight. Lu Qi then retrieved an arrow from behind and, aiming at the pack of sea wolves a distance away, drew his bow and released the arrow. As it flew, the 6 pairs of glowing eyes flickered before they turned and bolted deeper into the forest. Lu Qi hurriedly pursued them, not out of a desire to chase the sea wolves, but rather to reclaim the arrow he had just shot. Shinbing followed closely behind him, and after locating the sharp arrow, she curiously inquired, Lu Qi, how did you know there would be other sea wolves nearby? In response, Lu Qi collected the arrow, approached Shun Bing, and snatched the flashlight from her hand, suddenly illuminating his face from below with a dramatic flare, his eyes wide as he exclaimed, "A woo!" Because the sea wolf is still a wolf. This unexpected display startled Shun Bing, causing her to retreat and plop down onto the ground. Ha ha ha. So, it turns out you are quite timid. Lu Qi laughed, stepping closer to extend his hand to help her up. However, at that moment, Shun Bing's face was pale with fright. Gazing at Lu Qi's cheerful laughter and outstretched hand, she could no longer contain her emotions and fiercely bit down on his hand. Instantly, Lu Qi's laughter transformed into a howl of dismay. Ouch. I was just joking, Shun. It really hurts. Please let go. Unbeknownst to him, Shun Bing felt an overwhelming sense of relief, as that bite allowed her to release all her pent-up feelings of longing, jealousy, grievance, and sorrow. Even when Lu Qi endured the pain, she still did not release her grip, but rather softened her bite, resting her red lips on the back of his hand. Lu Qi seemed to sense Shun Bing's unspoken sentiments, recognizing that beneath her strong exterior lay a heart that was profoundly fragile. Moments later, tears streamed down Shun Bing's face, falling onto Lu Qi's hand. Only then did she finally release her lips, wiping away her tears with a sense of grievance. Lu Qi withdrew his hand, observing the neat rows of bite marks and the tears lingering on his skin, and he could not help but reflect on his journey. He had left the village to heal from the pain of losing all his loved ones, yet unexpectedly, he found himself mending the wounds of others instead. What a twist of fate. You know, he said with a chuckle, those bite marks have a certain artistic flair. Now, let's depart from this place. If we linger any longer, we might encounter another ferocious beast, and then we truly shall not be able to escape. As he spoke, Lu Qi once again extended his hand toward Shun Bing. This time, she did not refuse, nor did she bite him again. Rising to her feet, Shun Bing grasped Lu Qi's hand, and in a voice as faint as a whisper inquired, "Does it still hurt?" Lu Qi feigned ignorance, leaning in slightly and asking, "What? I didn't hear you. Could you please articulate it clearer?" However, his clumsy act had long been seen through by Shun Bing, yet she reiterated, "Does it still hurt? I'm not doing it on purpose." Upon saying this, Lu Qi wore a mischievous grin, his expression taunting her as he replied, "I knew you did it intentionally. Hee hee. But which man wouldn't appreciate such intentionality? However, do remember to be gentler next time. If you were to be any rougher, I might just lose this precious Chilean blood on my arm. You rascal." With that, Lu Qi strode towards the sea wolf, and Shun Bing hurriedly followed. Chapter 57. Finally back, we must leave this place at once. The scent of blood will attract many nocturnal predators. Lu Qi urged the three women, who understood the urgency of their situation and nodded in agreement. Thus, Lu Qi removed the sharp arrow lodged in the sea wolf and handed both the bow and arrow to Shun Bing, covering the flashlight with a cloth before passing it to Liya. He swiftly bound the sea wolf's limbs and, with the assistance of the three women, carried the beast upon his back, setting off from the area. Along the way, Lu Qi informed Shun Bing and Liya of their shelter in the stone cave, and after receiving their consent, the group resolved to return overnight. After all, he and Jin Xianzhu had been away for so long that if they failed to return that night, Nie Xiaorong and Jin Kai Zhe would likely spend the night worrying and lose sleep over it. 3 hours later, within the stone cave, the fire still blazed. Above it sat a blackened clay pot, from which steam bubbled, the food that Nie Xiaorong had continuously heated for Lu Qi and Jin Xianzhu. She had not rested, anxiously glancing around, eagerly awaiting their safe return. To prevent Jin Kai Zhe from discovering Jin Xianzhu's disappearance, she had kept silent about Lu Qi's earlier return, uttering not a word of it to him. At that moment, Jin Kai Zhe sat silently on the stone bed. While his trust in Lu Qi remained, the lateness of the hour without any sign of their return stirred anxiety within him. To say he was not worried would be a blatant falsehood. Yet, like Nie Xiaorong, all he could do was pray for their safe return. "Ms. Nie, allow me to wait for them. You should rest for a while," he suggested. In response, Nie Xiaorong did not glance at Jin Kai Zhe, but shook her head resolutely. "No, I must wait for their return. If Lu Qi does not come back by tonight, I will set out to find him first thing in the morning." Upon hearing her words, Jin Kai Zhe was at a loss for what to say, only managing a sigh. Indeed, since the moment Lu Qi departed that afternoon, Nie Xiaorong had been pondering whether to reveal the truth to Jin Kai's. Upon hearing Jin Kai's let out a soft sigh, she resolved her inner turmoil, choosing to disclose what she knew, for she was willing to shoulder any burden alongside Lu Qi. Jean Ki's, it's about Lu Qi. Just as the words were on the tip of her tongue, Nie Xiaorong hesitated once more. Sensing something amiss, Jean Ki's hastily retorted. However, at that very moment, a voice echoed from outside the cave. It was Jin Xianzhu. Although some distance away, the two within the cave could hear her clearly. Nie Xiaorong rushed towards the cave entrance, with Jean Ki's following closely, albeit with a slight limp. Brother, Sister Xiaorong. From afar, Jin Xianzhu was the first to dash back towards the cave. Xianzhu, it truly is you. How wonderful, they had finally returned. At the cave's entrance, the two exchanged relieved smiles. Banishing the gloom that had lingered, their spirits instantly lifted, revealing radiant smiles. Brother, Sister Xiaorong. Jin Xianzhu ran up and embraced Jean Ki's tightly before turning to hug Nie Xiaorong as well. It's just good to be back, just good to be back. Jean Ki's gently patted his sister's back, while Nie Xiaorong, in the midst of the embrace, expressed her concern. Where have you been? Both Lu Qi and I were terribly worried. By the way, where's Lu Qi? Hearing this, Jin Xianzhu shyly glanced at Nie Xiaorong and pointed behind her. They are over there. Brother Lu Qi is coming back with 2 other sisters. Following the direction of Jin Xianzhu's finger, indeed, 3 figures were approaching, illuminated by a faint glow. 2 sisters? Who are they? Do they know Lu Qi? Nie Xiaorong inquired, perplexed. Sister Xiaorong, you must know them. I'll go tidy up now. We're having barbecue tonight. With that, Jin Xianzhu darted back into the cave. Moments later, under Nie Xiaorong's eager gaze, Lu Qi finally appeared, shouldering a large wolf, advancing toward her like a hero. Unable to contain her worry, Nie Xiaorong rushed forward and embraced Lu Qi tightly. You rascal, you finally returned. I was so worried. Hee, quick, I'm exhausted. Let me set this beast down first. Behind Lu Qi, Shun Bing and Li Ya exchanged glances. Silently musing, this guy, how come he hugs anyone he meets? His romantic luck is simply off the charts. After releasing Lu Qi from her embrace, Nie Xiaorong quickly turned to see who the 2 women were that Jin Xianzhu mentioned. Upon this glance, she felt a mix of surprise and delight, for they all hailed from the same lifeboat and had shared the same stretch of beach for so long, and these 2 women had treated her quite well. Miss Nie, it's a pleasure to see you again. Shun Bing greeted with a warm smile as Nie Xiaorong's gaze fell upon her. So it's you. Haha, how wonderful. How did you also leave the outer beach? As soon as these words were spoken, Shun Bing fell silent, recalling that she had once been the one who fervently urged the 2 to stay. Noticing her reaction, Nie Xiaorong quickly inquired, Oh, look at me, you must be exhausted. Please, come inside. We can talk further once we are settled. Shun Bing nodded in appreciation, fully understanding Nie Xiaorong's kind intentions. Thus, under Nie Xiaorong's warm welcome, the 2 women entered the stone cave together. Inside the cave, 6 individuals had gathered. Everyone was filled with joy, but none more so than Nie Xiaorong and Jin Xianzhu. One was elated to see Lu Qi return safely, while the other reveled in her own safe return. Upon Lu Qi's arrival, he greeted Jin Ki's and then busied himself, his excitement stemming from having found Jin Xianzhu and acquiring a seal of the sea wolf. Shin Bing and Leah were grateful not only for having escaped from danger and found Lu Qi, but also for having a safe place to rest and food to eat. Among them, Jin Ki's was perhaps the happiest, delighted by his sister's safe return. Lu Qi's arrival with both the sea wolf and beautiful companions brought him even greater joy, allowing him to indulge both his appetite and his eyes. There was no feeling quite like this, even compared to lounging in his own company's office. After a period of familiar chatter and lively interaction, Nie Xiaorong took the initiative to serve food to Shun Bing and Leah. Having not enjoyed a hearty meal in a long time, they were thrilled to see the food Nie Xiaorong brought. Yet, there was scarcely enough to satisfy 4 people, prompting Lu Qi to pick up a dagger and approach the sea wolf. In the cave, he skillfully removed the intact sea wolf hide, hanging the meat in a corner before cutting off a substantial leg, which he then placed over the fire. To the other 5, his actions appeared seamless and effortless. They wondered how Lu Qi, a doctor by profession, could execute such tasks with such ease and confidence. The 3 women, instead of feeling fear as they watched Lu Qi skinning the sea wolf, gazed with admiration, learning from his technique. Little did they know, Lu Qi's skills stemmed from his rural upbringing, where he often assisted his grandfather and the villagers during festive seasons in slaughtering pigs and sheep, never imagining he would employ these skills in such a setting. After a while, as Lu Qi roasted the meat while skillfully slicing it with his dagger, an enticing aroma began to waft through the cave, filling the space with its delicious scent. However, just as the six were engaged in laughter and conversation, a terrifying roar erupted from outside the cave. Instantly, tension surged among them, and they hurriedly grasped their weapons for defense. Lu Qi dashed to the cave entrance, peering through the gap in the makeshift wooden door, while the four women positioned themselves with wooden sticks at his sides. Even Jin Kai's clutched a wooden stick in his hand. It was not out of cowardice, but rather due to the sheer terror evoked by that formidable roar, which had shaken their very souls. Lu Qi immediately thought of the great black bear. However, as he shone his flashlight outside the cave, he discovered a mere dozen meters away in the woods 3 pairs of bright, glowing eyes gazing back at him, perhaps startled by the intense light. They vanished after a few breaths. Lu Qi, what kind of animals are outside? Can you see them clearly? Jin Xianzhu asked curiously. I cannot discern them clearly. It is too dark outside, and the distance is considerable. There appear to be 3 creatures, 1 large and 2 small, judging by the height of those eyes. The larger one must stand at least 2 meters tall. After a pause, Lu Qi continued, It seems they have detected our presence, likely drawn by the scent of the sea wolf's flesh. Turning to the items in the hands of his companions, Lu Qi sighed softly. We must upgrade our weapons, and you all should practice using bows and arrows. They serve well for both hunting and self-defense. Unfortunately, I possess only a dagger. If each of you had your own weapon, we would not have to live in such trepidation here. The 5 understood that Lu Qi's words rang true. To survive in this place, resources were of utmost importance. At that moment, Jin Kai-Zhe seemed to have an idea and spoke up. Brother Lu, I have a suggestion that might be worth trying. If we can retrieve something, it could help us craft the items we need. Oh, what is this idea of yours? Brother Jin? Lu Qi inquired with keen interest. At the beach where we once lived, 3 lifeboats were destroyed due to the treacherous scheming of those on the shore. Someone intentionally set fire to them, resulting in their complete ruin, while the supplies aboard were seized by those ruthless individuals. Each lifeboat contained other metal equipment that surely could not have been entirely consumed by the flames. If we could recover some of those items, it would not only allow us to forge machetes, but also create other tools. Indeed, Brother Jin, as castaways on this island, we only carry 1 or 2 articles of clothing each. For metal items, we must rely on those lifeboats. Your idea holds merit. However, I wonder if others might reach them before us. Jin Kai-Zhe replied, Well, I truly do not know. Oh, and there's another piece of information. We often see a complete lifeboat drifting on the sea near our beach, consistently moving in one direction. Many individuals on the shore have attempted to swim to it to seize its supplies, yet no one has succeeded, and several have even lost their lives in the attempt. Upon hearing Jin Kai-Zhe's words, Lu Qi immediately glanced at Nie Xiaorong. They both recalled the scene they had witnessed from the mountaintop that day. Could it be that the lifeboat Jin Kai-Zhe described was the same one they had seen? If so, it might still be floating on the surface of the sea, endlessly circling the island. This news is indeed promising. We must investigate. After Lu Qi finished speaking, he once again surveyed the surroundings. Noticing the absence of those 3 pairs of eyes, he finally retracted his flashlight and returned to the warmth of the fire. It should be done, he remarked, lifting the roasted meat to his nose, revealing a look of delight. Behind him, the 4 women could be heard swallowing in unison. Hee, Brother Lu Qi, it smells so good. Jin Xianzhu was the first to step forward with a compliment. Here, you can have the first slice. Consider it a form of retribution. However, with a hint of admonition, she added, but you must not act like today in the future. Do you understand? Rather than being upset, Jin Xianzhu nodded happily, acknowledging her mistake. Consequently, after Lu Qi distributed the roasted meat, the 6 of them savored their evening feast with great pleasure. Chapter 58. The Divine Assistance of Jin Kai's. The following day, when Lu Qi awoke, the sun was already high in the sky. Upon rising, he found Nie Xiaorong and the other 3 women diligently processing the remaining sea wolf meat. After reserving some fresh portions, they were preparing to turn the rest into smoked meat for prolonged preservation. Nie Xiaorong had taken the role of chief coordinator, drawing on her prior experience with meat curing. Jin Kai's had also begun to move about, his leg injury showing marked improvement, and he had already started assisting with breakfast preparations. After freshening up, Lu Qi retrieved the tree thorns he had collected the previous day. After a thorough examination, he ventured out with a dagger, meandering through the nearby forest for quite some time. Eventually, he returned with a bundle of suitable branches and sticks, leaving the others curious about his intentions. It was only when Lu Qi completed the initial shapes of 3 bows that they realized he was crafting arrows. The hardness and sharpness of the thorns made them ideal for arrowheads. The process mirrored his previous attempts, but this time he intentionally called the others over to learn alongside him. Given that the arrows would be of significant utility, it was beneficial for more individuals to acquire the skill. The others were eager to learn and even offered suggestions for improvement. Throughout the creation of the first arrow, Lu Qi's solitary ideas evolved into a collaborative effort. The securing of the arrowheads, the treatment and polishing of the shafts, the selection and attachment of the fletchings, and even the shaping of the nocks were all contributions from the group, with Lu Qi guiding the process. Despite the limited materials, the collective ingenuity of the group resulted in an arrow that, even before testing, brought Lu Qi immense satisfaction. Unable to resist, he strung the bow and took aim. Upon release, the arrow soared and embedded itself deep into a tree trunk 20 meters away, almost fully penetrating it. These thorns are indeed remarkable. I never imagined their quality would be so robust. Lu Qi marveled at the sight of his arrow firmly lodged in the wood. Subsequently, he assigned several individuals to collaborate in the large-scale production of arrows. Observing intently throughout the process, Jean Kaiser, after listening to Lu Qi's instructions, took the initiative to undertake the final assembly of the arrows. His reasoning was that although he was unable to venture out to gather the necessary materials due to his leg injury, his arm strength was no less than that of several women, and he wished to contribute more. After all, if he desired to live harmoniously with them, he must play his part. Lu Qi, pleased with Jean Kaiser's willingness, readily agreed. The other 4 women were equally cooperative, with no dissent or discontent among them, for they understood that aligning themselves with Lu Qi might indeed be their wisest choice. Little did they realize that it was precisely this decision that would enable them to thrive on the island. Thereafter, Lu Qi completed the assembly of 3 newly crafted bow bodies and entrusted them to Nie Xiaorong, instructing her that each of the 4 women must practice archery daily. As these bows were specially designed for the women, Lu Qi had intentionally adjusted the tension of the bowstrings to a manageable level, ensuring they could wield their handcrafted bows with ease. Having perused the peculiar tome of the island and comprehended its contents, he recognized the necessity of acquiring hunting and self-defense skills to survive in this environment. In response to the task assigned by Lu Qi, Nie Xiaorong expressed her excitement and commitment to fulfilling it. Although Shun Bing felt a twinge of envy regarding Lu Qi's attention and arrangements for Nie Xiaorong, she remained silent, understanding the underlying intentions of his decisions. Instead, she suppressed her jealousy, developing a deeper admiration for Lu Qi. Laya and Jin Hyunju, being more straightforward, had no objections to Lu Qi's actions. As the day drew to a close, the results of the 6 individuals' labor were evident. By evening, they had crafted 3 wooden bows, 24 arrows made from locally sourced materials, 4 long spears from the longest thorns selected from trees, and a processed sea wolf pelt. Gazing at the neatly arranged weapons on the wall alongside the sea wolf skin, joy radiated from their faces, a sensation they had not experienced since their arrival. Lu Qi had successfully fostered this atmosphere of camaraderie through their collective efforts, allowing each individual to feel their contributions were valued and to share in the fruits of their labor. This, he believed, was essential for his rightful existence on the island. Most gratifying to him was the amicable and cooperative demeanor of the 5 individuals. In this friendly and joyful ambience, after dinner, Lu Qi proposed his plans for the following day. He intended to visit the beach where Jean Kaiser had previously been to gather further insights. As Jean Kai's remarked, if they could indeed acquire some metal fittings from the damaged lifeboats, it would be of great significance to them at this moment. Upon hearing Lu Qi's plan, the 5 expressed their eagerness to accompany him. Kim Hyunju was the first to raise her hand, declaring her willingness to join Lu Qi. Nie Xiaorong, naturally unwilling to be left behind, fixed her gaze on Lu Qi and retorted, "Surely you don't intend to abandon me again, do you?" "Ah, of course not. Please don't think that way." Lu Qi, unable to meet her eyes, resorted to feigning ignorance. At that moment, Shun Bing and Liya, who had remained silent, turned their attention to Lu Qi. Lu Qi, although we may lack considerable skills, we are more than willing to assist you in any capacity you require. Cough, cough. I must say, you lovely ladies truly do not regard me highly. I am, after all, a man. Could you perhaps consider my feelings? Jean Kai's observed as the women clamored to join Lu Qi's expedition, feeling quite restless. Yet, despite his initial resolve, his words softened. Although he could not partake in the journey himself, his mind was agile. If he couldn't assist Lu Qi directly, he could at least lend a hand to his sister. From the events of the previous night, it was evident that Lu Qi's concern for his sister was genuine. If he could ignite some enthusiasm in Hyunju and provide her with support, it would be a commendable act. Therefore, he paused and continued, Brother Lu, it is regrettable that my leg is uncooperative, rendering me incapable of aiding you in this endeavor. However, Hyunju can accompany you in my stead. You can treat her as a capable ally, for she possesses considerable strength. As soon as Jean Kai's made this suggestion, Kim Hyunju pouted in displeasure, exclaiming, Brother, is that how you speak of your own sister? No interruptions. I am discussing serious matters with Brother Lu. Upon seeing her brother's familiar expression, Hyunju instantly understood his intention. With a huff and a pout, she chose to ignore him. Jean Kai's continued, given that the journey through the forest is arduous. That stretch of beach is approximately a day's trek from here. Hyunju knows the general direction, and once we are near, she is familiar with the path leading to the beach, making your journey considerably easier. A day's journey? Upon hearing this, Lu Qi contemplated, realizing it was likely similar to the distance he had previously traveled to reach the beach. Jean Kai's words were undoubtedly sound, and even Nie Xiaorong and Shun Bing Liu remained silent, indicating their tacit approval of Jean Kai's suggestion. Thus, Lu Qi resolutely decided that at dawn, he would set out once more with Kim Hyunju. Satisfied that his wish was fulfilled, Hyunju secretly gave her brother Jean Kai's a thumbs up. You're the best, brother. Truly impressive. Chapter 59. Rainbow Cannon. The time for late slumber quietly approached. After several days of careful recuperation, Jean Kai's leg injury had shown improvement. Though his mobility remained limited, he was now able to walk. He gazed at the stone bed adorned with a leopard skin, his mind already made up. With purposeful strides, he approached the wooden bed where Lu Qi lay, then gracefully reclined upon it. Seeing this, Lu Qi hastily exclaimed, Brother Jean, this is not acceptable. Your leg has only just begun to heal. It is far better for you to rest on this comfortable stone bed. Jean Kai's, however, chuckled heartily and declared, Brother Lu, please do not decline. I owe you a great deal for your care during this period. This stone bed is rightfully yours, and I should have offered it to you long ago. Lu Qi furrowed his brow, resolutely refusing, Brother Jean, this simply cannot be. I am accustomed to sleeping on the wooden bed, and you will rest better on the stone bed. Jean Kai sat up, his gaze unwavering as he addressed Lu Qi. Brother Lu, you have given so much for everyone and have taken care of me. Moreover, my leg is completely healed. I can rest anywhere. Lu Qi wished to insist further, but Jean Kai's would not grant him the opportunity, pushing him gently but firmly. Brother Lu, no more arguments. It is settled. With a resigned expression, Lu Qi stood still, visibly conflicted. At that moment, several women approached. Nie Xiaorong softly urged, Lu Qi, you should heed Brother Jin's advice. His intentions are commendable. Shun Bing and Lian nodded in agreement. Seeing the sincere gazes of those around him, Lu Qi felt a swell of emotion, yet remained hesitant. Jean Kai's, noticing his reluctance, proclaimed loudly, Brother Lu, if you refuse again, it would be to look down upon me. Jean Kai's. Aware that he could no longer reject such goodwill, Lu Qi slowly nodded, saying, Very well, Brother Jean, I appreciate your kindness. Satisfied, Jean Kai smiled and returned to the wooden bed. When Lu Qi's gaze shifted to Nie Xiaorong, he found her reclining on his wooden bed, offering no response to his glance or words, appearing indifferent. Deep within, Lu Qi yearned to pull her close and lie together, but with others present, he suppressed that impulse and reluctantly succumbed to sleep alone. At that moment, Shun Bing and Leah had yet to claim their own makeshift wooden beds, but for them, having a place to lay down on the ground in this location was an immense source of safety and happiness. They firmly believed that, even without voicing their needs, Lu Qi would surely make suitable arrangements for them once he found a moment of leisure. The following morning, after a simple meal, Lu Qi meticulously packed the various items necessary for their journey, preparing to set off with Jin Xianzhu to return to the beach they had previously occupied. Before departing, he earnestly reminded them, everyone must unite and take care of one another. It is essential to diligently practice archery skills and, during any available time, craft the remaining tree thorns into arrows. If any unforeseen events arise or strangers cause trouble, remember to prioritize your safety. We can address everything upon my return. After receiving their resolute affirmations, Lu Qi finally set forth on this journey filled with uncertainties. Jin Xianzhu obediently followed behind him. As they were about to leave, Jin Kai's, with a concerned expression, advised her, Xianzhu, please take care and heed Brother Lu's arrangements. Return early. With that, he discreetly winked at his sister. Upon catching the glance from Jin Kai's, Jin Xianzhu instantly turned her head with an air of pride, her face flushed with a shy hue, and hurriedly caught up with Lu Qi. Although Lu Qi had already gleaned the approximate location of the beach from his conversation with Jin Kai's, it was only when they began walking towards it that he truly realized the arduous journey the Jin siblings had undertaken to escape from there. They were currently situated in the south, while the beach lay to the east. Lu Qi was particularly eager to reach that beach because the path leading there coincided with the lowest point of the circular mountain range he had sketched while standing atop the peak. Given that it was the lowest point within the circular mountain formation, it resembled a significant gap in the entire range. If he were to contemplate settling in a long-term location, Lu Qi believed that this lowest gap might serve as an excellent choice, providing convenient access to both the interior lake and the outer beach. On their way, while traversing the forest, Lu Qi learned from Jin Xianzhu that chaos had erupted at the beach before they had left. The siblings had their backpack and 2 high-end mobile phones ruthlessly snatched away from them. Moreover, by the time they departed, many had already perished on the beach, some due to reckless ventures, like the 3 individuals who drowned while attempting to seize supplies from a lifeboat drifting in the distance. Others had fallen victim to wild beasts, while the majority succumbed to illness. According to Jin Xianzhu, 7 individuals had died from sickness while she was still on the beach. As they discussed this somber topic, Jin Xianzhu's mood soured, clearly indicating that each incident had profoundly impacted her spirit at the time. It was precisely because her brother perceived the beach environment deteriorating and descending into chaos that he had decisively taken her away. Lu Qi, at that beach where we were, there were many people. 3 lifeboats arrived almost simultaneously. Initially, there was some semblance of order as everyone awaited rescue. However, after a week, chaos ensued. People began to lose hope for rescue and turn savage, caring only for themselves, disregarding the lives of others. Gradually, disputes and looting became commonplace. It was at that time that our belongings were also taken. Listening to Jin Xianzhu's account, Lu Qi couldn't help but feel a sense of concern for the risks that awaited them upon their return. All right, Xianzhu, I understand everything you've shared, but given your current demeanor, are you frightened to go back there? However, as soon as Lu Qi uttered these words, Jin Xianzhu quickly looked up and cheerfully replied, not at all. As long as I'm with you, I'm not afraid to go anywhere. Hee. Oh, I didn't see that coming. Your ability to control your emotions is indeed commendable. Naturally, one must consider the company one keeps. With my esteemed brother Lu Qi, so remarkable and kind-hearted, I am certainly unafraid. Ha ha ha, my dear girl, it seems you haven't had any honey today. Your words are as sweet as if coated in nectar. Lu Qi was pleasantly affected by Jin Xianzhu's exuberance, but upon receiving such praise, Jin Xianzhu felt a profound sense of satisfaction. For winning Lu Qi's affection was the primary purpose of accompanying him on this journey. Chapter 60, Wetland Marshes. Half a day later, the two had arrived near the valley forest. As they walked amidst the towering trees and dense underbrush, Lu Qi marveled. The environment here is simply splendid. The oxygen levels and the height of these trees, each one stands as tall as an 8 or 9-story building. It is no wonder that the flora and fauna here are so grand in stature. Speaking thus, Lu Qi earnestly observed his surroundings. Although he was aware that the trees on the outer side of the mountainous island were not as tall as those within, standing in this place allowed him to truly appreciate the difference. It might very well be one of the tallest areas on the island. Brother Lu Qi, we must move quickly through here, Jin Xianzhu urged, closely trailing him, her voice trembling. When my brother and I passed through this forest before, it felt particularly eerie. Moreover, those who left the beach had spoken of this forest, claiming that many of their companions had gone missing here. Missing? Upon hearing this word, Lu Qi's spirits instantly lifted. This was information Jin Xianzhu had not previously mentioned, prompting him to eagerly inquire, Sister Xianzhu, please tell me everything you know about this place in detail. What exactly did they say? Noticing Lu Qi's keen interest in the topic, Jin Xianzhu displayed a faint smile and began her account. I heard it from those who returned from hunting on a beach. Some of them went out in groups of 10 or more, taking different routes without incident, but once they stepped into this valley forest, either someone got separated or someone became lost. The underbrush here grows taller than people, and several companions vanished within it, never to return to the beach. Are there any other tales regarding this place? Lu Qi asked, his brow furrowed and his gaze eager. He was insistent on understanding, for he had no desire to blindly venture into an entirely unknown danger. There isn't much else. Oh, there was one time when I heard a lady recounting her experience with her companions after returning. She claimed that during her passage here, she heard a terrifying shriek, but her companions insisted they heard nothing at all. Jin Xianzhu recalled with a hint of fear in her eyes. Oh, is that so? How intriguing. Lu Qi found Jin Xianzhu's account utterly believable, yet his heart brimmed with curiosity and perplexity. What could possibly render this forest so bizarre and menacing? The two continued to tread cautiously, one foot sinking deeper while the other remained shallow. Lu Qi gradually noticed that Jin Xianzhu was drawing closer to him, sometimes even unconsciously clutching his clothing tightly, her head darting from side to side, and her eyes vigilantly scanning their surroundings. He was utterly perplexed, yet he could distinctly sense the tremors and tension in her body. Xianzhu, what troubles you? Lu Qi inquired with genuine concern. Lu Qi go. I feel as though there's a pair of eyes secretly watching us, and the air here is damp and chilly, making me feel utterly uncomfortable. Jin Xianzhu's voice was laced with palpable fear. Upon hearing this, Lu Qi assumed she was unwell and promptly grasped her wrist, closing his eyes to calm his spirit and focus. Hee. Lu Qi go, what are you doing? Jin Xianzhu blushed as she felt his sudden and bold grasp. Her head lowered shyly as she softly questioned him. Everything seems quite normal. Aside from a bit of internal heat, there appears to be no significant issue. Xianzhu, did you not rest well last night? Lu Qi remarked, extending his hand to touch her forehead. Well, it feels a tad warm, but nothing serious. Only when Lu Qi withdrew his hand did Jin Xianzhu realize he was checking her pulse and temperature. Her already flushed face now deepened to a crimson hue, and she appeared exceedingly bashful. The two continued walking in a staggered formation. The surrounding forest grew increasingly serene and profound. Towering trees stood like ancient giants, their branches intertwining to nearly obscure the sky. Sunlight struggled to pierce the dense foliage, casting faint beams that danced upon the ground, creating patches of dappled light. The ground was carpeted with thick layers of fallen leaves and decaying branches, exuding a damp, putrid odor. Occasionally, a chilling breeze would sweep through, causing the leaves to rustle, as if countless invisible spirits were whispering. Suddenly, their footsteps came to an abrupt halt. At that moment, the sky was shrouded in dark clouds, and a suffocating atmosphere enveloped the entire valley. The wind ceased, and the surroundings fell into an eerie silence. Before them lay an expansive and daunting wetland marsh. This swamp stretched across the valley, several meters wide, seemingly endless. Scattered throughout were hundreds of marsh pits of varying sizes, some covered with a thin layer of moss. Appearing tranquil, yet concealing hidden dangers, others were filled with murky water, emitting a foul stench. Weeds thrived, swaying in the gentle breeze as if challenging them. Xianzhu, have you and Jinaga been here before? Lu Qi asked anxiously, his brow furrowed as he surveyed the treacherous scene. Jin Xianzhu shook her head vigorously, her eyes betraying a hint of fear as she replied, Lu Qi ge, I have never been here, and I certainly do not wish to visit such a terrifying place. Then how did you and Jinaga reach the internal lake? Lu Qi, perplexed at her denial, pressed on, pondering the route in his mind. At that moment, an unidentified creature darted past from the other side of the marsh, emitting a chilling cry that heightened the tension in the atmosphere. As Lu Qi and I departed from the beach and entered the valley's forest, we were confronted by a group of assailants. Fortunately, we were accompanied by a few others who bravely intervened, shielding my brother and me from those vicious individuals and granting us the precious time to escape. Thus, my brother led me in a desperate dash toward the hillside. Perhaps it was this fortunate turn of events that allowed us to evade the treacherous marshlands. Jin Xianzhu recounted the incident in one breath, still haunted by the memory. Her gaze fixated on the foul-smelling marsh pits and began to scrutinize the scenery before her. Suddenly aware of the damp, soft earth beneath her feet, she instinctively took several cautious steps back, pondering, what should I do? How can we get across? Lu Qi, having listened intently, did not press Jin Xianzhu further, for he had never held any distrust in her words. Instead, he fell into deep contemplation, his eyes scanning the marshland, pondering how to safely traverse the multitude of marsh pits that lay ahead, aware that a moment's carelessness could lead to peril. Chapter 61. The fright of the marsh. The valley was shrouded in damp mist, a cold wind howling past their ears, sending chills down their spines. Before them sprawled the vast marsh, its murky waters exuding a nauseating stench, while debris floated atop the surface, remnants from an unknown origin. Ultimately, to avoid wasting time, Lu Qi furrowed his brow and resolutely declared, "Let us walk along the edge of the marsh. We should be able to pass through this valley swiftly." Jin Xianzhu nodded gently in agreement. Initially, everything seemed to progress according to plan. Lu Qi treaded carefully, his eyes vigilantly surveying the surroundings. However, just as he believed all was secure, a small black snake suddenly sprang from the grass beside him. Startled, Lu Qi instinctively recoiled in fear. But fate seemed to mock him at that moment. In his panic, he inadvertently stepped into what appeared to be a tranquil marsh pit. Unfortunately, the mud within this pit was alarmingly active, and as soon as he stepped in, his entire thigh became ensnared, rendering him immobile. The more he struggled, the deeper he sank, and the situation grew increasingly dire. Lu Qi, Jin Xianzhu gasped, her face drained of color, frozen in shock. After a few seconds, she regained her senses and rushed forward, desperate to assist Lu Qi. "Stay back. It's too dangerous," Lu Qi shouted, his voice laced with urgency and concern. Upon hearing his warning, Jin Xianzhu halted, panic evident in her eyes, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Lu Qi forced himself to remain calm, stabilizing his body before urgently instructing, "Xianzhu, don't panic. Quickly find me a sturdy branch." Jin Xianzhu hastily nodded, resembling a startled fawn as she scanned her surroundings. Eventually spotting a sturdy tree branch, she hurried back, handing one end to Lu Qi while firmly grasping the other with both hands, exerting all her strength to pull him from the mire. Tears streamed uncontrollably down her face as she sobbed, straining with every ounce of her being. Through their combined efforts, Lu Qi finally managed to extricate himself from the swamp. He collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, his heart racing as he remarked on the close call. Jin Xianzhu, disregarding the mud covering Lu Qi, threw herself into his arms, weeping openly. "Lu Qi Ge, I was so worried about you." Still reeling from the recent peril, Lu Qi felt as if he were on a roller coaster, his blood pressure surging. Yet, he could genuinely sense Jin Xianzhu's concern for him. He gently wiped the tears from her face, assuring her that he was unharmed. After a brief respite, Lu Qi rose to his feet and, alongside Jin Xianzhu, prepared to embark once more. At that moment, Jin Xianzhu proposed, "Lu Qi Ge, let us take a detour. It would be safer. After all, we have only just arrived, and this place feels quite uncomfortable and perilous." Grasping the hem of his shirt, her eyes brimmed with pleading. Lu Qi hesitated, but upon meeting her worried gaze, he ultimately acquiesced. "Very well, I shall heed your advice." Thus, the two opted for a safer route, steering clear of the treacherous wetlands. Although their path was slightly longer, it ensured their safe arrival near the beach. Along the way, the trees flanked them, lush and verdant, while occasional unidentified animal calls added to the tranquil ambience. They successfully navigated past the swamp. However, their joy was short-lived, for soon they encountered a harrowing scene within the woods. Before them lay several bodies strewn haphazardly, the air thick with the stench of blood and decay, overwhelmingly pungent and distressing. Even more terrifying, a massive lizard was gnawing on a corpse, rendering the scene akin to a hellish nightmare. Jin Xianzhu instinctively covered her mouth, nearly screaming in terror. Lu Qi's complexion turned ashen, nearly succumbing to nausea. Yet he feigned calmness as he urged Jin Xianzhu to move forward more quickly. But after only a few steps, she could no longer contain herself and retched violently. What transpired here? Why were there so many lifeless bodies? A shadow of death loomed over both of them, and the sight struck Lu Qi like a thunderbolt. making him realize that in the face of survival, human nature might indeed be inconsequential. Some might survive at the expense of others' lives, which could become trivial in comparison. Jean Xianzhu, on the other hand, was engulfed in shock and despair at the horrors unfolding around them. It was only in the presence of such a scene that she could fully grasp the perilous nature of their current situation. Ultimately, the two of them, suppressing their internal discomfort and fear, traversed the final stretch of the forest's edge and arrived at the beach. Lu Qi dashed directly towards the sea, cleansing the mud from his body in the waves. He and Jean Xianzhu then proceeded towards the stretch of sand they had previously visited. However, to their dismay, the beach was desolate, devoid of any human presence. Scattered across the ground lay the mangled remnants of a lifeboat, alongside charred clothing and debris. Only the relentless waves continued to crash against the shore. As they approached the wreckage of the lifeboat, they began to rummage through a heap of blackened refuse. After a considerable time, they finally unearthed the propeller blades and some metallic components from the vessel. How splendid! They are still intact, and we have found them all. However, these items are rather heavy. Let's hurry back, Lu Qi, Jean Xianzhu exclaimed. Nevertheless, having reached the beach, Lu Qi felt compelled to investigate further. After all, it would be a shame to have traveled such a distance without thorough exploration. Seeing his determination, Jean Xianzhu reluctantly agreed to accompany him. Gazing across the barren expanse of the beach, they observed numerous traces of human activity and scattered litter, yet there was not a soul in sight. Something felt amiss. 3 lifeboats had been present, accommodating at least 300 individuals, so how could not a single person remain? Lu Qi was perplexed by the enigmatic circumstances that had unfolded on this beach. An eerie atmosphere enveloped the area, urging him to leave post-haste. Before departing, he took a moment to survey the sea's condition. The surface appeared calm, and the lifeboat he had previously seen was nowhere in sight. Unbeknownst to him, 100 meters offshore, while the surface of the water seemed still, powerful undercurrents swirled incessantly around the island. Let's depart, Xianzhu. Initially, I intended to gather more metallic parts, yet even a few we salvage from this lifeboat are sufficiently cumbersome. Given our capabilities, it will be quite the endeavor to transport them back. Chapter 62. Ambushed with their newfound supplies, the pair vacated the beach and re-entered the forest bordering the shoreline. Everything seemed to progress smoothly. They exchanged laughter and conversation. However, not long after, they encountered 2 unfamiliar men a mere 10 meters ahead. The 2 men approached them hurriedly, one stout and the other slender, their garments tattered and their faces smeared with dirt. Lu Qi initially contemplated circumventing them with Jean Xianzhu, but they were already upon them before he could execute his plan. Upon reaching Lu Qi and Jean Xianzhu, the men fell silent, scrutinizing them with peculiar intensity. Boy, relinquish your supplies and the woman, or you shall not pass. The burly one growled menacingly, his face a mask of hostility. He was tall and robust, resembling a formidable wall. His muscular arms seemed capable of snapping a small tree with ease. His rotund belly suggested a mind filled with nefarious thoughts. His sturdy legs stood firm on the ground like 2 stone pillars. His hair was unkempt, wild and untamed like a patch of weeds. His broad face resembled a rough stone slab, with thick eyebrows jutting downward and round eyes wide open, radiating a fierce glow as if ready to unleash fire. His small, menacing eyes glinted with a mix of greed and ferocity, akin to hidden thorns lurking in the grass. His flat nose and wide mouth, when he smiled, revealed a jagged array of yellowish-black teeth that sent shivers down one's spine. His demeanor was crude and savage. He walked with a swagger, each heavy step seemingly threatening to crack the ground beneath him. When he spoke, his voice boomed like a bell, resonating in one's ears with a harsh tone and threatening gestures. In the act of seizing Lu Qi's provisions, he showed no mercy, his hands brutally tugging and smashing, moving with the swiftness and ferocity of a ravenous beast pouncing on its prey. A slightly frail stranger, with a cunning glint in his eye, noticed Lu Qi's hand hovering near his waist and addressed him. Brother, heed my words. Do not act impulsively. Perhaps we could become friends. Here, have a sip of my fruit wine, and let us discuss. As he spoke, he produced a plastic bottle from behind, filled with a liquid resembling fruit juice, and tossed it to Lu Qi. Lu Qi caught it deftly, but did not open it. Thank you. However, I'm not thirsty at the moment, he replied, tossing it back. The stranger appeared somewhat frail, his hunched figure suggesting a lifetime burdened by hardship. His narrow shoulders seemed incapable of bearing even the slightest weight. With a pointed head and small eyes, he resembled a sly rat. His skin was sallow, devoid of luster, and his face was etched with deep wrinkles, the merciless marks of time. His demeanor exuded a slick cunningness. He walked lightly, stealthily, his eyes darting around, constantly surveying his surroundings. His voice was thin and sharp, laced with a tone of flattery and deceit, though a subtle malice lurked in his gaze. Aware that the island's inhabitants were in dire need of food and water, he initially aimed to incapacitate Lu Chi with his homemade fruit wine, but Lu Chi's decisive rejection left him unfazed, maintaining a facade of insincerity with a lingering smile. His hands moved with swift and practiced precision, revealing his adeptness. Observing the interplay between the two, with their blend of coercion and persuasion, Lu Chi felt perplexed but refrained from immediately confronting them. Instead, he calmly inquired, "You are also among the unfortunate souls stranded on this beach, are you not?" As he spoke, he unhesitatingly shielded Jin Xianzhu behind him, his gaze steady upon the two. Jin Xianzhu, unaccustomed to such a scene, had been frightened and now hid behind Lu Chi, her eyes fixed on the duo. "Oh, so you refuse to show respect, do you? Ha! It seems you're a tougher nut than I anticipated. Since you are so unwilling to cooperate, there is no need to waste more time. Let's go third." The emaciated man wore a displeased expression, completely disregarding Lu Chi's words. He turned directly to the stout man beside him, who immediately strode forward and swung his fist, aimed squarely at Lu Chi's face. Burdened with scavenged metal supplies, as well as a bow and backpack, Lu Chi's evasive maneuvers were notably sluggish. After merely pushing Jin Xianzhu a short distance away, he turned to see the stout man's formidable fist descending upon him. Bang! The punch landed heavily, and Lu Chi barely managed to turn his head in time, feeling the impact crash into his shoulder and neck. The force was overwhelming, far exceeding his capacity to withstand it, causing him to stagger backward several steps before he could steady himself against the pain. Dizziness and a throbbing ache radiated from his shoulder, making it abundantly clear just how callous these two individuals were. However, instead of relenting after landing a blow, the stout man pressed on, delivering relentless strikes to Lu Chi from both sides. Naturally, Lu Chi dared not confront the blows head-on. He could only evade while attempting to free himself of his encumbering gear. "Lu Chi, be careful," Jin Xianzhu exclaimed, her concern palpable as she grasped a wooden stick adorned with thorns, ready to rush to his aid. Yet Lu Chi urged, "Xianzhu, listen to me, run." Just then, Lu Chi, caught off guard, was struck again by the stout man's fist, this time to his head. Instantly, he was engulfed in a wave of dizziness, his vision blurred, and his legs gave way beneath him, collapsing to the ground. The stout man approached, nonchalantly tapping Lu Chi's face. Upon confirming that Lu Chi had indeed been rendered unconscious, he scoffed, "To challenge me is sheer folly." He then shamelessly began to rummage through the supplies Lu Chi had dropped. However, upon hearing Lu Chi's command, Jin Xianzhu did not flee. Instead, her gaze hardened. At the moment she witnessed Lu Chi being struck down, her eyes widened in sheer rage and heartbreak. Her previously rosy lips trembled, as if drained of color. Her face turned as pale as a blank canvas, the exquisite features twisted in profound anger. Her brows knitted tightly, forming a deep furrow, beads of perspiration instantly dotting her forehead. Tears rapidly accumulated in her eyes, surging forth like a flood, cascading down her cheeks. "Ah, Lu Chi!" Jin Xianzhu's mouth opened wide, desperate to scream, yet it felt as if an invisible hand had seized her throat, leaving her to emit only a faint, frantic whimper. Her expression was rife with helplessness and despair, as though the entire world had crumbled around her. She feared that Lu Chi had been struck down for good. In her fury, she seized the spear in her hand and lunged at the stout man who was scavenging the supplies. "Lu Chi," she cried out, "you bastard! How dare you harm him?" Chapter 63. It turns out this young man is also quite ruthless in a state of confusion. Upon hearing Jin Xianzhu's words, Lu Chi, who had already collapsed on the ground, felt a warmth in his heart. However, he lacked the strength to rise and could only anxiously worry for Jin Xianzhu. As predicted, just as Jin Xianzhu was about to reach the bulky man, a wooden stick flew through the air with a loud thud, knocking the spear from her grasp. Before she could react, the stick was raised again and struck her forehead with a resounding crack. After a moment of agonizing shrieks, Jin Xianzhu felt dizzy, her vision blurred, and she fainted. The assailant was none other than the frail man. He did not exert much force in his strike, mindful that she was a woman and intent on toying with her. Thus he only applied a fraction of his strength. This girl is indeed a fierce one. Ha ha, Brother San, we are truly fortunate today. Gazing at the unconscious Jin Xianju, whose voluptuous figure and delicate features were striking, the frail man wore a lewd grin. Pazaya, let's first gather the supplies from these two. They cannot escape anyway. Indeed, Brother San is right. Supplies are what we need most at present. Yet, this woman is truly beautiful. I don't believe I've seen her before. As the frail man began to strip Jin Xianju of her belongings, he could not resist taking liberties, his hand brushing against her thigh. Brother Heir, look at this bow. It is quite impressive, and these arrows too. TSK. This lad is indeed talented, using 2 different materials for the arrowheads. Suddenly, he pulled out one of the arrows for inspection. What? The arrowhead is made from a bullet casing. Could it be that this young man possesses a gun? With this thought, the bulky man glanced at the prostrate Lu Qi and noticed his back was devoid of any possessions. He reached for Lu Qi's arm, intending to turn him over. However, just as he grasped Lu Qi's arm and was about to pull, the previously unconscious Lu Qi abruptly turned and seized the bulky man's wrist with his left hand. His right hand moved rapidly, striking the bulky man in quick succession, causing him to collapse in pain. Caught off guard by Lu Qi's sudden attack, the bulky man had no time to evade or even comprehend the situation before Lu Qi had already inflicted several wounds on his thigh, blood gushing forth. Yet, Lu Qi's assault did not cease. The frail man, still squatting beside Jin Xianju, robbing her while taking liberties, had just heard the bulky man's cries of pain. Raising his head, he was met with the sight of Lu Qi charging towards him, a scene that struck fear into his heart. Lu Qi's predatory gaze seemed to lock onto him, instilling a primal fear that any movement on his part could lead to his demise. Driven by a desperate instinct for survival, the frail man retreated without a care. However, Lu Qi's movements were as swift and agile as a leopard. Within mere strides, he closed the distance, his approach devoid of unnecessary theatrics, only a simple thrust, in and out, clear and decisive. The frail man cried out in terror, attempting to threaten Lu Qi, but such efforts were futile. He had already suffered several puncture wounds to his lower back and thigh from Lu Qi's relentless assault. At this moment, the two individuals finally realized the truth. It turned out this young man was indeed formidable. A dagger? You actually possess a dagger? Upon seeing the gleaming blade in Lu Qi's hand, the frail man immediately suppressed his pain, rose to his feet, and hurriedly supported the heavier man before desperately fleeing into the depths of the forest. Hurry, third brother, flee quickly. That young man has a dagger. Observing the two abandoning their defenses and focusing solely on their escape, Lu Qi chose not to pursue them further, casting a cold glance in the direction they had fled. He then approached Jin Xianju with genuine concern. Gently lifting her, he allowed her to lean against him. Xianju, why are you so foolish? I told you to run ahead, yet you refused to heed my words. As he spoke, Lu Qi quickly placed his hand on Jin Xianju's wrist to check her pulse. After a brief moment, he let out a sigh of relief. Clearly reassured that she had not sustained any serious injuries, she had merely fainted and would soon awaken. After a while, Jin Xianju slowly opened her eyes, her first sight being Lu Qi's face, making her momentarily believe she was dreaming. Reaching out to touch him, Lu Qi spoke. You're awake? Lu Qi, you're not dead? Or am I the one who has perished? She asked. Ha, you silly girl. We are both alive and well. What about those two rascals? Did they let us go? Or did you drive them off? Of course, I chased them away. Just look, we haven't lost a single provision. Hearing this, Jin Xianju lifted her head and indeed saw that Lu Qi had neatly arranged their supplies beside them. At this moment, Jin Xianju finally believed Lu Qi's words. She reached out to embrace him, tears of gratitude and excitement streaming down her cheeks. I thought I would never see you again. Holding the weeping Jin Xianju in his arms, Lu Qi understood her genuine concern for him. The words and actions she had expressed after he was knocked down were sufficient proof that this woman truly cared for him. Unable to resist, Lu Qi gently kissed her forehead. Does it still hurt? This kiss melted Jin Xianju's heart completely. She had never anticipated such tenderness from Lu Qi. Knowing the place Ye Xiaorong held in his heart, she was astonished by Lu Qi's affection toward her, which filled her with immense joy. It hurts a little. Lu Qi kissed her softly once more and then asked, "How about now?" Jin Xianju, her cheeks flushed, replied in a voice barely above a whisper. As Lu Qi leaned in to kiss her again, Jin Xianju, almost instinctively, cradled his face in her hands. After a moment of hesitation, she surrendered to the kiss. Moments later, they reluctantly parted, Jin Xianju shyly burying her face in Lu Qi's embrace, while Lu Qi gazed at her with an expression of infatuation. Cradling her half-reclined form, Lu Qi saw her as a celestial being in his arms. No matter how composed he might be, he felt an overwhelming urge to indulge in her enchanting presence. Sensing his fervent gaze upon her, Jin Xianju blushed deeply. Jin Xianju felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety, her heart racing like a frightened fawn. "Xianju, this place is unsafe. We must leave." Suddenly, Lu Qi's voice pierced through her thoughts, causing her to shudder. She cast a shy glance at him and, with his assistance, rose to her feet. "Ah, Brother Lu Qi, there's blood. There's fresh blood on the ground." As she stood, preparing to retrieve her belongings nearby, Jin Xianju caught sight of a pool of blood, which sent her scurrying back into Lu Qi's embrace. "Do not be afraid, Xianju. That is not our blood. It belongs to those two villains. After I wounded them, they fled." "Oh, is that so? You frightened me. I'm relieved you are unharmed." After leaving Lu Qi's comforting hold, she examined his body once more, and upon confirming that he was indeed unscathed, she reluctantly retrieved her backpack from the ground. Chapter 64. A bold adventure. Brother Lu Qi. I've never seen those two on the beach before. Have you? Are you suggesting they have never appeared on this stretch of beach? Yes, Brother Lu Qi. Although over 300 people have spent time here, I have no recollection of them. Upon hearing this, Lu Qi paused, contemplating the possibility that there might be other locations where lifeboats have landed. A myriad of speculations flooded his mind. It was no wonder they ignored my inquiry about whether they had drifted here from a cruise ship. Could it be that aside from the cruise ship passengers, there are others who have arrived on this island? After a long silence, unable to discern a conclusion, Lu Qi turned to Jin Xianju and proposed, "Xianju, would you like to embark on an adventure with me to investigate the happenings here?" Jin Xianju gazed at Lu Qi, sensing the earnestness in his proposal. Though she felt a twinge of reluctance, she ultimately acquiesced. Lu Qi, perceptive to her hesitation, articulated his thoughts. "Though those two may be ruthless and one of them possesses great strength, they are stranded here. Even if they can intimidate many, it does not grant them the freedom to act without consequence. Today, they provoked the wrong person, and I taught them a lesson in my own way. However, I'm uncertain whether they will survive the night." "Oh, Brother Lu Qi, what do you mean by that? Did you inflict severe injuries upon them?" Jin Xianju inquired, her concern evident. She had nearly voiced, "But weren't you knocked unconscious by them?" Yet, fearing it might hurt Lu Qi's feelings, she withheld her words. Lu Qi, undeterred by her concern, clarified, "I merely caught them off guard. I am not their match in a straightforward confrontation, yet I can defeat him without facing him directly." "Ah, Brother Lu Qi, does this mean you did not actually kill him?" Jin Xianju asked incredulously. At that moment, Lu Qi hesitated, seemingly weighing whether to disclose more to Jin Xianju. Yet he quickly continued, "I simply chose not to take his life on the spot. Had I not acted as I did, I would have been rendered unconscious or even killed by them, while you would have suffered degradation and disgrace at their hands. Furthermore, all our provisions would have fallen into their possession. We would not receive a dignified burial. Our bodies would be left to the mercy of sea wolves, giant lizards, and other feral creatures, to be devoured and succumb to natural decay." "Lu Qi, what precisely do you mean by the adventure you mentioned earlier? Are you suggesting we seek them out?" Jin Xianju gazed earnestly at Lu Qi, hoping to find a glimmer of reassurance in his eyes. Lu Qi nodded gravely, stating, "If those two are not native to this beach, they must have companions. This implies that something profoundly serious and peculiar has transpired here. Otherwise, how could so many individuals simply vanish? I wish to gather more information about the events that have taken place here. Only then can we make informed decisions to avoid unnecessary troubles and enhance our chances of survival." Upon hearing Lu Qi's words, Jin Xianju managed to quell her inner panic and resolutely replied, "Lu Qi, I am willing to embark on this adventure with you. You are correct. To make the right choices, one must acquire useful and advantageous information." In truth, Jin Xianju had heard this sentiment countless times, primarily because her father was perpetually occupied, tirelessly working for the advancement of their family business. He often emphasized that the marketplace resembles a battlefield. To make informed decisions, one must strive to obtain beneficial information. Witnessing Jin Xian Zhu's unwavering trust in him filled Lu Qi with gratitude. However, his actions were not impulsive or reckless. He had targeted vital areas and blood vessels with his strikes. Without timely intervention to staunch the bleeding, their chances of survival would be markedly diminished. The loss of blood would swiftly lead to their collapse, unconsciousness, and ultimately, death. Let's proceed. Stay close to me. Jin Xian Zhu nodded in agreement. Thus, after enduring this tumultuous ordeal, Lu Qi and Jin Xian Zhu, laden with supplies, temporarily abandoned their journey home and embarked on a quest for truth. Their successful navigation through this crisis strengthened their bond and deepened their appreciation for one another. After some time, Lu Qi followed the harrowing trail of blood left upon the ground, steadfastly seeking the direction of the mountainside to the right. However, as he distanced himself from the starting point, a wave of curiosity regarding the two miscreants surged within him. At this moment, Lu Qi was certain that those two possessed a profound understanding of techniques for staunching bleeding. Otherwise, given his expertise in the art of bloodletting, having targeted crucial veins and arteries, an ordinary individual would have likely succumbed to excessive blood loss, collapsing, or even perishing entirely. Indeed, just as Lu Qi found himself lost in contemplation, burdened by frustration, a substantial amount of blood-soaked bandages suddenly materialized on the ground ahead, without any forewarning. It appears that the two individuals had once again changed their tourniquets at this location, a fortunate circumstance considering their possession of such essential first aid supplies. However, given the current situation, it is reasonable to infer that their escape would not extend much further. Lu Qi continued to trace their frantic escape path, arriving at a relatively flat patch of thicket. Unexpectedly, the footprints and bloodstains of the duo mysteriously vanished upon reaching this point. The ground here was composed of hard rock layers, making it difficult to leave discernible tracks. Lu Qi meticulously examined the imprints left on the ground, and after careful analysis, he concluded that the two must have concealed themselves nearby. After a painstaking search, they finally uncovered a clue, leading them directly toward a thicket. There, to his astonishment, he discovered a rudimentary, triangular thatched hut. The structure of this hut was quite unique, with one side firmly pressed against a stone wall directly opposite the entrance, and the other two sides symmetrically forming the roof. Apart from the walls, the front featured a large, simplistic wooden door. A central beam was deeply embedded into the stone wall, while the other end was securely supported by the two main beams on either side, creating a sturdy yet efficient construction. Lu Qi approached the thatched hut with cautious steps, slowly crouching down to press his ear against the weathered wooden door, attempting to discern any sounds from within. However, apart from the echo of his slightly hurried breaths, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, rendering it impossible to hear anything. Chapter 65. Coercive Seizure. Lu Qi took a deep breath, gripping the sharp dagger at his waist with his right hand while extending his left hand toward the wooden door. Just as his hand was about to make contact with the door, a sudden breeze rustled the leaves around him. Instantly, he halted his movement, his nerves taut like a drawn bowstring. Vigilantly, he scanned his surroundings, his gaze as keen as that of a hawk, and upon confirming it was merely the wind, he redirected his focus back to the door. Lu Qi slowly pushed the door open, the hinges emitting a sharp creak that pierced the silence, reminiscent of a lament from a disturbed spirit. A pungent, smoky odor pervaded the interior, a sense so acrid that it caused him to wrinkle his brow. The dim light inside was akin to the twilight of dusk, making it momentarily challenging for Lu Qi to discern the entirety of the space. After squinting and allowing his eyes to adjust, he realized the hut was largely empty, apart from a tattered straw mat on the floor. There were only a few disheveled old garments and a bundle piled in the corner. Lu Qi approached the package and opened it, revealing it to be filled entirely with women's clothing. Could this be a woman's dwelling? Yet, why were the tattered clothes outside not of a similar nature? Lu Qi pondered silently. At that moment, less than 50 meters away on an elevated ground near the thatched hut, a burly man named Hu Zhen, in his 30s and clad in a simple, faded short-sleeved shirt and washed-out shorts, was hiding behind the dense foliage, intently observing the scene. He possessed a square face, with thick brows and round eyes, and a prominent scar marred his right cheek, resembling a menacing centipede sprawled across his visage. imparting an aura of ferocity and brutality. On the ground behind him lay two individuals, the very ones who had attempted to ambush and rob Lu Qi, only to be grievously wounded by him. The three were akin in their nefarious pursuits, having banded together in their misdeeds. They were notorious for their looting and plundering, even having sworn brotherhood in their criminal endeavors. Today, Hu Zhen had just robbed a young man and brought him to this secluded spot. However, before he could indulge in his peculiar prey, he was met with the sight of a corpulent man and a frail figure, who returned, leaning on each other, bloodied and pale, their condition utterly desolate. Upon their return, before Hu Zhen could inquire about the circumstances, both collapsed into unconsciousness. Cautious by nature, Hu Zhen surmised the likely scenario and thus transported them to a more concealed thatched hut. At this moment, they lay in a state of deep unconsciousness, utterly motionless. Due to excessive blood loss, their faces were ashen, resembling sheets of paper, as if death were but a breath away. In this secluded refuge, there were neither transfusion equipment nor plasma available, and without immediate medical intervention, it would not be long before they succumbed to their grievous injuries. Meanwhile, several meters away in the underbrush, another thatched hut stood, cleverly concealed among dense foliage, flanked by towering green vegetation that shrouded it completely, rendering it exceedingly difficult to detect. Inside this hut, a young man lay bound and naked, his skin pristine, with a cloth stuffed firmly in his mouth, silencing him entirely. He was the victim of the three robbers, having been held captive for a considerable time. The reason for his ongoing captivity, despite the theft, was due to Hu Zhen's peculiar proclivities. The interior was stocked with various supplies, cups, ropes, axes, and numerous bundles of clothing. Clearly, these items belonged not to one individual, but were plundered spoils of Hu Zhen and his accomplices. Just as Hu Zhen was engrossed in observing every movement of Lu Qi, the young man bound within the hut, after relentless struggles, managed to wriggle free from his bonds. At that moment, Lu Qi emerged from the hut he had been searching, carrying a package he had discovered inside, and with a graceful gesture of his hand towards the rear, signified that the danger had been averted. Thus, Jin Xianzhu elegantly emerged from the underbrush, gliding gracefully towards Lu Qi, a woman, such an exquisite creature. The moment Jin Xianzhu appeared, Hu Zhen, hidden within the foliage, felt his eyes gleam with avarice and desire, akin to a starving wolf encountering a lamb, whispering in excitement, utterly oblivious to the dire state of his two companions, who teetered on the brink of death. As Jin Xianzhu approached Lu Qi, she noticed the package he had retrieved from the thatched hut, its exterior grimy, and she could not help but wrinkle her brow in distaste. "Lu Qi, why would you take someone else's belongings?" she remarked, her tone laced with disapproval. "Xianzhu, this is indeed the campsite of those two brutes. All these belongings have been seized by them. Otherwise, how could they possess a whole bundle of women's clothing?" Lu Qi explained patiently. "What? This bag contains women's clothing?" Jin Xianzhu asked in astonishment, her voice diminishing significantly upon hearing Lu Qi's words. Being a woman herself, she felt a sense of connection to these garments, which were precisely what she needed. However, she was curious about where those two brutes had vanished to, as the blood trail had inexplicably ceased at this point. Lu Qi furrowed his brow, scanning the surroundings intently. "Here, take this bag. When we return, you and Xiao Rong could divide it. I have no use for it," Lu Qi generously offered. Upon hearing this, Jin Xianzhu's heart swelled with joy. Although it wasn't all for herself, there was still a portion for her, as implied by Lu Qi's words. She happily accepted the backpack from Lu Qi's hands and eagerly bent down to inspect its contents. Just as she was about to open it, a figure suddenly stumbled out from the bushes in the distance, rushing towards Lu Qi. The newcomer appeared frantic. With disheveled hair and an array of supplies hanging from his body, a bundle of rope slung over his shoulder, and an axe clutched tightly in his hand, he resembled someone desperately fleeing from a wild beast. As the young man sprinted, he kept glancing over his shoulder, oblivious to the path ahead. When he finally noticed Lu Qi, he was nearly upon him. In a panic, he skidded to a halt about 5 or 6 meters away, his feet screeching against the ground. He stared in terror at Lu Qi, instinctively wanting to retreat. But upon realizing that Lu Qi was not there to rob him and noticing the beautiful Jin Xianzhu by his side, he steadied himself. "Who are you? Get out of here quickly. There are 3 perverts nearby, and they are extremely dangerous," he exclaimed. Chapter 66. A fierce melee. Lu Qi was momentarily taken aback by the sudden appearance of the young man. However, Upon noticing the substantial supplies he carried and recognizing their similar ages, he relaxed his guard and directly stated his purpose. Brother, I have come here in search of two villains. They were injured by me and fled this way. Have you seen them? Ah, you are the one who wounded them? The young man looked at Lu Qi incredulously, recalling vividly how those two had returned in a severely injured state, their pitiful condition haunting him still. At that moment, a booming voice echoed from behind, belonging to Hu Zhan. Hey you, stop, drop your things, or you shall not leave this place. Hu Zhan bellowed, his eyes wide with fury. Upon hearing this, the young man instinctively ducked behind Lu Qi, trembling in fear as he stared apprehensively at Hu Zhan in the distance. After all, this was the very person who had bound him and intended to violate him, leaving a deep psychological scar in the young man's mind. Initially, Hu Zhan was merely observing Lu Qi from the shadows, but to his astonishment, he discovered that the captive he had bound had managed to escape, not only fleeing, but also taking with him all the supplies he had meticulously gathered. This infuriated him to no end. Without hesitation, he seized a stick and leapt out, pursuing the escapee with fervor. Meanwhile, Lu Qi stood his ground, calmly regarding the approaching Hu Zhan. Although Lu Qi felt a surge of irritation at Hu Zhan's arrogant demeanor, he recognized the man's robust physique and stature that matched his own, prompting him to refrain from provoking him unnecessarily. His gaze betrayed no hint of fear. Rather, it radiated determination and resolve. Perhaps sensing this unwavering aura of fearlessness, Hu Zhan halted in his tracks as he reached Lu Qi's side. After scrutinizing Lu Qi for a moment, Hu Zhan spoke. This matter does not concern you. I can allow you to leave. However, this young man behind you has stolen my belongings, and I must settle the score with him. Upon hearing this, the youth behind Lu Qi lost his composure and exclaimed, Brother, he is a scoundrel who specializes in robbing others, and he even attempted to insult me. If you can assist me, I will gladly offer you all the supplies I possess. What do you say? The tremor in the youth's voice, laced with fear, revealed his desperation. Clearly, he was gambling on Lu Qi's willingness to intervene, hoping that Lu Qi would be interested in his supplies. Yet, as Lu Qi hesitated, the youth pressed on, Brother, you have this woman with you. He will undoubtedly seize any opportunity to harm you both. I implore you to help me. Lu Qi felt a flicker of temptation at the youth's words. After all, the supplies were crucial for their survival. At that moment, Jin Xianzhu, feeling anxious, quietly inquired what Lu Qi intended to do. Meanwhile, Hu Zhan, seething with rage and his face flushed, disregarded Lu Qi's identity or stance and lunged towards the youth, intent on capturing him and reclaiming his axe along with the pilfered supplies. However, just as he reached for the youth, Lu Qi sprang into action. He first urged Jin Xianzhu to step back, then swiftly sidestepped, his movements fluid and ghost-like, and delivered a powerful kick to Hu Zhan's waist, forcing him to stagger back several paces. Enraged, Hu Zhan shouted, You're courting death. With that, he raised a heavy wooden stick in his hand, swinging it through the air with a whoosh, aiming a lethal strike at Lu Qi's head. The force and speed of Hu Zhan's blow were formidable, as if intending to end Lu Qi's life. Lu Qi, be careful, Jin Xianzhu cried out urgently upon witnessing the impending danger. At that moment, Lu Qi was armed only with a bow and arrows, lacking a staff to defend himself, so he instinctively dodged to the side. The young man, seeing this, quickly urged Jin Xianzhu, Miss, throw your weapon to your brother. He then swung the axe in his hand, aiming to strike at Hu Zhan, hoping to buy Lu Qi a moment of respite. Upon witnessing the scene, Hu Zhan hastily retreated. Faced with the attacks from both adversaries, he proceeded with caution. Once he steadied himself, he seized the opportunity to strike at Lu Qi before the latter could properly grasp the wooden stick that Jin Xianzhu was about to throw him. In no time, the three found themselves embroiled in a fierce melee. Hu Zhan, utilizing his robust physique and intimidating presence, swung the wooden stick relentlessly, seeking to exploit any vulnerabilities in Lu Qi and the youth. Meanwhile, Lu Qi, agile and nimble, adeptly evaded Hu Zhan's assaults while searching for a chance to counterattack. The youth, though gripped by fear, fought desperately with his axe to create some distraction for Hu Zhan. However, amidst the escalating combat, the youth seized a moment of stalemate between Lu Qi and Hu Zhan, a glint of cunning and selfishness flashing in his eyes. He abruptly turned, clutching his axe and the supplies on his person, sprinting away into the depths of the dense jungle, vanishing in an instant. How despicable! He just slipped away. Lu Qi fumed at the youth's treachery as he witnessed the latter's solitary escape. Yet he had no time for such thoughts, for Hu Zhan's attacks had become increasingly ferocious. Huh, that brat played you for a fool. Let us see how you manage to be a hero now. With each crashing blow of the wooden stick, Lu Qi was forced into a defensive posture, his hands growing numb from the impact. Without the youth's assistance, Lu Qi found himself at a distinct disadvantage. The proximity rendered his bow and arrow ineffective, leaving them mere ornaments. Jin Xianzhu, anxious and helpless, could do nothing but watch. At this moment, sensing a shift in Lu Qi's spirit, Hu Zhan launched another wave of assaults, pushing Lu Qi to the brink of exhaustion. Ultimately, in a moment of carelessness, Hu Zhan's stick struck Lu Qi's shoulder with a resounding thud, sending a jolt of pain through him and draining the color from his face. Yet, rather than retreating, Lu Qi's resolve intensified. Close combat. I must engage this brute directly. Otherwise, my dagger will be rendered useless. Observing Hu Zhan's lengthy wooden stick, an idea sparked within Lu Qi. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he focused on Hu Zhan's vulnerability and lunged forward, thrusting his dagger toward Hu Zhan's chest with fierce determination. Hu Zhan's eyes widened in shock as he attempted to evade, but it was too late. Lu Qi's dagger was swiftly drawn out, plunging into various parts of Hu Zhan's body, causing blood to erupt forth in torrents. Staring in disbelief at Lu Qi, Hu Zhan could not fathom the sudden ferocity exhibited by his opponent. Gradually, he collapsed, life ebbing away from him. Chapter 67. A lifeline from a benefactor gazing at the fallen Hu Zhan and the blood pooling on the ground. Lu Qi felt a wave of nausea wash over him. His heart raced uncontrollably, as if it might burst from his chest. This was his first time inflicting fatal harm upon another, a living being. Although Hu Zhan had sought his life, witnessing the latter's lifeless form evoked a profound impact on him. A collision with the moral quandaries of life, death, and the radiant essence of humanity, a sacred threshold that seemed insurmountable. For a moment, Lu Qi appeared to have lost his very soul, collapsing onto the ground and remaining there. Unable to rise, Jin Xianzhu hurried towards him. Although she had witnessed the scene of the assailant collapsing after being stabbed, her focus was solely on Lu Qi. Seeing him gasp for breath, one hand clutching his shoulder where blood was oozing from a wound, her heart ached profoundly, and tears began to brim in her eyes. Yet, at that moment, Lu Qi's gaze was filled with triumphant joy as he turned to her and declared, "I am fine, do not worry." Jin Xianzhu nodded, and after rising, she followed closely behind him. They first dragged Hu Zhan into a thatched hut, then, retracing their steps, discovered another thatched hut along with the bodies of the two villains. Lu Qi leisurely collected the remaining supplies within the hut. Observing the heap of various garments, backpacks, and other items piled in a corner, he couldn't help but exclaim, "These three must have committed countless misdeeds to acquire such provisions. Today, having fallen into my hands, I suppose I have done a good deed." He intended to comfort himself, but before he could finish, Jin Xianzhu chimed in, "Lu Qi Ge, what you did was self-defense. No, it was upholding justice. After all, they were the ones who harbored malicious intentions and committed wrongdoings against us, stealing so much from others. Oof, they deserved it. You girl, when we return, please do not mention today's events to anyone. I would prefer they remain ignorant of my involvement in taking a life." He sighed. "Got it, Lu Qi Ge. I promise I won't say a word." She replied with a playful smile, prompting another sigh from him. In truth, he had never wished to harm anyone. After tidying up, they realized there were too many supplies, combined with their own belongings, to carry everything away. Thus, Lu Qi concealed the packaged provisions in a nearby tree hollow. "Let us depart," he said, and together they slowly exited that treacherous place. Shortly after leaving, Lu Qi was consumed by sighs. Jin Xianzhu, aware of his discontent, quietly accompanied him. He had intended to investigate the disappearance of the crowd on the beach, but had not anticipated such an unexpected turn of events, nearly losing both their supplies and his own life. Had he not been fortunate, he might well have met his end that day. Yet, the thought of having taken 3 lives weighed heavily on him. No amount of reasoning or justification could ease his troubled mind. Thus, as he walked through the forest, Lu Qi preferred to keep his head down, refraining from uttering a word. Jin Xianzhu, perceptive to his melancholic state, chose not to offer words of comfort at that moment. Instead, she gently took his hand, tightening her grip as they continued towards home. Upon reaching the marshy wetlands once more, the lingering mist filled the air, and a chilling wind swept through, jolting Lu Qi back to the present with a shiver. The swamp pit before Lu Qi once again evoked the fear he had felt when he had first fallen into it. Although the wetland was still dense with trees and there were pathways to tread upon, the two decided to retrace their steps, cautiously navigating their way back to safety. However, before they had ventured far, a desperate cry for help suddenly emerged from the depths of the swamp. "Help! Is anyone there? Please save me." The haunting voice echoed every couple of minutes. "Lu Qi, it's a man's voice calling for help. Someone is in distress." Jin Xianzhu was the first to discern the source of the plea, driven by innate compassion. Although Lu Qi halted in his tracks, he did not immediately express a desire to return to assist. They had only just left the boundaries of the swamp a few minutes prior, making it relatively easy to go back, but Lu Qi weighed the risks, hesitating over whether to turn back. Upon hearing the cry again, Jin Xianzhu looked back at Lu Qi and urged, "Lu Qi, should we not go and investigate? If we are able, we should help him. And if we are not able," Lu Qi countered, leaving Jin Xianzhu momentarily speechless. She had not considered that possibility. Fortunately, Lu Qi did not wait for her response. He swiftly removed the supplies from his back, placing them on the ground, and took only his bow and arrows. Simultaneously, he signaled for Jin Xianzhu to do the same, carrying only her spear as they ventured closer to the source of the cries. Jin Xianzhu understood the intent behind Lu Qi's actions, recognizing that reducing their load was a measure of safety in the treacherous swamp. Driven by her inherent kindness and a profound respect for the medical profession, Lu Qi and Jin Xianzhu returned to the edge of the wetland, carefully selecting a seemingly safer route as they cautiously advanced towards the mysterious voice. "Help! Is anyone there? Please come quickly and save me." At the edge of a bottomless swamp pit, a man found himself in dire straits. His face etched with pain and despair as he shouted for help with a hoarse voice. Most of his body was submerged in the mire, leaving only his upper half exposed. Though he dared not move, his body continued to sink deeper into the quagmire. Clearly, he had exhausted nearly all of his strength and was now merely enduring in this perilous swamp, guided by the man's feeble yet desperate cries. Lu Qi struggled to reach him. When he and Jin Xianzhu finally arrived at the man's location, both were momentarily taken aback. The man looked remarkably familiar. It turned out to be the very youth who had once deceived Lu Qi and then fled in haste. "Haha, how did you end up here?" Lu Qi exclaimed, a grin of schadenfreude spreading across his face as he looked at the man trapped in the mire. "What a stroke of luck, finding you here without any effort. Do you wish for me to rescue you?" Lu Qi crossed his arms, a glimmer of mockery dancing in his eyes. "Benefactor, oh benefactor, save me. I acknowledge my wrongs. I truly do. Please, I beseech you, do not hold my past transgressions against me. Look at my belongings. Take them all if you must." Chapter 68. The fierce battle in the swamp. The man's voice quivered with desperation, his eyes filled with pleading. He pointed tremblingly at the pile of items he had discarded by the edge of the mud pit. In a bid to lighten his burden, he had resolutely cast his possessions aside as he first sank into the swamp. Serves you right. Rescue you? Would that not merely grant you another opportunity to mock my brother Lu Qi? Jin Xianzhu exclaimed, her brows furrowed in anger as she recognized the man's face. Lu Qi studied the man for a moment, torn in his thoughts. Although this fellow had previously acted with cruelty, to turn a blind eye and let him perish seemed contrary to his conscience. Just as Lu Qi hesitated, the man's body sank further into the muck, and he screamed in terror, "Help! I truly cannot hold on any longer." Observing the man's plight, a flicker of compassion stirred within Jin Xianzhu. She tugged at Lu Qi's sleeve and gently urged, "Brother Lu Qi, perhaps we should help him. Who knows, he might truly have repented." Lu Qi furrowed his brow, contemplating. After a moment, he relented. "Very well, I shall spare you this time. But remember, do not engage in such wickedness again." With that, Lu Qi procured a sturdy branch nearby and carefully extended it toward the man. The man clutched the branch as if it were a lifeline. Together, Lu Qi and Jin Xianzhu exerted their strength, gradually pulling the man from the mire. After a strenuous effort, they finally rescued him from the swamp. The man collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, his face a canvas of relief and gratitude for having escaped death. Thank you for saving my life. I swear, I will never commit evil deeds again," he gasped. Lu Qi snorted, "Let us hope you can keep that promise. Otherwise, You may not be so fortunate next time. The man nodded fervently and began to gather the items he had left by the mud pit. Suddenly, recalling his promise to Lu Qi, he turned and said, "Brothers, benefactors, you have just saved my life, so I offer you these belongings." "Humph. Your memory serves you well. Did we not save you once already? This is the second time. These items have long since become the property of my brother Lu Qi. Thankfully, he is magnanimous and will not hold your past misdeeds against you. Yet, you're hardly a man. These items are not a gift, but a return. Do you understand?" Jin Xianzhu remarked disdainfully, clearly displeased with the man's choice of words. Hearing this, Lu Qi cast an appreciative glance at Jin Xianzhu while lamenting the man's lack of understanding. He took only the axe and rope from the pile, leaving the rest behind. After attending to these matters, Lu Qi and Jin Xianzhu prepared to continue their journey. As they prepared to depart, Lu Qi, unable to suppress his concern, cautioned the man, "This wetland marsh is perilous. It would be prudent for you to take a detour." Upon hearing Lu Qi's warning, the man nodded vigorously. However, before they could venture far, a rustling sound suddenly emerged from the surrounding bushes. Lu Qi tightened his grip on his bow, while Jin Xianzhu raised her spear, her gaze scanning the area with vigilance. "This is bad. Danger lurks nearby," Lu Qi whispered, almost as if summoned by his words. A pack of fearsome beasts burst forth from the underbrush. They were colossal, with sharp fangs glinting menacingly in their eyes. "It's a sea wolf," Jin Xianzhu exclaimed in alarm. Lu Qi felt a tightening in his chest, fully aware of the ferocity of sea wolves, especially those that prowled this marsh, which appeared to be even larger in size. He called out, "Jin Xianzhu, retreat and use the marsh for protection. I will confront them." With that, Lu Qi knocked an arrow and aimed at the foremost sea wolf, striking it squarely in the eye, eliciting a pained howl as it collapsed. "This arrow proves remarkably sharp," he chuckled, for with arrows crafted from tree thorns, he was untroubled by concerns of expense or quantity. With 27 arrows in total, including 3 copper-tipped ones, he had ample opportunity for experimentation. As one sea wolf fell, the remaining beasts did not waver. Rather, they charged with renewed ferocity. Yet, confined to the muddy terrain, they could not maneuver as gracefully as they would on solid ground. Jin Xianzhu, undeterred, wielded her spear fiercely against the sea wolf that approached her, and chaos erupted as they fought for their lives. Lu Qi, with his agile prowess and adept marksmanship, managed to wound 2 more sea wolves. Yet, their numbers were overwhelming, and they coordinated their attacks from multiple angles. Just as Lu Qi and Jin Xianzhu began to feel overwhelmed, the man they had previously rescued suddenly rushed forward, seizing a nearby stick and joining the fray. "I will assist," he shouted. With his participation, the tide of battle shifted slightly. The trio fought side by side, coordinating their efforts, and gradually began to repel the sea wolves. They fought and retreated, utilizing the wetland to their advantage, until the sea wolves were finally forced back, retreating several meters into the forest, growling and howling in distress. The significance of the 2 sea wolves Lu Qi had injured within their pack remained uncertain. Exhausted, Lu Qi, Jin Xianzhu, and the man collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. "We owe you our gratitude," Lu Qi remarked, his gaze toward the man, now carrying a note of respect. The man, slightly embarrassed, smiled and replied, "You saved me first. I could not stand idly by." Through this ordeal, the dynamics among the 3 shifted subtly. The animosity and barriers that had previously existed began to dissolve, replaced by a newfound trust and camaraderie. "We should hasten our departure from this place. There may be other dangers lurking," Jin Xianzhu suggested. However, Lu Qi hesitated as he observed the 2 struggling sea wolves on the ground. Such prime targets were not easily relinquished. It felt wasteful to abandon them. Yet, confronted by the still-present wolf pack nearby, he dared not publicly strip them of their pelts, fearing that inciting the wolves could lead to dire consequences. Each time he found himself in this marshy expanse, an inexplicable dread enveloped him, a sensation both unsettling and foreboding. Thus, the trio moved in unison toward the exit. The sea wolves, still prowling nearby, seemed poised to launch another attack. Yet, at that moment, a hauntingly anguished cry resonated from the marsh, emanating from the 2 beleaguered sea wolves. Chapter 69. Utter inhumanity. The sound was piercingly jarring. Lu Qi and his companions were momentarily paralyzed by the cacophony. What was happening? Beside Lu Qi, the man exclaimed in terror. though he understood that the two sea wolves had not perished from their injuries. The shrill cries echoed like the final gasps of a dying creature. As confusion enveloped them, they witnessed the surrounding wolf packs scatter in a panic, retreating into the depths of the forest. What could have prompted such a sudden flight? Was there truly something fearsome lurking within the marsh? As Lu Qi glanced back at the mire, a chill crept down his spine and cold sweat drenched his garments. Fortunately, the trio had successfully exited the hellish wetland. Otherwise, they too might have become ensnared within its depths. Although the nature of this latent peril remained unclear, the woeful cries of the sea wolves made Lu Qi acutely aware that within this seemingly tranquil marsh, far more terrifying and enigmatic entities lay concealed in the shadows. On their journey, the three engaged in conversation, the atmosphere appearing delightfully harmonious. Upon learning the names of Lu Qi and Jin Xianzhu, the young man eagerly introduced himself. I am Hua Jiwei, a steward aboard the cruise ship. Most of the people here have departed. Why have you chosen to come to this place? Upon hearing Hua Jiwei's words, Lu Qi exchanged a gleeful glance with Jin Xianzhu, his eyes shimmering with anticipation. If he had indeed resided on this beach, then he might glean the reason behind the desolation from him. Oh, were you living on that beach all along? Lu Qi inquired. Indeed, I had been living on that beach. The reason for my departure was that the people grew restless waiting for rescue. With scarce water and food, many descended into barbarism, forsaking their humanity, resorting to looting and destruction. As many succumbed to illness, some individuals vacated that beach. Subsequently, it seemed as though some monstrous entity had fixated on the shore, for inexplicably, people began to vanish without a trace. Moreover, during the late hours, eerie low growls and howls could be distinctly heard, instilling a sense of dread and discomfort in those who encountered such sounds at night. Consequently, the populace gradually abandoned the area. The man spoke without hesitation, articulating all that he knew without any discernible pauses. After listening to Hua Jiwei's account, Lu Qi turned to Jin Xianzhu, who subtly nodded, indicating her belief in the man's words. After all, she was already aware of the events he described. However, she had no recollection of the man himself and could not recall having seen him at the beach. Thus, Jin Xianzhu discreetly shared her concerns with Lu Qi. Upon hearing this, Lu Qi felt a heightened sense of vigilance, yet maintained a composed demeanor, continuing to engage in conversation with Hua Jiwei, eager to unearth further inconsistencies in his narrative. Meanwhile, Hua Jiwei silently observed Lu Qi and Jin Xianzhu's expressions, particularly regarding Jin Xianzhu, his gaze unmistakably revealing an insatiable desire, akin to a famished wolf spotting delectable prey. When his eyes shifted to Lu Qi, he would occasionally glance at the dagger secured at Lu Qi's waist, his covetous look exposing his true intentions. Noticing that the two did not question his words, he inwardly reveled in his triumph, devising his next scheme. Having always lived by thievery, he never spoke the truth to strangers. Once he gained someone's trust, he would deftly deceive and rob them. Presently, his aim was to seize weapons, resources, and, of course, the beautiful woman before him. Everything he had just stated was fabricated. His name, profession, and even the events concerning the beach were gleaned from others' accounts. His purpose for lingering near Lu Qi and Jin Xianzhu was straightforward: to acquire Lu Qi's dagger and to possess the alluring Jin Xianzhu, having already dismissed any gratitude owed for past rescues. As the trio circumvented the marshy wetlands, a wild deer suddenly appeared before them. Upon noticing the three, it swiftly darted towards the forest bordering the swamp. Observing this, Hua Jiwei exclaimed, "Brother Lu, that deer is a splendid specimen. You have a bow. If you can hunt it down, we need not worry about food and drink for days." Lu Qi tightened his grip on the bow, hesitating, for the deer was indeed quite sizable. Should they manage to capture it, the three of them might just manage to haul it back. Sensing Lu Qi's indecision, Hua Jiwei further incited, "Sister Xianzhu, do encourage Brother Lu. If we miss this opportunity for such a fine deer, all his efforts in crafting that bow would be in vain." At this, Jin Xianzhu turned her gaze to Lu Qi, eager to be the woman who could persuade him. "Lu Qi, why not give it a try? Indeed, Brother Lu, let us pursue and observe. If there is truly an opportunity to hunt it, do not hesitate." Encouraged by their words, Lu Qi could no longer decline. He unloaded the remaining items from his person and left them behind. "Xianzhu, remain here. We shall investigate. If we find no prey, we will return swiftly." Understood, brother Lu Qi. Please be cautious. Jin Xianzhu replied obediently. With that, Lu Qi took only his bow and dagger and ventured forth. Hua Zhui hastily followed, casting a fleeting glance at Jin Xianzhu, a hint of smugness flickering across his face. Sister Xianzhu, wait for me here. Do not wander off. With that, he did not linger, grasping his wooden stick as he followed Lu Qi's departing figure, leaving Jin Xianzhu alone to wait. After pursuing for 300 or 400 meters, Lu Qi and Hua Zhiwei finally caught sight of the wild deer. From a distance, it stood quietly, grazing on the grass, while occasionally lifting its head to survey its surroundings. Brother Lu, look, it's right there. You go ahead and be cautious. Do not scare it away. Behind a large tree, Hua Zhiwei whispered to Lu Qi, then stepped back a couple of paces to allow Lu Qi to advance. This distance is a bit far. Wait here while I approach alone. Lu Qi, wary of making noise and startling the creature, requested. Upon seeing Hua Zhiwei nod in agreement, he crouched low and stealthily moved closer to the wild deer. Watching Lu Qi's careful demeanor, Hua Zhiwei's expression turned cold, a triumphant smile gracing his lips. Tightening his grip on the wooden stick, he followed closely behind, treading with utmost caution. Focused intently on the deer, Lu Qi was oblivious to the presence behind him until he came within 20 meters of the creature, at which point he halted. This distance was as close as he could approach without any cover, and he knew from prior testing that he could easily hit a target at this range. After adjusting his breathing, Lu Qi knelt slowly, drawing his bow and aiming with precision, releasing the arrow in a fluid motion. Whoosh! Thud! Just as he watched the arrow soar toward the deer, a sudden pain struck his head, and darkness enveloped him as he collapsed to the ground. Before losing consciousness, he vaguely perceived a figure approaching him. Chapter 70. A critical moment. Meanwhile, in the distance, the wild deer, startled, lifted its head just as Lu Qi's arrow struck the ground where it had stood moments before. In a panic, the deer leaped 2 meters into the air, as if propelled by a spring, and upon landing, it swiftly darted toward the forest on the mountain, moving with an ethereal grace and uncanny speed. Ha! My great hero! Tell me, how can you be so unprepared at your age? As Lu Qi lay motionless on the ground, Hua Zhiwei wore a smug expression, picking up Lu Qi's bow and examining it closely. Such craftsmanship, truly impressive. What a pity, in this island where everyone lives in fear. All your hard work will merely adorn another's achievements. My apologies, brother. With that, he removed the dagger from Lu Qi's waist, holding it in his hand. This blade is indeed remarkable, far superior to the sailor's knife I've encountered before. Just who are you to possess such treasures? Oh dear, you've saved my life and gifted me with riches. It truly pains me to consider harming you. Hua Zhiwei felt a sense of satisfaction with the spoils, but proceeded to search Lu Qi once more. It seems you are indeed an ambitious youth, yet you carry no fireworks. He then retrieved a crushed cigarette box from his pocket, revealing a crumpled thin cigarette from the brand Golden Leaf. After lighting it with a lighter he found in his coat pocket, he tucked the lighter away, for it was his prized possession. Previously, after an unfortunate encounter with Hu Zhen, who had unceremoniously robbed him of his supplies and stripped him bare while demanding servitude, he was fortunate that Lu Qi had diverted Hu Zhen's attention, granting him the opportunity to escape. A sigh escaped him, recalling the helplessness he had felt during that moment. Hua Zhiwei glanced at the still form of Lu Qi, sighed again, and turned to leave, opting not to further harm him, allowing him to fend for himself. After a considerable time, Hua Zhiwei returned alone to the location where Jin Xianzhu awaited. Noticing only Hua Zhiwei's solitary presence, Jin Xianzhu could not suppress her anxiety and inquired, "Why have you returned alone? Where's brother Lu Qi?" Attempting to feign calmness, Hua Zhiwei replied, "Brother Lu felt that my presence would attract too much attention, so he ventured out alone to investigate further. He may require additional time. Let's wait a while longer." At his words, a wave of unease surged within Jin Xianzhu. She paced anxiously, her gaze frequently darting towards the direction Lu Qi had departed. Meanwhile, Hua Zhiwei's eyes roamed over Jin Xianzhu's figure as she walked back and forth before him, his desire intensifying with every moment. He pondered how best to secure the affections of this enchanting beauty. As time slipped by, Jin Xianzhu's anxiety grew more palpable. Thus, Hua Zhiwei deceitfully persuaded her to accompany him in search of Lu Qi. Though she harbored doubts, Concern for Lu Qi's safety compelled her to follow him. Along the way, Hui Jiwei sought a suitable venue for his confessions, while Jin Xianju remained ever vigilant. Suddenly, her eyes fell upon the dagger belonging to Lu Qi, now in Hui Jiwei's possession, sending a jolt of realization through her. Where is Lu Qi? Did you harm him? Jin Xianju glared at Hui Jiwei, her eyes ablaze with fury. Realizing that his deceit had been uncovered, Hui Jiwei cast aside his facade, revealing his true nature. Since you have discovered my secret, I shall no longer hide it. Indeed, it was I who rendered Lu Qi unconscious. His fate hangs in the balance. As for you, if you obediently become my woman, I might spare your life. Hui Jiwei's sinister grin widened as he advanced toward Jin Xianju, step by step. Jin Xianju gritted her teeth, her heart brimming with indignation and despair. Yet, fear did not conquer her spirit. Instead, she tightened her grip on the spear, prepared to fight Hui Jiwei to the death. Sister Xianju, this is unwise. Only I know Lu Qi's whereabouts. If you have any sense, yield to me, and perhaps I shall grant you a final glimpse of him. But should you persist in your stubbornness, I assure you, you shall never see him again. Observing the mixture of terror and anger in Jin Xianju's eyes, Hui Jiwei reveled in his triumph, taunting her as he drew near. You shameless wretch! Lu Qi has saved you time and again, forgiving you. And yet you dare to perpetrate such treachery. Upon hearing that Lu Qi's life was uncertain, Jin Xianju lashed out at Hui Jiwei in a fit of desperation. At that moment, she was consumed with regret, blaming herself for urging Lu Qi to rescue others when she had first heard the cries for help. Now, she found herself ensnared by this vile scoundrel. Ha ha ha. It is true that he saved me, but you know his true intentions. He sought my resources and my labor. He saved me once, and I spared his life. We are even now. As for you, Sister Xianju, if you follow me, I guarantee you shall want for nothing in terms of food and drink. You beast, utterly devoid of shame. From Hui Jiwei's words, Jin Xianju gleaned that Lu Qi might still cling to a thread of life. Her heart swelled with a flicker of hope, yet was simultaneously engulfed by boundless rage. Sister Xianju, calm your anger. Why not allow me to take care of you from now on? Hui Jiwei fully discarded his mask, closing in on Jin Xianju, intent on seizing the spear from her grasp. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, a resounding roar erupted from the tree behind Hui Jiwei. Startled by the unexpected sound, he halted his approach toward Jin Xianju and cautiously scanned the surroundings. There, perched upon the tree, was an elderly monkey, glaring at him with fury and continuing to bellow. It was merely a foul monkey. Sister Xianju, do not be afraid. Just as Hui Jiwei turned his head, a spear plunged forcefully into his body. Blood gushed from the wound, splattering onto Jin Xianju. You scoundrel, this is for Lu Qi. With a vigorous pull, she thrust the spear in again. You beast, this is the consequence of provoking my wrath. At that moment, Hui Jiwei's expression was one of disbelief, his eyes wide as he stared at Jin Xianju. Crimson blood seeped from his mouth. He attempted to utter something, but could not form the words, collapsing backward, lifeless and irrevocably defeated. Chapter 71. Surviving against all odds at this moment, Jin Xianju lay paralyzed on the ground, having discarded the bloodied spear from her grasp. She glanced at the blood splatter before her and stared vacantly at the fallen Hui Jiwei. Minutes passed in a daze, until the old monkey in the tree once again shrieked at her, jolting her back to reality. Summoning her courage, she first retrieved the dagger from Hui Jiwei's body, and to her surprise, she also discovered a lighter that had fallen from his grasp. Elated to have secured these precious items, she then picked up the spear from the ground and set off in the direction that Lu Qi had taken. What baffled her was the persistent old monkey, which continued to screech in front of her as she rose to leave, as if it were aware of her intentions. It seemed to guide her path. Whenever she strayed in the wrong direction, it would become agitated and call out until she followed it again. After 10 minutes, the old monkey suddenly halted on a tree, its gaze fixed below. Without approaching, Jin Xianju caught sight of Lu Qi lying motionless on the ground. In an instant, tears streamed down her face as she rushed toward him. Oh no, Lu Qi, what has happened to you? Upon reaching Lu Qi's side, she was so anxious that she hardly knew how to touch him, filled with both fear and uncertainty. After several rapid breaths, she endeavored to calm herself, extending her hand to gently turn Lu Qi onto his back, cradling him in her arms. Lu Qi, please wake up. It's me, Xianju. Wake up. She softly shook his body, attempting to rouse him, but he remained unresponsive. It was then that she remembered to check for his breathing, heartbeat, and temperature. After ensuring that his vital signs were stable, her anxiety was momentarily alleviated. However, in the next moment, her tension surged anew as she felt warmth on her arm where she held Lu Qi. Instinctively looking down, she realized that blood was oozing for the back of his head. Ah, Lu Qi, how could your head be bleeding? In a flurry, she turned him to lie on his side in her embrace. After a thorough examination, she discovered a 1 centimeter long wound on the back of his head, seeping blood and swollen to a painful bulge. Lu Qi, oh no! Seeing his injuries, even without medical knowledge, Jin Hyunju understood that he must have lost consciousness due to a severe blow to the head. That damned Huijiwei. Once Lu Qi awakens, I shall ensure he pays for this. As she uttered her fierce thoughts, she retrieved a piece of clothing from her backpack, tearing it into strips to gently tend to Lu Qi's wound and staunch the bleeding. After completing these tasks, she struggled to hoist Lu Qi onto her back. Despite her frail physique, an inexplicable strength surged within her, enabling her to carry Lu Qi, who was considerably heavier than herself. Trembling, she made her way toward the location of the supplies. In the deep of night, within a secluded forest, a flickering bonfire illuminated the surrounding trees and cast a warm glow upon a man and a woman seated beside it, Jin Xianju and Lu Qi. Concerned for the dangers lurking in their previous location, Jin Xianju had carried Lu Qi for nearly half an hour, ensuring they were far removed from that perilous place before she finally set him down and returned to gather all the supplies and belongings. At that moment, Lu Qi lay quietly, facing the fire, his head resting on a bundle, while 2 garments draped over him. Beside him, Jin Xianju sat in serene silence, occasionally adding logs to the fire, her other hand firmly clasping Lu Qi's. Her gaze remained unwaveringly fixed upon him, yearning to perceive even the slightest reaction from him. As she observed the man lying peacefully before her, Jin Xianju found herself consumed by an unfamiliar fascination. At times, she would lean in and gently kiss Lu Qi's face, fully aware that such gestures might be futile, yet she felt compelled to try, driven by an inexorable desire. Time passed, and amidst the eerie cacophony of unsettling sounds echoing through the forest, Jin Xianju battled her surging fear, akin to tumultuous waves. As she shivered and continued to stoke the fire, the roaring flames seemed to embody her last flicker of hope, and she sought to use their warmth to dispel the ghostly dread that haunted her heart. Curled up like a wounded creature, she lay helplessly in Lu Qi's embrace, tightly clutching one of his arms and half resting her head upon his palm. Yet, despite her efforts, tears streamed down her face like a relentless flood, falling drop by drop into Lu Qi's hand. Those warm tears appeared to be the physical manifestation of her inner turmoil, fear, and concern. Perhaps it was Jin Xianju's heartfelt sincerity that moved the heavens, as well as the enigmatic spirit of the land, and even stirred Lu Qi from his unconsciousness. Since her reckless arrival in this place, no fierce beasts had dared to approach, nor had any sudden calamities befallen them. At last, Lu Qi slowly opened his eyes. A hint of confusion and chaos reflected within them, before they finally focused on Jin Xianju, who had steadfastly remained by his side. Why do you look so beautiful when you cry? Lu Qi's voice, tinged with a fragile gentleness, wafted through Jin Xianju's heart like a soft breeze. Yet, beneath this seemingly light-hearted jest lay the exhaustion and gratitude evident in his gaze. Brother Lu Qi, you're awake. Woo, you've finally awakened. Upon hearing the familiar yet deeply cherished voice of Lu Qi resonate in her ears, Jin Xianju sprang up as if electrified, her hands flailing and tears of joy streaming down her weary face, leaving clear trails upon her cheeks. Oh, Lu Qi, you have no idea how worried I've been. Did you know how frightened I was tonight? Oh, it's wonderful. You're finally awake. Jin Xianju poured out her heart, her voice imbued with boundless grievances, fears, and elation. Her shoulders trembled incessantly, as if she sought to release the immense pressure of the day through her tears. Xianju, help me sit up. Lu Qi, witnessing Jin Xianju's anxious and haggard appearance, felt a pang of heartache. He attempted to rise on his own, but was met with a dizzying sensation that made the world spin before him. Reluctantly, he turned to Jin Xianju for assistance. Oh, take it slow, Lu Qi, she exclaimed, quickly extending her hands to gently help him sit up. Her movements were tender and cautious, as if he were an invaluable and fragile treasure. However, As soon as he was seated, Lu Qi instinctively pulled Jin Xianzhu into his warm and sturdy embrace. In that moment, he simply wished to hold her tightly, expressing his profound gratitude. He was thankful for her unwavering care during this arduous time, for her meticulous companionship, for every genuine tear she shed on his behalf, and for her valiant effort to pull him back from the brink of death. Overcome by emotion, Jin Xianzhu found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Longing to cry freely and release all her worries, fears, fatigue, and grievances through tears. Her arms clung tightly around Lu Qi's waist, as if fearing that if she loosened her grip, he might slip away from her once more. The two embraced and wept together, and after a considerable time, Lu Qi gently patted Jin Xianzhu's back and softly said, "All right, no more tears. I'm awake now." His voice was gentle yet resolute, filled with reassurance for Jin Xianzhu. She lifted her head, her tear-filled eyes gazing at Lu Qi, her swollen eyelids reflecting deep affection and concern. With a hint of reproach as she said, "Lu Qi, you must never scare me like that again." Her voice trembled slightly, yet was brimming with endless love. Lu Qi smiled and nodded, tenderly wiping the tears from her face, assuring her, "Do not worry, it won't happen again." At that moment, the crackling of the firewood in the hearth echoed around them, the dancing sparks seemingly celebrating their reunion. The surrounding forest remained shrouded in mystery and the unknown. Yet in this instance, their hearts were enveloped in warmth and profound affection. "Xianzhu, I'm sorry for the trouble you've endured today." Lu Qi's voice was laced with guilt and tenderness as he regarded Jin Xianzhu's weary visage, filled with remorse. "It means nothing as long as you recover." Jin Xianzhu replied firmly, her eyes shimmering with unwavering determination, a testament to her deep love and trust in Lu Qi. "How did you find me, that beast?" "Huajiwei. That wretch. I could wish him dead 1,000 times and still not quell the hatred in my heart." Jin Xianzhu gritted her teeth, her voice brimming with fury as she recounted her harrowing experiences to Lu Qi. Upon hearing her tale, Lu Qi felt an overwhelming sense of fortunate survival wash over him, coupled with a newfound admiration for Jin Xianzhu. He had not anticipated that her seemingly delicate frame could summon such resolve in a moment of peril, and that she had carried herself so far. He instinctively tightened his grip on her hand. "On this desolate island, we shall surely endure," Jin Xianzhu affirmed, nodding earnestly, her eyes sparkling with dreams of the future. After a night of recuperation, Lu Qi's injuries showed significant improvement. Although the swelling persisted, the bleeding had ceased, and the pain had diminished by half. Once he regained some strength, he and Jin Xianzhu resolved to press onward. They traversed a narrow path flanked by towering, lush trees, their intertwined branches forming a verdant canopy above. Both yearned to reunite with their companions, for that cave had become a sanctuary in their hearts amid the isolation of the island. As they approached a serene lake nestled within the mountainous terrain, Jin Xianzhu implored Lu Qi, "Brother Lu Qi, please take me to the lakeside. I long to cleanse the blood and grime from my skin." Lu Qi, too, wished to inspect his fish pen, curious whether the 4 fish he had left behind still thrived. Upon reaching the lake, Jin Xianzhu's spirits lifted at the sight of the water, her fatigue seemingly alleviated by its presence. Before Lu Qi could turn, she leapt into the lake fully clothed. The water quickly drenched her long hair, and her soaked garments clung to her alluring figure. "Brother Lu Qi, come join me," she called, her half-submerged body glistening as she beckoned him with a captivating gaze. At that moment, Lu Qi felt an undeniable heat surging through him. Remaining still would only lead to an awkwardness he wished to avoid. Since he was already there, it made sense to cleanse himself as well. Cautiously, he stepped toward the lake, carefully entering the water, mindful of his head injury. Seeing Lu Qi approach her, Jin Xianzhu beamed with joy, her heart racing as she admired his striking features. As he stood before her, taking in her drenched form, he was reminded of the previous night they had spent by the same lake. He could not fathom why, but when she was dry and unweeping, her beauty was enchanting yet manageable. However, in her current state, wet and vulnerable, she stirred an irresistible impulse within him. Lu Qi fought to contain his emotions, yet his heartbeat and breath betrayed him. As the two stood in close proximity, Jin Xianzhu could even feel the warmth emanating from Lu Qi's body. Taking the initiative, she stepped closer to him and softly inquired, "Lu Qi, do you have feelings for me?" "Of course I do." Lu Qi began to respond, But before he could finish his sentence, Jin Xianju's lips tenderly pressed against his. It was not that she did not wish to hear the rest. Rather, she could not contain herself. Just hearing Lu Qi utter the word "like" was sufficient for her. Everything else was of little consequence. An hour later, the pair set out again, with Lu Qi taking the opportunity to check on his fish pond. Fortunately, all the fish were still alive. After feeding them some of the nourishment he had gathered, he and Jin Xianju continued their journey toward the cave. Lu Qi, are you feeling all right? Jin Xianju frequently glanced at him, her eyes brimming with concern. Don't worry, I'm fine, Lu Qi replied, forcing a smile despite his weary gait. His steps may have been unsteady, but his gaze radiated determination. After several hours of arduous travel, Lu Qi and Jin Xianju finally returned to familiar terrain. Breathing heavily, Lu Qi excitedly exclaimed to Jin Xianju, "Xianju, we've arrived." At that moment, Jin Xianju beamed, her eyes sparkling with joy. In a flash, she leaned in to kiss Lu Qi on the lips and then bashfully sprinted toward the cave, calling out, "Lu Qi, hurry up. I need to go back and share the good news." With that, Jin Xianju darted forward like a spring swallow, her arms outstretched as she raced toward the cave, shouting, "Brother, Sister Xiaorong, we're back."